In the shadows of every city, behind every closed door, there are stories too disturbing to be forgotten. Stories of deception, betrayal, murder. Tonight, on Stories of Crime, we uncover another chilling case that shocked the world and left investigators searching for answers. So dim the lights, put on your headphones and prepare yourself for a journey into the darkest corners of the human mind. This is Stories of Crime, Life, Blood. Hoku, the pulse of your potential. Welcome, my friend, to a journey unlike any other. Welcome to Life, Blood, a revolutionary exploration into the very essence of your vitality, your daily energy, and your long-term health. Have you ever considered that the secret to unlocking your fullest potential, to experiencing sustained energy, lays a sharp focus and a profound sense of well-being, might be coursing through your veins right this very second? It sounds almost too simple, doesn't it? Yet, it is the profound truth that forms the bedrock of this entire philosophy. Your blood is not merely a transport system. It is the master conductor of your entire existence, the silent orchestrator of every cell, every thought, every beat of your heart. Our journey begins here, with a deep dive into this extraordinary internal universe. We will immediately capture your attention by revealing the astonishing, often overlooked truth: how intricately and profoundly your blood controls not just your daily energy levels, but the very trajectory of your long-term health. Imagine, for a moment, that your body is a magnificent, bustling city. Your blood, then, is the intricate network of roads, rivers, and communication lines that connect every district, every building, every inhabitant. It's delivering vital supplies, removing waste, sending crucial messages, and ensuring that everything runs in perfect synchronicity. When this network is flowing optimally, the city thrives. When it's congested, polluted, or lacking essential resources, the entire metropolis suffers. This is not a mere metaphor. It is the physiological reality of your being, and understanding it is the first step towards reclaiming your most vibrant self. Now, let me ask you a question, one that resonates deeply with so many in our modern, fast-paced world. How many mornings have you woken up feeling utterly drained, despite having had what you believed to be a full, uninterrupted night's sleep? You open your eyes, the alarm blares, and instead of feeling a surge of refreshing energy, you're met with a leaden lethargy, a heavy fog behind your eyes, and an immediate yearning to pull the covers back over your head. Perhaps you drag yourself out of bed, stumble to the kitchen for that first, desperate cup of coffee, feeling like you're operating on half-power even before your day has truly begun. This isn't just about feeling a little tired. It's about a pervasive sense of exhaustion that can cast a shadow over your productivity, your mood, and your ability to engage fully with life. Let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah is a driven marketing executive, a mother of 2 spirited children, and a woman who prided herself on being able to juggle it all. Her days were a whirlwind of meetings, school pickups, dinner preparations, and late-night emails. She knew she needed sleep, so she diligently aimed for 8 hours every night. She bought an expensive mattress, invested in blackout curtains, and even tried various sleep apps. Yet, morning after morning, she'd wake up feeling as though she'd run a marathon in her dreams. Her eyelids felt heavy, her thoughts were sluggish, and the vibrant enthusiasm she once had for her work and family was slowly dimming, replaced by a constant, nagging fatigue. She'd rely on multiple coffees throughout the day, often experiencing a mid-afternoon slump that left her irritable and unproductive. She felt frustrated, often blaming herself for not sleeping properly or not being strong enough, despite her consistent efforts. She worried about her long-term health, sensing that this chronic exhaustion was more than just a passing phase. It felt like a fundamental flaw in her operating system. From a psychological perspective, Sarah's experience, and perhaps your own, is incredibly significant because it taps into a universal human desire for vitality and control. When we consistently feel exhausted despite our best efforts, it creates a profound sense of powerlessness and self-blame. We internalize the fatigue as a personal failing rather than a signal from our body's intricate systems. This disconnect between our intentions to get good sleep, to be energetic, and our actual experience waking up drained can lead to demotivation, reduced self-efficacy, and even mild depression. It affects our confidence, our relationships, and our ability to pursue our goals with vigor. We feel like we're constantly pushing against an invisible resistance, diminishing our joy and our potential. The question, then, is not simply why am I tired, but why do I feel so out of sync with my own body's natural rhythm? This is a fundamental challenge to our intrinsic human need for mastery and well-being. So, for a practical application step right now, I invite you to take a moment, close your eyes if you can, and recall your last few mornings. Were you greeted by a wave of refreshing energy, a sense of readiness for the day ahead, or did you experience that familiar, heavy sensation, that almost physical dragging feeling? Don't judge it, simply observe. Consider this feeling not as a personal failing, not as a sign of weakness, but as a subtle, yet urgent, signal from within. Your body, in its profound wisdom, is always communicating. This feeling of exhaustion, despite adequate rest, is a clear message that something within your internal communication network, within that bustling city of yours, might be experiencing a bottleneck or a deficiency. Begin to frame these feelings not as annoyances, but as precious data points that your blood, as the ultimate messenger, is trying to convey to you. It's the first step in truly listening to your body's innate intelligence. This brings us to the core promise of the Lifeblood philosophy. Lifeblood isn't just a book filled with fascinating facts. It's a revolutionary philosophy, a profound shift in perspective that empowers you, the listener, to unlock sustained energy, achieve unparalleled mental clarity, and cultivate truly vibrant long-term health. And how do we accomplish this? By understanding, nurturing, and ultimately optimizing the very fluid that gives you life, the extraordinary river that flows within you, your blood. We're talking about moving beyond quick fixes and superficial solutions, delving instead into the foundational principles that govern your deepest physiological processes. We're talking about real, sustainable transformation from the inside out. Let me introduce you to Mark. Mark, a dedicated software engineer, spent years battling what he thought was an inevitable part of aging: a steady decline in energy, a frustrating brain fog that made complex coding tasks a struggle, and a general malaise that eroded his enthusiasm for his beloved outdoor hobbies. He'd tried various diets, supplement regimens, and even extreme exercise routines, only to find fleeting improvements, or sometimes, even worsening symptoms. He felt trapped in a cycle of trial and error, convinced that robust health was a lottery he hadn't won. Then, he discovered the principles we're about to explore. He began to understand his blood not just as a medical substance, but as a dynamic ecosystem responsive to his daily choices. He learned about specific nutrient deficiencies that impacted his red blood cell quality, about hydration's role in plasma volume, and about how certain lifestyle habits were creating systemic inflammation that burdened his entire circulatory system. By making targeted, informed adjustments based on this understanding, adjustments to his diet, his hydration, his stress management, and even his sleep environment, all viewed through the lens of blood optimization, Mark experienced a profound renaissance. Within months, the chronic fatigue receded. His mental clarity sharpened to an extent he hadn't experienced since his 20s. He was able to tackle complex problems at work with renewed vigor, and more importantly, he found the energy and passion to hike challenging trails and pursue photography, hobbies he thought he'd lost forever. He wasn't just managing his symptoms. He felt truly alive, vibrant, and empowered, knowing that he held the keys to maintaining this newfound vitality. The psychological impact of Mark's transformation, and the promise offered by the lifeblood philosophy, is immense. It moves us from a state of passive victimhood, where we feel at the mercy of our genetics or external factors, to one of empowered agency. This philosophy taps into our innate human drive for self-preservation and self-actualization. When we understand how our body works at such a fundamental level, it removes the mystery and replaces it with clarity. This clarity fosters a sense of control, which is a powerful psychological antidote to anxiety and helplessness. It transforms health from a complex, daunting pursuit into a logical, actionable journey. The promise of sustained energy, mental clarity, and vibrant health isn't just about feeling better physically. It's about reclaiming your mental bandwidth, re-engaging with your passions, improving your relationships, and ultimately, experiencing a deeper, richer sense of purpose and joy in your life. It speaks directly to our intrinsic desire for thriving, for operating at our peak, and for fulfilling our potential, free from the drag of preventable fatigue and illness. This isn't just about adding years to your life. It's about adding life to your years, with every single beat of your optimized heart. Now, for your practical application step, I want you to begin to view your blood not just as a biological component that doctors occasionally discuss, but as your internal river of life, a dynamic, flowing entity that responds to your every input. Imagine this river. Is it crystal clear, swiftly moving, carrying vital nutrients and oxygen to every corner of your being with effortless grace? Or is it sluggish, perhaps a little murky, carrying excess baggage and struggling to deliver its precious cargo efficiently? Commit to actively listening to the subtle messages your body sends through your energy levels, your mental sharpness, your sleep quality, and even your mood. These aren't random fluctuations. They are direct reports from your internal river system, and, most importantly, begin to recognize that you possess the profound power to influence this vital system. You are not a passive observer. You are the captain of this ship, the steward of this river. Prepare yourself to learn the specific, actionable tools and insights that will allow you to purify, strengthen, and optimize your lifeblood, thereby transforming your entire physiological and psychological landscape. This is an invitation to step into a new paradigm of self-care, one rooted in the most fundamental aspect of your being. As we conclude this crucial opening chapter, let's reiterate the profound truth. Your blood is the very pulse of your potential. It's not just a red fluid. It's a living, breathing testament to your body's incredible design, and it holds the keys to your daily vitality and your long-term wellness. By understanding its intricate workings and applying the lifeblood philosophy, you are not merely seeking to alleviate symptoms. You are embarking on a journey to optimize your core being, to unlock reserves of energy and clarity you might not even realize you possess. We've laid the groundwork by highlighting the pervasive issue of unexplained fatigue and presented the empowering promise of real, sustainable transformation. In the next chapter, we will delve deeper into the astonishing architecture of your blood itself, exploring its incredible components and how each one directly translates into your daily experience of energy, focus, and overall health. Prepare to be amazed by the sophistication of your own internal universe, and to discover how small, informed changes can yield monumental results. The journey to a vibrant, energized you begins now. Introduction: My journey to the lifeblood. Welcome, dear listener, to the second chapter of Lifeblood, a journey I am genuinely thrilled to embark on with you. As you settle in, perhaps with a cup of your favorite warming beverage, or maybe while taking a gentle stroll, I want you to know that this isn't just another audiobook you're about to passively consume. Oh no. This is an invitation, a deeply personal call to action, and frankly, a comprehensive blueprint for reclaiming the vitality that is inherently yours. Over the next 260 minutes, which, I assure you, are meticulously designed and purposefully structured, we are going to dive headfirst into the very essence of what fuels life, what builds resilience, and what transforms a weary existence into one bursting with energetic potential. You might be asking yourself, why 260 minutes? What makes this different from the myriad of health advice I've encountered before? And those are perfectly valid questions. The truth is, genuine, lasting transformation doesn't happen in sound bites or fleeting headlines. It requires depth, understanding, and a systematic approach. This audiobook, this journey, is crafted to provide exactly that, a comprehensive immersion, allowing ample time for the concepts to truly sink in, for the connections to be made in your mind, and for the practical steps to become second nature. We're not just throwing information at you. We're building a new foundation, brick by carefully explained brick. My aim is to forge a deep personal connection with you, because I believe that true health transformation begins when information resonates not just intellectually, but emotionally, when it feels like a genuine conversation with someone who understands your struggles and celebrates your aspirations. This isn't just about what to eat or how to exercise. It's about understanding the intricate dance within your own body, about nurturing your inner ecosystem, and about rediscovering the profound joy of feeling truly alive. For far too long, many of us have felt like passive recipients of our own health narratives, pushed and pulled by conflicting advice, fleeting fads, and an overwhelming sense of confusion. Have you ever felt that way? Like you're constantly searching for a missing piece, trying desperately to connect dots that never quite form a coherent picture? Well, if that resonates with you, then you're precisely where you need to be. This program, Lifeblood, offers that missing framework, a holistic perspective that integrates the best of ancient wisdom with cutting-edge science, all distilled into actionable insights. It's about empowering you to become the active architect of your own well-being, to move from a state of hopeful searching to one of confident, embodied thriving. This is more than an educational experience. It's an invitation to a profound shift in how you perceive and interact with your body, a transformation that extends far beyond physical symptoms and touches every facet of your existence. We will explore the very fabric of your being, from the cellular level upwards, unveiling the simple yet profound principles that govern vibrant health. This isn't a quick fix, a fleeting dietary trend, or a complex, inaccessible scientific treatise. Instead, it is a carefully curated expedition into the science and art of living well, designed to be accessible, deeply engaging, and ultimately, profoundly empowering. Let me take you back to a time when I, much like many of you might be feeling right now, was lost in a labyrinth of chronic discomfort and an almost debilitating lack of vitality. There was a period in my life, not so long ago, when the simplest tasks felt monumental. Imagine waking up each morning, not with a sense of refreshment and eager anticipation for the day, but with a dull ache behind your eyes, a pervasive fog clouding your thoughts, and an immediate, profound sense of fatigue that made even getting out of bed feel like a Herculean effort. My story isn't unique, I've learned, but at the time, it certainly felt incredibly isolating. I vividly recall one particular Tuesday morning. It was gray and rainy outside, perfectly mirroring my internal landscape. I was sitting at my desk, staring blankly at a spreadsheet, the numbers blurring into an indecipherable mess. I had a deadline looming, but my brain felt like it was encased in cotton wool, utterly incapable of coherent thought. My body ached in places I didn't even know existed, and a persistent, low-grade headache had been my unwelcome companion for weeks. I remember feeling a crushing wave of despair wash over me. I had been eating what I thought was healthy, exercising regularly, and trying to manage stress, yet I felt worse than ever. I was plagued by frequent colds. My digestion was a constant source of discomfort, and my emotional resilience was at an all-time low. Social gatherings became an endurance test, and the simple joy of an evening walk felt like an insurmountable challenge. My vibrant curiosity for life, once a defining characteristic, had slowly been replaced by a gnawing weariness, a sense of just getting through each day. I was stuck in a rut, convinced that this was simply getting older or some unavoidable consequence of modern life. I had consulted doctors, tried various supplements, and followed numerous protocols, each promising relief, but none delivering sustainable change. Does any of that sound familiar? The subtle erosion of vitality, the slow creep of symptoms that become your new normal. It was in that moment of profound frustration, bordering on desperation, that I had my aha moment. It wasn't a sudden flash of brilliance, but rather a slow, dawning realization that the conventional approaches were missing something fundamental. They were treating symptoms, not causes. They were patching leaks, not addressing the integrity of the entire dam. I began to question everything I thought I knew about health, embarking on a relentless, deeply personal quest for answers. This quest led me down countless rabbit holes, through ancient texts and modern scientific journals, through interviews with pioneering researchers and conversations with traditional healers. I devoured books, attended workshops and, most importantly, I started experimenting cautiously, rigorously, and patiently with myself. What I discovered, through years of dedicated research and personal application, was a profound, interconnected system, a set of foundational principles that collectively form what I now call the life-blood approach. The transformation was nothing short of miraculous, though it felt gradual and deeply organic as it unfolded. The pervasive brain fog began to lift, replaced by a clarity and focus I hadn't experienced since my youth. The chronic fatigue receded, giving way to a sustained, vibrant energy that flowed effortlessly throughout my day, allowing me to engage with my work, my family, and my passions with renewed vigor. My aches dissipated, my digestion normalized, and my immune system became a formidable fortress, warding off ailments that used to fell me repeatedly. More than just the absence of symptoms, I rediscovered a zest for life, a boundless enthusiasm for exploring the world and pursuing new challenges. I felt truly, deeply alive again. It wasn't just about feeling better. It was about experiencing an entirely new paradigm of well-being, a level of vibrant health I hadn't even realized was possible. Why does sharing my personal journey matter to you? Psychologically, I believe it's crucial because it offers validation. When you hear someone articulate struggles that mirror your own, it often provides a profound sense of relief and connection. You realize you're not alone in your quiet battles. This shared humanity then fosters hope. If someone else has navigated similar challenges and found a path to transformation, doesn't it naturally spark a belief that such a path might also exist for you? My story isn't meant to be aspirational in an unattainable way, but rather to serve as a tangible testament to the efficacy of the life-blood principles. It's an affirmation that the weariness, the discomfort, the frustration you might be feeling doesn't have to be your permanent state. It's an invitation to shift from a mindset of resignation to one of proactive possibility. Furthermore, hearing a personal account helps to demystify the process. It grounds abstract concepts in a relatable, human experience, making the journey feel less daunting and more achievable. It's about building trust, showing you that I've walked this path myself, stumbled, learned, and ultimately found my way to a clearer, healthier existence. So, how can you practically apply this insight to your own life right now? As you listen, I invite you to take a moment, perhaps after this segment, to reflect on your own before picture. What are your current health pain points? What aspects of your well-being are you yearning to transform? Don't shy away from naming them, truly feeling their impact. Is it persistent fatigue, a troublesome digestive issue, chronic aches, or perhaps a lack of mental clarity? Write them down, if you can, or simply hold them clearly in your mind. Then, consider what your after picture looks like. What would it feel like to wake up truly refreshed? To have boundless energy throughout the day? To think with crystal clear precision? To experience a quiet, calm strength in your body? Use my story as a springboard for envisioning your own personal health victory, setting a clear intention for what you hope to gain from this comprehensive audiobook. This active reflection isn't just a mental exercise. It's a powerful psychological tool that clarifies your purpose, fuels your motivation, and creates a tangible goal for our shared journey. By identifying your current challenges and vividly imagining your desired future, you create a powerful magnetic pull towards the solutions we will explore. Now, let's talk about how this 260-minute journey is meticulously structured to ensure maximum impact, not just superficial understanding. This isn't a collection of disparate tips and tricks. It's a carefully designed curriculum, a logical progression of knowledge and application, built to foster lasting change. We won't jump straight into advanced protocols without first laying a robust foundation. Think of it like building a magnificent house. You wouldn't start with a roof, would you? You'd begin with a solid blueprint, then excavate the ground, pour a strong foundation, erect the framing, and then, layer by layer, add the essential components that make it a resilient and beautiful home. Our journey through life blood follows precisely this principle. We will begin by demystifying the foundational principles, the elemental truths about how your body functions at a cellular level, how nutrients are assimilated, and how energy is truly generated. We will explore the critical role of gut health, the intricacies of detoxification, and the profound impact of our environment on our internal chemistry. This foundational understanding is crucial because it provides the why behind every what we will discuss. For instance, we won't just tell you to eat certain foods. We'll explain precisely why those foods interact with your specific biological pathways to produce beneficial effects. We'll delve into the science of cellular respiration. For example, making what might seem like a complex biological process incredibly accessible, and then, from that understanding, we'll naturally transition into discussing specific nutrient-dense foods that directly fuel these vital cellular engines, offering real-world examples of how integrating these foods can shift your energy levels dramatically. We'll explore the synergistic relationship between certain vitamins and minerals, illustrating how they don't work in isolation, but rather as a grand orchestral ensemble within your body. This foundational knowledge empowers you, transforming you from a passive follower of instructions into an informed, intuitive participant in your own health journey. Once that bedrock of understanding is firmly in place, we will then move into practical, actionable steps. These are not overwhelming directives, but incremental, manageable adjustments that build upon each other. We will explore specific dietary choices, hydration strategies, movement patterns, sleep optimization techniques, and stress resilience practices. We'll examine how to thoughtfully integrate these changes into your daily life without feeling restrictive or overwhelmed. I'll share real-world storytelling examples of how individuals, myself included, have successfully adopted these principles. For instance, we'll discuss how to transition from processed foods to whole, nutrient-dense options, not through a sudden, jarring overhaul, but through a gentle, phased approach, perhaps by introducing one new life-blood meal per day, or by simply swapping out a common inflammatory ingredient for a health-promoting alternative. We will address common pitfalls and challenges that arise, offering practical solutions for overcoming them, whether it's navigating social situations, managing cravings, or staying motivated during periods of low energy. Finally, we will explore strategies for long-term sustainability, ensuring that the changes you implement become deeply ingrained habits that support your vibrant health for years to come, not just temporary fixes. From a psychological perspective, this structured approach is incredibly powerful. It reduces the overwhelming feeling that often accompanies health transformations. By presenting information logically and incrementally, we build your confidence progressively. Each piece of knowledge, each successfully implemented step, acts as a small victory, reinforcing your belief in your capacity for change. This systematic unveiling prevents information overload, allowing your mind to process and integrate new concepts without feeling swamped. It's designed to foster a sense of mastery, where you feel truly competent and capable of making informed choices. Moreover, by starting with the why before moving to the what and how, we appeal to your innate curiosity and critical thinking, making the learning process far more engaging and memorable. This methodical progression encourages persistence because you can see a clear path forward, understanding how each segment contributes to the larger picture of your renewed health. It addresses the common problem of feeling lost or unsure of where to start, by providing a clear, supportive roadmap. So, For your practical application as a listener, I encourage you to commit to truly listening to each chapter thoughtfully, allowing the information to marinate. Resist the urge to skip ahead, even if a topic seems familiar. There's often a nuance or a deeper connection you might miss. Think of each chapter as a stepping stone, building toward a greater understanding. And when it comes to implementation, remember the power of incremental change. Don't feel pressured to do everything at once. Perhaps, after listening to a chapter on hydration, your first step is simply to consciously increase your water intake for a week. After a chapter on specific nutrient-dense foods, try introducing just one new ingredient into your meals. This gradual approach is far more sustainable and less likely to trigger resistance or burnout. And always remember, this is your journey. Revisit sections as needed, make notes, and engage actively with the material. This isn't a passive audiobook. It's a dynamic guide, and your active participation will amplify its transformative power. In essence, Lifeblood isn't merely about feeling better. It's about fundamentally retuning your body, reconnecting with its innate wisdom, and unleashing your full potential. My personal journey from debilitating fatigue to vibrant health is a testament to the profound power of these principles, and I am here to guide you, step by careful step, on your own path to discovering your inherent vitality. This 260-minute exploration will equip you with knowledge, practical tools, and a renewed sense of hope and empowerment. It's an investment in yourself, a commitment to a future where you are not just surviving, but truly thriving. Are you ready to peel back the layers, to understand the intricate dance of life within you, and to embark on a journey that will forever change your relationship with your own well-being? I certainly hope so, because in our next chapter, we will delve straight into the very first foundational principle, one that is often overlooked but utterly essential for all subsequent health transformations. We will begin by exploring the profound wisdom embedded in nature, setting the stage for everything that is to come. Let's not waste another moment. Your journey to lifeblood begins now. Chapter 1: The River Inside You. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 1 of Lifeblood, a journey into the remarkable, intricate world that pulses silently within each of us. Today, we begin with a foundational understanding, peeling back the layers to discover the river inside you. It's a concept that sounds poetic, doesn't it? But it is also profoundly scientific, describing the life-sustaining current that flows through every cell, every tissue, every organ of your being. This river, of course, is your circulatory system, a masterpiece of biological engineering that works tirelessly, ceaselessly, from your very first moments to your very last. Have you ever paused to truly consider the sheer wonder of your own body? The incredible, silent symphony of processes happening within you right now. It is an orchestra of life, and the circulatory system is its conductor, its tempo, its very rhythm. At its heart, quite literally, is your heart, a powerful, tireless pump, roughly the size of your clenched fist, beating an average of 100,000 times a day. Think about that for a moment. 100,000 beats, without a moment's rest, pushing this vital fluid through an astonishing network of pathways. These pathways are your blood vessels, the robust arteries carrying oxygen-rich blood away from the heart, the intricate, delicate capillaries where the real magic of exchange happens, and the resilient veins bringing deoxygenated blood back to the heart, ready for replenishment. And flowing through it all is your blood itself, a complex, living tissue, rich with purpose, To truly grasp the magnificence of this system, let's employ a vivid metaphor. Imagine your body as a sprawling, bustling metropolis, a vibrant city teeming with life and activity. In this bustling city, your heart is the central transport hub, the grand central station, if you will, a magnificent, pulsating engine that never sleeps. From this central station, a complex, sophisticated transport network branches out, reaching every single corner, every remote district, every high-rise building, every quiet residential street. Your arteries, those robust, high-pressure conduits, are the superhighways of this city. They are the multi-lane expressways, efficiently carrying all the essential goods, the vital supplies, the fresh produce, and the much-needed fuel from the central depot, your heart, to all the furthest reaches of the city. These highways are built for speed and volume, ensuring rapid delivery to all the bustling factories, the busy offices, and the active parks, which are your organs and tissues. They are the arteries of life, painting a picture of relentless forward momentum, a powerful outward-bound journey. As these arterial superhighways get further from the heart, they begin to branch into smaller and smaller roads, much like city streets that narrow as they penetrate residential areas and commercial zones. These smaller roads are your arterioles, leading eventually to the incredibly intricate network of tiny, microscopic byways and alleyways known as capillaries. If the arteries are the superhighways, then the capillaries are the tiny residential streets, the delicate pedestrian pathways, and the narrow service lanes that wind through every neighborhood, every home, every apartment block of your body city. This is where the real work happens, the most intimate exchanges. Imagine tiny delivery trucks, no larger than a single red blood cell, navigating these incredibly narrow pathways, literally squeezing through some of them in single file. Here, at the capillary level, the oxygen, the nutrients, the hormones, and all the vital chemical messengers are unloaded, passed across incredibly thin walls, directly into the surrounding cells. And simultaneously, like a diligent recycling service, the capillaries pick up the waste products, the carbon dioxide, the metabolic byproducts from these very same cells. It's a silent, constant bartering system, a continuous exchange program happening in trillions of locations throughout your body every single second. Once these exchanges are complete, the now deoxygenated, waste-laden blood begins its journey back to the heart. It flows from the capillaries into slightly larger vessels, the venules, which then merge into the wider, more expansive roadways of your veins. The veins are the return routes, the diligent collection system, like the major city roads that lead back towards the central recycling plant or the main depot. They are lower pressure than the arteries, working against gravity in many cases, aided by valves that prevent backflow and by the squeezing action of your surrounding muscles. This entire system, from the heart pumping outwards through arteries and capillaries, then returning inwards through veins, is an astonishing feat of biological engineering, a closed-loop system of continuous circulation. Why does this matter psychologically, you might ask? Understanding this intricate urban landscape within you fosters an immense appreciation for your body's inherent resilience and its profound interconnectedness. It shifts your perspective from seeing your body as a mere collection of parts to recognizing it as a living, breathing, self-sustaining ecosystem. When you visualize this city, you begin to grasp that every cell, every tissue, every organ is dependent on this flawless delivery and waste removal system. It cultivates a sense of awe, a deep respect for the architectural brilliance that allows you to live, to move, to think, to feel. This realization can empower you, making you feel more connected to your physical self, instilling a sense of responsibility and stewardship for this precious, complex machine. It's about recognizing that you are not just an observer of your body, but an active participant in its continuous, miraculous operation. So, what practical applications can we draw from this city metaphor? Firstly, mindful breathing. Take a deep, slow breath right now. As you inhale, visualize those oxygen-rich delivery trucks being loaded at the heart station and rushing through your arterial highways, then patiently navigating the capillary streets to deliver life-giving oxygen to every single cell in your body, from your brain to your fingertips. As you exhale, imagine the waste products being collected and returned. This simple act of visualization enhances your awareness and can deepen the benefits of mindful breathing, making it a more potent practice. Secondly, hydration. Just as a city's transport system needs well-maintained roads and sufficient fuel, your circulatory system needs adequate fluid volume. Drinking enough water directly impacts your blood volume, ensuring that your internal river flows smoothly and efficiently. Thirdly, gentle movement. Regular, even moderate physical activity, like walking, helps to pump venous blood back to the heart, particularly in your legs, where muscles act as secondary pumps. This simple act reinforces the idea that you are a participant in maintaining the efficiency of your internal city. Now, let's zoom in on the specific vehicles operating within this internal city, the very inhabitants of this flowing river, your blood cells. We'll start with the most numerous and arguably the most iconic, the red blood cells. These are the unsung heroes of your circulatory system, the tireless carriers of life itself. Imagine them as a vast fleet of tiny, specialized scuba divers, each one equipped with a crucial payload: oxygen. Their unique biconcave disc shape isn't just a random design. It's an evolutionary marvel. This shape provides a large surface area for gas exchange and allows them to be flexible, to literally bend and squeeze through the narrowest of capillary streets, ensuring no corner of your body city is left unserviced. Inside each red blood cell is a special protein called hemoglobin, which is what gives blood its characteristic red color and, more importantly, is exquisitely designed to bind with oxygen in the lungs and release it to the tissues that need it most. Consider a real-world storytelling example. Picture a bustling international postal service, but instead of letters and packages, imagine miniature, bright red delivery vehicles, each one carrying a microscopic, yet infinitely precious, oxygen tank. These vehicles embark on a relentless journey from the lungs, where they are fully loaded with oxygen, through the heart, and then out into the superhighways of the arteries. They travel to the brain, delivering fuel for thought, to the muscles, powering movement, to the digestive system, aiding nutrient absorption, to every single living cell. Once their precious cargo of oxygen is delivered, they don't return empty-handed. Oh no, these efficient carriers then pick up carbon dioxide, the waste product of cellular respiration, and transport it back to the lungs to be exhaled. It is a continuous, never-ending cycle of delivery and collection, happening trillions of times a day, without a single break. This fleet of approximately 25 trillion red blood cells is constantly being produced and recycled, ensuring a fresh supply for this monumental task. They literally keep you breathing, keep you thinking, keep you moving. Psychologically, understanding the role of red blood cells highlights the fundamental need for oxygen, linking it directly to your vitality, your energy levels, and even your mental clarity. When you feel sluggish, fatigued, or mentally foggy, it often comes down to insufficient oxygen delivery, or perhaps inefficiencies in your red blood cell fleet. This realization can deepen your appreciation for the sheer dedication of your body to keeping you fueled and alive, moment by moment. It fosters a sense of gratitude for this automatic, profound process that underpins all life, making you conscious of the incredible, biological effort expended simply to allow you to exist. It also connects you to the breath, reminding you that each inhale is a direct act of replenishing this vital oxygen supply, a conscious partnership with your internal postal service. What practical applications can we take from this insight into red blood cells? First, engage in regular, moderate exercise. Physical activity strengthens your heart and lungs, enhancing their efficiency in processing oxygen, and can even stimulate the production of new red blood cells, thereby expanding your delivery fleet. Second, prioritize spending time in fresh, clean air. Whether it's a walk in a park, a hike in the mountains, or simply opening your windows, providing your lungs with high-quality air is paramount for optimal oxygen uptake. Third, practice deep breathing exercises. Many of us breathe shallowly, using only a fraction of our lung capacity. Consciously taking deep, diaphragmatic breaths maximizes the oxygen-carbon dioxide exchange in your lungs, ensuring your red blood cells are fully loaded before their journey. Now, let's turn our attention to another crucial component of your internal river, the white blood cells. If the red blood cells are the diligent postal service, then the white blood cells are the body's elite special forces, its vigilant security team, its tireless neighborhood watch. These cells are your immune system's front line, constantly patrolling, identifying threats, and neutralizing invaders. They are fewer in number compared to red blood cells, but mighty in their purpose, making up only about 1% of your blood volume, yet possessing an outsized impact on your health and survival. Imagine a complex city with a highly sophisticated security apparatus. This apparatus is not just one type of officer, but a diverse team, each with specialized skills. You have the rapid responders, like neutrophils, the first to arrive at an infection site, like uniformed police officers quickly containing a disturbance. Then you have the more strategic, highly trained intelligence agents, like lymphocytes, who identify specific threats and remember past invaders, developing tailored responses, a true testament to the body's memory and adaptability. Others are like the cleanup crew, macrophages, engulfing cellular debris and pathogens after a battle, ensuring the city stays clean and functional. These white blood cells are not confined to the blood vessels. They can actually leave the bloodstream and enter tissues to directly confront pathogens wherever they are found. They are truly the guardians of your internal city, always on alert, always ready to defend. Consider a real-world storytelling example. Picture a quiet, peaceful neighborhood that suddenly faces an intrusion, perhaps a group of harmful bacteria attempting to establish a foothold, or a virus infiltrating a few homes. Immediately, the internal alarm system sounds. White blood cells, like a highly trained emergency response unit, are dispatched. Neutrophils arrive first, rapidly engaging the invaders, much like police officers securing a perimeter and confronting immediate threats. Then, lymphocytes, the specialized detectives, identify the specific nature of the threat. If it's a known enemy, they activate a targeted counterattack, deploying antibodies like precision-guided missiles. If it's a new threat, They learn its characteristics and adapt, developing new strategies to neutralize it, building a database of memory cells for future encounters. This constant vigilance, this adaptive response, this relentless defense mechanism is all thanks to your white blood cells, working tirelessly, often without you even being aware of the battles being fought and won within you every day. They are the silent protectors, ensuring the integrity and health of your entire biological system. From a psychological perspective, understanding your white blood cells fosters a profound sense of constant internal protection. It cultivates trust in your body's inherent wisdom to heal, to defend itself, and to maintain equilibrium. It's comforting to know that even when you are unaware, when you are sleeping, your body has an entire army working diligently to keep you safe from countless unseen threats. This awareness can reduce anxiety related to illness, replacing fear with a deeper appreciation for your own physiological resilience. It promotes a feeling of being intrinsically cared for, a reminder that your body is always working for you, striving for your well-being. It can inspire a greater sense of self-care, recognizing that by supporting your immune system, you are strengthening your internal guardians. So, what practical applications can we glean from this understanding of white blood cells? First, prioritize sleep. During sleep, your body undertakes crucial repair and regeneration processes, and your immune system is particularly active, producing and organizing its defenses. Quality sleep is not a luxury. It's a fundamental pillar of immune health. Second, nourish your body with a nutrient-rich diet. Fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and lean proteins provide the essential vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants that your white blood cells need to function optimally. Think of it as providing your security forces with the best possible equipment and sustenance. Third, manage stress. Chronic stress suppresses the immune system, making your white blood cells less effective. Incorporate stress-reducing techniques into your daily routine, whether it's meditation, spending time in nature, practicing yoga, or engaging in hobbies you love. These practices don't just feel good. They directly support your internal defense system, allowing your white blood cells to perform their vital duties without impediment. To summarize, dear listener, the river inside you is an astonishing, miraculous system. It is a tireless, life-sustaining network comprising your heart, your blood vessels, and the incredible, specialized cells within your blood. We've explored the circulatory system through the metaphor of a bustling city, seeing how the heart acts as the central hub, arteries as superhighways, capillaries as intricate residential streets, and veins as return routes, ensuring constant delivery of life's essentials and efficient waste removal. We've marveled at the red blood cells, your tireless oxygen delivery service, and the white blood cells, your vigilant, elite security force, constantly defending your inner sanctuary. Understanding these foundational elements is not merely an academic exercise. It is an invitation to connect more deeply with your own body, to foster a sense of awe and gratitude for its ceaseless work, and to empower yourself with practical knowledge that can genuinely enhance your well-being. By visualizing these processes, by taking mindful action in your breathing, hydration, movement, sleep, nutrition, and stress management, you actively participate in maintaining the health and vitality of your internal river. In the next chapter, we will delve deeper into this incredible fluid itself, exploring the fascinating components of blood beyond these vital cells and uncovering more about the intricate symphony that truly makes life blood the essence of who you are. Prepare to be amazed once more as we continue our journey into the wondrous science of your very own existence. Chapter 2: The Oxygen Protocol. Welcome back to Life Blood, and thank you for joining me for Chapter 2: The Oxygen Protocol. In our previous discussions, we laid the groundwork, understanding that our blood is not merely a transport system, but the very essence of our vitality, carrying life-sustaining elements to every corner of our being. Today, we embark on a profound exploration into one of the most fundamental yet often overlooked components that directly impacts the quality of your blood and, consequently, your immediate energy levels: oxygen. We breathe effortlessly, hundreds of thousands of times a day, without conscious thought. It's an automatic process, woven into the fabric of our autonomic nervous system, a testament to the incredible design of the human body. But what if I told you that merely existing, merely performing the minimum requirement of respiration, is leaving immense potential on the table? What if, with just a touch of awareness and intentionality, you could dramatically enhance your blood's oxygen saturation, flooding your cells with invigorating energy, dispelling brain fog, and elevating your mood, all within minutes? This chapter isn't just about breathing. It's about optimizing your internal environment, about unlocking a deeper wellspring of vitality through the conscious mastery of your breath. We're going to demonstrate precisely how taking command of this seemingly automatic function can profoundly impact your blood oxygenation, leading to an immediate and palpable surge in your energy levels, transforming your day-to-day experience from mundane to vibrant. Are you ready to discover the power hidden within each breath? To truly grasp this concept, let's not just talk about it. Let's experience it together. I invite you now to participate in a quick, yet remarkably potent, breathing exercise. You don't need any special equipment or a specific environment. Just find a comfortable position, ideally seated upright with your feet flat on the floor, or lying down if that is more comfortable for you. Allow your shoulders to relax, gently roll them back and down, creating space across your chest. Close your eyes if you feel comfortable doing so, or simply soften your gaze. Place one hand on your chest and the other on your abdomen, just above your navel. This will help you feel the movement of your breath. We're aiming for diaphragmatic breathing, often called belly breathing, which is deeper and more efficient than shallow chest breathing. Now, take a gentle, slow inhale through your nose, feeling your abdomen rise, pushing your lower hand outwards. Imagine your lungs filling from the bottom up, like pouring water into a glass. Count slowly to 4 as you inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold that breath for a count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then, slowly, with a gentle sigh or whisper, exhale completely through your mouth, letting your abdomen fall inwards, as if gently pulling your navel towards your spine. This exhalation should be longer, for a count of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then, hold the breath out for a count of 2. 1, 2. Let's repeat that cycle together, just a few more times. Inhale through your nose for 4, feeling your belly expand. Hold for 4. Exhale through your mouth for 6, feeling your belly contract. Hold for 2. One more time. Inhale for 4. Hold for 4. Exhale for 6. Hold for 2. Now, simply return to your natural, effortless breath, and notice how you feel. What did you observe? Did you feel a subtle shift in your body, a sense of calm, or perhaps a sudden clarity in your mind? Let me share a story. Maria, a high-performing marketing executive, used to hit a wall every afternoon around 3 p.m. She'd feel an overwhelming fatigue, her mind would become sluggish, and her focus would wane. Her immediate impulse was always to reach for another cup of coffee or a sugary snack, providing a temporary, often jittery, boost followed by an inevitable crash. One day, during a particularly demanding deadline, she remembered a breathing technique she'd learned. Skeptical but desperate, she excused herself to a quiet corner, set a 2-minute timer, and performed this very exercise. When she reopened her eyes, the difference was remarkable. The fog had lifted, her shoulders felt less tense, and she felt a subtle but undeniable surge of mental energy, enough to power through the rest of her afternoon with renewed vigor and precision. She hadn't changed her diet, hadn't consumed stimulants. She had simply optimized her internal oxygen delivery system. Psychologically, why does such a simple act hold so much power? When we consciously engage in deep, rhythmic breathing, we send a profound signal to our nervous system. Most of us live in a state of mild chronic stress. Our sympathetic nervous system, the fight or flight response, constantly on alert. Shallow chest breathing, common in stressful states, perpetuates this cycle. By deliberately slowing and deepening our breath, we activate the parasympathetic nervous system, our rest and digest mode. This shift is not just physiological. It's deeply psychological. It gives us a sense of agency, a feeling of being in control of our internal state, even amidst external chaos. It anchors us in the present moment, pulling us away from ruminating thoughts about the past or anxieties about the future. It's a powerful act of self-care, a moment of intentional pause that reaffirms our capacity to regulate our own energy and emotions. It demonstrates, on a visceral level, that we possess an innate tool to manage our energy and well-being, fostering a profound sense of self-efficacy and resilience. So, how can you practically apply this? Start small. Commit to just 1 minute of conscious breathing each day. Perhaps upon waking, before your feet even touch the floor, or before a challenging meeting, or when you feel that afternoon slump begin to creep in. Set a reminder on your phone. Even 5 deep, intentional breaths can make a significant difference. As you become more comfortable, gradually extend the duration. Consider integrating it into moments of transition, before you start your car, while waiting for your coffee to brew, or as you're winding down for bed. Make it a habit, a tiny ritual of self-recalibration. Remember, consistency is far more important than intensity when building these foundational practices. This isn't about rigid perfection. It's about gentle, consistent self-awareness and self-optimization. Now, let's delve deeper into the science behind why this matters, specifically at the cellular level. When we talk about energy in the body, we're ultimately talking about a molecule called adenosine triphosphate, or ATP. Think of ATP as the universal energy currency of your cells. Every single cellular function, from muscle contraction to nerve impulses to synthesizing new proteins, requires ATP. Where does this ATP come from? It's primarily generated through a complex process called cellular respiration, which largely takes place within tiny organelles inside your cells, affectionately known as the powerhouses of the cell, the mitochondria. Imagine your body as a high-performance vehicle. For that vehicle to run efficiently and powerfully, it needs 2 critical components, fuel and air. In the human body, the primary fuel is glucose, derived from the food we eat. But glucose alone isn't enough. Just as a car engine won't run on fuel without oxygen for combustion, Your cells cannot efficiently convert glucose into ATP without a consistent and ample supply of oxygen. Oxygen acts as the final electron acceptor in the electron transport chain, the most productive phase of ATP generation within the mitochondria. Without sufficient oxygen, your cells have to resort to less efficient, anaerobic pathways, which produce far less ATP and generate metabolic byproducts like lactic acid, contributing to fatigue and cellular stress. Optimal oxygenation means your cellular engines are running clean, powerful, and efficiently, producing abundant energy with minimal waste. Let me paint another picture. Consider Sarah, a woman who struggled for years with persistent, debilitating fatigue, often feeling utterly drained even after a full night's sleep. Doctors struggled to pinpoint a definitive cause, labeling it as chronic fatigue, recommending rest and symptom management. After reading about cellular health, Sarah began to connect the dots between her low energy and potentially inefficient cellular respiration. She started implementing consistent, deep breathing practices, alongside making more conscious choices about nutrient-dense foods to provide quality glucose. She also incorporated gentle, consistent movement to improve her cardiovascular system's ability to deliver oxygen-rich blood. Over several months, Sarah began to notice a profound shift. Her afternoon slumps became less severe, her overall stamina improved, and the perpetual feeling of exhaustion began to lift. She wasn't just managing her fatigue. She was fundamentally changing the way her cells produced energy. By ensuring a steady, high-quality supply of oxygen and fuel, she had revitalized her internal powerhouses, moving from barely idling to humming smoothly and powerfully. From a psychological perspective, understanding the nuts and bolts of cellular respiration empowers us in a deeply significant way. When we comprehend how our body generates energy, the abstract concept of feeling tired transforms into a tangible, actionable mechanism. It demystifies the experience of fatigue, providing a scientific framework for why certain practices, like conscious breathing, are so effective. This knowledge instills a sense of agency. It shifts us from being passive recipients of our physical state to active participants in optimizing it. Knowing that we are actively fueling our mitochondrial engines with each deep breath connects us more intimately to our biological processes, fostering a sense of respect and partnership with our own bodies. It's no longer just a vague instruction to breathe better. It becomes a strategic input for enhancing our most fundamental biological functions. This understanding cultivates a proactive mindset, encouraging us to seek out and implement strategies that support our cellular vitality, rather than simply accepting or coping with low energy. So, how can you apply this deeper understanding? Beyond the breathing exercises we just practiced, consider other factors that influence cellular respiration. Firstly, remember the fuel glucose. Prioritize whole, unprocessed foods that provide a steady supply of high-quality glucose without the sudden spikes and crashes of refined sugars. Secondly, movement is key. Regular physical activity, even moderate walking, enhances your cardiovascular system's efficiency, improving blood flow and thus the delivery of oxygen to every cell. This also strengthens your respiratory muscles, making your breathing inherently more efficient over time. Thirdly, be mindful of your environment. While not always controllable, spending time in fresh, clean air can literally provide higher quality oxygen for your body to utilize. Finally, consistency. Much like Sarah's journey, the benefits of optimal oxygenation and cellular efficiency accumulate over time. Small, Consistent efforts in conscious breathing, nutrition, and movement create profound, lasting changes in your energy levels and overall vitality. In summary, Chapter 2, The Oxygen Protocol, has illuminated the incredible, often underestimated, power of conscious breathing. We've learned that breathing isn't just an automatic survival function. It's a dynamic lever you can pull to directly influence your blood oxygenation and, as a direct consequence, your immediate and sustained energy levels. We experienced firsthand how a simple, deliberate breathing exercise can instantly shift your physiological and psychological state, clearing mental fog and injecting a fresh wave of vitality. We then delved into the cellular realm, understanding how oxygen acts as a crucial co-pilot to glucose, fueling the mitochondrial powerhouses that generate all cellular energy. This knowledge empowers you, transforming the abstract concept of energy into a concrete, actionable process within your own body. By taking charge of your breath, you are not merely engaging in a wellness trend. You are actively optimizing the very chemistry of your life blood. As we conclude this chapter, I urge you to carry this awareness into your daily life. Let each breath be a conscious act of nourishment, a deliberate intake of life-sustaining energy. In our next chapter, we will shift our focus from the air we breathe to the fluids we consume, exploring the hydration imperative. Just as oxygen is a fundamental building block of energy, proper hydration is the bedrock upon which all other bodily functions, and indeed the very fluidity and health of your blood, are built. Join me as we uncover the surprising truths about water and its profound impact on your vitality. Chapter 3: Sugar and the Thicker Blood. Welcome back, cherished listener, to Life Blood, a journey into the very essence of your vitality. In our previous chapters, we've begun to understand the profound significance of our circulatory system, the intricate network that breathes life into every cell. Today, we confront a silent saboteur, an enemy often disguised as a comforting friend, a pervasive force that, in excess, can fundamentally alter the quality of your life blood sugar. When we talk about sugar, we're not just referring to the obvious dangers of diabetes, which is a critical end-stage manifestation of prolonged imbalance. No, our focus today is on the insidious, daily erosion of your vitality, your energy, your very cognitive sharpness, long before a formal diagnosis ever looms. High blood glucose, or blood sugar, is far more than a number on a lab report. It's a slow, steady thickening of your life's essential fluid, impacting every cell, every organ, every moment of your waking day. It's about how chronic elevation of glucose doesn't just lead to future illness, but actively diminishes your present capacity for joy, focus, and sustained energy. It's a foundational concept in reclaiming your best self. Have you ever considered what actually happens inside your body when your blood sugar consistently runs high? It's more than just a fleeting energy spike or crash. Over time, persistently elevated glucose literally makes your blood thicker, more viscous, turning it, quite metaphorically, into a syrupy concoction rather than the free-flowing river it's designed to be. Imagine the intricate, delicate network of your blood vessels, millions of miles of microscopic capillaries, narrower than a human hair, through which oxygen, nutrients, and vital immune cells must pass. Now, picture these tiny pathways filled not with clear, freely moving liquid, but with something akin to maple syrup. What happens then? The red blood cells, which are typically flexible and designed to contort and squeeze through these minuscule passages, become stiff and less pliable. They struggle to deliver their precious cargo of oxygen to your tissues, to your brain, to your organs, and even to the tips of your fingers and toes. This phenomenon is largely due to a process called glycation, where sugar molecules in the bloodstream literally attach themselves to proteins and fats, forming harmful compounds known as advanced glycation end products, or AGE. And yes, the acronym is quite telling, for these compounds accelerate the aging process throughout the body. When these AGEs form on the delicate lining of your blood vessels, known as the endothelium, they cause damage, inflammation, and make the vessels sticky. This stickiness isn't benign. It creates a perfect environment for plaque to build up, narrowing the arteries and further impeding blood flow. It's like rust developing in a critical pipeline. Think of Sarah, a vibrant marketing executive in her early 40s, who prided herself on her sharp wit and relentless energy. Lately, though, she found herself constantly battling a persistent brain fog. Simple tasks that once felt effortless now required intense concentration, and finding the right words often felt like sifting through sand. Her energy levels were erratic. She'd soar after her morning coffee and bagel, only to crash dramatically mid-afternoon, desperately reaching for another sugary snack to pull herself through. She attributed it to her demanding career, to sleepless nights, perhaps even to just getting older. What Sarah didn't realize was that years of relying on quick sugar fixes and processed foods for energy had been gradually, imperceptibly, making her blood thicker, less efficient. Her body was working harder just to keep things moving, diverting precious resources from cognitive function and sustained vitality simply to manage the metabolic chaos. The psychological impact of this slow, syrupy blood is profound. It's the insidious creep of feeling off, of losing that mental edge, that physical ease, and attributing it to external factors or the unavoidable march of time. This gradual erosion of cognitive function and sustained energy doesn't just impact productivity. It affects our self-efficacy, our mood, and our overall enjoyment of life. When your brain is starved for efficient oxygen delivery and fueled by unstable glucose, irritability, anxiety, and a pervasive sense of fatigue become common companions. The frustration of not being yourself, of feeling a step behind, can be deeply unsettling and diminishes our capacity to engage fully with the world around us, with our loved ones, and with our passions. We often push through, believing it's normal, when in fact, it's a direct consequence of a compromised internal environment. So, what can we do to counteract this thickening of our life blood? The practical steps are powerful and within your grasp. First and foremost, prioritize hydration. Drinking ample water helps to dilute your blood and supports kidney function in processing glucose. Aim for at least 8 glasses of clean, filtered water daily. Second, significantly increase your fiber intake through whole fruits, vegetables, legumes, and nuts. Fiber acts as a natural buffer, slowing down the absorption of sugar into your bloodstream and preventing those drastic spikes and crashes. Third, consciously build balanced meals that include protein, healthy fats, and complex carbohydrates. This combination ensures a more stable release of glucose, providing sustained energy without overwhelming your system. Fourth, incorporate movement after meals. Even a short 10 to 15-minute walk can help your muscles absorb excess glucose from your blood, preventing it from lingering and causing damage. And finally, be vigilant about avoiding sugary drinks and highly processed foods, which are the most direct culprits in creating these glycemic surges. These simple changes are not just about avoiding disease. They are about immediate, tangible improvements in your daily energy and mental clarity. Now, let's delve deeper into another critical aspect of this sugar story: the early warning signs of insulin resistance. Insulin resistance is the often silent precursor to type 2 diabetes, a metabolic state that can linger for years, even decades, without a formal diagnosis. It's a condition where your body's cells become less responsive to insulin, the hormone responsible for ushering glucose out of your bloodstream and into your cells for energy. When your cells resist, your pancreas is forced to work overtime, producing more and more insulin to try and keep blood glucose levels in check. This constant demand eventually exhausts the pancreas, leading to consistently high blood sugar, inflammation, and all the problems we've just discussed. But before diabetes fully manifests, your body provides a host of signals, if only you know how to interpret them. Have you been experiencing persistent fatigue, especially after meals, feeling like you need a nap despite a full night's sleep? That can be a red flag. Are you noticing an increased waist circumference, that stubborn belly fat that just won't budge, often described as an apple shape, even if the rest of your body is relatively lean? This is a classic sign. Do you find yourself constantly craving sweets and carbohydrates, feeling an almost uncontrollable urge for that sugary pick-me-up or a starchy snack, even shortly after eating? This isn't a lack of willpower. It's a physiological cry from cells unable to properly access the energy in your blood. Other signs include frequent urination or increased thirst, which are often dismissed as simple habits or minor inconveniences. Look for changes in your skin. Skin tags are dark, velvety patches, particularly on the neck, armpits, or groin, a condition known as acanthosis nigricans. These are direct indicators of high insulin levels. Difficulty losing weight, despite consistent effort, can also be a strong sign. Many people also experience what is often grouped as metabolic syndrome, which includes high blood pressure, elevated triglycerides, and low levels of beneficial HDL cholesterol, all interconnected with insulin resistance. And returning to the brain, that familiar fog, difficulty concentrating, or even disturbances in sleep patterns can all trace back to this fundamental metabolic dysfunction. Consider Mark, a busy father of two, who found himself fighting a losing battle against afternoon sleepiness. He'd nod off at his desk, his concentration wavering, often reaching for a soda and a chocolate bar, convinced it was the only way to power through. The temporary surge of energy was inevitably followed by an even deeper crash, leaving him more exhausted than before. He'd been slowly gaining weight, particularly around his middle, despite trying to stay active with his kids. His wife, more observant, pointed out a darkening patch on his neck, which he brushed off as just part of getting older, another innocuous sign ignored. It wasn't until a routine checkup, where his fasting glucose was creeping up and his doctor wisely ordered a fasting insulin test, that the picture became clear. Mark was deeply insulin resistant. He had normalized these symptoms for so long, attributing them to the pressures of work and family, that he almost missed the crucial window for intervention. The psychological ramifications of normalizing these symptoms are immense. We are wired to seek comfort and often attribute discomfort to factors we perceive as beyond our control: stress, age, genetics. This normalization prevents early intervention and traps us in a cycle of worsening health. The struggle with persistent fatigue Weight gain and cognitive decline can lead to significant feelings of inadequacy, frustration, and even shame. We might blame ourselves for lacking discipline when, in reality, our body's internal machinery is simply out of whack. The cycle of cravings, driven by cells that are literally starving for energy despite abundant glucose in the blood, can feel like a profound personal failing, further eroding self-esteem. Furthermore, many people avoid seeking medical advice out of a deep-seated fear of diagnosis, unconsciously prolonging their suffering. However, early awareness and understanding are not about fear. They are about empowerment, offering a pathway to take control before serious damage occurs. So, how can you actively address and reverse the early warning signs of insulin resistance? The first and most crucial step is awareness. Learn these signs, acknowledge them, and don't dismiss them as simply getting older or just stress. Second, advocate for yourself during regular medical checkups. Ask your doctor for more comprehensive metabolic tests beyond standard fasting glucose, such as fasting insulin, C-peptide, and HbA1c, which provide a more accurate picture of your long-term blood sugar control and insulin function. Third, commit to a significant dietary overhaul. This means drastically reducing refined carbohydrates, added sugars, and processed foods. Instead, prioritize a diet rich in whole, unprocessed foods, lean proteins, healthy fats, and an abundance of non-starchy vegetables. Fourth, make regular exercise a non-negotiable part of your routine. Both strength training, which builds muscle that is more insulin sensitive, and consistent aerobic activity dramatically improve your cell's responsiveness to insulin. Fifth, actively manage your stress. Chronic stress elevates cortisol, a hormone that directly impacts blood sugar levels and can worsen insulin resistance. Incorporate practices like meditation, deep breathing, or spending time in nature. And finally, prioritize quality sleep. Poor sleep significantly impairs insulin sensitivity, creating a vicious cycle that undermines all your other efforts. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of restorative sleep each night. In summary, my friend, high blood glucose is not merely about a future diagnosis of diabetes. It is about the fundamental integrity of your blood and body, impacting your energy, your cognition, your emotional well-being, and the function of every single organ, right here, right now. The gradual changes caused by thicker blood and insulin resistance are insidious, often dismissed, but they are absolutely reversible with conscious, consistent effort. By understanding these mechanisms and implementing practical, proactive steps, you are not just preventing disease. You are reclaiming your vibrant energy, your mental clarity, and the very quality of your life blood. As we conclude this vital discussion, remember that your body is a masterpiece of intricate design, constantly striving for balance. By providing it with the right support, by understanding its signals, you empower yourself to live a life brimming with vitality. Now that we've unveiled the hidden dangers of sugar and how it can thicken our blood and dim our vitality, let's shift our gaze to another crucial aspect of our internal environment, one that often operates silently in the background but has profound implications for our health and energy: the pervasive and often overlooked epidemic of chronic inflammation. Join me in our next chapter as we uncover the quiet fire within and learn how to quench it for a healthier, more energetic you. Chapter 4: The Hydration Multiplier. Welcome back, my friends, to Life Blood, your guide to reclaiming vibrant health and boundless energy from within. In our last discussions, we laid the groundwork, understanding the incredible power residing in your bloodstream, a river of life that nourishes every cell, every thought, every beat of your heart. Now, we arrive at a chapter that might seem deceptively simple, yet its implications for your vitality are nothing short of revolutionary. This is Chapter 4, the Hydration Multiplier, where we unveil the profound truth about the world's most accessible, most natural, and most underestimated elixir for blood health and energy: water. Prepare to shift your perspective entirely, because today, we are going to prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, why water is the ultimate natural blood thinner and the most potent energy booster you could ever consume. Think about it. Our bodies are, on average, over 60% water. Your blood plasma, that clear, yellowish fluid that carries red and white blood cells, platelets, and myriad nutrients, is approximately 92% water. This isn't just a casual observation. It's a fundamental, biological truth with monumental consequences for your health. Imagine your blood as a superhighway. When you are adequately hydrated, this highway is wide, smooth, and flowing freely. Vehicles, which represent oxygen, nutrients, hormones, and immune cells, can speed along unimpeded, reaching their destinations, your tissues and organs, with efficiency and ease. Waste products are picked up just as swiftly and transported for elimination. This optimal flow is what we mean by naturally thin blood. It's not about making your blood runny in an artificial sense. It's about restoring its natural, healthy viscosity. When your blood flows effortlessly, your heart doesn't have to work as hard to pump it. It reduces the strain on your cardiovascular system, potentially lowering blood pressure and decreasing the risk of clots that can form in sluggish blood. This is the cornerstone of cardiovascular longevity and resilience. But what happens when you're not adequately hydrated? When your body isn't getting enough water, your blood literally thickens. The plasma volume decreases, making the cellular components more concentrated. Now, picture that superhighway again, but this time, it's narrowed, congested, and the asphalt is crumbling. The vehicles are stuck in traffic. Oxygen and nutrients struggle to reach your cells, and cellular waste products accumulate, unable to be efficiently removed. This thicker blood forces your heart to pump harder, struggling against increased resistance. This isn't just about heart health. It's about your everyday energy. Have you ever felt inexplicably tired, sluggish, or mentally foggy, even after a good night's sleep? Perhaps you reached for another cup of coffee or a sugary snack, seeking a quick jolt. What if the real culprit wasn't a lack of caffeine or glucose, but a simple lack of water? When your cells are starved of water, they cannot perform their metabolic processes optimally. Your mitochondria, the powerhouses within your cells, rely on water to convert nutrients into adenosine triphosphate, or AP, which is the energy currency of your body. Less water means less efficient ATP production, and less ATP means less energy for everything: thinking, moving, digesting, even breathing. Water, my friends, is not just a thirst quencher. It is the lubricant for your entire biochemical engine. The ultimate natural energy booster that costs pennies and comes with zero side effects. It's a clean, pure, and profound source of vitality that too many of us overlook, often chasing expensive supplements or temporary stimulants when the most potent solution is readily available. Now, let's address a piece of advice that has been echoing through health circles for decades. A piece of wisdom so pervasive that it's almost gospel. Drink 8 glasses of water a day. How many times have you heard that? How many times have you tried to adhere to it? Perhaps feeling successful on some days, utterly failing on others, or even feeling overly full and bloated from forcing down water when you didn't feel thirsty. It's time to debunk this traditional 8 glasses a day myth, not because it's inherently bad advice, but because it's incomplete, often inaccurate, and fundamentally disempowering. Think about our friend, Mark. Mark works as a software engineer, spending most of his day sitting at a desk in an air-conditioned office. He diligently tries to drink his 8 glasses, often feeling a bit waterlogged by mid-afternoon, making frequent trips to the restroom. He feels like he's doing what he's supposed to, yet he still experiences those afternoon energy slumps and occasional headaches. Then, consider Emily. Emily is a fitness instructor, teaching multiple high-intensity classes daily in a warm studio. She also attempts to stick to 8 glasses, but by the end of her day, she's often plagued by muscle cramps, intense thirst, and profound fatigue, despite her best efforts. The generic 8 glasses simply isn't cutting it for her, and for Mark, it might even be slightly more than he truly needs for optimal function given his sedentary lifestyle. Why does this generic advice persist, and why do we psychologically cling to such simple rules, even when they don't quite fit? It's because simplicity is comforting. In a world full of conflicting health information, a clear, concise directive like 8 glasses a day feels like a solid anchor. It removes the need for personal assessment, for listening to your body, for adjusting to your unique circumstances. But here's the rub. Our bodies are complex, dynamic ecosystems, not static machines. Our hydration needs fluctuate dramatically based on a myriad of factors. Our body weight, our activity level, the climate we live in, the food we eat, our overall health status, even our stress levels. Adhering to a rigid, generic rule can lead to feelings of failure when we can't meet it, or a false sense of security when we do, despite still being underhydrated for our actual needs. This psychological impact is significant. It can foster a sense of disconnect from our own body's signals, replacing innate wisdom with external, often inadequate, guidelines. This is why we need to move beyond the myth and embrace a personalized approach. It's time to provide you with a more accurate, weight-based hydration formula, a starting point that respects your unique physiology. Instead of a one-size-fits-all directive, let's empower you with the tools to calculate your specific minimum daily water intake. The formula is remarkably straightforward. Take your body weight in pounds, divide that number by 2, and the resulting number is the minimum number of ounces of water you should aim to drink each day. Let's illustrate this with a real-world example, featuring a hypothetical listener we'll call Sarah. Sarah had always struggled with chronic fatigue, a persistent brain fog, and dry skin, despite her best efforts to drink enough water. She weighed 160 pounds. Using the traditional 8 glasses a day rule, she aimed for about 64 ounces 8-ounce glasses. Following our formula, 160 pounds divided by 2 equals 80 ounces. That's a significant difference, an additional 16 ounces of water daily. Sarah decided to commit to this personalized target. For the first few days, it felt like a lot, but she noticed subtle shifts. Her afternoon slump wasn't as severe. After a week, her skin felt noticeably softer. Her digestion improved, and the nagging brain fog began to lift. Within a month, her energy levels were consistently higher, and she felt a clarity and vibrancy she hadn't experienced in years. She hadn't changed anything else drastic in her routine, only her water intake, tailored to her specific body weight. What's the psychological magic at play here? It's the shift from confusion to clarity, from a vague, often guilt-inducing goal to a precise, actionable target. When you understand the why behind the how, and when that how is specifically tailored to you, it fosters a profound sense of empowerment and control. No longer are you guessing or blindly following generalized advice. You are now equipped with knowledge that is directly relevant to your own physiology. This tailored approach builds trust in the information, and more importantly, trust in your ability to optimize your own health. It turns a chore into a self-care ritual, a deliberate act of nourishing your body based on its unique needs. It moves you from feeling like a passive recipient of health advice to an active participant, an informed architect of your well-being. This sense of agency is incredibly motivating and significantly increases adherence to healthy habits. So, how do you put this into practical application starting today? It's simple. Take a moment right now, or as soon as you can, to calculate your personalized daily water target. Step 1. Find your current body weight in pounds. Step 2. Divide that number by 2. Step 3. The result is your minimum daily water intake in ounces. For instance, if you weigh 180 pounds, you would aim for 90 ounces of water per day. If you weigh 130 pounds, your target would be 65 ounces. This isn't a rigid, unchangeable law, but rather an excellent starting point, your foundational hydration baseline. From here, you'll need to make adjustments based on other life factors. Are you exercising vigorously? Add another 16 to 32 ounces. Are you in a hot, humid climate? Increase your intake. Consuming a lot of dehydrating beverages like coffee or alcohol, you'll need extra water to compensate. Are you feeling unwell, perhaps with a fever? Hydration becomes even more critical. Listen to your body's signals. Thirst is the obvious one, but also observe the color of your urine. Ideally, it should be a pale straw yellow, not dark. To help you reach your goal, consider these practical steps. Keep a water bottle with you at all times. Set reminders on your phone to drink periodically throughout the day. Infuse your water with fruits like lemon, cucumber, or berries for a refreshing twist if plain water feels unappealing. Remember, every sip is a conscious investment in smoother blood flow, more efficient nutrient delivery, optimized cellular function, and sustained, natural energy. You are literally making your blood thinner and your body more vibrant with every glass. In essence, unlocking the hydration multiplier isn't just about drinking more water. It's about drinking the right amount of water for your body, informed by science and attuned to your personal needs. It's about recognizing water as the fundamental building block of your circulatory system's health and the spark plug for your body's energy production. It's the simplest, yet most profound, upgrade you can make to your lifeblood. As we conclude this crucial chapter on the power of water, I hope you feel a newfound appreciation for this humble yet mighty fluid. We've debunked old myths, embraced personalized science, and understood the profound psychological and physiological benefits of proper hydration. We've seen how this seemingly basic element profoundly impacts your blood's viscosity, your heart's workload, and your overall energy levels, proving it is indeed the ultimate natural blood thinner and energy booster. Your journey towards optimal lifeblood continues, and with hydration as your foundation, you've just built a stronger, more resilient circulatory system. In our next chapter, we'll delve deeper into the specific nutrients that further fortify your blood, exploring the iron advantage and why this vital mineral is non-negotiable for robust health and unwavering energy. Until then, keep hydrating, keep thriving, and continue to build your lifeblood, one conscious choice at a time. Chapter 5: Iron and Energy. Welcome back to Lifeblood, where we're uncovering the vital elements that fuel your extraordinary potential. In our journey so far, we've laid the groundwork for understanding the intricate dance of nutrients within your body. Today, we delve into a true powerhouse, an unsung hero that often holds the key to unlocking robust energy, sharp mental clarity, and unwavering physical vitality. Iron. When we speak of high physical and mental vitality, what images come to mind for you? Perhaps it's the boundless energy of a child, the enduring stamina of an athlete, or the razor-sharp focus of a scholar deep in thought. What if I told you that a single mineral, often overlooked in the broader conversation about wellness, plays an absolutely critical role in enabling all these states and more? Iron is far more than just a component of your blood. It is the very engine room of your cells. It's intimately involved in the transport of oxygen throughout your entire body, from the tips of your toes to the very synapses firing in your brain. Without sufficient iron, your red blood cells, those tiny, tireless delivery trucks, simply cannot carry enough oxygen to meet the demands of your tissues, leading to a pervasive sense of fatigue, weakness, and an inability to perform at your best. Imagine trying to run a marathon with only half the necessary fuel in your tank. That's akin to living with iron deficiency. But it's not just about avoiding severe anemia. It's about optimizing your iron status to move beyond mere survival into thriving. Optimal iron levels support not only physical endurance and strength, but also robust immune function, healthy cognitive processing, and even a stable mood. It's foundational. Now, you might be thinking, I've had blood tests before, and my doctor said everything was normal. This brings us to a crucial distinction, one that can make all the difference in understanding your true iron status. We need to talk about ferritin. While many people are familiar with hemoglobin levels, which measure the amount of oxygen-carrying protein in your red blood cells, hemoglobin can often appear normal even when your body's iron stores are dangerously low. This is known as latent iron deficiency, a silent saboteur of your energy and cognitive function. Ferritin, on the other hand, is the protein that stores iron in your cells. It's the most accurate and reliable indicator of your body's total iron reserves. Think of it as your body's iron savings account. Hemoglobin tells you how much cash you have in your wallet right now, but ferritin reveals the true size of your bank balance. If your ferritin is low, it means your body is dipping into its emergency reserves, signaling that you are on the path to, or already experiencing, iron deficiency, regardless of what your hemoglobin might be showing. So, how do you properly read your ferritin levels on a blood test? Firstly, it's essential to understand that normal laboratory reference ranges often cast too wide a net. Many labs consider a ferritin level as low as 10 or 12 nanograms per milliliter to be within the normal range. However, from a functional health perspective, aiming for optimal rather than just not deficient is key. For most adults, especially women of childbearing age, and active individuals, an optimal ferritin level is generally considered to be between 70 and 100 ng/ml, with some practitioners even advocating for slightly higher. When your ferritin drops below 50 ng/ml, you might start experiencing subtle but significant symptoms like fatigue, brain fog, restless legs, and hair loss. Below 30 ng/ml, these symptoms usually become much more pronounced, even if your hemoglobin remains within the standard range. It's a progressive decline in your capacity, often dismissed until true anemia sets in. And what if your ferritin is too high? While less common, very high ferritin levels can indicate conditions like hemochromatosis, an iron overload disorder, or it can also be a marker of inflammation in the body, as ferritin is an acute phase reactant. In these cases, it's crucial to look at other inflammatory markers, such as C-reactive protein, alongside your ferritin to get a complete picture. Let me share the story of Sarah, a vibrant, intelligent woman in her mid-30s who was juggling a demanding career, 2 young children, and a desire to stay active. For years, Sarah had felt a constant, inexplicable drag. She'd wake up tired, feel sluggish by midday, and often find herself staring blankly at her computer screen, unable to focus. Her memory felt hazy, and she found herself short-tempered with her children, a behavior that deeply saddened her. She'd visited her general practitioner multiple times, complaining of fatigue, but each time she was told her basic blood work, including her hemoglobin, was perfectly normal. "You're just a busy mom," her doctor would say. "Everyone gets tired." Sarah, however, knew this wasn't just normal tired. It felt fundamentally different, a deep-seated exhaustion that seeped into every aspect of her life. Frustrated but determined, she sought out a functional medicine practitioner who, almost immediately, ordered a comprehensive iron panel, specifically including ferritin. When the results came back, Sarah's ferritin was a startling 18 ng/ml. Her hemoglobin was indeed normal, masking the profound depletion of her iron stores. This revelation was a turning point. Psychologically, being told you're fine when you feel anything but is incredibly invalidating. It can lead to self-doubt, a feeling of being unheard, and even a quiet despair that perhaps your symptoms are all in your head, or simply a byproduct of aging or a busy life. For Sarah, years of being dismissed had eroded her confidence in her own body's signals. Discovering that there was a measurable, physiological reason for her chronic fatigue was incredibly validating. It wasn't her imagination. It wasn't a personal failing. This understanding brought immense relief and a renewed sense of hope. It shifted her mindset from one of resignation to one of empowerment, knowing that there was a clear path forward and something tangible she could address. It's a powerful testament to the importance of truly listening to your body and advocating for comprehensive testing, especially when standard markers don't align with your lived experience. So, what are the practical application steps for you, the listener, based on Sarah's experience? Firstly, if you've been experiencing persistent fatigue, brain fog, hair loss, restless legs, or any of the myriad symptoms associated with low iron, do not settle for just a basic CBC or hemoglobin test. Specifically request a full iron panel, including ferritin, serum iron, total iron binding capacity TIP, and transferrin saturation. Consider also asking for a C-reactive protein CRP test to rule out inflammation that might falsely elevate ferritin. When you receive your results, don't just look for the in-range stamp. Discuss your ferritin levels with a knowledgeable practitioner, ideally one who understands optimal functional ranges, and explore whether your levels are truly supporting your vitality, not just preventing severe disease. This proactive approach is your key to moving from simply existing to genuinely thriving. Now, let's turn our attention from understanding your iron levels to replenishing them in the most effective way, through food. Not all iron is created equal when it comes to absorption, and understanding the difference between heme and non-heme iron is critical for optimizing your intake. Heme iron, found exclusively in animal products, is the superstar of iron bioavailability. It's readily absorbed by your body, with an absorption rate of approximately 15–35%. Non-heme iron, found in plant foods and fortified products, is a bit more finicky, with an absorption rate typically ranging from 2–20%. This distinction is especially important for vegetarians, vegans, or those who simply consume less meat. But here's the good news. You can significantly boost the absorption of non-heme iron by pairing it with vitamin C-rich foods. Think of vitamin C as the helpful chaperone that ushers non-heme iron across the intestinal barrier. Let's explore some of the top, easily absorbed iron-rich foods. For heme iron, nothing quite compares to red meat. Beef, lamb, and venison are excellent sources, particularly leaner cuts. Organ meats, especially beef liver, are an absolute powerhouse of iron and other vital nutrients, though they may not be everyone's culinary preference. Poultry, particularly the darker meat of chicken and turkey, also offers good amounts of heme iron. And then there's seafood. Clams, oysters, and mussels are incredibly rich, as are sardines, tuna, and salmon. These aren't just great for iron. They often come with a host of other benefits like omega-3 fatty acids. For non-heme iron, your plate can be equally abundant. Legumes such as lentils, chickpeas, and various beans are fantastic sources. Dark leafy greens like spinach, kale, and Swiss chard, while containing iron, also contain oxalates which can inhibit absorption. So remember that vitamin C pairing. Seeds like pumpkin seeds, sesame seeds, and cashews are also good contributors. And yes, even dark chocolate, with a high cocoa percentage, can provide some non-heme iron. While fortified cereals are often touted as iron-rich, be mindful of their processing and other less desirable ingredients. It's always best to get your nutrients from whole, unprocessed foods whenever possible. Finally, be aware of iron inhibitors. Substances like phytates in grains and legumes, oxalates in certain greens, tannins in tea and coffee, and calcium in dairy products can all reduce non-heme iron absorption. It's not about avoiding them entirely, but being strategic about when and how you consume them. Perhaps separating your tea or coffee by an hour or two from your iron-rich meal, and avoiding taking calcium supplements with iron supplements. Consider Mark, a dedicated runner who had adopted a vegetarian diet for ethical reasons several years prior. He was diligent about his nutrition, regularly consuming lentils, spinach, and whole grains, and he believed he was doing everything right. Yet, despite his consistent training, his running times plateaued, and he found himself feeling unusually breathless during his long runs. His energy levels after work plummeted, making him skip evening workouts he once cherished. He attributed it to getting older, or perhaps overtraining. When a fellow runner suggested he look into his iron levels, Mark scoffed, believing his plant-based diet was superior. However, out of curiosity, he ordered an iron panel, and like Sarah, his ferritin was surprisingly low, in the 20s. He realized he was consuming plenty of non-heme iron, but he wasn't optimizing its absorption. He was drinking a large mug of black tea with his lentil soup, and often had a yogurt parfait for breakfast shortly after his morning oatmeal. The psychological impact for Mark was a blend of frustration and self-blame. He prided himself on his healthy lifestyle, and the idea that his diet, which he had so carefully cultivated, might actually be hindering his performance and well-being was a bitter pill to swallow. There's a common psychological trap here, believing that a generally healthy dietary philosophy automatically covers all micronutrient bases. This can lead to a blind spot, where specific nutritional nuances are overlooked. For Mark, the realization wasn't about abandoning his vegetarian principles, but about refining them with precise knowledge. It was empowering to learn that he could dramatically improve his iron status and athletic performance by simply making intelligent food pairings and timing adjustments, rather than having to compromise his values. It transformed his approach from broad adherence to specific, informed action. For your practical application, let's consider how you can optimize your dietary iron intake. First, if you consume animal products, make red meat, organ meats, and seafood regular components of your diet. Even a few times a week can make a significant difference. If you primarily rely on plant-based iron, be a strategic chef. Always pair your non-heme iron sources with vitamin C. Think lentils with bell peppers, spinach salads with orange sediments, or chickpeas with a squeeze of lemon juice. Consider cooking in a cast iron skillet, as it can subtly leach small amounts of iron into your food, boosting your intake. Be mindful of inhibitors. Try to consume your tea, coffee, and calcium-rich foods or supplements at least an hour or two away from your main iron-rich meals. And remember, the journey to optimal health is often about these small, consistent, and informed adjustments to your daily habits. In summary, iron is a profound determinant of your energy, your mental acuity, and your overall physical vitality. It's far more than just a mineral. It's the very spark of life within your cells. Proactively monitoring your ferritin levels, not just your hemoglobin, is a crucial step towards understanding your true energetic capacity. And by thoughtfully selecting and strategically combining iron-rich foods, you hold the power to fuel your body and mind for peak performance. Don't underestimate the quiet power of this essential nutrient to transform your daily experience. As we conclude this chapter on iron and energy, remember that true vitality is a symphony of many interconnected elements. Iron is a powerful instrument in that orchestra, but it is not alone. In our next chapter, we will continue our exploration into the world of energy-boosting nutrients, uncovering another vital player, vitamin B12, often hailed as the energy vitamin, and its critical role in nerve function and cellular metabolism. We'll delve into who is most at risk for deficiency and how to ensure you're getting enough of this often overlooked nutrient. So, prepare to unlock even more secrets to boundless energy and optimal health. Chapter 6: A Movement as Medicine. Welcome back to Life Blood, where we continue our journey into understanding the remarkable system that sustains us. In our previous discussions, we've laid the groundwork for appreciating the intricate dance within our circulatory system. Now, in Chapter 6, we turn our attention to an incredibly potent, yet often underestimated, form of medicine that is available to each and every one of us, every single day: movement. Have you ever considered that your body is not merely a collection of organs and tissues, but a masterpiece of engineering, designed for dynamic interaction with the world? Our ancestors didn't sit for 8 hours a day. They hunted, gathered, farmed, built, and roamed. Their very survival depended on their ability to move, and our bodies still carry that ancestral blueprint. While modern life has dramatically shifted our daily routines, the fundamental needs of our physiology remain unchanged. This chapter will delve deep into how daily physical movement, even in its most subtle forms, directly and profoundly improves your circulation and, by extension, dramatically influences your longevity and overall quality of life. Think of your circulatory system as a vast, intricate river network. Your heart, of course, is the mighty pump, pushing life-giving blood through the arteries to every single cell. But what happens on the return journey, when the blood, now laden with waste products and depleted of oxygen, needs to flow back to the heart and lungs to be re-energized? This is where movement becomes absolutely critical, especially in the veins. When we move, we don't just exercise our muscles. We activate a complex network of internal pumps and valves that are essential for keeping that river flowing smoothly, preventing stagnation, and ensuring that every part of your body receives the fresh supply it needs, while efficiently clearing away the old. Stagnation, in any river, leads to problems, does it not? Debris builds up, the water becomes murky, and life struggles to thrive. The same holds true for the river of life within you. Consistent movement is the constant, gentle current that keeps your internal river clean, clear, and vibrant, promoting not just immediate well-being, but building a robust foundation for a long, healthy future. It's not just about running marathons or lifting heavy weights. It's about honoring our inherent design, day in and day out, with conscious, consistent motion. This understanding, once truly grasped, transforms our relationship with our bodies and empowers us to take charge of our health in the most fundamental way. Let's begin by understanding a crucial concept: Venus return. What exactly is it, and why should it matter so much to you? Simply put, Venous return is the process by which blood flows from the peripheral circulation, that is, from your arms, legs, and other extremities, back to your heart. Unlike your arterial system, where the powerful contractions of your heart provide the primary impetus, your venous system relies on a more intricate, collaborative mechanism. Veins, particularly in your lower limbs, have one-way valves that prevent blood from flowing backward due to gravity. But these valves alone aren't enough to push blood all the way up from your feet to your chest. That's where your muscles come in. Every time a muscle contracts, it squeezes the veins running through or alongside it, acting like a natural pump. This muscle pump effect, especially prominent in your calves and thighs, pushes blood upward, past the one-way valves, back towards your heart. Now, imagine what happens when you sit or stand still for prolonged periods. The muscle pump mechanism is severely reduced or entirely inactive. Blood begins to pool in your lower extremities, gravity wins, and the efficiency of your circulatory system plummets. This pooling isn't just uncomfortable. It has significant health implications. Poor venous return can lead to swollen ankles, leg fatigue, that familiar heavy feeling in your legs, and in more severe cases, it can contribute to conditions like varicose veins, chronic venous insufficiency, and even increase the risk of deep vein thrombosis, or DVT, where blood clots form in deep veins. Beyond these direct issues, inefficient venous return means less efficient waste removal from your tissues and organs, and a backlog that can impact the overall health and function of your entire system. It's like trying to drain a bathtub when the drain is partially blocked. The water doesn't flow as quickly, and eventually, things get backed up. Consider the story of Sarah. a talented graphic designer who spent countless hours hunched over her computer, bringing vibrant visuals to life for her clients. For years, she accepted her perpetually swollen ankles and cold feet as an inevitable occupational hazard. By late afternoon, she'd often feel a pervasive sluggishness, a mental fog that made creative breakthroughs feel impossible, and a distinct discomfort in her lower legs. It wasn't until a routine checkup, where her doctor inquired about her daily activity, that the term Venus return entered her vocabulary. Her doctor explained how her sedentary work posture was effectively turning off her body's natural pumps, leading to blood pooling and inefficient circulation. This wasn't just about comfort. It was impacting her energy levels, her focus, and her overall well-being. Armed with this new understanding, Sarah decided to experiment. She started setting a silent alarm on her phone to go off every hour. When it chimed, she wouldn't stop working completely, but she would perform a quick set of calf raises, sometimes standing, sometimes even seated if she was deep in thought, followed by some gentle ankle circles and foot pumps, flexing her feet up and down. She would discreetly perform these micro-movements right there at her desk. Initially, she felt a little self-conscious, but the immediate, subtle relief she experienced spurred her on. Over the course of just a few weeks, the chronic swelling in her ankles noticeably diminished. Her feet, once perpetually icy, started to feel warmer and more alive. Most surprisingly to her, the afternoon mental fog began to lift. She realized that these small bursts of physical activity weren't just addressing her physical discomfort. They were somehow clearing her head, allowing her to maintain her creative flow and focus for longer periods. Sarah's experience vividly illustrates that understanding the mechanics of Venus return isn't just academic. It's a pathway to reclaiming immediate comfort and enhancing cognitive function, simply by activating the body's inherent design. From a psychological perspective, truly grasping the concept of Venus return elevates movement from a perceived chore to a fundamental act of self-care and self-preservation. When you understand that simply flexing your calf muscles isn't just exercise, but a direct, physiological mechanism to prevent blood pooling, reduce swelling, and ensure vital blood flow back to your heart, it imbues these actions with profound purpose. This knowledge provides intrinsic motivation, moving beyond external pressures like fitness trends or aesthetic goals. It empowers individuals, shifting them from feeling like passive victims of a sedentary lifestyle to active participants in their own physiological well-being. The discomfort of swollen legs or cold feet transforms from an unavoidable nuisance into a tangible signal that your body needs a little help, and you, with simple actions, have the power to provide that help. This proactive approach reduces the anxiety often associated with potential future health problems by offering immediate, actionable solutions. It's a direct response to your body's needs, fostering a deeper connection and a sense of agency over your health destiny. So, how can you practically apply this knowledge to improve your Venus return, especially if your job demands long periods of sitting or standing? Here are some straightforward, actionable steps you can integrate into your day. First, make friends with calf raises. Whether you're standing in line, waiting for coffee, or even sitting at your desk, gently lift your heels off the ground, contracting your calf muscles, and then slowly lower them. Repeat this 10 to 15 times every hour. If you're seated, you can simply press the balls of your feet into the floor, lifting your heels. Second, incorporate ankle rotations. Gently rotate your ankles clockwise and counterclockwise for 30 seconds each, focusing on the full range of motion. Third, try foot pumps. Simply flex your feet, pointing your toes towards your shins, and then extend them, pointing your toes away, mimicking the action of pressing a gas pedal. This engages your calf muscles and helps push blood upward. Fourth, don't underestimate the power of toe wiggles. Simply spreading and wiggling your toes can stimulate circulation in your feet. Fifth, whenever possible, take short walking breaks. Even a 2-minute stroll to the water cooler or restroom every hour can make a significant difference. Sixth, remember to stay adequately hydrated. Water keeps your blood flowing smoothly and prevents it from becoming too viscous. And finally, when you have the opportunity, especially in the evenings, elevate your legs above your heart for 15-20 minutes. This assists gravity in aiding venous return and can be incredibly soothing after a long day. These aren't grand gestures. They are micro-interventions, yet their cumulative effect on your circulatory health is profoundly significant. Now, let's expand on this idea of integrating movement throughout your day, particularly for those with desk-bound professions. Beyond specific venous return exercises, we're talking about practical micro-movements that can be woven seamlessly into your workday, often without even leaving your chair or attracting undue attention. These aren't about breaking a sweat or achieving peak fitness. They are about preventing stiffness, reducing strain, reactivating dormant muscles, and consistently stimulating blood flow to prevent the myriad negative effects of prolonged stillness. Why do these seemingly insignificant movements matter so much? Because they counteract the very insidious nature of prolonged immobility. When you sit or stand in one position for hours, your muscles become static, your joints stiffen, and your circulation slows down across your entire body, not just your legs. This leads to fatigue, reduced focus, and increased susceptibility to aches and pains in the neck, shoulders, back, and hips. Micro-movements interrupt this cycle of stillness. They provide small, consistent stimuli that keep your muscles engaged, your joints lubricated, and your blood flowing more efficiently. It's about consistency and frequency, not intensity. Think of it as regularly tending to a small garden rather than letting it become overgrown and then attempting a massive, exhausting overhaul. These small acts of movement throughout the day help maintain an optimal physiological state, supporting both physical comfort and cognitive function. Let's illustrate this with the experience of Michael, a brilliant but perpetually hunched software engineer. His world revolved around lines of code, and his chair became an extension of his body for 10, 12, sometimes 14 hours a day. He frequently complained of a dull, persistent ache in his lower back, and not of tension in his shoulders that felt as solid as rock, and a pervasive stiffness that made simply turning his head a minor ordeal. By mid-afternoon, his concentration would wane, and he'd feel mentally drained, often needing copious amounts of coffee to push through the final hours. He knew he needed to exercise more, but the thought of fitting a gym session into his already packed schedule felt impossible, a source of additional stress rather than relief. Then, a colleague, noticing his perpetual discomfort, suggested he try something called micro-movements. Skeptical but desperate for relief, Michael decided to give it a shot. He started by setting a discreet, silent timer on his smartwatch to vibrate every 45 minutes. When it buzzed, he wouldn't interrupt his coding flow drastically. Instead, he'd subtly perform a series of small, deliberate movements. A few shoulder rolls forward and backward, a gentle neck turn from side to side, a seated spinal twist, perhaps a few leg extensions under his desk, or even just squeezing his glutes for a few seconds. Initially, it felt awkward, a bit silly, and he questioned if such tiny actions could truly make a difference. But within a few weeks, a remarkable shift occurred. The persistent ache in his lower back began to subside. The tension in his shoulders, while not entirely gone, became significantly less severe. He found his afternoons less plagued by brain fog. He could maintain his focus for longer, and his overall energy levels felt more stable. He realized that these consistent, tiny interruptions weren't detracting from his productivity, but rather enhancing it. They were his body's necessary reboots, allowing him to work more comfortably and effectively for extended periods, without the burden of feeling like he needed to carve out dedicated exercise time. Michael's journey transformed his perception of movement from a monumental task to an integral, empowering part of his daily work rhythm. Psychologically, the power of micro-movements lies in their accessibility and non-intimidation factor. The idea of exercising can be overwhelming, triggering feelings of inadequacy or the excuse of no time. Micro-movements elegantly bypass these barriers. They present movement not as a grand, time-consuming endeavor, but as a series of achievable, low-effort actions that can be seamlessly woven into the fabric of everyday life. This fosters a sense of self-efficacy. Individuals realize they can do something proactive for their health, even in demanding circumstances. The cumulative effect of these small, consistent actions builds a sense of accomplishment, shifting the mindset from guilt over prolonged sitting to empowerment through regular self-care. It normalizes taking small breaks, making health an integrated part of existence rather than a separate, often neglected, category. This approach also taps into the principles of habit formation. By making movements small, frequent, and easy to perform, they are more likely to stick and become an ingrained, automatic part of the routine, leading to sustainable long-term benefits without the mental friction often associated with larger lifestyle changes. So, how can you, as a sedentary desk worker, integrate these beneficial micro-movements into your daily routine? Let's map out some practical applications first. Set an hourly reminder. A silent vibration on your phone or smartwatch is ideal. When it goes off, engage in one or two of these quick movements. Second, focus on shoulder rolls. Gently roll your shoulders forward in a circular motion 5 to 10 times, then reverse and roll them backward. This relieves upper back and neck tension. Third, incorporate neck stretches. Gently tilt your head to one side, bringing your ear towards your shoulder, holding for a few seconds, then repeating on the other side. You can also gently turn your head from side to side. Fourth, pay attention to your wrists and fingers. Perform wrist circles, rotate your forearms, and gently stretch your fingers by extending them open and then making a fist. Fifth, practice gentle spinal twists while seated. Keep your feet flat on the floor. Gently turn your upper body to one side, using the back of your chair for a light assist, and hold for a few breaths. Then repeat on the other side. Sixth, discreetly extend your legs under your desk. Straighten one leg, lifting your foot slightly off the floor, engaging your quadriceps, and hold for a few seconds before lowering. Repeat with the other leg. Seventh, engage your glutes. Simply squeeze your gluteal muscles for a count of 5 to 10, then release. You can do this multiple times throughout the day without anyone even noticing. Eighth, and perhaps most importantly, Make it a rule to stand up and stretch for at least 30 seconds every hour. This could be a full body stretch, reaching towards the ceiling, or simply a gentle bend to touch your toes. And finally, if your workplace offers it, utilize a standing desk for at least a portion of your day, even if it's just for 15-30 minutes at a time. The key here is consistency and finding what feels natural and sustainable for you. In summary, this chapter has highlighted a profound truth. Movement is not just about physical fitness. It is fundamental medicine for your entire being, intimately connected to the vitality of your circulatory system and, by extension, your longevity. We've delved into the critical role of venous return, explaining how your muscles act as essential pumps to keep your blood flowing efficiently back to your heart, preventing stagnation and promoting overall health. We then explored the power of micro-movements, demonstrating how even the smallest, most consistent bursts of activity can counteract the detrimental effects of prolonged stillness, keeping your body supple, your mind sharp, and your energy levels stable. The stories of Sarah and Michael beautifully illustrate that these aren't abstract concepts, but actionable strategies that can profoundly transform your daily comfort and long-term health. Remember, your body is designed for motion, and every single movement, no matter how small, contributes to the vibrant river of life flowing within you. It's about cultivating a relationship with your body where you honor its needs, integrating gentle, consistent motion into the rhythm of your day. As we've explored the immense power of conscious movement for your internal river of life, we now turn our attention to another equally vital element that fuels this river and nourishes every cell: the very air we breathe. Join us in our next chapter as we uncover the profound impact of mindful breathing on your lifeblood. Chapter 7: The Cholesterol Confusion. Welcome back to Lifeblood. In our journey through understanding the vital fluid that courses through our veins, we've covered many fascinating aspects, from its composition to its critical roles in oxygen transport and immunity. Today, we tackle a topic that is perhaps one of the most misunderstood, often fear-mongering, and frequently oversimplified concepts in modern health discourse: cholesterol. It's a word that can instantly conjure images of greasy food, heart attacks, and stern warnings from healthcare professionals. But what if much of what we think we know about cholesterol is, at best, incomplete, and at worst, a persistent myth that causes unnecessary anxiety and prevents us from truly understanding our health? In this chapter, appropriately titled The Cholesterol Confusion, we're going to embark on a deep dive, clarifying those persistent myths surrounding what has long been labeled good versus bad cholesterol. My aim isn't to contradict medical advice, but rather to empower you with a more nuanced, sophisticated understanding, so you can engage more effectively with your own health journey and your doctor. Have you ever felt that nagging worry after a blood test, seeing those cholesterol numbers, and not quite knowing what they truly mean for your body? You're certainly not alone. The confusion stems from an oversimplification that has permeated popular culture and even, at times, standard medical explanations. We often hear a straightforward narrative: high cholesterol is bad, low cholesterol is good, and certain foods are the villains. But the reality, as with most things in the magnificent complexity of the human body, is far more intricate and, frankly, much more interesting. It's time to peel back the layers and understand cholesterol not as a simple villain or hero, but as a crucial player in a much larger, dynamic biological drama. Let's start by demystifying the fundamental components: HDL and LDL. These aren't actually types of cholesterol themselves, but rather the lipoproteins that transport cholesterol, along with triglycerides and other lipids, through our bloodstream. Think of your circulatory system as a vast, bustling city with an intricate network of roads. Now, imagine cholesterol, a waxy, fat-like substance essential for building cells and making hormones, as vital supplies that need to be moved around this city. To truly grasp their roles, let's use an analogy that I find incredibly helpful: the sweepers and the dumpers. Consider your body a construction site that also needs constant maintenance and waste removal. LDL, or low-density lipoprotein, can be thought of as the dumpers. These are the trucks that deliver essential building materials, cholesterol, from the liver out to the cells that need them for repair, growth, and hormone production. This is an absolutely vital function. Our cells constantly need new cholesterol to maintain their integrity and perform their functions. So, LDL isn't inherently bad. It's essential for delivering these supplies. The problem arises when there's an excess of these dumpers, or perhaps more critically, when these dumpers are carrying damaged, oxidized, or dysfunctional cargo, and they end up dropping their load in the wrong places, like arterial walls, leading to plaque buildup. It's not just about the number of dumpers, but also their condition and what exactly they're carrying. If these dumpers are overloaded, or if they're driving recklessly and leaving debris everywhere, that's where issues begin. On the other hand, we have HDL, or high-density lipoprotein, which you can visualize as the sweepers. These are the dedicated cleanup crew, the trucks that go around the city, picking up excess cholesterol from the cells and arteries, and transporting it back to the liver for reprocessing or excretion. This process is called reverse cholesterol transport, and it's critical for preventing the buildup of cholesterol in the arterial walls. So, HDL is generally considered good because it actively helps clear out the excess, preventing arterial congestion and keeping our cardiovascular roadways clear. The sweepers are always on duty, trying to keep things tidy and prevent blockages. When you have an efficient and plentiful sweeping crew, your system remains clean and flowing. Now, let me share a real-world story to illustrate this. Meet David, a man in his late 50s. For years, David received the standard report from his doctor. His bad LDL cholesterol was a bit high, and his good HDL was slightly low. He was told to cut out fats, eat more whole grains, and consider medication. David felt a cloud of anxiety every time his blood results came back. He tried to follow the advice, but the numbers barely budged, and the worry persisted. He felt he was constantly failing. Then, he decided to educate himself further, much like you are doing now. He learned about the sweepers and dumpers analogy. He realized that merely lowering his LDL number might not be the complete picture if the type of LDL he had was small, dense, and prone to causing damage, or if his HDL sweepers were not functioning optimally, regardless of their quantity. Psychologically, understanding this analogy can be incredibly liberating. For David, the shift from thinking about good and bad numbers to understanding the function of these lipoproteins transformed his approach. Instead of feeling like a passive victim of his genetics or diet, he began to see himself as the manager of his body's internal transportation and cleanup system. This perspective reduced his anxiety because it offered him agency. When you understand that LDL isn't inherently evil but a necessary transporter, and HDL is a vital cleaner, you move away from a simplistic good vs evil narrative. You start to ask, how can I improve the efficiency of my dumpers and sweepers? Rather than just how can I lower this number? This empowers you to focus on lifestyle changes that truly impact the quality and function of these lipoproteins, rather than just their quantity. It changes the conversation from passive compliance to active partnership in managing your health. This psychological shift from fear to understanding, from helplessness to empowerment, is absolutely crucial for sustained health improvements. So, what are the practical application steps you can take from this understanding? First, instead of fixating solely on your total cholesterol or even just the raw LDL and HDL numbers, start asking about more detailed lipid panels. Many labs can now measure LDL particle number, LDLP, and particle size. Think of it this way: having many small, dense LDL dumpers that can easily get stuck in your arteries is much riskier than having fewer, larger, fluffier LDL dumpers that are less likely to cause damage, even if the total amount of cholesterol they carry is the same. The same goes for HDL. It's not just about how many sweepers you have, but how effectively they're doing their job. A high HDL number doesn't guarantee effective reverse cholesterol transport if those HDL particles are dysfunctional. So, your practical application step 1 is to request or discuss these advanced lipid tests with your doctor. Don't be afraid to ask for a more comprehensive picture. This leads us directly to the next crucial point: empowering questions for your next doctor visit. Armed with this new understanding of sweepers and dumpers, and the realization that cholesterol is more complex than a simple binary, you are now equipped to have a much more meaningful conversation. Don't just sit back and accept a diagnosis or a prescription without understanding the underlying mechanisms. Let's take another storytelling example. Consider Maria, who, unlike David, was pre-diabetic and had borderline high LDL. Her doctor suggested statins. Maria, having absorbed the sweepers and dumpers concept, didn't just nod. She'd asked, "Doctor, can we look beyond just my total LDL number? Are my LDL particles small and dense, or are they larger and buoyant? And what about my HDL? Is it functioning optimally to clear out excess cholesterol, or do we need to focus on improving its efficiency?" She also inquired about her triglyceride levels, which can be an indicator of metabolic health, and small, dense LDL particles. Maria's doctor was initially surprised by her informed questions but appreciated her proactive approach. They then discussed not just medication, but a holistic plan focusing on dietary changes to reduce refined carbohydrates and sugars, which heavily influence small, dense LDL and triglycerides, incorporating more healthy fats, and increasing specific types of exercise known to boost HDL function. The psychological analysis here is profound. Asking informed questions shifts the dynamic from a one-sided lecture to a collaborative discussion. It demonstrates that you are an active participant in your health, not merely a recipient of medical instructions. This fosters a sense of control and reduces the feeling of being overwhelmed by complex medical jargon. When you ask, "What's my LDL particle size?" or "How can we improve the function of my HDL?" you're not challenging your doctor. You're inviting them to a deeper, more personalized discussion about your unique biochemistry. This can lead to more tailored advice and interventions, potentially focusing on lifestyle modifications before or alongside medication, rather than just a blanket approach based on outdated or incomplete metrics. It also alleviates the anxiety that comes from not understanding. Knowledge truly is power in this context. Now for the practical application steps regarding those empowering questions. Write these down if you need to, or make a mental note to bring them to your next appointment. 1. Doctor, beyond my basic lipid panel, can we discuss getting an advanced lipid profile, specifically looking at my LDL particle number, LDLP, and LDL particle size? I'd like to understand the characteristics of my dumpers. 2. What are my triglyceride levels, and how do they relate to the quality of my LDL particles and my overall metabolic health? High triglycerides are often correlated with a higher proportion of small, dense LDL. 3. My HDL number looks like X. Are there any tests or indicators we can consider to assess the functionality of my HDL sweepers, not just their quantity? While direct HDL function tests are not yet standard, discussing factors that impair HDL function like inflammation or high blood sugar can be highly informative. 4. Based on my specific lipid profile, what lifestyle interventions, particularly regarding diet and exercise, do you believe would be most impactful for improving both the quality of my LDL and the function of my HDL, before we consider or adjust medication? 5. Could we discuss my inflammation markers, such as C-reactive protein CRP? How does inflammation potentially impact my cholesterol profile and overall cardiovascular risk? Inflammation is a key driver of plaque formation, often more so than just high cholesterol alone. By asking these types of questions, you are guiding the conversation towards a more holistic, individualized understanding of your cardiovascular risk. You are moving beyond the simplistic good and bad labels and delving into the actual mechanics of how cholesterol behaves in your body. This kind of dialogue can lead to a more effective strategy for managing your long-term heart health. Remember, cholesterol is not inherently your enemy. It's a vital molecule. The key is understanding its complex transport system and ensuring that system is running smoothly, with efficient sweepers and responsible dumpers. In summary, we've untangled the confusing narrative around cholesterol, moving past the outdated good versus bad labels to appreciate the nuanced roles of HDL and LDL as the body's sweepers and dumpers. We've seen how this deeper understanding, exemplified by individuals like David and Maria, can shift your perspective from passive worry to active empowerment, enabling you to take charge of your health conversations. The practical steps involve requesting advanced lipid tests and arming yourself with specific, informed questions for your health care provider, fostering a collaborative approach to your cardiovascular well-being. By understanding the quality and function of these lipoproteins, you gain a powerful tool for managing your health. As we conclude this chapter on the cholesterol confusion, I hope you feel a greater sense of clarity and confidence. This empowered approach to understanding your body's vital systems will continue to be a theme throughout our journey together in Lifeblood. Next, we will turn our attention to another critical aspect of our circulatory health, the silent threat, blood pressure and your arteries. We'll explore how this often underestimated factor impacts the very vessels that carry your lifeblood, and what you can do to maintain their integrity. Stay with us as we continue to unlock the secrets of your circulatory system. Chapter 8: Stress and the Inflamed Stream. Welcome, dear listener, to Chapter 8 of Lifeblood, a chapter that delves into a pervasive, yet often underestimated, antagonist to our cardiovascular well-being: stress and the inflamed stream it creates within us. Today, we're going to pull back the curtain on something you likely experience daily, perhaps even hourly: and understand its profound, insidious impact on the very essence of your circulatory system. We'll be analyzing cortisol's damaging influence on your blood vessels and heart health, a deep dive into the silent battle raging within when life's pressures mount. Have you ever felt your heart race, your palms sweat, your breath quicken when faced with an impending deadline, a difficult conversation, or a sudden fright? That's your body's ancient fight or flight response kicking into gear, orchestrated by a symphony of hormones, chief among them, cortisol. Cortisol, often dubbed the stress hormone, is a magnificent chemical messenger when deployed judiciously. It mobilizes glucose for energy, sharpens focus, and dampens non-essential bodily functions to help you survive an immediate threat. It's the hero that helps you slam on the brakes to avoid an accident or sprint away from danger. But what happens when the tiger never leaves the room? What happens when those deadlines are relentless, the difficult conversations endless, and the perceived threats become a constant backdrop to your existence? This is where the helpful hero transforms into an unintended villain. Chronic stress leads to chronically elevated cortisol, and this sustained high level of cortisol unleashes a cascade of detrimental effects throughout your body, particularly within your cardiovascular system. Imagine a gentle, clear stream, flowing smoothly and effortlessly. Now, picture that stream being constantly churned, muddied, and agitated by a relentless torrent. This is what cortisol does to your internal river of life, your blood. When cortisol levels remain persistently high, it acts like a persistent troublemaker. Firstly, it tends to increase your blood pressure, placing undue strain on your arterial walls. Secondly, it can lead to insulin resistance, making your body less efficient at utilizing glucose, which in turn can contribute to higher blood sugar and, over time, metabolic dysfunction. But perhaps most critically for our discussion of lifeblood, chronic cortisol fosters systemic inflammation. This is not the acute, beneficial inflammation that rushes to heal a cut. Rather, it's a low-grade, simmering fire that damages tissues, particularly the delicate inner lining of your blood vessels. This sustained inflammation is the fertile ground upon which cardiovascular disease takes root and flourishes, turning your normally smooth and healthy circulatory system into an inflamed stream, vulnerable to injury and the formation of atherosclerotic plaques. Now, let's zoom in even further, describing the precise mechanics of this endothelial damage. The endothelium, a single-cell thick layer, is the unsung hero lining the inside of every blood vessel in your body, from your mighty aorta down to the tiniest capillaries. It's an incredibly sophisticated organ, not just a passive lining. It's responsible for maintaining the smooth, frictionless flow of blood, regulating blood pressure by controlling vessel dilation and constriction, and preventing blood clots. It's like the perfectly polished, non-stick surface of your internal plumbing. But when stress hormones, especially cortisol and its adrenal companions like adrenaline and norepinephrine, are chronically elevated, they wage a direct assault on this vital endothelium. These hormones generate increased oxidative stress, producing harmful free radicals that literally rust or damage the endothelial cells. They trigger the release of inflammatory cytokines, signaling molecules that incite further inflammation. Think of it as sending out an SOS signal that mistakenly calls in a persistent, destructive cleanup crew. This damage makes the once smooth endothelial surface rougher, stickier, and more permeable. It's like the non-stick coating starts to chip away. This stickiness allows for the easier adhesion of LDL cholesterol, the bad cholesterol, and inflammatory immune cells, setting the stage for the initiation and progression of atherosclerotic plaque formation. Furthermore, chronic stress impairs the endothelium's ability to produce nitric oxide, a crucial molecule that tells your blood vessels to relax and expand, maintaining healthy blood flow and pressure. Without adequate nitric oxide, your vessels remain constricted, and the problem compounds. Consider Elena, a dedicated emergency room nurse. For 15 years, Elena has navigated the chaotic, high-stakes environment of a bustling city hospital. Her days are a relentless ballet of critical decisions, life-and-death situations, and emotional strain. She thrives on helping people, but the constant code calls, the heartbreaking losses, the understaffing, and the irregular sleep schedule have taken a profound toll. Elena often eats on the run, grabs coffee to push through fatigue, and unwinds with a glass of wine, only to toss and turn with a mind still racing. She thought of her racing heart as part of the job, her frequent headaches as just tension, and her elevated blood pressure, diagnosed in her late 30s, as a genetic predisposition. Psychologically, Elena's story resonates deeply because it highlights the insidious nature of chronic stress. We often normalize the symptoms, mistaking the body's warning signals for unavoidable aspects of a demanding life. There's a psychological conditioning at play where we perceive a lack of control over our circumstances, leading to a learned helplessness that only amplifies the stress response. Elena, like many of us, had unconsciously equated being strong with enduring stress without complaint, inadvertently dismissing the very real physiological damage accumulating beneath the surface. The lack of dramatic, immediate symptoms often tricks us into believing we're fine, until suddenly, we're not. It underscores the critical importance of recognizing the mind-body connection not as some abstract spiritual concept, but as a tangible, physiological reality that dictates our health. For listeners like Elena, the practical application steps begin with acknowledging the problem. First, consider journaling. Even 5 minutes a day to jot down stressors and your physical and emotional reactions can illuminate patterns. Next, implement micro breaks. Step away from your desk for 2 minutes, stretch, look out a window, or take 3 deep breaths. These tiny interruptions can disrupt the stress cycle. Setting boundaries, even small ones like not checking work emails after a certain hour, can create pockets of respite. Prioritizing sleep is non-negotiable. Aim for 7 to 9 hours, making your bedroom a sanctuary. Finally, simple breathing exercises, like the 4-7-8 method, inhale for 4, hold for 7, exhale for 8, can immediately signal your nervous system to calm down. These aren't just feel-good tips. They are physiological interventions designed to lower cortisol and protect your delicate endothelium. Now, let's explore a powerful tool for stress reduction, an audio-guided visualization. This isn't just about relaxation. It's about actively rewiring your brain and physiology to promote healing and calm. I invite you now, if you are in a safe place where you won't be distracted, to try this with me. Find a comfortable position, perhaps sitting upright but relaxed, or lying down. Close your eyes gently if you feel comfortable doing so. Let's begin by taking a few deep, cleansing breaths. Inhale slowly through your nose, feeling your belly expand like a balloon. Hold it for a moment, then exhale slowly and completely through your mouth, letting go of any tension you might be holding. And a deep breath in and a slow, intentional exhale out. Feel your shoulders drop, your jaw soften, the muscles around your eyes relax. Now, imagine yourself standing at the edge of a magnificent, ancient forest. The air is fresh and clean, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Sunlight filters through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in shifting patterns of light and shadow. You hear the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, perhaps the distant call of a bird. Feel the soft, cool earth beneath your bare feet, connecting you to the ground. You begin to walk, following a winding path deeper into the woods. With each step, you feel a sense of peace settling over you, a quiet calm replacing any anxious thoughts. You notice the vibrant green of the moss on ancient stones, the sturdy bark of towering trees, the delicate beauty of wildflowers blooming by the path. As you walk, you come to a clearing, and there, before you, is a pristine, crystal-clear stream. Its water flows gently, rhythmically, over smooth, colorful pebbles. The sound of the water is incredibly soothing, a pure, harmonious melody. This stream is a reflection of your own inner being, your circulatory system. See how clear and undisturbed the water is, how effortlessly it flows. Imagine this clarity and ease within your own blood vessels. Take a moment to absorb the tranquility of this scene. Feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, the cool breeze caressing your face. Allow the sounds of the stream to wash over you, cleansing and calming your mind. Imagine any tension or stress you might be holding, any excess cortisol, dissolving like a wisp of smoke into the clear air, carried away by the gentle current of the stream. Feel your heart beat with a steady, peaceful rhythm. Feel a deep sense of peace permeate every cell of your body. When you feel ready, slowly bring your awareness back to your breath, feeling the gentle rise and fall of your chest. Wiggle your fingers and toes. And when you're ready, gently open your eyes, bringing this sense of calm and clarity back with you into your day. Consider Michael, a software engineer who consistently worked long hours under intense pressure, juggling multiple projects with seemingly impossible deadlines. His anxiety manifested as constant tension in his shoulders, frequent headaches, and a churning stomach. He often found himself staring blankly at his screen, unable to focus, caught in a cycle of worry about his performance. His doctor had advised stress reduction, but Michael, a self-proclaimed pragmatist, was skeptical of woo-woo meditation. However, in desperation, he tried a guided visualization similar to the one we just experienced. Initially, his mind raced, resisting the quiet. But with consistent practice, just 10 minutes a day, he began to notice a shift. The visualization gave him a structured way to intentionally switch off the internal alarm bells. He found that after his morning session, his focus improved, his headaches lessened, and he even started sleeping more soundly. He wasn't solving world peace, but he was creating a crucial pause, a mental reset button that interrupted the relentless cortisol drip. The psychological significance of such practices is profound. They are not merely temporary distractions. They are active interventions that empower you to take control of your internal state. By intentionally engaging the parasympathetic nervous system, your body's rest and digest mode, you are directly counteracting the effects of chronic stress. This practice of visualization is a form of neuroplasticity in action. You are literally training your brain to respond differently to stressors, creating new neural pathways that favor calm over chaos. It cultivates self-awareness, allowing you to catch stress signals earlier, and fosters self-compassion, reminding you that your well-being is not a luxury, but a fundamental necessity for a healthy life. For your own practical application, the key is consistency. Commit to practicing visualization or a similar mindfulness technique for even 5 to 10 minutes daily. There are countless free guided meditations available online if my words didn't quite hit the mark for you. Experiment with different types. Some focus on body scans, others on sounds, or on specific imagery. The goal is to find what resonates with you. Integrate mindfulness into your daily activities. Notice the taste and texture of your food. Feel the sensation of walking. Fully engage in conversations. If the weight of stress feels overwhelming, remember that seeking professional help from a therapist or counselor is a sign of strength, not weakness, and can provide invaluable strategies for managing complex stressors. In summary, we've unmasked cortisol, revealing its dual nature as both a lifesaver and, in chronic excess, a silent saboteur of your heart and blood vessels. We've meticulously explored how this inflamed stream leads to endothelial damage, setting the stage for serious cardiovascular issues. But crucially, we've also equipped you with understanding and practical tools, like guided visualization, to actively mitigate this damage. Your body is incredibly resilient and capable of healing when given the right conditions. Taking charge of your stress response isn't merely about feeling better. It's a proactive, life-affirming step toward safeguarding the very lifeblood that sustains you. As we move forward, we will continue to explore other powerful pillars of cardiovascular health, building upon this foundation of stress awareness and reduction. Next, we'll delve into the incredible world of nutrition, uncovering how the foods you choose can either fuel the inflammation or actively quench the flames within your circulatory system. The journey to a healthier heart is a continuous one, and each step you take, no matter how small, makes a profound difference. Chapter 9: The Sleep Filter. Welcome back to Lifeblood, your guide to reclaiming vibrant health and boundless energy. In our journey so far, we have unearthed many crucial elements that dictate our vitality, from the food we eat to the thoughts we cultivate. But now, we turn our attention to one of the most fundamental, yet often undervalued, pillars of well-being: sleep. Specifically, in this chapter, The Sleep Filter, we are going to embark on a fascinating exploration of how your magnificent brain and body orchestrate an intricate, nightly detoxification process during the deepest cycles of your sleep. This isn't just about feeling rested. It is about a profound, biological cleansing that is absolutely non-negotiable for long-term health and peak cognitive function. Think of your brain during the day. It's a bustling metropolis, constantly processing information, generating thoughts, solving problems, and orchestrating every single movement and sensation you experience. This immense activity, while vital, inevitably produces metabolic byproducts, cellular waste, and even potentially harmful proteins, much like any busy city generates refuse. If this waste were allowed to accumulate unchecked, imagine the chaos, the stagnation, the eventual breakdown of systems. This is precisely why nature, in its infinite wisdom, engineered an elegant solution: the sleep filter. During the precious hours of deep sleep, your brain doesn't merely power down. It undergoes a meticulous, systematic cleanup operation, flushing away the debris of the day to prepare itself for optimal performance tomorrow. This nightly ritual is not merely restorative. It is fundamentally protective, safeguarding your cognitive faculties, bolstering your mood, and critically, reducing your risk for a spectrum of neurodegenerative diseases. Without this diligent clearance, Your brain would slowly but surely become a sluggish, cluttered attic, struggling to retrieve memories, regulate emotions, or process new information efficiently. So, how exactly does this miraculous cleansing mechanism work its magic? Allow me to introduce you to one of the most remarkable discoveries in neuroscience of the last decade, the glymphatic system. Imagine your brain as an incredibly complex, delicate sponge. During your waking hours, the cells within this sponge are tightly packed, busy with their daily duties. But when you finally drift into the profound depths of restorative sleep, something extraordinary happens. The brain's cells actually shrink, ever so slightly, creating tiny interstitial spaces between them. This shrinkage isn't random. It's a precisely timed event that allows a specialized fluid, known as cerebrospinal fluid, or CSF, to literally course through your brain tissue. This CSF acts like a powerful, yet gentle, cleansing river, flowing along what are called perivascular channels, pathways that run alongside blood vessels. This is your brain's sophisticated, internal dishwashing cycle, meticulously scrubbing away the metabolic waste products that accumulate throughout the day. What kind of waste? You ask. Primarily, the glymphatic system is responsible for flushing out neurotoxins like amyloid beta proteins and tau proteins. Do those names sound familiar? They should, because the unchecked accumulation of these very proteins is strongly implicated in the development and progression of Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. So, when you're sleeping deeply, your brain isn't just resting. It's actively protecting itself from future decline. To truly grasp the profound impact of this nightly wash, consider the story of David, a driven senior executive in his mid-50s. For years, David prided himself on needing only 5 or 6 hours of sleep, fueled by ambition and copious amounts of coffee. He often felt a persistent brain fog, struggled with recalling specific details during crucial meetings, and found himself increasingly irritable and prone to making impulsive decisions. He dismissed it as the inevitable toll of aging and a demanding career. However, after experiencing a series of uncharacteristic mistakes and a growing sense of mental exhaustion, he reluctantly decided to try prioritizing his sleep, not just for rest, but for clarity. Within weeks of consistently achieving 7 to 8 hours of uninterrupted, quality sleep, David noticed a dramatic shift. His recall sharpened, the fog lifted, and his decision-making became more incisive. He found himself more patient with his team and, surprisingly, even more creative in problem-solving. It wasn't just about feeling less tired. It was about feeling fundamentally more intelligent and capable. Psychologically, the importance of this glymphatic clearance cannot be overstated. We inherently fear cognitive decline. The prospect of losing our memories, our sharp wit, our independence, is deeply unsettling. The knowledge that we possess a natural, built-in mechanism to actively combat this decline can be incredibly empowering. When our brains are effectively cleansed each night, we experience enhanced executive function, improved mood regulation, and a greater capacity for learning and memory consolidation. Conversely, when this system is impaired by chronic sleep deprivation, we feel sluggish, overwhelmed, and less resilient to stress. This can foster a pervasive sense of anxiety and helplessness, creating a detrimental feedback loop where stress further disrupts sleep, and poor sleep amplifies stress. Understanding that quality sleep is an active, protective measure against cognitive erosion transforms our perception of it from a passive necessity into an active, strategic investment in our mental future and our sense of self-efficacy. It reinforces the idea that we have agency over our brain health, fostering hope and motivation for positive change. So, how do we practically apply this knowledge to ensure our glymphatic system is working at its peak? First, and most fundamentally, prioritize duration. Aim for a consistent 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep every single night. This is not our suggestion. It's a biological imperative for adequate cleansing. Second, optimize your sleep environment. Make your bedroom a sanctuary, dark, cool, ideally between 60-67 degrees Fahrenheit or 50-19 degrees Celsius, and quiet. Even subtle light or noise can disrupt the deeper sleep stages crucial for glymphatic activity. Third, establish a consistent sleep schedule, even on weekends. Going to bed and waking up at roughly the same time each day helps to regulate your circadian rhythm, which in turn optimizes your sleep architecture and the efficiency of your glymphatic system. Fourth, be vigilant about stimulants. Avoid caffeine and excessive sugar intake too late in the day, as these can interfere with your ability to enter deep sleep. Lastly, be mindful of blue light exposure from screens, phones, tablets, computers, TVs in the hours leading up to bedtime. Blue light suppresses melatonin production, a hormone critical for initiating and maintaining sleep. These practical steps are not mere suggestions. They are foundational requirements for allowing your brain to perform its essential nightly detoxification. Now, beyond the optimal conditions for the glymphatic system itself, we must also set non-negotiable rules for an effective pre-sleep routine. This isn't just about making it easier to fall asleep. It's about signaling to your entire nervous system that the day is concluding and it's time to shift from activity to rest, preparing your body for the deepest, most restorative sleep possible. It's about consciously disengaging from the demands and stimuli that keep us perpetually wired. Consider Sarah, a bustling mother of 3 and a successful small business owner. For years, her evenings were a blur of managing children's homework, preparing lunches for the next day, and then, once the house was quiet, catching up on emails and social media, often until midnight. She would then collapse into bed, exhausted but wired, often staring at the ceiling for an hour before finally drifting off, only to wake feeling as if she hadn't slept at all. Her energy levels were chronically low, her patience was thin, and she felt a constant undercurrent of anxiety. Determined to break this cycle, Sarah committed to a new, non-negotiable pre-sleep routine. Starting an hour before her target bedtime, she would dim all the lights in her home, turn off her phone and laptop, and instead, settle into a comfortable chair with a physical book. Sometimes she would do some gentle stretching or deep breathing exercises. On particularly stressful evenings, she would enjoy a warm, non-caffeinated herbal tea. This deliberate winding down, this sacred hour, utterly transformed her sleep. She found herself falling asleep faster, staying asleep longer, and waking up feeling genuinely refreshed, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally. The difference wasn't just in her energy. It was in her ability to handle daily stresses with greater calm and clarity, and her interactions with her children became more joyful and present. Psychologically, establishing such a ritual is profoundly impactful because our brains thrive on predictability and routine, especially when it comes to fundamental biological processes like sleep. In our hyperconnected, always-on world, we are constantly bombarded with stimuli that keep our sympathetic nervous system, our fight or flight response, activated. A consistent pre-sleep routine acts as a powerful countersignal, activating the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for rest and digest. This deliberate transition creates a psychological boundary between the demands of the day and the necessity of night. It combats the modern pressure to be constantly productive and available, asserting control over our personal time and well-being. The ritualistic nature of the routine itself reduces anxiety. It provides a sense of certainty and comfort, signaling to the subconscious mind that it is safe to relax and let go. This sense of agency over one's health, the act of consciously choosing to prioritize rest, can be incredibly empowering, fostering a deeper sense of self-care and resilience. It shifts sleep from being something that merely happens to a sacred, intentional act of self-preservation. So, let's detail some practical application steps for your own non-negotiable pre-sleep routine. First, establish a consistent wind-down window, ideally 30 to 60 minutes before your target bedtime. This is sacred time, free from work, chores, or intense discussions. Second, eliminate screen time during this window. This is perhaps the single most impactful change you can make. Put your phone away, turn off the TV, shut down your computer. Instead, engage in calming activities. This could include reading a physical book, not on an e-reader that emits blue light, but an actual paper book. You might try journaling, reflecting on your day and releasing any lingering thoughts onto paper. Gentle stretching or a short, guided meditation can also be incredibly effective at calming the mind and body. Deep breathing exercises, like the 4-7-8 method, inhale for 4, hold for 7, exhale for 8, can actively slow your heart rate and prepare you for sleep. A warm bath or shower can also be wonderfully relaxing, as the subsequent drop in body temperature mimics the natural cooling process that initiates sleep. Finally, be mindful of your food and drink intake. Avoid heavy meals close to bedtime, and limit excessive liquids, especially alcohol, which might initially make you feel sleepy but ultimately disrupts sleep quality. Your pre-sleep routine is not just a series of actions. It's a conscious, compassionate act of preparing your brain and body for the essential work of restoration and detoxification that only deep sleep can provide. In essence, Chapter 9 in The Sleep Filter has revealed sleep not as a luxury, but as the foundational process for mental clarity, emotional stability, and long-term cognitive health. We've peered into the incredible inner workings of your lymphatic system, understanding how it literally washes your brain clean of harmful toxins each night. We've also armed you with the non-negotiable rules for an effective pre-sleep routine, empowering you to actively facilitate this vital cleansing. Prioritizing deep, restorative sleep is one of the most powerful investments you can make in your overall vitality and your future self. It's not just about surviving. It's about thriving with a sharp mind and a resilient spirit. As we move forward, we will delve even deeper into the intricate dance of hormones and cellular repair that also takes place during these precious hours, further solidifying why sleep is, without question, the ultimate biological reset. Chapter 10: Nitric Oxide Magic. Welcome back, dear listener, to Lifeblood, where we continue our exploration of the intricate dance that keeps you vibrant and alive. In this chapter, we delve into a truly remarkable molecule, a veritable elixir circulating within us, often overlooked but profoundly impactful: nitric oxide. You might think of it as a silent conductor, orchestrating a symphony of expansion and flow within your very veins and arteries. It's a concept that sounds perhaps a little scientific, a little intimidating, but I assure you, understanding nitric oxide is like unlocking a secret level in the game of lifelong health. Our journey begins with a deep dive into the core concept, the science of expanding blood vessels for better flow and lower blood pressure. Imagine your circulatory system as a vast network of highways and byways, some wide and clear, others potentially narrow and congested. Nitric oxide, often abbreviated as NO, is a tiny, gaseous signaling molecule, a true marvel produced by the delicate endothelial cells that line the inside of every single blood vessel in your body. From your largest artery to your tiniest capillary, these cells are constantly sensing the flow and pressure, and in response, they release this incredible gas. What does nitric oxide do? Its primary, astonishing function is to signal the smooth muscles surrounding your blood vessels to relax, to let go, to widen. This process is called vasodilation, and it's nothing short of magic for your cardiovascular system. When your blood vessels dilate, several crucial things happen simultaneously. Firstly, resistance to blood flow decreases dramatically. Think of a garden hose. If you crimp it, the water struggles to get through. If you open it wide, the water flows freely. The same principle applies here. Reduced resistance means your heart doesn't have to work as hard to pump blood throughout your body, which directly translates to lower blood pressure. This is a monumental benefit, especially in a world where hypertension is a silent epidemic. But the magic doesn't stop there. With wider, more relaxed vessels, blood can flow more efficiently, delivering vital oxygen and nutrients to every cell, every tissue, every organ, from the tips of your toes to the furthest reaches of your brain. This enhanced delivery means better organ function, improved cognitive clarity, increased energy, and faster waste removal. It's like upgrading your body's entire internal transportation system, making everything run smoother, faster, and with less effort. Without sufficient nitric oxide, our vessels become stiff and constricted, hindering optimal flow and putting undue strain on the heart. So, how do we cultivate more of this internal marvel? One of the most accessible and delightful ways to boost your body's natural nitric oxide production is through the foods you eat. Yes, the kitchen is once again a powerful pharmacy. Let's explore some accessible foods that naturally elevate your NO levels. The secret often lies in dietary nitrates, not to be confused with nitrites found in processed meats, which can be problematic. We're talking about natural, plant-based nitrates. When you consume these, a fascinating process unfolds. Certain beneficial bacteria in your mouth convert these nitrates into nitrites, which are then further converted into nitric oxide in your stomach and bloodstream. It's a beautiful example of our body's intricate ecosystems working in harmony. The undisputed champion in this category is the beetroot. You've likely heard about beet juice for athletic performance, and there's good reason for it. Beets are incredibly rich in nitrates, making them a powerhouse for vasodilation. A simple glass of beet juice, or incorporating roasted beets into your meals, can have a profound impact. But beets are far from alone. Leafy greens like spinach, kale, arugula, Swiss chard, and lettuce are also fantastic sources. Imagine a vibrant salad, bursting with various greens, not just delighting your palate, but actively enhancing your circulatory health. Even common garlic, with its pungent charm, plays a role. It contains compounds that not only increase nitric oxide production, but also protect it from breakdown. Then there's pomegranate, an antioxidant marvel that helps preserve the nitric oxide already circulating, extending its lifespan and beneficial effects. And for a touch of indulgence, flavanol-rich dark chocolate at least 70% cocoa can also contribute to no production. Don't forget citrus fruits, particularly those high in vitamin C, which act as a powerful cofactor, aiding in the enzyme activity that produces NO and protecting it from oxidative stress. Allow me to share a story about Emily. Emily, a busy marketing executive in her mid-40s, had been feeling increasingly sluggish. Her doctor had mentioned her blood pressure was trending upwards, gently suggesting some lifestyle changes. Overwhelmed by diet fads, she decided to start with something simple, adding a large, vibrant salad, packed with spinach and arugula, to her lunch every day, and occasionally sipping on a small glass of beet juice. She also made an effort to include more garlic in her cooking, appreciating the flavor as much as the potential health benefits. After just a few weeks, Emily noticed a subtle but significant shift. Her afternoon energy slump seemed to diminish. She felt less heavy in her movements, and even her focus during long meetings felt sharper. When she went back for her follow-up appointment, her blood pressure readings had dipped noticeably, much to her and her doctor's delight. "It feels like I just lubricated my whole system," she told a friend, "like everything's flowing better." From a psychological perspective, this matters immensely because it offers a tangible, delicious path to self-empowerment. The act of choosing these foods isn't just about nutrients. It's an active decision to nurture your body, to take control of your health narrative. There's a profound sense of satisfaction that comes from knowing you are actively contributing to your well-being with every colorful, nitrate-rich bite. It transforms healthy eating from a chore into a conscious act of self-care and a source of quiet pride. It moves you from passively reacting to your health to proactively shaping it. Practically speaking, incorporating these foods can be incredibly simple. Start by adding one extra serving of leafy greens to your day, perhaps a handful of spinach in your morning smoothie, or a side of steamed kale with dinner. Experiment with beet juice. If the earthy taste is too strong initially, mix it with apple or carrot juice. Use garlic generously in your cooking. It's a flavor enhancer and a health booster. Keep a bowl of citrus fruits on your counter as a reminder. And remember, consistency is far more powerful than perfection. Don't aim for a complete overhaul. Aim for small, sustainable additions that you can maintain long-term. Now, let's shift our focus from what goes into your mouth to something even more fundamental. Something you do every single second of every single day, often unconsciously breathing. The profound circulatory benefits of nasal breathing are another incredible facet of nitric oxide magic. Many people breathe predominantly through their mouths, especially when stressed or exercising, completely unaware of the missed opportunity. Your paranasal sinuses, the air-filled spaces around your nose, are actually remarkable factories for nitric oxide. When you breathe in through your nose, this naturally produced NO is carried down into your lungs. Here's where the magic truly unfolds. The nitric oxide inhaled from your sinuses helps to dilate the airways within your lungs, making it easier for oxygen to pass from the air sacs into your bloodstream. More importantly, it also dilates the tiny blood vessels surrounding those air sacs, the pulmonary capillaries. This dual action significantly improves oxygen uptake and efficiency. More nitric oxide means more oxygen saturating your blood, which then gets efficiently transported throughout your entire body. Conversely, mouth breathing bypasses this crucial sinus no production, leading to less efficient oxygen absorption and potentially even a slight constriction of airways and blood vessels. Nasal breathing isn't just about filtering air. It's about optimizing your body's most basic, vital function. It helps calm the nervous system, which in turn reduces systemic inflammation and supports healthy blood pressure, a beautiful, self-reinforcing cycle. Consider Mark, a dedicated amateur cyclist who often found himself feeling winded and hitting a performance plateau during his longer rides. He'd always been a mouth breather during exercise, convinced he needed maximum air intake. After reading about the benefits of nasal breathing, he decided to give it a try, starting with his recovery rides and then slowly incorporating it into his regular training. The initial adjustment was challenging. It felt restrictive, but he persevered. Over several weeks, Mark began to notice a remarkable change. His endurance improved, his perceived exertion at the same effort level decreased, and he felt a profound sense of calm even during strenuous climbs. He wasn't just getting more oxygen. He felt like he was using it more efficiently, breathing deeper, and experiencing less fatigue. "It's like I found a hidden gear," he shared, "and it was literally right under my nose the whole time." From a psychological standpoint, embracing nasal breathing is an act of mindful connection to your most fundamental life process. It provides an immediate, tangible feedback loop. The cooler, filtered air, the deeper engagement of your diaphragm, the subtle calming sensation. Realizing that something as simple and automatic as breathing can be harnessed for such profound benefits instills a deep sense of agency and wonder. It's a powerful reminder that sometimes, the most potent tools for health are not found in complex supplements or strenuous routines, but in the intelligent optimization of our body's inherent mechanisms. It empowers you to take control of something you previously took for granted, transforming a subconscious act into a conscious practice of well-being. To apply this practically, begin by simply observing your breath throughout the day. Are you breathing through your mouth or your nose? Make a conscious effort to keep your mouth closed and breathe through your nose, especially when you're at rest, working, or walking. For exercise, start by practicing nasal breathing during light activities like walking or gentle stretching, gradually increasing the intensity as your body adapts. You might even consider gentle mouth tapping at night, under careful guidance, to encourage nasal breathing during sleep, but always research this thoroughly and consult a healthcare professional first if you have any concerns. Simple breathing exercises like box breathing, inhaling for a count of 4, holding for 4, exhaling for 4, holding for 4, all through your nose, can also help train your system. So, as we conclude this chapter on nitric oxide magic, remember its incredible power. We've explored how this tiny molecule, produced within our vessels and sinuses, acts as a master dilator, widening our blood highways for optimal flow, lower blood pressure, and enhanced delivery of life-sustaining oxygen and nutrients. We've seen how accessible foods, rich in natural nitrates, can fuel this essential process, and how simply choosing to breathe through your nose can unlock a hidden reservoir of well-being. The beauty of these strategies lies in their simplicity and their profound impact. By making small, consistent changes to what you eat and how you breathe, you are actively cultivating a healthier, more vibrant circulatory system. In our next chapter, we'll continue to build upon this foundation, exploring further avenues for optimizing your lifeblood, delving into the powerful interplay of movement and mindset. Chapter 11: The Gut-Blood Barrier. Welcome back to Lifeblood, where we continue our journey into understanding the intricate systems that govern our vitality and well-being. In this chapter, number 11, we delve into a profound and often overlooked aspect of our internal landscape, the gut-blood barrier. Prepare yourselves, because what we uncover here will fundamentally shift your perception of health, revealing the undeniable connection between the health of your digestive system and the pristine quality of your very lifeblood. Have you ever considered that the food you consume, the very fuel you introduce into your body, doesn't just magically become you? It undergoes a meticulous process, a highly orchestrated transformation within your digestive tract. And it's here, in this internal processing plant, that the quality of your blood is largely determined. Imagine your gut lining as an incredibly sophisticated, intelligent filter. It's designed to allow beneficial nutrients, the building blocks of life, to pass through into your bloodstream, where they are then transported to every cell, every tissue, every organ. But simultaneously, this remarkable barrier is engineered to vigilantly block harmful substances, toxins, undigested food particles, and unwanted microbes from entering your circulation. When this barrier is compromised, when its integrity is breached, it's not just a digestive issue. It becomes a systemic problem, directly impacting the purity and efficacy of your blood. We're talking about everything from nutrient absorption efficiency to your immune system's readiness, and even your cognitive clarity. It all begins in the gut. Now, let's turn our attention to a condition that has gained significant recognition in the realm of functional medicine, but is still widely misunderstood: leaky gut syndrome. The very name conjures an image of something amiss, doesn't it? But what exactly is it, and why should it command our attention with such urgency? Picture the lining of your small intestine not as a solid, impenetrable wall, but rather as a vast, intricately folded landscape, a single cell layer thick, teeming with microscopic finger-like projections called villi. These villi greatly increase the surface area for absorption. Crucially, between these individual cells are tiny, highly specialized structures known as tight junctions. Think of them as the microscopic gatekeepers, sophisticated drawbridges that open and close on demand to allow selected, fully digested nutrients to pass into the bloodstream, while rigorously maintaining a closed, protective seal against anything undesirable. In a healthy gut, these tight junctions function perfectly, acting as a discerning bouncer at an exclusive club, letting in only the VIPs, the vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and fatty acids, and keeping out the riffraff. However, due to various modern lifestyle factors, chronic stress, poor diet rich in processed foods, certain medications like antibiotics and NSAID, alcohol, and even environmental toxins, these tight junctions can become damaged. They loosen. They literally leak. This is the essence of leaky gut syndrome, or increased intestinal permeability. When these junctions are compromised, the protective barrier is breached. Suddenly, undigested food particles, bacterial toxins known as endotoxins, and other microbial waste products are no longer contained within the digestive tract. Instead, they gain direct access to your bloodstream. And this, my friends, is where the real danger manifests, directly impacting your blood quality and, consequently, your entire body. When these foreign invaders enter the bloodstream, your immune system, which is incredibly vigilant, immediately recognizes them as threats. It mounts an attack, initiating a cascade of inflammation throughout your body. This chronic, low-grade systemic inflammation is the silent culprit behind a myriad of seemingly unrelated health issues. Imagine Jane, a vibrant woman in her late 30s. For years, she battled inexplicable fatigue that no amount of sleep seemed to remedy. She experienced persistent joint aches, particularly in her knees and hands, and struggled with frustrating skin rashes that dermatologists simply labeled as eczema and prescribed topical creams for. Her doctors ran standard blood tests, all of which came back normal, leaving her feeling dismissed and increasingly desperate. She was told it was likely stress, or just a part of getting older. Jane felt trapped in a body that was constantly fighting itself, yet no one could tell her why. Her blood, though medically normal on paper, was circulating microscopic invaders, triggering a low-level war that was draining her energy and manifesting as physical discomfort and visible skin irritation. The quality of her blood, in terms of its inflammatory markers and immune activity, was far from optimal, even if her red and white cell counts were within reference ranges. From a psychological perspective, living with such chronic, unexplained symptoms can be incredibly isolating and disheartening. It erodes one's sense of control and trust in their own body. The frustration of being told you're fine when you feel anything but fine can lead to anxiety, depression, and a profound sense of helplessness. It's a cruel limbo, constantly seeking answers, but finding only dead ends. For Jane, discovering the concept of leaky gut was a revelation. It offered a coherent explanation for her seemingly disparate symptoms, providing a single thread that connected her fatigue, joint pain, and skin issues. This understanding, this psychological shift from my body is failing me to my body is reacting to a compromised barrier, empowered her profoundly. It gave her a tangible enemy to address, and a pathway to healing. So, what are the practical application steps you can take if you suspect a compromised gut barrier? The first and most crucial step is to remove the irritants. This often means temporarily eliminating common culprits from your diet: gluten, dairy, sugar, soy, corn, and highly processed foods. Think of it as taking a break from foods that are likely poking holes in your intestinal lining. Simultaneously, you want to introduce foods that actively soothe and repair the gut. Bone broth, rich in collagen and amino acids like glutamine, is a foundational gut healer. Fermented foods, like sauerkraut, kimchi, and kefir, introduce beneficial bacteria. Foods rich in soluble fiber, such as cooked vegetables and fruits, feed your healthy gut microbes. Consider working with a functional medicine practitioner who can guide you through an elimination diet and potentially specialized testing to confirm intestinal permeability. This isn't just about feeling better. It's about rebuilding the integrity of your body's most critical internal filter, directly improving the quality and purity of your blood. This brings us seamlessly to our next crucial point: to basic, effective probiotic protocols. If removing irritants is about stopping the damage, then probiotics are about actively rebuilding and reinforcing the healthy ecosystem within your gut. What are probiotics exactly? They are live microorganisms, primarily bacteria and yeasts, that, when administered in adequate amounts, confer a health benefit on the host. Think of them as the good guys, the benevolent residents of your internal microecosystem, your gut microbiome. These beneficial bacteria play an astonishing array of roles. They help digest food, synthesize vitamins like B vitamins and vitamin K, modulate your immune system, and even produce compounds that communicate with your brain. They compete with harmful bacteria for space and resources, effectively crowding out the bad actors and reinforcing the integrity of your gut lining. Why are they so important? Consider Mark, a competitive amateur cyclist who consistently struggled with post-race recovery, unexplained muscle soreness, and frequent bouts of runner's stomach during long rides. Despite a meticulously clean diet and rigorous training, he felt his performance was capped by these recurring issues. His blood markers, while not showing overt disease, indicated mild inflammation. He started a targeted probiotic protocol after learning about the gut-blood connection. Within a few weeks, Mark noticed a dramatic reduction in his digestive discomfort during rides. More surprisingly, his recovery times shortened, his muscle soreness diminished, and he felt a palpable increase in overall energy and well-being. He attributed this to the fact that his gut was now more efficiently absorbing nutrients, reducing the inflammatory load on his body, and thus allowing his blood to deliver cleaner, more effective fuel to his muscles and organs. His blood quality improved not just in what it delivered, but in what it no longer had to fight. Psychologically, integrating probiotics into one's daily routine can foster a profound sense of empowerment and proactive self-care. It's a tangible step towards nurturing your inner ecosystem. There's a subtle but powerful shift in mindset when you consciously choose to cultivate beneficial microbes within you. It's like tending a garden, ensuring the right balance and fertility for flourishing health. The initial skepticism some might feel about taking bacteria in a pill often gives way to a deep appreciation as they experience noticeable improvements in digestion, mood, skin health, and energy levels. It reinforces the idea that true health isn't just about suppressing symptoms, but about creating an optimal internal environment. It fosters a trusting relationship with your own body, understanding that by supporting its foundational systems, it will, in turn, support you. So, how do you choose and implement effective probiotic protocols? This isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, but there are some excellent starting points. First, look for probiotics with a high CFU count, typically in the billions, and a diverse range of strains, including well-researched ones like Lactobacillus and Bifidobacterium species. Some even require refrigeration, indicating live, active cultures. When to take them? Many experts suggest taking them on an empty stomach or just before a meal to maximize their survival past stomach acid. Consistency is key. This isn't a magic bullet for a single day, but a daily regimen to continually reseed and bolster your gut microbiome. Remember, probiotics work best in conjunction with prebiotics, non-digestible fibers found in foods like garlic, onions, leeks, asparagus, and bananas. These prebiotics act as food for your probiotics, helping them thrive. Additionally, integrating naturally fermented foods into your diet, like those we mentioned earlier, sauerkraut, kimchi, unsweetened yogurt, and kefir, provides a broader spectrum of beneficial microbes and enzymes. Experiment to find what works best for your unique system, and remember to introduce new foods gradually. In conclusion, our journey through the gut-blood barrier has illuminated a fundamental truth. Your digestive health is not merely about digestion. It is the cornerstone of your blood quality, and by extension, your entire physiological landscape. A robust, intact gut barrier ensures that your blood is nourished with pure nutrients and protected from harmful invaders, leading to reduced systemic inflammation, enhanced immune function, and vibrant well-being. Understanding and actively nurturing this barrier by addressing leaky gut and embracing effective probiotic protocols isn't just a recommendation. It is an imperative for anyone seeking to optimize their lifeblood. As we move forward, we will continue to explore how these foundational elements converge to create a life of unparalleled vitality and resilience. In our next chapter, we will delve into the fascinating world of cellular energy production and how it too is intimately linked to the quality of your blood and the nutrients it carries. Stay with us. Chapter 12: Alkalinity and Acidity. Welcome back to Lifeblood. In our journey through the intricate marvel that is our internal physiological landscape, we've explored the very essence of what sustains us. Today, we turn our attention to a concept often misunderstood, frequently oversimplified, and sometimes even exploited: the delicate balance of alkalinity and acidity within the body, more commonly known as pH. Our bodies are masterpieces of engineering, tirelessly working to maintain a state of perfect harmony, a dynamic equilibrium known as homeostasis. One of the most critical aspects of this balance is the regulation of pH levels. What exactly is pH? It's a scale that measures how acidic or alkaline a substance is, ranging from 0 to 14. A pH of 7 is neutral. Anything below 7 is considered acidic, and anything above 7 is alkaline, or basic. When we talk about human physiology, the numbers become incredibly precise. For instance, the pH of our blood is tightly regulated within an astonishingly narrow range, typically between 7.35 and 7.45. This slightly alkaline environment is absolutely non-negotiable for life. Step outside these boundaries, even by a fraction, and critical bodily functions begin to falter. Enzymes, those tireless molecular machines that catalyze nearly every biochemical reaction, are exquisitely sensitive to pH. Their shape, and thus their function, can be irrevocably altered if the pH shifts too far in either direction. Think of it like a perfectly tuned symphony orchestra. Every instrument must be precisely in tune for the music to be beautiful and coherent. A slight detuning, and the harmony is lost. Similarly, cellular integrity, oxygen transport, and even nerve function depend on this precise pH balance. Our very existence hinges on the body's profound ability to keep this delicate scale perfectly weighted. Now, with such a critical concept, it's perhaps understandable why many health trends have emerged, purporting to offer ways to fix or improve our body's pH. One of the most pervasive and, frankly, dangerous among these has been the extreme alkaline diet. The premise often sounds appealing. Eat certain alkaline-forming foods, such as leafy greens and some fruits, and avoid acid-forming foods, like meat, dairy, and grains, to shift your body's pH towards alkalinity, thereby preventing disease and promoting optimal health. Does this sound familiar? Perhaps you've seen friends or influencers touting the benefits of alkaline water or restrictive eating plans. The appeal is strong because it offers a sense of control over one's health, a tangible action that promises profound benefits. But let me be unequivocally clear. The scientific evidence for these extreme claims is largely non-existent, and rigidly following such diets can be detrimental. I recall a conversation with a former colleague, Sarah, who, caught up in the fervor of an online wellness guru, decided to embark on a strict alkaline diet. She meticulously tracked the pH of every food she consumed, cutting out entire food groups like lentils and whole grains, despite their known nutritional benefits. because they were labeled acidic. For a while, she felt a sense of virtuous accomplishment, convinced she was detoxifying and purifying her body. Psychologically, she was motivated by a deep-seated desire to feel healthy, to regain a sense of vitality that she felt was slipping away with her busy lifestyle. The promise of a simple dietary solution to complex health issues was incredibly compelling. However, after several months, she started experiencing chronic fatigue, brittle nails, and a general malaise. Her energy levels plummeted, and she found herself constantly preoccupied with food, feeling isolated from social eating events. What she didn't understand was that while a diet rich in fruits and vegetables is indeed incredibly healthy, the idea that these foods directly or significantly alter your blood pH is a myth. Our body has far more sophisticated mechanisms at play. When Sarah finally consulted a registered dietitian, she learned that her restrictive diet had led to several nutrient deficiencies. The dietitian helped her understand that while foods do have an acidic or alkaline ash residue after digestion and metabolism, this residue has virtually no impact on the exquisitely buffered pH of the blood. It affects the pH of urine, certainly, which is why urine pH can fluctuate wildly. But urine pH is simply a reflection of the kidney's incredible work in excreting excess acid or base to maintain blood pH. So, how does the body achieve this phenomenal feat of pH regulation? It's all thanks to what scientists call buffer systems. Imagine your blood as a highly sophisticated chemical solution with built-in shock absorbers that resist changes in pH. These buffer systems are incredibly powerful, redundant for a reason. They are our life insurance policy against fatal pH shifts. The most prominent of these is the bicarbonate carbonic acid buffer system. When your body produces too much acid, the bicarbonate in your blood acts like a sponge, soaking up those excess hydrogen ions which make things acidic and forming carbonic acid, which is then quickly broken down into water and carbon dioxide. And where does that carbon dioxide go? Our lungs. When we exhale, we're not just getting rid of spent air. We're actively expelling carbon dioxide, thereby effectively removing acid from our system. On the flip side, if your body were to become too alkaline, a much rarer occurrence, the carbonic acid component of the buffer system would release hydrogen ions to bring the pH back down. But the body doesn't stop there. We also have phosphate buffer systems and, crucially, plasma proteins, especially hemoglobin within our red blood cells, which act as powerful buffers, too. And working in tandem with these chemical buffers are our two master regulators, the lungs and the kidneys. The lungs can rapidly adjust the amount of carbon dioxide exhaled, providing a quick response to pH changes. Think of it. When you exercise intensely, your muscles produce lactic acid. Your breathing rate increases. Isn't that right? This hyperventilation isn't just to get more oxygen. It's a brilliant physiological response to blow off excess carbon dioxide, which in turn helps to rid your body of accumulating acid. A truly instantaneous and elegant solution for a slower, but incredibly potent, long-term regulation. We have our kidneys. These vital organs can excrete excess hydrogen ions directly into the urine, or, conversely, reabsorb bicarbonate back into the blood if alkalinity needs to be increased. They are the ultimate fine-tuners, ensuring that any imbalance is rectified over hours or days, maintaining that precious blood pH within its narrow, life-sustaining window. The psychological impact of understanding this robust buffering system is profound. It shifts our perspective from one of fear and vigilance over every bite we take to one of trust and respect for the sheer brilliance of our own physiology. It liberates us from the anxiety of needing to alkalize ourselves and instead empowers us to simply support our body's natural capabilities. We don't need to fear an apple or a piece of lean meat will somehow tip our internal scales into a catastrophic acidic state, because our body is far too intelligent and resilient for that. So, what are the practical applications of this knowledge? First, embrace a balanced diet. Focus on whole, unprocessed foods, a rich variety of fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, and healthy fats. This diverse intake provides the necessary nutrients for your body's buffer systems and regulatory organs, your kidneys and lungs, to function optimally. Second, stay adequately hydrated. Water is essential for kidney function, facilitating the excretion of waste products and maintaining electrolyte balance. Third, engage in regular physical activity. Not only does exercise support overall health, but it also strengthens your respiratory system, making your lungs more efficient at their role in pH regulation. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, cultivate a critical mindset when encountering sensational health claims. If a diet or product promises to dramatically change your internal pH and cure all ailments, approach it with skepticism. Consult reputable sources and healthcare professionals who understand the intricate science of human physiology. Your body isn't fragile when it comes to pH. It's astonishingly robust, equipped with layers upon layers of protective mechanisms. In essence, while it is true that certain foods contribute to a healthy body, the notion that we need to actively manipulate our blood pH through extreme dietary restrictions is a dangerous oversimplification. Our body's pH is a deeply protected constant, a testament to millions of years of evolutionary refinement. Our role is not to override this system, but to support its incredible wisdom. As we move forward, liberated from the anxieties of pH manipulation, we can truly appreciate the body's innate capacity for health and healing. In our next chapter, we'll delve into another vital component of life, blood, the intricate world of electrolytes and their indispensable role in maintaining cellular function and overall well-being. Join me then, as we uncover more layers of the miracle within. Chapter 13: The Power of Fasting. Welcome back to Life Blood. In our journey towards optimal health, we've explored the vital role of nutrition, exercise, and stress management. Today, we're going to delve into a truly profound, yet often misunderstood, biological process, one that holds immense power for rejuvenating your blood and, indeed, your entire being. We're talking about the incredible, inherent ability of your body to clean itself from within, a process known as autophagy. The term autophagy itself comes from Greek words meaning self-eating. While that might sound a little unsettling at first, it's anything but destructive. Think of it as your body's highly sophisticated, internal recycling program. It's a natural, regulated mechanism where cells dismantle unnecessary or dysfunctional components, damaged proteins, worn-out organelles, even invading pathogens, and then repurpose their constituents to create new, healthy cells. This incredible cellular house cleaning not only helps maintain cellular health but is absolutely crucial for the optimal functioning of your blood, ensuring that waste products are removed and the environment for new blood cell production is pristine. Dr. Yoshinori Osumi won the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2016 for his groundbreaking discoveries concerning the mechanisms of autophagy, highlighting its fundamental importance to life. Without this process, cellular debris accumulates, contributing to inflammation, accelerated aging, and a myriad of chronic diseases that can severely compromise the quality of your blood. Isn't it empowering to know that your body possesses such an intricate, self-sustaining system for renewal? Understanding autophagy shifts our perspective from constantly needing external interventions to appreciating and leveraging our innate healing capabilities. It instills a sense of profound trust in our biology, moving us away from a fear-based approach to health and towards a collaborative partnership with our own internal intelligence. This knowledge itself can be a powerful motivator. Consider the analogy of a bustling city. Over time, buildings age, infrastructure degrades, and waste accumulates. If the city never underwent renovations, never recycled its materials, never performed proper waste management, it would eventually grind to a halt, becoming polluted and inefficient. Autophagy is like the city's diligent maintenance crew, constantly repairing, renovating, and removing debris at the cellular level. When your blood is flowing through a system where cells are regularly cleaned and renewed, where inflammatory byproducts are scavenged, the blood itself becomes inherently cleaner, more efficient, and better able to deliver vital nutrients and oxygen while effectively removing metabolic waste. This directly impacts everything from your sustained energy levels to the robustness of your immune response, and even the clarity of your thought processes. So, how exactly do we activate and optimize this marvelous process? How do we give our internal cleaning crew the green light to begin their vital work? The most potent, scientifically validated catalyst for autophagy is something remarkably simple and profoundly ancient: fasting. This brings us to our next crucial topic, the basics of safe intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting, often abbreviated as IF, isn't a diet in the conventional sense. It's an eating pattern that cycles between periods of eating and voluntary fasting. It doesn't dictate what you eat, but rather when you eat. And when done correctly, it's a powerful and accessible tool to unlock your body's innate healing potential, especially autophagy, thereby contributing significantly to the cleanliness and vitality of your blood and cellular health. There are several popular and well-researched approaches to intermittent fasting, but the most common and often recommended for beginners is the 16/8 method. This involves fasting for 16 hours and restricting your eating window to 8 hours. For example, you might finish dinner at 7 p.m. and not eat again until 11 a.m. the next day. This schedule often means simply skipping breakfast, which for many people aligns quite naturally with their daily routines once they adjust. Other methods include 18/6, where you fast for 18 hours and eat within a 6-hour window, or even OMAD, one meal a day, which involves a much longer daily fast. There's also the 5:2 method, where you eat normally for 5 days and restrict calories significantly, typically to 500-600 calories on 2 non-consecutive days. For the purposes of activating autophagy and improving blood health, consistent, regular periods of fasting are key. It's important to understand this is not about starvation. It's about giving your digestive system a much-needed break and signaling your cells to enter that powerful repair and rejuvenation mode. It's also crucial to stay well hydrated during your fasting window with pure water, black coffee, or plain herbal tea, assuring you don't confuse thirst for hunger. Let's consider Sarah, a busy marketing executive who used to snack constantly throughout the day and felt persistently sluggish in the afternoons, often experiencing energy dips and brain fog. She heard about intermittent fasting through a friend and was initially skeptical, worried she'd be far too hungry to function effectively in her demanding job. She started with a modest 14-hour fast, simply extending the overnight period by an hour or two. After just a week, she felt a subtle but undeniable shift, a lightness and sustained energy she hadn't experienced before. Emboldened, she then progressed to the 16/8 method, confidently skipping breakfast and having her first meal around noon. To her genuine surprise, her energy levels stabilized dramatically, her mental clarity improved, and she no longer experienced those dreaded afternoon crashes. Her routine had changed, but her overall vitality soared. Her blood tests, after a few months, showed significant improvements in inflammatory markers and blood sugar regulation, which her doctor attributed partly to her new eating pattern. Sarah wasn't starving. She was simply optimizing her eating schedule, allowing her body the time it needed to clean and repair itself. Sarah's experience illustrates a common psychological journey that many people embark on with intermittent fasting. The initial resistance and apprehension often stem from deeply ingrained habits and a fundamental fear of deprivation. We've been culturally conditioned to believe that 3 square meals a day, often supplemented with snacks, are absolutely essential for health and energy. Breaking this lifelong pattern requires a significant psychological reframing. It's not about missing out on food. It's about gaining control over your hunger signals, gaining profound mental clarity, and gaining a deeper, more intuitive connection to your body's true physiological needs. The sense of accomplishment after successfully completing a fast is incredibly empowering, building self-efficacy and resilience. It teaches you that you have far more control over your immediate urges and cravings than you might initially think, a valuable lesson that extends far beyond just dietary choices. If you're considering intermittent fasting, remember to start slowly and deliberately. Don't jump straight into extended fasts, as this can be overwhelming and counterproductive. Begin by extending your overnight fast by just an hour or two. Perhaps finish dinner by 8 p.m. and don't eat until 10 a.m. the next day, gradually working towards that 16-hour mark over several days or weeks. Always listen intently to your body, especially if you have underlying health conditions. It is absolutely crucial to consult with a healthcare professional before making significant dietary changes, particularly if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, diabetic, or currently on medication. During your eating window, focus diligently on nutrient-dense, whole foods to ensure your body receives all the necessary vitamins, minerals, and macronutrients it needs to thrive. Now, let's address the elephant in the room for many aspiring fasters: surviving that first fasted morning. The initial hours of a new fasting regimen can present a unique set of psychological and physiological challenges. Your body and mind are accustomed to a certain routine, a predictable input of food, and disrupting it can feel distinctly uncomfortable. But I promise you, with a few strategic tips and a shift in mindset, you can navigate these mornings with increasing ease and even come to appreciate and enjoy the renewed energy and clarity they bring. The first key psychological tip is to consciously differentiate between true physiological hunger and habitual hunger or mere cravings. Often, that growling stomach feeling isn't a desperate, life-or-death plea from your body for immediate sustenance. It's frequently a signal from your brain, responding to a learned pattern. Perhaps you've always had breakfast at 7 a.m. Your body and mind expect food at that time, irrespective of whether it truly needs it. Acknowledge this feeling calmly, but don't automatically surrender to it. Tell yourself, this is a habit, not an emergency, and observe the sensation without judgment. Think of Mark, who had his morning routine down to a precise science. Wake up, strong coffee, followed by toast and eggs while catching up on the news. When he started intermittent fasting, those first few mornings without food were incredibly difficult. His stomach rumbled loudly, his mind raced with persistent thoughts of his usual breakfast, and he felt a distinct, almost irritable sense of unease. Instead of giving in, he decided to strategically change his morning ritual. He still had his black coffee, but then he immediately went for a brisk 30-minute walk, listening to an engaging audiobook or podcast. By the time he returned, the intense hunger pangs had significantly subsided, replaced by a refreshing feeling of accomplishment and invigorated energy. He realized the power of distraction and a modified routine were incredibly potent tools. Mark's experience highlights the profound power of distraction and routine modification. Our brains are incredibly adept at forming associations and creating habit loops. If breakfast is inextricably linked to your morning newspaper and coffee, breaking that entire chain of events without any replacement is harder than subtly altering one or more components. By introducing a new, engaging, and physically active ritual, like Mark's walk and audiobook, you effectively create a new neural pathway, diverting your attention and energy away from the hunger signal. Furthermore, recognizing that the feeling of hunger is often transient, like a wave that peaks and then naturally recedes, provides immense psychological comfort. This practice actively builds mental fortitude, strengthening your ability to delay gratification, a valuable skill that extends far beyond just managing your eating schedule. Here are concrete, practical steps you can take to successfully navigate that first fasted morning. First, hydrate. Drink a large glass of pure water immediately upon waking, and continue sipping water or plain herbal tea throughout the morning. Sometimes, thirst is mistakenly interpreted as hunger by the brain. Second, stay busy and engaged. Plan a meaningful activity for your usual breakfast time. Go for a brisk walk, tackle a challenging work task, practice mindful meditation, read an engaging book, or immerse yourself in a hobby. Purposeful distraction is a surprisingly potent tool. Third, change your environment. If you usually eat breakfast at the kitchen table, try reading your morning news or having your tea in a different room. Break the strong associative link between a particular place and eating. Fourth, utilize black coffee or tea. These can be helpful tools for some. They provide a sense of warmth and ritual, and the caffeine can slightly suppress appetite, though be mindful of overcaffeinating. Remember, no cream, sugar, or sweeteners, as these will break your fast. Fifth, practice mindful acknowledgement. When hunger pangs inevitably arise, don't fight them or feel defeated. Acknowledge them calmly and objectively. Observe the sensation without judgment, knowing that it is often a temporary feeling that will pass. Often, this mindful observation significantly diminishes its intensity. 6. Remember your why. Reconnect deeply with your primary motivation. Remind yourself that you're doing this for better health, for profound cellular renewal, for a cleaner, more vibrant blood supply, and for enhanced mental clarity. This powerful, underlying why can provide the inner strength to override transient discomfort. In this chapter, we've uncovered the profound, inherent wisdom of your body, starting with the incredible process of autophagy, your cellular recycling and rejuvenation system, which is absolutely crucial for blood purity and overall physiological health. We then explored how intermittent fasting serves as a powerful activator for this essential process, providing you with a flexible and effective strategy for optimizing your health from within. Finally, we equipped you with practical, psychological tools to navigate the initial challenges of a fasted morning, transforming potential discomfort into an invaluable opportunity for mental resilience and profound self-discovery. By consciously embracing these principles, you're not just adopting a new eating schedule. You're tapping into an ancient, powerful biological pathway, empowering your body to clean, repair, and truly thrive, ultimately enhancing the very lifeblood that flows through your veins. As we move forward, we'll build upon this foundational understanding, exploring how these internal cleansing mechanisms intertwine with external factors, and how cultivating a holistic, supportive environment further amplifies these deep-seated health benefits. Join me in the next chapter as we delve into the surprising connections between environmental toxins and blood quality, and how you can proactively create a sanctuary for your internal well-being in an increasingly challenging world. Chapter 14: Supplements That Work. Welcome back to Lifeblood. In our journey so far, we have unearthed the profound impact of nutrition and lifestyle choices on the very essence of your being, your blood. We have emphasized whole foods, mindful living, and the incredible power of your body to heal and thrive when given the right tools. But in a world brimming with health claims and the siren song of quick fixes, where does supplementation fit in? This chapter, Supplements That Work, is dedicated to helping you filter out the noise, to cut through the vast and often confusing landscape of pills, powders, and potions, and to present you with evidence-based additions that genuinely support your blood health. Consider for a moment the sheer volume of advertisements, the gleaming bottles on pharmacy shelves, the enthusiastic endorsements from influencers on social media, all promising vitality, longevity, and optimal health through various supplements. It's a dizzying array, isn't it? It's easy to feel overwhelmed, to wonder if you're missing out, or perhaps even to fall prey to expensive promises that ultimately deliver little more than disappointment. Our goal here is not to advocate for a pill for every ill approach. Far from it. Instead, we aim to empower you with knowledge, allowing you to make informed decisions about targeted supplementation that can genuinely complement your foundational efforts in diet and lifestyle. Remember, supplements are precisely that, supplemental. They are not replacements for a nutritious diet, regular exercise, or adequate sleep, but for specific physiological needs, or to address certain gaps that even the best diet might struggle to fill. Some supplements stand on solid scientific ground. We're focusing on what truly works, backed by rigorous research, helping you invest wisely in your well-being. One of the most widely researched and consistently beneficial categories of supplements for cardiovascular and blood health are omega-3 fatty acids, particularly EPA and DHA. These essential fats, which our bodies cannot produce on their own, are foundational to healthy cellular function. Think of your blood vessels, the delicate lining of your arteries, the platelets circulating within your blood. All of them benefit immensely from the anti-inflammatory properties of omega-3s. They play a critical role in maintaining the flexibility of cell membranes, supporting proper endothelial function, that is, the health of the inner lining of your blood vessels, and even influencing platelet aggregation. reducing the likelihood of unwanted clots. Furthermore, numerous studies have shown their efficacy in lowering triglyceride levels, a type of fat in the blood that, when elevated, increases the risk of heart disease. I remember my uncle, a man in his late 60s, who had always been a bit skeptical about anything beyond traditional medicine. His doctor had noted elevated triglyceride levels and suggested dietary changes, which he dutifully tried to follow. But after a few months, his numbers remained stubbornly high. It was then that his cardiologist, citing compelling evidence, recommended a high-quality, pharmaceutical-grade omega-3 supplement. My uncle was hesitant, having tried various miracle remedies for other ailments over the years with no discernible effect, leaving him feeling rather cynical and out of pocket. However, because this recommendation came from his trusted doctor, he decided to give it a shot. 6 months later, alongside his continued dietary efforts, his triglyceride levels had dropped significantly into a much healthier range. He felt a noticeable difference in his overall vitality, a subtle but persistent sense of well-being he hadn't experienced in years. The psychological impact of this was profound for him. It wasn't just about the numbers on a lab report. It was the re-establishment of trust in a targeted intervention, the feeling of regaining control over his health through an informed decision, rather than a shot in the dark. It dispelled his cynicism and replaced it with a sense of empowerment. So, how can you practically apply this knowledge? When choosing an omega-3 supplement, look for purity, ensuring it's free from heavy metals and contaminants, often verified by third-party testing organizations. Pay attention to the concentration of EPA and DHA per serving, aiming for at least 1,000 to 2,000 milligrams of combined EPA and DHA daily, depending on your individual needs and your healthcare provider's recommendations. Consider the source. Sustainably harvested fish oil or algal oil for vegetarians and vegans are excellent options. Moving beyond essential fats, let's turn our attention to the unsung heroes of energy and blood formation, the B vitamins, particularly B12 and folate. These water-soluble vitamins are absolutely indispensable for creating healthy red blood cells, synthesizing DNA, and maintaining neurological function. Without adequate amounts, your body simply cannot produce enough healthy red blood cells, leading to various forms of anemia, which manifests as debilitating fatigue, weakness, and impaired cognitive function. Folate, or vitamin B9, plays a critical role in preventing megaloblastic anemia, where red blood cells are abnormally large and immature. Vitamin B12, or cobalamin, is not only vital for red blood cell production, but also crucial for nerve health and the formation of myelin, the protective sheath around nerves. A common thread linking B12 and folate is their involvement in the metabolism of homocysteine, an amino acid. Elevated homocysteine levels are considered a risk factor for cardiovascular disease and stroke, highlighting yet another way these essential vitamins contribute to blood health. I recall a conversation with a young woman named Sarah, a dedicated vegan who, after several years, started experiencing persistent fatigue, brain fog, and a general sense of malaise that no amount of sleep seemed to fix. She initially attributed it to stress or overwork, but the symptoms worsened. Her blood tests eventually revealed a significant B12 deficiency. Despite her meticulously planned plant-based diet, she hadn't consistently supplemented with B12, mistakenly believing she was getting enough from fortified foods. Once she started a high-quality B12 supplement, the transformation was remarkable. Within weeks, her energy returned, her mind felt sharper, and the pervasive exhaustion lifted. For Sarah, this wasn't just about correcting a deficiency. It was about reclaiming her vitality, rediscovering the joy in her active lifestyle, and realizing the profound, yet often silent, impact these tiny nutrients have on our entire being. The psychological resonance here is powerful. A chronic, insidious deficiency can chip away at your quality of life, making you feel inexplicably unwell, and the simple act of replenishing it can feel like a rebirth. It's a testament to how foundational these vitamins are. For practical application, if you follow a plant-based diet, are over the age of 50, or take medications that interfere with B12 absorption, consistent supplementation is crucial. Look for active forms like methylcobalamin for B12 and methylfolate for folate, as these are often better absorbed by the body. However, always consult with your healthcare provider to determine your specific needs and appropriate dosages, ideally with a blood test to identify any existing deficiencies. Now, with the promise of genuine benefit comes the shadow of deception. It's imperative that we also discuss the common and often expensive supplement scams that flood the market, preying on our hopes and anxieties. How many times have you encountered products promising miracle cures for specific conditions, or detox teas that claim to cleanse your blood of all impurities, or proprietary blends with fancy names that provide no transparent ingredient list or specific dosages? These are often red flags. The psychological allure of a magic pill is immense, especially when we feel unwell or desperate for a solution. We want to believe there's an easy, quick fix to complex health problems, and the supplement industry often capitalizes on this innate human desire for instant gratification, even when scientific evidence is sparse or non-existent. Think of John, who, after reading glowing online testimonials, spent hundreds of dollars on a multi-bottle blood purifier kit advertised to completely rejuvenate his blood and immune system in just 30 days. The marketing copy was compelling, featuring vague scientific-sounding terms and before and after stories that felt incredibly persuasive. He diligently followed the protocol, mixing powders and swallowing numerous capsules each day. Yet, after the entire regimen, he felt no discernible difference. His energy levels were the same, his blood work remained unchanged, and he was left with a lighter wallet and a heavy sense of buyer's remorse and disappointment. The sting of being duped, of having invested his money and hopes into something that ultimately proved to be snake oil, was significant. It eroded his trust not just in that specific product, but in the entire supplement category. This emotional cost, the feeling of foolishness or vulnerability, is a significant part of the damage these scams inflict. So, how can you protect yourself? Be incredibly skeptical of products making outlandish claims if it sounds too good to be true. It almost certainly is. Always look for transparency in ingredients and dosages. Companies unwilling to disclose what's in their proprietary blend should be avoided. Demand evidence. Reputable products will have peer-reviewed scientific studies to back their claims, not just anecdotal testimonials or celebrity endorsements. Prioritize third-party testing for purity and potency. And, perhaps most importantly, consult with your healthcare professional before adding any new supplement to your regimen. They can help you discern genuine needs from clever marketing. In conclusion, our exploration into the world of supplements is not about embracing every bottle on the shelf, but about making precise, informed choices. We've highlighted omega-3s, With their proven anti-inflammatory power for cardiovascular and blood vessel health, and the critical B vitamins, especially B12 and folate, essential for robust red blood cell formation and overall vitality. These are not replacements for a wholesome diet and healthy lifestyle, but rather powerful allies, scientifically validated, that can significantly support your blood health when chosen wisely. Remember John's disappointment and Sarah's profound relief. These stories underscore the psychological importance of informed decisions and the pitfall of unchecked optimism. Always approach supplementation with a discerning eye, prioritizing evidence, transparency, and professional guidance. Your blood, the very river of life flowing within you, deserves nothing less than your most thoughtful and informed care. As we move forward, we'll continue to explore how various lifestyle elements, extending beyond the plate, contribute to this vital system. Chapter 15: Toxins in the Environment. Welcome back, listeners, to Lifeblood. In our journey through the incredible resilience of our circulatory system, we now confront a silent yet pervasive challenger: the environmental toxins that insidiously breach our defenses. In Chapter 15, we explore toxins in the environment, identifying common chemicals that, almost imperceptibly, bypass our body's intricate safeguards and enter our bloodstream, influencing our health in profound, often unseen ways. Our bodies possess remarkable protective mechanisms, yet these ubiquitous chemicals find pathways through our skin, via inhalation, and through ingestion, ultimately circulating, accumulating, and contributing to chronic low-level inflammation, hormonal imbalances, and a burden on our vital detoxification systems. This isn't about acute poisoning, but rather the sustained, subtle assault that can erode well-being over time. Let's begin by scrutinizing our most personal spaces, our homes. Have you ever considered what truly comprises cleanliness when you use your favorite household products? We're often swayed by marketing promising pristine surfaces and germ-free environments, leading us to believe that potent chemical scents equate to superior cleaning power. This assumption, however, warrants closer examination. Take the experience of Sarah, a meticulous homemaker who used conventional, heavily scented cleaners to maintain her family's living space. For years, her youngest son endured persistent, unexplained skin rashes and occasional respiratory discomfort, particularly after a deep cleaning day. Sarah herself frequently battled headaches and a general sense of fatigue that seemed unrelated to her diligent efforts. It was only when her doctor suggested evaluating indoor environmental factors that Sarah began to connect her family's symptoms to the very products she used for sanitation. Reading the labels, she was struck by warnings she'd always overlooked, realizing the irony. Her quest for a germ-free home might have inadvertently introduced other harmful agents. Psychologically, our homes represent sanctuary, safety, and control. The realization that the very substances we use to clean and protect our homes might be undermining our health can be deeply unsettling. This cognitive dissonance, the conflict between our intent and the unintended outcome, can induce anxiety. However, this awareness also offers immense empowerment. By understanding the chemical ingredients, we reclaim control over our immediate environment, transforming a source of hidden harm into a truly nurturing space. This shift from unwitting exposure to informed choice is a powerful act of self-care. So, how do we practically audit our household cleaning supplies? Start by gathering all your cleaning products. Then, begin to scrutinize their ingredient lists. Look for known irritants and endocrine disruptors like phthalates, often concealed within vague fragrance labels, ammonia, a potent respiratory irritant, chlorine bleach, a pervasive hazard, and parabens, used as preservatives. Many of these compounds, absorbed through skin contact or inhaled as aerosols, can enter the bloodstream and exert systemic effects. The practical application steps involve a gradual transition. As products run out, replace them with safer alternatives. Many effective plant-based cleaners are available, free from harsh chemicals. Even simpler, embrace effective DIY solutions. White vinegar for disinfection, baking soda for scouring and deodorizing, and diluted Castile soap as an all-purpose cleaner. These informed substitutions significantly reduce your body's chemical burden. Beyond our immediate living spaces, a more pervasive and insidious threat looms of microplastics. Once a distant environmental concern, these microscopic plastic fragments are now undeniably ubiquitous. Consider this: you conscientiously drink filtered water, enjoy fresh produce, and even choose sustainably sourced seafood. Yet, despite these efforts, microplastics may still be finding their way into your system. Scientific studies have unequivocally confirmed their presence in our air, food, water, and disturbingly, within human blood, lungs, and other organs. Some estimates suggest we ingest the equivalent of a credit card's worth of plastic weekly. This isn't merely an abstract environmental crisis. It is a direct personal health concern, with long-term biological consequences that are only now beginning to be understood. The psychological impact of microplastics is distinct. The sheer scale and invisibility of this contamination can evoke feelings of helplessness and resignation, as the problem appears too vast for individual intervention. However, it's vital to reframe this. While the issue is systemic, our individual choices are still potent. Recognizing the pervasive nature of microplastics can ignite a sense of collective responsibility and empower us to advocate for broader, systemic change, transforming anxiety into active engagement. This shift allows us to reclaim a measure of agency in an otherwise overwhelming scenario. For practical application, mitigating microplastic exposure involves several conscious steps. Prioritize reducing single-use plastics. Opt for reusable glass or stainless steel bottles and food containers. And always bring your own shopping bags. Invest in a high-quality water filter capable of removing microplastic particles from your tap water. Be mindful of food packaging, choosing glass or cardboard over plastic when possible. Additionally, consider the fabrics in your wardrobe. Synthetic materials like polyester shed microfibers during washing. Opt for natural fibers, or use special wash bags designed to capture these microfibers before they enter our waterways. Each deliberate choice, no matter how small, collectively lessens the microplastic load on our bodies and our planet. In summary, Chapter 15 has shone a light on environmental toxins, from household cleaners to omnipresent microplastics, revealing their subtle yet profound impact on our lifeblood. By cultivating awareness, understanding the pathways of exposure, and implementing practical, informed choices in our daily lives, we significantly empower our bodies to reduce this toxic burden. We protect our well-being and enhance our vitality. As we conclude, remember that knowledge is the first step toward reclaiming health. Your thoughtful actions create a healthier inner environment. In our next chapter, we will continue our exploration of environmental well-being, turning our attention to the critical role of air quality, both indoors and out, and how to further fortify our defenses against atmospheric challenges. Join me then. Chapter 16: The Role of the Liver. Welcome back to Life Blood, where we explore the incredible intricacies of your body's most vital fluid and the systems that keep it pristine. In our journey through optimal well-being, we've discussed many unsung heroes, but few organs deserve as much reverence and celebration as the subject of our current chapter, the liver. Chapter 16: The Role of the Liver. Imagine, if you will, the most sophisticated, high-tech water treatment facility in the world, working tirelessly, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without breaks, without complaint, and without you ever having to lift a finger to operate it. This, my friends, is your liver. It stands as the body's primary and most important blood filtration plant, a magnificent biochemical factory processing everything that enters your bloodstream, from the nutrients you absorb to the toxins you encounter. It's an incredible multitasker, a true powerhouse that is absolutely fundamental to your vitality, energy, and overall health. Without a properly functioning liver, the very lifeblood we've been discussing wouldn't be able to sustain you. Are you giving this incredible organ the credit and care it deserves? Let's delve deeper into some of the essential hepatic functions, explained simply, without complex jargon, so you can truly appreciate its magic. Firstly, and perhaps most famously, your liver is the chief detoxifier. Every medication you take, every environmental pollutant you inhale or ingest, every sip of alcohol, and even the metabolic waste products your own body generates, must pass through your liver for processing and neutralization. Think of it like this. Have you ever woken up feeling a little sluggish, perhaps after a late night or a particularly indulgent meal, and felt that heavy, foggy sensation in your head? That's often your liver working overtime, diligently sifting through everything, trying to restore balance. Psychologically, understanding this function empowers you. When you feel clean, clear-headed, and energetic, it's a testament to your liver's efficiency. The emotional burden of feeling toxic or rundown is immense, impacting mood, focus, and overall quality of life. The practical application here is profound. Support your liver by staying well hydrated with pure water, and consciously reducing your exposure to processed foods, excessive alcohol, and unnecessary medications. Give it less to filter, and it can do its job even better. Secondly, the liver is a master of nutrient processing and energy management. After your food is digested, nutrients are absorbed into the bloodstream and sent directly to the liver. Here, they are converted into forms your body can use, stored for later, or prepared for elimination. It's responsible for converting glucose into glycogen for storage, releasing it when your blood sugar dips, ensuring a steady supply of energy. Consider the feeling of sustained, balanced energy throughout your day, free from those dreaded mid-afternoon slumps or the sudden urge to grab a sugary snack. This stability isn't just about good diet choices. It's heavily reliant on your liver's ability to smoothly regulate your energy supply. Psychologically, this provides immense stability and boosts productivity. The frustration of energy dips and brain fog can be debilitating, whereas a steady energy flow fosters focus and a sense of sustained well-being. Practically, you can support this by eating balanced meals with complex carbohydrates, lean proteins, and healthy fats, avoiding extreme diets, and not skipping meals, especially breakfast, which kickstarts your metabolic engine. Thirdly, the liver is vital for digestion through its production of bile. Bile is a fluid that helps break down fats in your small intestine, making them easier to digest and absorb. Without adequate bile, you might experience discomfort after fatty meals, or struggle to absorb fat-soluble vitamins like A, D, E, and K. Have you ever eaten something rich and felt an uncomfortable fullness or even indigestion? It might be a sign that your liver isn't producing or releasing bile as effectively as it could. From a psychological perspective, this function speaks to our comfort and freedom from digestive distress, allowing us to enjoy food without fear or discomfort. It impacts our relationship with eating and our confidence in our body's ability to process what we consume. To support this, prioritize healthy fats from sources like avocados, nuts, and olive oil, and practice mindful eating, chewing thoroughly to aid the initial stages of digestion. Now, let's talk about how we can proactively nourish this incredible organ. Food truly is medicine for the liver. Incorporating specific, accessible whole foods can significantly enhance its performance. Think about leafy greens like spinach, kale, and collards, and cruciferous vegetables such as broccoli, cauliflower, and Brussels sprouts. These are packed with antioxidants, chlorophyll, and sulfur-containing compounds that actively support the liver's detoxification pathways. Imagine someone who started their day with a spinach and a berry smoothie, or added a generous side of steamed broccoli to their dinner. They often report feeling lighter, more vibrant, and experiencing improved digestion. Psychologically, this fosters a sense of empowerment and proactive self-care. It's about consciously connecting with nature's bounty to uplift your health. A practical step: aim to include a handful of leafy greens or a serving of cruciferous vegetables in at least 2 of your meals daily. Next, consider the power of beets, garlic, and citrus fruits. Beets, with their vibrant red hue, contain betalains, potent antioxidants that support liver function and aid in blood purification. Garlic, on the other hand, is rich in allicin and selenium, both vital for detoxification. And citrus fruits, especially lemons and grapefruits, are excellent sources of vitamin C and encourage the liver to produce glutathione, a master antioxidant. Picture your grandmother, perhaps, who always swore by a glass of warm lemon water first thing in the morning for vitality. She intuitively understood the cleansing benefits. This taps into a psychological comfort derived from simple, natural remedies, reinforcing a feeling of freshness and vibrancy. Practical application: start your day with warm lemon water. Incorporate beets into your salads or roasted vegetables, and add fresh garlic to your cooking. Finally, let's not forget avocados, turmeric, and green tea. Avocados are not only a source of healthy fats but also contain compounds that help the body produce glutathione. Chapter 18: Heart Rate Variability. Welcome back to Lifeblood. In our journey towards understanding and optimizing our inner health, we've explored nutrition, movement, and mental fortitude. But there's a crucial component that often gets overlooked in the relentless pursuit of progress recovery. We train hard, we work hard, we push ourselves to our limits. But how do we truly know if our bodies are keeping pace, rebuilding, and adapting? How can we objectively measure systemic recovery, moving beyond just how we feel on any given day? This is where modern wearable technology, specifically through the lens of heart rate variability, or HRV, becomes an indispensable tool. It's no longer about guessing if you're ready for another intense workout or if you truly recovered from that stressful week. We can now tap into the subtle, yet profoundly insightful, signals our own physiology is sending us. This chapter will empower you to utilize these smart devices to gain an unprecedented understanding of your body's true state of recovery. So, what exactly is heart rate variability? Many people assume their heart beats like a perfect clock, say, 60 times a minute, meaning precisely 1 second between each beat. However, this isn't the case at all. A healthy, well-recovered heart actually exhibits tiny, millisecond-level variations in the time intervals between successive beats. This isn't your heart rate itself, but the variability in the time between those beats. Think of it like a finely tuned orchestra conductor who can subtly adjust the tempo for maximum impact, rather than a rigid metronome. A higher HRV generally signifies a robust and adaptable nervous system, indicating that your body is in a prime state of rest and repair, dominated by your parasympathetic rest and digest system. Conversely, a consistently lower HRV often signals that your body is under stress, be it physical from overtraining, psychological from anxiety, or even physiological from impending illness or poor sleep, with your sympathetic fight or flight system holding the upper hand. Let me share a quick story. I remember working with a triathlete, Sarah, who was meticulously following her training plan, logging every mile and every minute. Yet, she constantly felt drained, battling recurring colds and a nagging sense of burnout. Subjectively, she felt okay, but objectively, her performance was stagnating. When we introduced HRV tracking using a smart ring, the data painted a clear picture. Her HRV consistently plummeted after her intense brick workouts and remained low on days she skimped on sleep to fit in early morning training. This objective feedback was a revelation. It validated her intuitive feeling of exhaustion, transforming it from a weakness into a data-driven insight. Psychologically, this validation is incredibly powerful. It shifts the narrative from "I am just not tough enough" to "my body is giving me clear signals, and I need to listen." It removes the guilt often associated with feeling tired or needing a rest day, replacing it with a strategic, evidence-based approach to well-being. For you, the practical application is straightforward. Modern wearables such as the Oura Ring, Whoop Band, certain Garmin watches, or even the Apple Watch can track your HRV automatically while you sleep or during a brief morning measurement. The key is consistency. Make it a routine to take your measurement at the same time each morning, ideally right after waking, before coffee or strenuous activity. This establishes a reliable baseline for your individual body. Now, with this data at your fingertips, it's crucial to avoid becoming obsessive. The goal isn't to chase the highest number every single day and feel dejected on days your HRV dips. That completely defeats the purpose and introduces a new form of stress. Instead, we want to look for trends. One low HRV day isn't a crisis. It's an informational beacon. But a string of low HRV scars, or a significant dip compared to your personal baseline, that's when you pay attention. Consider a busy professional, Mark, who started tracking his HRV. Initially, he'd get frustrated if his score wasn't in his optimal range. But over time, he learned to observe patterns. He noticed his HRV consistently dropped after late-night business dinners involving alcohol and less sleep, or after particularly stressful days at work. He also saw it rebound beautifully after a dedicated yoga session or a quiet evening with his family. This wasn't about judgment. It was about understanding cause and effect. Psychologically, this non-obsessive approach fosters self-awareness and empowerment. Instead of letting a number dictate your mood, you use it as a feedback loop to make informed choices. It's about taking agency over your health, understanding what inputs positively or negatively impact your recovery, rather than being a slave to data. You learn to interpret the language of your own body, translating those numbers into actionable steps for a healthier life. So, how do you practically apply this without letting the data consume you? First, resist the urge to check your HRV every hour. A simple morning check-in is sufficient. Second, don't compare your HRV to friends or generalized norms. Your baseline is unique to you. Third, review your data weekly or bi-weekly. Look for those sustained trends. Did your HRV consistently drop after increasing your training volume, or during a particularly stressful period at work? Conversely, did it improve after incorporating more meditation or prioritizing sleep? Use these insights to prompt recovery strategies. Perhaps an active recovery day instead of another high-intensity workout, an earlier bedtime, or incorporating stress-reducing practices. This isn't about perfection. It's about informed self-regulation. In summary, heart rate variability is a powerful, objective metric that allows you to peer into your body's recovery state like never before. It bridges the gap between how you feel and what your physiology is actually telling you. By understanding and tracking your HRV with modern wearable tech, you gain invaluable insights to optimize your training, manage stress, and truly listen to your body, all without falling into the trap of data obsession. It's about empowering your choices for better health and more resilient living. In our next chapter, we'll delve deeper into how these recovery insights directly impact your metabolic health, exploring the fascinating connection between rest and your body's ability to efficiently process energy. Chapter 19: Cold Exposure and Circulation. Welcome back to Lifeblood. In our journey to optimize every facet of your circulatory system, we arrive at a topic that might initially send a shiver down your spine, but I promise you, the benefits are profoundly invigorating. We're delving into the powerful realm of cold exposure, specifically through cold plunging and cold showers, and uncovering the truly massive circulatory benefits they offer. Have you ever wondered why some people swear by an icy dip, even in the depths of winter? It's not just about mental fortitude. There's a remarkable physiological transformation occurring beneath the surface. At the heart of cold exposure's magic lies a rapid, dynamic cycle of vascular constriction and dilation. When your body encounters cold water, your blood vessels, particularly those close to the skin, quickly constrict, narrowing to divert blood flow inwards towards your vital organs to preserve core temperature. It's your body's brilliant, primal survival mechanism. But the real circulatory workout begins when you then step out of the cold, or when your body naturally starts to rewarm. Suddenly, those constricted vessels dilate, expanding to allow a surge of warmed, oxygen-rich blood to rush back to the periphery. Imagine this as an intensive, yet beneficial, exercise for your vascular system, a continuous training regimen that strengthens the elasticity and responsiveness of your blood vessels. Think of Sarah, a listener who used to perpetually complain of cold hands and feet, a common sign of suboptimal peripheral circulation. After just a few weeks of incorporating short, cold showers, she reported a noticeable improvement, her extremities feeling warmer and less numb. Psychologically, this isn't just about physical changes. It's about regaining a sense of control over your body's responses, feeling more robust, and even developing a heightened awareness of your internal physiological state. The initial shock gives way to an invigorating feeling of being truly alive, a powerful mental reset. To practically apply this, simply understanding that the discomfort is part of the training, like lifting weights for your muscles, can shift your perception entirely. Each pulse of cold water is a rep for your vessels. Now, for those of you thinking an ice plunge sounds like torture, let's talk about a gentle, begin a friendly cold shower routine. There's no need to jump straight into an Arctic blast. We want this to be sustainable and positive. Start your usual warm shower. Enjoy it. Complete your washing. And then, just before you step out, gradually turn the dial towards cold. Don't go straight to freezing. Ease into it. Perhaps start with 30 seconds of cool water, focusing on your breathing. Slow, deep breaths help manage the initial shock. Over successive days, you can incrementally increase the duration or decrease the temperature. My friend Mark, a self-proclaimed warm-blooded creature, initially scoffed at the idea. He began with just 15 seconds of lukewarm water at the very end of his shower, just on his legs. Slowly, he extended it to his entire body for a full minute. And now, months later, he actively craves his morning cold finish. He credits it with a significant boost in his morning alertness and a surprising improvement in his skin tone. From a psychological perspective, mastering the small challenge of a cold shower builds incredible discipline and mental resilience. It's a micro-victory at the start of your day, proving to yourself that you can face discomfort and emerge stronger. This feeling of accomplishment translates into other areas of your life. For practical application, dedicate just the last 30 to 60 seconds of your daily shower to cold water, aiming for a temperature that is distinctly cold but not agonizing. Focus on steady, diaphragmatic breathing. You'll find that consistency, even with shorter durations, yields profound benefits. So, in summary, integrating cold exposure, even in its simplest form like a cold shower, offers a potent, natural way to train and optimize your circulatory system, enhancing vascular elasticity, improving blood flow, and imparting a deep sense of mental fortitude. It's an accessible, free tool to supercharge your lifeblood. As we move forward, we'll explore how these principles of strengthening our internal systems connect with external environmental factors, and what role they play in maintaining peak circulatory health. Chapter 20: Heat Therapy and Saunas. Welcome back to Lifeblood. Today, we delve into an ancient practice gaining modern scientific validation: heat therapy and the profound benefits of saunas. Have you ever considered that the simple act of sweating could be a powerful mimic for cardiovascular exercise? It's true. When you step into a sauna, your body responds dynamically to the elevated temperature. Your heart rate begins to accelerate, your blood vessels dilate, and your circulation intensifies, a physiological dance strikingly similar to what occurs during a brisk walk or a light jog. This isn't just about feeling warm. It's about engaging your cardiovascular system in a unique, non-impact way, while simultaneously prompting your body to sweat out impurities. Imagine a long-distance runner, drenched in sweat after crossing the finish line. Their body has worked to expel waste. While the caloric expenditure isn't identical, the detoxification pathway through perspiration shares a remarkable parallel. Psychologically, this offers an incredibly appealing pathway to health, especially for those who might have physical limitations preventing strenuous activity. It provides a sense of purification and accomplishment, a gentle internal cleanse, without the physical strain, fostering a deep sense of effortless well-being. To harness this, Simply approach your sonar session with an awareness of these internal processes. Listen to your body's subtle cues as your heart rate elevates and your skin begins to glisten. Beyond this mimicry, regular sonar use offers profound, direct benefits for your heart health. Studies have repeatedly shown a correlation between consistent sonar bathing and a reduced risk of cardiovascular disease, lower blood pressure, and improved endothelial function, the health of the lining of your blood vessels. Think of the Finns, for whom sonars are not just a luxury but a cornerstone of their culture. It's no coincidence that this population often exhibits lower rates of heart disease. You can almost picture an elderly Finnish couple, still active and vibrant, crediting part of their enduring vitality to decades of dedicated sonar sessions, a testament to its long-term impact. Psychologically, knowing there's a culturally rich, scientifically supported method for safeguarding your most vital organ can significantly alleviate health anxieties. It empowers you with a sense of proactive self-care, building confidence in your approach to longevity. To integrate this into your life, aim for 2 to 3 sonar sessions per week, each lasting between 15 and 20 minutes, always listening to your body. Consistency is key to unlocking these enduring cardiovascular advantages. However, with intense heat exposure, strict safety guidelines are not just advisable, they are absolutely crucial. Hydration, before and after, is paramount. Never enter a sonar dehydrated. Always listen intently to your body. If you feel dizzy, nauseous, or excessively fatigued, exit immediately. Avoid alcohol or heavy meals before a session, and if you have pre-existing heart conditions, are pregnant, or have any other medical concerns, always consult your physician before engaging in heat therapy. Consider the cautionary tale of a novice sonogoer who, perhaps overzealous, pushed themselves too far, experiencing lightheadedness and an immediate need to leave, illustrating the importance of respecting the heat. Conversely, an experienced individual always carries a large water bottle, taking cool showers between sessions, demonstrating mindful practice. This mindful approach to safety builds trust in the process and prevents adverse experiences. Understanding your boundaries empowers you to engage responsibly, making the experience not only enjoyable but genuinely beneficial and sustainable. Practically, this means prehydrating with at least 16 ounces of water, exiting the moment you feel uncomfortable, and following your session with a gradual cool down, perhaps a cool shower, allowing your body to re-regulate. In summary, heat therapy through sonars offers a remarkable path to cardiovascular health and detoxification, mimicking exercise and providing tangible benefits for your heart, provided it is approached with respect and strict adherence to safety. It's a powerful tool in your life-blood arsenal. Next, we'll explore the invigorating world of cold therapy, a fascinating counterpoint to heat, and how it further optimizes your vitality. Chapter 21: The Hormonal Symphony. Welcome back, dear listener, to Chapter 21, The Hormonal Symphony. Today, we delve into one of the most elegant and crucial communication systems within your body, a system utterly reliant on the magnificent river of life we call blood. Imagine your bloodstream as the ultimate superhighway, a bustling, intricate network reaching every single cell from the tips of your toes to the highest reaches of your brain. It's along this vital pathway that your hormones, these tiny yet immensely powerful chemical messengers, travel with unparalleled precision to deliver their vital instructions. Without this intricate, high-speed circulatory system, your body's entire hormonal orchestra would fall silent, unable to perform its essential functions. Every nuanced mood swing, every spontaneous energy surge, every subtle metabolic shift, and even your reproductive cycles are all meticulously orchestrated by these hormones, ferried precisely and rapidly to their specific destinations by your circulating blood. Do you ever wonder how such complex coordination happens so seamlessly? It's largely thanks to this blood-borne communication. Now, let's explore this profound reliance more deeply, starting with the very heart of the endocrine system itself. Your endocrine glands, from the small, butterfly-shaped thyroid nestled gently in your neck, to the powerful adrenal glands perched atop your kidneys, and the essential sex glands, are master chemists, synthesizing these hormones and releasing them directly into the bloodstream with incredible accuracy. For these critical messages to be received clearly, understood, and acted upon promptly by their target cells, healthy, unimpeded blood flow is absolutely paramount. Think of it like a critically important delivery service in a sprawling metropolis. If you have a crucial message or package to send across a vast city, you need clear roads, efficient drivers, and unimpeded access to every address. If those roads are congested with slow-moving traffic, or worse, if entire parts of the city are experiencing gridlock, that message simply won't arrive on time, or perhaps not at all, leading to significant disruptions. This analogy translates directly into tangible effects within your body. For instance, consider a common scenario where microcirculation, the tiny blood vessels that reach individual cells and tissues, becomes compromised. Insulin, the hormone solely responsible for managing blood sugar levels, might be produced perfectly and abundantly by the pancreas. But if it physically cannot efficiently reach the muscle and fat cells to deliver its urgent take-up glucose message due to impaired blood flow, those cells won't respond appropriately. This isn't merely a theoretical problem. It's a foundational aspect of insulin resistance, where cells essentially become deaf to insulin's vital signal, often severely exacerbated by compromised delivery due to unhealthy blood vessel function or inflammation. Psychologically, living with such impaired internal communication can manifest as a pervasive, unexplained fatigue, persistent brain fog that clouds your thoughts, and a general, unsettling feeling of being off or unwell. It often creates a frustrating sense of disconnect, where your mind knows what it wants your body to achieve, but your physical self simply doesn't respond with its usual vigor or clarity. To proactively combat this and foster optimal delivery, you can actively support healthy circulation by prioritizing consistent, ample hydration throughout your day, incorporating regular low-impact movement and gentle exercise, and ensuring your diet includes beneficial omega-3 fatty acids, while consciously limiting excessive consumption of refined sugars and inflammatory foods that can thicken blood and impair vessel health. Simple yet impactful steps like taking a 10-minute walk every hour can make a significant difference. Furthermore, we must discuss the subtle, often missed early signs of hormonal imbalance. These aren't always dramatic. They frequently begin as gentle whispers, easily dismissed by many as just everyday stress or an unavoidable part of getting older. Perhaps it's that persistent afternoon slump that leaves you drained, despite what you believed was a good night's sleep, or sudden, unexplained weight fluctuations that defy your consistent efforts in diet and exercise. Maybe you're experiencing mood swings that feel disproportionate to your circumstances, or subtle, yet disruptive, changes in your usual sleep patterns. Consider the real-world example of Sarah, a high-achieving professional in her late 30s, who found herself increasingly irritable, unusually anxious, and experiencing vivid, disruptive dreams that left her unrested. She initially chalked it all up to the demands of her job, but these subtle symptoms persisted and subtly worsened over months, significantly affecting her concentration, patience, and overall quality of life. A deeper investigation, wisely prompted by her doctor, ultimately revealed a nuanced imbalance in her adrenal hormones, specifically cortisol, which were struggling significantly to maintain their natural circadian rhythm. This wasn't an immediate crisis, but a clear, undeniable early warning signal that her body was under duress. Psychologically, dismissing these crucial early signals prevents us from taking timely, preventative action. We often internalize these symptoms, unjustly blaming ourselves for feeling exhausted, moody, or unfocused, rather than recognizing them as our body's intelligent, albeit subtle, cues that something physiological needs our conscious attention. By actively learning to tune in and acknowledge these subtle, persistent changes, we empower ourselves to seek answers, advocate for our health, and proactively address issues before they escalate into more significant concerns, thereby reclaiming a profound sense of control and well-being over our own bodies. Your practical application here is paramount. Cultivate a consistent habit of truly listening to your body's subtle messages. Keep a simple, honest symptom journal, noting any persistent changes in your energy levels, mood, sleep quality, or digestion. Do not hesitate to advocate for yourself with your healthcare provider, asking specifically for comprehensive hormonal panels beyond a basic annual blood work, especially if you strongly suspect thyroid, adrenal, or sex hormone imbalances. Integrate daily stress management techniques into your routine, whether it's 5 minutes of focused deep breathing, a short mindfulness practice, or gentle stretching. So, as we conclude this enriching chapter, remember that your blood is not merely a carrier of oxygen and nutrients. It is the silent, tireless, yet supremely powerful conductor of your entire internal hormonal symphony. Nurturing its health means fostering profound, uninterrupted communication within every cell of your amazing being. In our next chapter, we will further explore specific hormones in greater detail and discuss even more targeted lifestyle interventions to support this incredible system. Chapter 22: Aging and Blood Volume. Welcome back to Life Blood, your essential guide to understanding and optimizing the vital fluid that courses through your veins. Today, we embark on a journey into a topic that touches us all: the fascinating, sometimes challenging, dance between aging and our blood volume. In Chapter 22, we're not just talking about the inevitability of time's passage, but rather providing you with actionable strategies for maintaining youthful circulation well into what we often call our golden years. This isn't about halting the clock. It's about making sure your internal engine, your circulatory system, continues to purr like a finely tuned machine, supporting your energy, your vitality, and your overall quality of life, no matter your chronological age. Have you ever noticed how some people seem to defy the typical signs of aging, not just in their outward appearance, but in their energy levels, their cognitive sharpness, and their overall zest for life? What secrets might they possess? While genetics certainly play a role, a significant, often overlooked, factor lies beneath the surface: the health and volume of their blood. And it's a factor largely within our control. We're going to unravel the physiological reasons why our blood volume naturally tends to diminish as we age and, more importantly, empower you with precise, practical dietary strategies to counteract this trend, ensuring optimal plasma levels remain a constant, supportive presence in your life. Let's begin by addressing a fundamental question. Why exactly does our blood volume naturally drop as we age? It's a multifaceted process, orchestrated by a symphony of subtle changes within the body, none of which are inherently catastrophic in isolation, but which, when combined, can lead to a noticeable decline. One of the primary culprits is a gradual reduction in kidney function. As we get older, our kidneys, those magnificent filtration systems, become slightly less efficient at regulating fluid and electrolyte balance. This includes their capacity to respond to hormones like aldosterone and antidiuretic hormone, or AD, which are critical for retaining sodium and water. When these regulatory mechanisms become less robust, our bodies can struggle to hold onto adequate fluid, leading to a creeping dehydration that often goes unnoticed until symptoms become pronounced. Compounding this is a diminished sensation of thirst. Picture this: a vibrant 70-year-old named Martha, who for decades was an avid gardener, spending hours under the sun, instinctively reaching for her water bottle. Now, in her mid-80s, Martha still loves her garden, but she finds herself forgetting to drink, or simply not feeling thirsty even when her body is clearly asking for hydration. She might experience spells of lightheadedness when she stands up too quickly, or a general feeling of fatigue that she dismisses as just getting old. This reduced thirst drive is a common age-related change, a quiet betrayal by our internal signaling system, making it harder to proactively maintain hydration. What's more, our kidneys' ability to concentrate urine declines, meaning we excrete more water, even when we're slightly dehydrated, creating a vicious cycle. The net effect is a slow but steady contraction of our total blood volume, particularly the plasma component. Beyond fluid regulation, consider the changes in our vascular elasticity. Our blood vessels, those intricate highways and byways, naturally become a bit stiffer with age. This can influence blood pressure regulation and the efficient distribution of blood throughout the body. Furthermore, the production of red blood cells, though often less dramatically affected than plasma volume, can also see a slight decline in some individuals, contributing to an overall reduction in circulating blood. And then there's the pervasive issue of cellular dehydration. Our cells themselves, as they age, might become less efficient at holding onto water, further contributing to a systemic fluid imbalance. Psychologically, the gradual decline in blood volume can be profoundly impactful, even if its cause isn't immediately apparent. Martha's experience is a perfect illustration. She attributes her fatigue and dizziness to just getting old, a common and understandable resignation. This psychological framing can lead to a sense of helplessness, a feeling that she is losing control over her body, her independence, and her ability to participate in the activities she once loved. The fear of falling, triggered by those moments of lightheadedness, can lead to a reduction in physical activity, which in turn exacerbates the problem by reducing muscle mass. Muscles store water and further diminishing circulatory efficiency. This creates a downward spiral where a physiological change morphs into a deeply ingrained psychological barrier, limiting life and fostering a perception of frailty that might not be entirely accurate. It chips away at a person's sense of self-efficacy, their belief in their capacity to influence their own health and well-being. So, what can Martha, or you, do to counteract these seemingly inevitable shifts? The practical application steps are surprisingly straightforward. yet require conscious effort. First and foremost, cultivate proactive hydration habits. Don't wait for thirst. Set reminders on your phone, keep a water bottle within reach at all times, and make hydration a ritual. Aim for small, frequent sips throughout the day rather than large gulps, which can overwhelm the kidneys and lead to increased urination. Think about incorporating fluids that also provide electrolytes, which we'll discuss more shortly. Gentle, consistent exercise, even just a daily walk, is incredibly beneficial. It stimulates circulation, helps maintain muscle mass, and supports the overall health of your cardiovascular system. Pay attention to early warning signs: unusual fatigue, lightheadedness, dry mouth, or reduced urine output. These are your body's whispers that it needs more fluid. Consider a simple daily practice like checking the color of your urine. A pale yellow indicates good hydration, while a darker hue suggests you need more fluids. Remember, aging doesn't mean giving up. It means adapting and becoming more intentional about self-care. Now, let's pivot to a key area where you have immense power: dietary strategies to maintain optimal plasma levels. Plasma, as you know, is the liquid component of your blood, making up about 55% of its total volume. It's primarily water, but it also contains vital proteins, electrolytes, hormones, nutrients, and waste products. Maintaining robust plasma volume isn't just about drinking plain water. It's about supporting all these components. Our explanation of dietary strategies must begin with water, of course, but it must extend to electrolytes, particularly sodium, potassium, and magnesium, which are crucial for fluid balance both inside and outside our cells. Sodium, often demonized, is essential for maintaining extracellular fluid volume, including plasma. When sodium levels are too low, the kidneys struggle to hold onto water, leading to plasma volume contraction. Then there are the plasma proteins, most notably albumin, which is produced by the liver. Albumin acts like a sponge, drawing water into the bloodstream and preventing it from leaking out into the tissues. Without adequate protein intake, albumin levels can drop, making it harder to maintain plasma volume. Finally, osmolytes, which are substances that help regulate cellular fluid balance, also play a role. Consider David, a spry 68-year-old former marathon runner who, after retiring from his physically demanding career, noticed a gradual decline in his energy levels. He'd always been meticulous about his health, drinking plenty of water, but he found himself feeling sluggish, occasionally experiencing muscle cramps, and his recovery after even moderate exercise seemed to take longer. He attributed it to the natural slowing down that comes with age. However, after listening to a podcast on hydration and aging, David decided to look beyond just plain water. He started incorporating homemade bone broths, rich in sodium and amino acids, into his diet. He increased his intake of potassium-rich foods like bananas, spinach, and avocados. He also made a conscious effort to include more high-quality protein sources, like lean meats, fish, and legumes, at every meal. The transformation wasn't instant, but within a few weeks, David felt a remarkable resurgence of his former vitality. His cramps diminished, his energy levels stabilized throughout the day, and he even felt mentally sharper. He realized that, while water was foundational, the quality of his hydration, supported by key nutrients, was the missing piece. From a psychological perspective, David's story highlights the profound empowerment that comes from understanding and acting upon specific dietary knowledge. He moved from a state of passive acceptance of age-related decline to one of proactive engagement and self-optimization. This shift combats age-related fatalism, the belief that deterioration is inevitable and uncontrollable. Instead, David experienced the satisfaction of feeling better and, crucially, understanding why. This understanding fosters a sense of agency, reinforcing the idea that we can indeed influence our health trajectory. It turns the often daunting prospect of aging into an opportunity for intelligent self-care and continuous improvement, rather than a surrender to decline. This proactive mindset can spill over into other areas of life, enhancing overall mental well-being and resilience. It's not just about physical health. It's about reclaiming a sense of control and optimism. So, how can you apply these dietary insights practically? Let's break it down into actionable steps. First, focus on what we call nutrient-dense hydration. This goes beyond plain water. 1. Electrolyte-rich fluids. Incorporate natural sources of electrolytes. Sodium. Don't be afraid of a moderate amount of salt, especially if you're active or live in a warm climate. Good quality sea salt or Himalayan pink salt added to your water can be beneficial. Homemade bone broths or vegetable broths are excellent, providing not only sodium but also amino acids and minerals. Consider a pinch of salt in your water bottle throughout the day. Potassium. Load up on potassium-rich foods. Think bananas, avocados, spinach, sweet potatoes, coconut water, and citrus fruits. These foods naturally support fluid balance. Magnesium. Leafy greens, nuts, seeds, and whole grains are great sources of magnesium, which is also critical for countless bodily functions, including muscle and nerve function, and indirectly supporting fluid balance. 2. Protein power. Ensure adequate protein intake to support albumin production. Aim for high-quality protein sources at every meal. This includes lean meats, poultry, fish, eggs, dairy, legumes, and tofu. For example, a morning smoothie with protein powder, Greek yogurt, or a handful of nuts and seeds, rather than just fruit. A lunch with grilled chicken or lentils. Dinner with salmon or beans. Collagen-rich foods, like bone broth or slow-cooked meats, also provide amino acids that can support connective tissue health and overall bodily integrity. 3. Fruits and vegetables. These are hydrating powerhouses. Many fruits and vegetables, like cucumbers, celery, watermelon, berries, and oranges, have high water content and come packed with vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants that support overall health and hydration at a cellular level. 4. Timing and consistency. Don't just drink a large amount of fluid once or twice a day. Sip consistently throughout the day. Pay attention to your body's signals and preempt dehydration, especially before, during, and after physical activity, or if you're exposed to dry or hot environments. 5. Limit dehydrating substances. While moderation is key, be mindful of excessive alcohol and caffeine consumption, as both can have diuretic effects, meaning they encourage your body to excrete more fluid. If you enjoy coffee or an occasional alcoholic beverage, compensate with extra hydrating fluids. Let's expand on the practicality a bit further. For instance, creating a hydration station in your home can be incredibly effective. This might be a designated spot in your kitchen with a pitcher of water infused with cucumber slices and mint, or a thermos of warm herbal tea. You could also keep a small container of electrolyte powder or a high-quality salt blend readily accessible. For meals, Think about incorporating soups and stews, which are fantastic ways to deliver both fluid and nutrients. Even something as simple as starting your day with a large glass of water with a squeeze of lemon and a pinch of sea salt can make a significant difference. Remember, the goal isn't to overhydrate, which can also be dangerous, but to maintain a consistent, optimal fluid balance. This means being attuned to your body's needs and consciously making choices that support that balance. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and small, consistent actions accumulate into profound benefits over time. You are building a resilient, age-defying circulatory system, one mindful sip and nourishing bite at a time. In summary, we've explored the intricate reasons behind age-related blood volume decline, from diminishing kidney efficiency and reduced thirst sensation to changes in vascular health and cellular hydration. We've seen how this physiological shift can manifest psychologically as a sense of fatigue and a loss of independence, leading to a resignation to getting old. But crucially, we've armed ourselves with powerful knowledge and practical strategies. We've learned that maintaining youthful circulation well into our later years is not our pipe dream, but an achievable reality through proactive hydration and thoughtful dietary choices. By prioritizing electrolyte-rich fluids, adequate protein intake, and nutrient-dense fruits and vegetables, we can actively support our plasma volume, enhance our energy levels, and sustain our vitality. This understanding moves us beyond passive acceptance to active engagement with our own health. It empowers us to reclaim agency over our bodies and defy the traditional narrative of decline. The vibrant life you envision for yourself, full of energy and mental clarity, is intricately linked to the health of your blood. As we conclude this chapter, reflect on the power you now hold. You understand the why and, more importantly, the how. In our next chapter, we will delve deeper into the microscopic world within your blood, exploring the fascinating role of individual blood components and how they influence everything from immunity to cognitive function. Building upon this foundation of optimal blood volume. Stay curious, stay hydrated, and continue on this incredible journey with Life Blood. Chapter 23: The Psychology of Healing. Welcome back to Life Blood. As we continue our profound exploration into the intricacies of human existence, we arrive at a truly transformative realization: the undeniable power of your mind in shaping your physical reality. In this chapter, The Psychology of Healing, we delve into a groundbreaking concept, demonstrating mindset's measurable, physical effect on the human body. Is it truly possible that your thoughts can mend your flesh, calm your organs, and accelerate your recovery? The answer, unequivocally, is yes. Think for a moment about stress. When you experience intense anxiety or prolonged worry, what happens to your body? Your heart rate elevates, your muscles tense, your digestion falters, and your immune system can be suppressed. These aren't just feelings. These are profound physiological shifts driven purely by your mental state, by a cascade of hormones like cortisol and adrenaline released directly from your brain's interpretation of a perceived threat. This is a measurable, physical effect. Conversely, consider the profound tranquility of deep meditation or the exhilarating rush of joy. These two trigger chemical releases, like endorphins and oxytocin, that promote relaxation, reduce pain, and bolster well-being. Your brain isn't just an observer. It's the conductor of your body's symphony, capable of playing both discordant and harmonious notes, entirely dependent on the sheet music of your thoughts. Psychologically, Understanding this connection is crucial because it moves healing beyond a purely mechanical process. It empowers you by revealing the profound influence you wield over your own physical state, not just through external interventions, but through internal command. Practically, this means cultivating daily mindfulness practices, learning effective stress reduction techniques like deep breathing, and engaging in positive visualization. Imagine your body healing, envisioning healthy cells regenerating, and feel the calmness wash over you. This isn't wishful thinking. It's active participation in your own biological processes. One of the most compelling demonstrations of this mind-body connection is found in the profound implications of the placebo effect. This isn't some fringe theory. It's a phenomenon rigorously studied in countless medical trials. Picture a scenario where patients suffering from severe pain are divided into two groups. One group receives a potent painkiller, while the other receives an inert sugar pill, completely unaware it's not the real medication. What often happens is astonishing. A significant percentage of those receiving the sugar pill report substantial pain relief, sometimes comparable to the group receiving the actual drug. Even more remarkable, studies have shown that placebos can trigger the body's own opioid systems, releasing natural painkillers, and can even alter brain activity in ways indistinguishable from real medication. Consider the compelling case of sham surgeries for conditions like knee pain or Parkinson's disease, where patients underwent incisions but no actual therapeutic intervention, yet reported marked improvement simply because they believed they had received life-changing surgery. This isn't merely psychological comfort. It's the brain initiating genuine physiological changes, leveraging its own internal pharmacy. The psychological significance here is immense. It demonstrates the body's inherent capacity for self-healing, activated by expectation, belief, and the therapeutic context itself. It tells us that our mind is not passive but an active agent in our recovery.
Have you ever considered that the quality of your blood, a vital river flowing through every cell and organ, might begin not in your heart or your bone marrow, but in the bustling metropolis of your blood? It's true. Probiotics are not just about digestion. They are specialized fibers that our human digestive enzymes can't break down. Instead, they travel intact to the large intestine, becoming a feast for the trillions of beneficial bacteria residing there, your microbiome. Think of these probiotics as gourmet fuel, specifically designed to cultivate a thriving inner garden. When these good bacteria consume probiotics, they don't just process them. They transform them through a process called fermentation, producing a treasure trove of beneficial compounds, chief among them being short-chain fatty acids, or acetate. These acetate, primarily acetate, propionic, and butyrate, are far more than mere waste products. They are potent signaling molecules and incredible sources of energy and nourishment, not just for the cells lining your colon, but for your entire body. Once produced, these acids are rapidly absorbed through the intestinal wall, flowing directly into your bloodstream via the portal vein. From there, they embark on a systemic journey, reaching every tissue, every organ, every cell. Butyrate, for instance, is a primary energy source for the cells of the colon, maintaining gut barrier integrity, a critical defense against unwanted substances entering the bloodstream. Propionic travels to the liver, influencing glucose production and potentially aiding in appetite regulation. Acetate circulates widely, serving as an energy source for various tissues, including muscles and the brain. Ultimately, this means that your gut bacteria, when properly fed, are literally creating vital nutrients that directly enter your blood, enriching its composition, modulating inflammation, supporting immune function, and enhancing overall cellular vitality. This isn't just about digestion. It's about systemic nourishment at its most fundamental level. Let's explore this intricate process further, specifically how specialized gut bacteria directly feed the blood. Our gut isn't a single, uniform entity. It's a diverse ecosystem, a rainforest of microbial life. Certain bacterial strains, like various species of Bifidobacterium and Lactobacillus, or the powerhouse Faecalibacterium bursiniaceae, are particularly adept at fermenting complex probiotic fibers. These are the unsung heroes working tirelessly within you. They take those indigestible fibers from, say, an onion or a banana, and through their metabolic wizardry, break them down into acid acid. Imagine these bacteria as tiny, efficient factories, converting raw materials into premium fuel for your body. This acid they produce and then transported directly into your bloodstream, becoming a fundamental part of circulating nourishment that reaches every corner of your being. Consider the real-world stories of Mark, a 60-year-old retired engineer who, for years, suffered from chronic fatigue and what he vaguely described as a general lack of zip. He tried countless supplements, hoping for a magical energy boost, but nothing seemed to stick. After reading about the microbiome, he decided to focus on his diet, specifically increasing his intake of diverse probiotic fibers. He started with simple additions: a tablespoon of ground flaxseed in his morning oatmeal, an extra serving of leafy greens with dinner, and incorporating more beans and lentils into his weekly meals. He didn't feel an immediate jolt, but over several months, a gradual, profound shift occurred. His energy levels stabilized throughout the day. The afternoon slump became a distant memory, and he found himself enjoying his daily walks with renewed vigor. His doctor noted improvements in several blood markers, including a reduction in inflammatory cytokines. Mark hadn't changed his entire life. He simply changed the diet of his internal workforce. He started to understand that he wasn't just eating for himself, but for the trillions of allies within him, and they, in turn, were feeding him back directly through his blood. From a psychological perspective, why does this understanding matter so profoundly? Because it gives us agency. So often, when faced with health challenges like fatigue, brain fog, or chronic inflammation, we feel helpless, as if our bodies are betraying us. Learning that our daily dietary choices can literally dictate the production of substances that nourish and heal our blood empowers us. It shifts us from passive recipients of health advice to active participants in our well-being. It transforms eating from a mere act of consumption into a profound act of self-care, a conscious decision to nurture the very foundation of our vitality. This knowledge fosters a sense of control and optimism, turning abstract health goals into tangible, daily actions with measurable internal benefits. So, how can you practically apply this knowledge? The steps are wonderfully simple, yet powerful. First, identify key probiotic-rich foods. Think asparagus, garlic, onions, leeks, chicory root, Jerusalem artichokes, green bananas, oats, apples especially with the skin, and legumes select lentils and chickpeas. Second, start small and gradually incorporate these foods into your diet. Don't overhaul everything overnight. Your microbiome appreciates gentle transitions. Try adding a quarter cup of lentils to your salad, or swap your regular banana for a slightly green one a few times a week. Third, diversify. Aim for a wide variety of plant fibers. Each type of fiber tends to feed different strains of bacteria, and a diverse microbiome is a resilient one. Finally, listen to your body. Pay attention to changes in your energy levels, your mood, your digestion, and your overall sense of vitality. These are your internal feedback mechanisms, signaling the profound work happening within. Now, let's make this even more tangible with an easy-to-follow favorite meal plan concept. The beauty of feeding your microbiome isn't about rigid rules or complicated calorie counting. It's about embracing whole, processed foods and making conscious, fiber-focused choices. Think of it as a template rather than a strict schedule. For breakfast, consider a bowl of old-fashioned raw oats, perhaps topped with berries for additional fiber and antioxidants, and a sprinkle of ground flaxseed or chia seeds. Instead of highly processed cereals, which often contain refined sugars that feed less beneficial bacteria, you're providing a slow-released, probiotic-rich start to your day. Lunch could be a vibrant, generously sized mixed salad. Don't just think lettuce. Load it with diverse vegetables like bell peppers, cucumbers, carrots, and add a significant portion of legumes, perhaps chickpeas, black beans, or lentils for protein and fiber punch. You might even include a whole grain base like quinoa or farro for sustained energy. Dinner can revolve around the steamed or roasted non-starchy vegetables, broccoli, Brussels sprouts, asparagus paired with a lean protein source and a complex carbohydrate like a baked sweet potato or a serving of brown rice. And for snacks, food at empty calories. Reach for an apple with a tablespoon of almond butter, a handful of raw carrots or bell pepper strips, or a small bowl of plain Greek yogurt with a sprinkle of walnuts. Each of these options delivers beneficial fiber, keeping your gut bacteria happy and your blood nourished. Let's illustrate this with the experience of Lina, a busy mother of two who felt perpetually overwhelmed by the sheer volume of conflicting dietary advice. She understood the concept of feeding her microbiome but found complex meal prep daunting. Instead of a strict meal plan, she adopted a fiber-first mindset. Every time she prepared a meal or chose a snack, she asked herself, "How can I add more fiber here?" She started making extra portions of roasted vegetables for dinner to have as leftovers for lunch, swapping white rice for brown, and keeping a bowl of fruit and nuts visible on the counter for easy snacking. She didn't drastically change her family's entire menu, but she consistently sought opportunities to integrate more fiber. Over 3 months, Lena noticed her persistent bloating significantly reduced. The bowel movements became more regular and comfortable, and she felt a consistent, gentle lift in her mood and energy. She wasn't meticulously extracting grams of fiber. She was simply making conscious, consistent choices to include more whole plant foods. These small, incremental changes created a powerful ripple effect throughout her entire system, culminating in better nourished blood and a greater sense of overall well-being. Psychologically, why does this ease-to-follow concept approach work so well? Because it bypasses the common barriers of overwhelm and perceived restriction. Many people equate diet with deprivation and complexity. By presenting a flexible, category-based approach, we foster a sense of accessibility and sustainability. It taps into our desire for simplicity and effectiveness, reassuring us that profound health changes don't require an advanced degree in nutrition or endless hours in the kitchen. It promotes a feeling of gradual achievement and builds confidence, making the journey to better health feel less like a chore and more like an empowering, achievable lifestyle evolution. To put this into practical application steps for yourself, focus on diversity. Eat a rainbow of plant foods every day. Prioritize whole grains over refined ones whenever possible. Embrace legumes, beans, lentils, chickpeas as versatile and potent sources of fiber. Make small snacking choices, keeping fiber-rich options readily available. And critically, remember that hydration is absolutely essential. Water helps fiber move efficiently through your digestive system. Finally, whenever you can, cook at home. This gives you direct control over the quality and quantity of the ingredients you're consuming, ensuring you're feeding your microbiome with the best possible fuel. In essence, by consciously feeding our microbiome with diverse probiotics, we are activating an internal pharmacy, instructing our gut bacteria to produce vital short-chain fatty acids that directly nourish our blood and, by extension, every cell in our body. This is a profound act of self-care, a daily ritual that impacts your vitality at the most fundamental level. Understanding this connection shifts our paradigm from merely eating to satisfy hunger to eating with intention, knowing that each beverage bite contributes to the robust health of our circulating lifeblood. As we continue our exploration into the intricate dance of our internal systems, our next chapter will delve into another critical aspect of blood health, understanding and mitigating the impact of inflammation. Stay tuned, because connecting these dots is key to unlocking your fullest health potential. Chapter 25: Caffeine and Blood Constriction. Chapter 27: Caffeine and Blood Constriction. Welcome back to Lifeblood, your guide to optimizing every aspect of your body's most vital fluid and, by extension, your entire well-being. Today, we're diving into a topic that touches nearly every one of us, often multiple times a day: caffeine. Specifically, we'll explore the fascinating, sometimes surprising, relationship between your beloved coffee or comforting tea and the delicate dance of blood flow. Our aim isn't to demonize these popular beverages, but rather to offer a truly balanced, insightful approach to managing your intake for optimal circulation, sustained energy, and an overall sense of vibrant health. Are you ready to refine your daily ritual and unlock even greater vitality? Let's begin by understanding the foundational science behind caffeine's effects. At its core, caffeine is a psychoactive stimulant, and its primary mechanism of action in the brain involves a molecule called adenosine. Now, adenosine is a fascinating substance, naturally produced by your body as a byproduct of cellular energy metabolism. Think of it as your body's built-in sedative, accumulating throughout your waking hours, particularly as your brain cells burn energy and carry out their complex functions. As adenosine levels rise, they bind to specific receptors on your brain cells, settling fatigue and promoting relaxation and sleep. It's an elegant system designed to ensure you get the rest you need to recharge. Here's where caffeine steps onto the scene, playing a rather clever trick. Caffeine has a molecular structure that is remarkably similar to adenosine. When you consume caffeine, these caffeine molecules rush into your bloodstream, cross the blood-brain barrier, and essentially compete with adenosine for those very same receptors. But here's a crucial distinction. While caffeine binds to the adenosine receptors, it doesn't activate them. Instead, it blocks them. It's like pushing a key in a lock but not turning it. The lock is occupied, so the correct key, adenosine, cannot enter. The result: your brain's signals for tiredness and drowsiness are effectively muted. Neurotransmitters like dopamine and norepinephrine, which typically get suppressed by adenosine, are now allowed to flow more freely, leading to that characteristic feeling of alertness, increased focus, and sometimes a burst of energy. This is also what caffeine can cause vasoconstriction, or the narrowing of blood vessels in the brain, a mechanism that, while helpful for headaches, can have broader implications for overall blood flow if not managed wisely. Consider the story of David, a dedicated graphic designer who used to wake up, roll out of bed, and immediately head for the coffee maker. His first cup was consumed within minutes of his eyes opening, often before he'd even truly shaken off the lingering threads of sleep. David wasn't drinking coffee because he felt a deep, genuine need for energy at that precise moment. He was drinking it out of habit, a ritual ingrained over years. and a preemptive strike against the perceived lethargy of the morning. He thought he needed it to wake up. What was actually happening, unknowingly to David, was that he was essentially throwing caffeine at a brain that was still naturally producing its own wake-up call, its own internal cortisol surge. His body was already moving towards alertness, and the caffeine was just adding an unnecessary layer, often leading to a mid-morning crash that felt even worse, or an afternoon slump that demanded yet another cup, perpetuating a cycle of dependency. From a psychological perspective, David's situation illuminates several important points. Firstly, there is the powerful influence of habit and ritual. The act of making and smelling coffee can be incredibly comforting, signaling the start of the day and providing that sense of routine, irrespective of its physiological necessity at that exact moment. Secondly, there is the expectation that we expect caffeine to wake us up, and this expectation alone can provide a significant mental boost. Our brains are incredibly powerful, and believing something will work can often make it feel like it does, even if the timing is suboptimal from a physiological standpoint. Finally, there's the avoidance of withdrawal. For regular caffeine drinkers, the discomfort of withdrawal symptoms, headaches, irritability, fatigue can be a strong motivator to consume caffeine, even if the primary benefit is merely staving off those unpleasant feelings, rather than genuinely enhancing performance or energy. It becomes a reactive measure, not a proactive enhancement. So, how can we apply this understanding practically? The key lies in strategic timing. If caffeine works by blocking adenosine receptors, and adenosine accumulates as you awake, then introducing caffeine when your body is naturally producing its own stimulant, cortisol, might be counterproductive. Your body's cortisol levels, which are crucial for stress response and wakefulness, naturally peak shortly after you wake up. This is your body's built-in alarm clock, designed to get you moving. Introducing caffeine during this natural cortisol peak can actually dull your body's own hormonal response over time, potentially leading to a greater reliance on external stimulation. This brings us to the scientifically optimal time windows for drinking coffee. Research suggests that the ideal time to enjoy your first cup of coffee or tea is typically at about 1 to 2 hours after waking up. For many, this means somewhere between 9:30 a.m. and 11:30 a.m., assuming a wake-up time around 7:00 a.m. Why this window? Because your initial cortisol surge has begun to subside, and your body is transitioning into a natural dip in alertness. This is where caffeine can genuinely provide a boost, extending your focus and energy without interfering with your natural rhythms. By waiting, you allow your natural cortisol cycle to do its job, and then you layer caffeine on top for a truly synergistic effect, rather than fighting against your body's intrinsic processes. Let's consider another individual, Marita, a busy marketing manager. Maria used to struggle with energy throughout the day. She'd wake up, immediately grab a large coffee, feel a rush, but then experience a significant slump by 11 a.m., often feeling jittery and unfocused. She then resort to another coffee post-lunch, leading to restless nights. After learning about cortisol cycles, Maria decided to experiment. For 1 week, she delayed her first cup of coffee until 9:30 a.m. Instead of coffee first thing, she started her day with a large glass of water, followed by a light breakfast. To her surprise, this initial morning grogginess, which she'd always attributed to needing coffee, largely dissipated on its own within that first hour. When she finally had her coffee at 9:30 a.m., she noticed a much smaller, more sustained energy boost without the jitters she'd previously experienced. Her afternoon slump was less severe, and she found herself less reliant on that second, often sleep-disrupting cup. Psychologically, Maria's experience highlights the power of mindful awareness and breaking habitual patterns. Her initial reliance on morning coffee was largely unconscious. It was just what she did. But making a conscious decision to delay it, she gave her body a chance to demonstrate its all-natural capabilities. This shift empowered her, showing her that she wasn't entirely dependent on caffeine to function. It also introduced a sense of control and intentionality into her daily routine. The psychological benefit wasn't just about feeling more energetic, but about feeling better about her energy, knowing it was more organically supported rather than artificially forced. It instilled a sense of mastery over her own body and habits, which can be profoundly motivating. Now, for practical application, steps to integrate this knowledge into your own life. First, I encourage you to experiment with delaying your morning caffeine. Try waiting just 60 minutes after waking up for a few days. Then, extend it to 90 or even 120 minutes. During this initial period, focus on hydrating with water, perhaps adding a squeeze of lemon, and engaging in some light movement or stretching. Pay close attention to how your body feels during this time. Are you truly as tired as you thought you'd be without immediate caffeine? You might be surprised. Second, consider the mid-afternoon slump. Many of us reach for another cup of coffee around 2 or 3 p.m. This can be another excellent opportunity for strategic caffeine intake. However, be mindful of your personal caffeine sensitivity and your sleep patterns. For some, caffeine consumed after 2 p.m. can significantly disrupt nighttime sleep, extending the time it takes to fall asleep and reducing the quality of deep sleep. If you find yourself in this situation, perhaps switch to green tea, which contains less caffeine and also offers L-theanine, an amino acid that promotes a calmer, more focused alertness without the jitters often associated with coffee. Third, always prioritize hydration alongside your caffeine intake. Caffeine is a mild diuretic, meaning it can increase urine output and potentially contribute to dehydration, which itself can negatively impact blood flow and energy levels. For every cup of coffee or strong tea, consider drinking an equivalent amount of water to maintain optimal fluid balance. Finally, periodically assess your caffeine tolerance. Our bodies are not static. Our metabolism, stress levels, and overall health can influence how we process caffeine. If you find yourself needing more and more caffeine to achieve the same effect, or if you're experiencing side effects like anxiety, jitters, or poor sleep, it might be time for a brief tolerance break. Even a few days without caffeine can help reset your receptors, making your subsequent caffeine intake more effective and beneficial. This allows your body to truly clear out the blocked adenosine receptors and for you to reevaluate your genuine need versus enduring habit. A good approach is to gradually reduce your intake over a week or two to minimize withdrawal symptoms, making the transition much smoother. This mindful approach ensures that you are truly harnessing caffeine as a tool for enhanced flow and focus, rather than allowing it to become a crutch that inadvertently constricts your vitality. In summary, caffeine is a powerful tool when used wisely. By understanding its interaction with adenosine receptors and aligning its consumption with your body's natural cortisol rhythms, you can transform your coffee or tea ritual from a potentially draining habit into a genuinely invigorating practice. Filling that first cup, strategically timing your subsequent doses, choosing tea for gentle lift, and prioritizing hydration are all practical steps that empower you to optimize not just your energy levels, but also your circulation and overall lifeblood. Embrace this balanced approach. Listen to your body and experience a more sustained, authentic vitality. As we move forward, we'll continue to uncover more surprising ways in which seemingly small daily choices profoundly impact your internal flow, leading us next into the often overlooked connection between nutrient timing and cellular oxygenation. Chapter 26: Alcohol's Toll. Welcome back, dear listener, to Lifeblood, your guide to understanding the very essence of your vitality. In our journey so far, we've explored the incredible complexity and profound importance of your blood, the silent river that sustains every cell and organ within you. Today, we confront a topic that often carries a heavy social weight but demands an honest and unflinching look: the pervasive impact of alcohol on this vital fluid. Have you ever paused to truly consider what happens inside your body, specifically within your bloodstream, the moment that first sip of an alcoholic beverage crosses your lips? We often associate drinking with relaxation, celebration, or social lubricant, but from a biological perspective, alcohol is a chemical ethanol, a psychoactive drug that your body recognizes as a toxin. It is not merely a benign fluid that passes through. It actively engages with your biology, initiating a cascade of reactions that have profound implications for your blood's health and, by extension, your entire well-being. Within mere minutes of ingestion, alcohol doesn't wait politely in your stomach. It quickly breaches the gastric lining and the small intestine, surging directly into your bloodstream. Your blood, that diligent, highly carrying oxygen, nutrients, and waste products, suddenly finds itself transporting an unwanted passenger. This chemical invader doesn't just ride along. It starts to interact with the delicate components of your blood. It can begin to alter the very shape and function of your red blood cells, impair the vigilant work of your white blood cells, and affect the crucial balance of your plasma. That initial loss or feeling of euphoria we often chase is, in a very real sense, your body's initial response to cellular disruption, a testament to the fact that alcohol is already at work, recalibrating your internal environment in ways that are far from beneficial. It's an immediate, system-wide imposition that your body must diligently work to counteract and eliminate. Now, let's trace the toxic path of alcohol metabolization within your bloodstream, a journey that reveals just how diligently your body works to protect itself from this pervasive compound. Once alcohol is absorbed into your bloodstream, it's rapidly distributed throughout your entire body, reaching virtually every organ and tissue. This is why alcohol affects your brain, your heart, your muscles, and every other system. But the primary battleground for alcohol detoxification is your liver, an organ of incredible resilience and capacity. Here, a fascinating yet challenging process unfolds. Your liver deploys a dedicated enzyme system, primarily alcohol dehydrogenase, or ALD, which begins to break down ethanol. However, the immediate product of this breakdown isn't benign. It's a highly toxic compound known as acetaldehyde. Acetaldehyde is considerably more toxic than alcohol itself, and is a major culprit behind many of the unpleasant effects of a hangover, such as nausea, headaches, and flushing. More significantly, at a cellular level, acetaldehyde is a known carcinogen. It can damage DNA, disrupt protein synthesis, and trigger widespread inflammation. It's essentially a cellular disruptor, generating free radicals that harm cells and tissues throughout your body. Think of it as a microscopic saboteur, causing widespread collateral damage. Fortunately, your body has a second line of defense. Other enzyme, aldehyde dehydrogenase, ALD, quickly steps in to further metabolize acetaldehyde, converting it into acetate. Acetate is a much less harmful compound, eventually breaking down into carbon dioxide and water, which your body can then safely eliminate. This two-step process in the liver is a testament to your body's sophisticated detoxification machinery, but it's also a process that can be overwhelmed by excessive alcohol consumption, leaving acetaldehyde to circulate longer and wreak more havoc. Within your blood itself, this toxic pathway manifests in several concerning ways. your red blood cells, responsible for oxygen transport, can be affected, sometimes clumping together in what's known as swallow formation, reducing their surface area for oxygen exchange and making them less efficient at navigating narrow capillaries. This can contribute to feelings of fatigue and sluggishness. Your white blood cells, the valiant soldiers of your immune system, can have their function suppressed, making you more susceptible to infections. Alcohol interferes with their ability to identify and neutralize pathogens, reducing their overall responsiveness. Platelets, crucial for blood clotting, can also be impacted. While initial alcohol consumption might transiently increase their stickiness, chronic use can lead to impaired clotting, increasing the risk of bruising or bleeding. Endoplasm, the liquid matrix of your blood, becomes more concentrated as alcohol acts as a diuretic, leading to dehydration and an imbalance of vital electrolytes like potassium and magnesium, which are essential for nerve and muscle function. To illustrate this internal struggle, consider the story of Maria. Maria was in her late 30s, a busy professional who enjoyed socializing. Her weekends often involved several glasses of wine on Friday and Saturday nights. She'd frequently complain of feeling off on Monday mornings, not just a typical hangover, but a persistent brain fog, a dull headache that lingered, and a general sense of fatigue that coffee only mildly alleviated. She also noticed she was getting sick more often than her peers, persistent colds, lingering coughs, and a general susceptibility to whatever bug was going around the office. For years, she'd attributed it to stress, lack of sleep, or just getting older. It wasn't until she decided to take a month-long break from alcohol that she experienced a profound shift. The Monday morning fogs lifted, her energy levels soared, and she realized how consistently unwell she had been without even fully recognizing it. Her immune system seemed to rebound, making her less vulnerable to illness. Maria's experience highlights how easy it is to normalize these subtle symptoms and how the internal toll of alcohol on our blood and immune system can manifest as general malaise, quietly eroding our vitality over time. From a psychological perspective, why does this matter so deeply? There's a profound disconnect between the perceived benefits of alcohol, the temporary relaxation, the social ease, the brief escape, and the very real, often invisible, damage it inflicts internally. Our society often normalizes or even glorifies drinking, making it difficult to acknowledge these hidden costs. We might experience persistent fatigue, catch every cold, or feel mentally sluggish, yet we rarely connect these dots directly back to our alcohol consumption. This cognitive dissonance allows us to continue a behavior that, while offering immediate gratification, steadily undermines our long-term health. Understanding the true internal mechanisms, the way alcohol actively compromises our blood cells, our immune response, and our liver's function, can be a powerful catalyst for change. It moves the discussion beyond external social pressures and into the realm of self-preservation and genuine well-being. Recognizing that the fun comes at a biological cost can empower us to make choices rooted in self-care rather than habit or societal expectation. So, what are the practical steps we can take? Armed with this knowledge, first, educate yourself on the alcohol content of your chosen beverages. A standard drink isn't always what you pour. Secondly, practice mindful consumption. Pace yourself, aiming for no more than one standard drink per hour, giving your liver time to process the toxins. Hydrate diligently with water between alcoholic drinks, not just to mitigate hangovers, but to support your plasma's electrolyte balance. Ensure you eat food before and during drinking, as this slows alcohol absorption. Most importantly, listen to your body's signals, not just the obvious ones, but the subtle whispers of fatigue, brain fog, or persistent illness. and consider regular dry days, dry weeks, or even dry months as a reset button for your body, allowing your blood and liver to recover and rejuvenate. These periods of abstinence can be incredibly revealing, helping you truly understand the baseline of your natural energy and clarity. Now, let's shift our focus to an equally important aspect, the social dimension of drinking. The idea that we need alcohol to truly enjoy ourselves, to relax, or to fully participate in social gatherings is deeply ingrained in many cultures. But what if we could reclaim the joy of connection, the art of celebration, and the simple pleasure of a beautifully crafted beverage without the toxic toll on our blood? This is where healthy, socially acceptable mocktail alternatives become not just a choice, but a powerful tool for well-being. The concept of a mocktail isn't about deprivation. It's about liberation and elevation. It's about enjoying the ritual, the sophisticated flavors, the aesthetic presentation, and the shared experience of a drink in hand, all while supporting your body's natural vitality. Mocktails allow you to engage fully, to taste complex flavor profiles, and to feel part of a festive atmosphere without compromising your blood health, your mental clarity, or your immune system. They offer all the sensory pleasure without the acetaldehyde hangover or the long-term cellular damage. They are a declaration that you can choose your health without sacrificing your social life. Consider the story of David, a man who, for years, felt a quiet unease at parties if he wasn't holding a beer or a cocktail. He wasn't a heavy drinker, but the sheer awkwardness of not having a proper drink in his hand felt almost unbearable, leading him to grab a sugary soda or just feel out of place. One evening, attending a friend's dinner party, he decided to try something different. The host, understanding David's desire to cut back, had prepared a beautiful pitcher of sparkling water infused with fresh cucumber mint and lime, served in elegant glasses. David tentatively poured himself one, and to his surprise, he found it refreshing, sophisticated, and perfectly satisfying. He spent the evening engaged in a lively conversation, fully present, without the usual mental fogginess or the internal debate about whether to have just one more. The next morning, he woke up feeling energized, clear-headed, and profoundly grateful. He realized that the social connection, the laughter, and the shared moments were never about the alcohol. They were about the people. This simple shift in what he held in his hand transformed his social experiences and empowered him to take control of his choices. Psychologically, embracing mocktails tackles several common challenges head-on. There is a pervasive fear of missing out, of FOMO. The idea is that others are having more fun because they're drinking. There's also the subtle social pressure, the polite nudges from friends, or the feeling that you're somewhat less fun if you're not imbibing. For many, alcohol acts as a kind of liquid courage, masking social anxieties or inhibitions. However, relying on a substance for confidence creates a dependency that ultimately diminishes your authentic self. Choosing a mocktail is an act of empowerment. It's a declaration that your enjoyment, your confidence, and your ability to connect stem from within, not from a bottle. It's about reclaiming your autonomy, shifting your identity from someone who drinks to someone who makes conscious, healthy choices. This psychological freedom can be incredibly liberating, allowing you to engage more authentically and enjoy social interactions for what they truly are, opportunities for genuine human connection. So, how can you practically integrate mocktails into your life? First, experiment at home. Discover your personal preferences. Start with simple combinations: sparkling water with fresh fruit-select berries, slices of citrus, or even pureed peaches. Add herbs like mint, basil, or rosemary for complexity. A dash of non-alcoholic bitters can add depth, or try non-alcoholic spirits now widely available. Second, be prepared when you go out. know what to confidently order at bars and restaurants. A soda water with a generous squeeze of lime, a virgin mojito, a cranberry and soda, or inquire if they have any interesting alcohol-free concoctions. Don't be shy. Your choice is valid and growing in popularity. Third, become an advocate. If you're hosting, make creative marketing a prominent feature, demonstrating to your guests that delicious, sophisticated drinks don't require alcohol. Finally, shift your mindset. Focus on the connection, the conversation, the environment, and the joy of the moment itself, rather than what's in your glass. Try a radiant refresher with mottled cucumber, fresh mint, lime juice, and sparkling water, or a berry bliss cooler blending mixed berries, a hint of ginger ale, and a squeeze of lemon. You'll find that the absence of alcohol often enhances your ability to truly savor these moments and remember them with crystal clarity. Dear listener, we've taken an honest look at alcohol's profound and intricate toll on your blood, from its immediate absorption and the creation of toxic acetaldehyde to its impact on your red blood cells, immune system, and overall vitality. We'll also explore the liberating power of choosing healthy, delicious, and socially acceptable alternatives. Your blood is not merely a passive conduit. It is an active participant in every bodily function, and its health is paramount to your well-being. By understanding alcohol's impact and by making cautious choices, you empower yourself to protect and nurture this precious life force. In our next chapter, we will delve deeper into specific long-term organ damage that can result from chronic alcohol consumption, moving beyond an immediate bloodstream effects to understand how this early impacts ripple throughout your entire system and what steps you can take to mitigate them. Join us as we continue to illuminate the path to a healthier, more vibrant you. Chapter 27: Plant Medicine and Herbs. Welcome back, dear listener, to Lifeblood, where we continue our journey into the remarkable science and holistic wisdom of nurturing our most vital food. In our previous discussions, we laid the groundwork for understanding the intricate dance within our circulatory system, delving into the role of nutrition, hydration, and mindful living. Today, we embark on a fascinating exploration that connects us directly to our ancestral roots, to a time when pharmacies were not sterile labs but vibrant forest fields and gardens. We're talking about Chapter 27, Plant Medicine and Herbs, a realm where nature provides us with powerful allies for blood purification and boosting. Throughout history, across every continent and culture, humanity has turned to the botanical world for healing and sustenance. Before the advent of synthetic pharmaceuticals, before complex chemical compounds were isolated and bottled, our ancestors possessed an intimate knowledge of the plants around them. They observed, experimented, and passed down generations of wisdom regarding which leaves, roots, flowers, and barks could mend the ailing body, soothe the troubled mind, and, crucially for our discussion, purify and strengthen the blood. Isn't it astonishing to think that the very remedies we seek in modern science often have their origins in these age-old traditions? From the ancient Egyptians, who documented thousands of medicinal plants on papyrus scrolls, to the Greek physician Hippocrates, who famously declared, "Let food be thy medicine." The understanding that nature holds potent healing power has been the consistent thread in human history. Traditional Chinese medicine, with its intricate pharmacopoeia and the sophisticated system of Ayurveda in India, both boast millennia of experience with herbs specifically aimed at enhancing blood quality, circulation, and detoxification. They recognize that healthy blood was fundamental to overall vitality, not just a separate system, and they look to plants as a primary agents for achieving this balance. So, When we speak of history's most effective natural blood purifiers and boosters, we are tapping into an ancient lineage of healing. What makes a plant a blood purifier or booster? Often, these are herbs known as operatives in Western herbalism, plants that gradually restore proper function to the body by improving the metabolism of nutrients and elimination of waste. They don't just mask symptoms. They support the body's innate ability to cleanse and rebuild. Think of plants like burdock root, traditionally used to support liver function and skin health, or dandelion, a potent diuretic and liver tonic, both of which indirectly contribute to cleaner, healthier blood by sustaining the body's detoxification pathways. Nettle, rich in iron and other minerals, has long been revered for its ability to enrich the blood, while red clover is often praised for its lymphatic cleansing properties. Milk thistle, too, is a powerful ally for liver support, which, as we discussed in earlier chapters, is absolutely critical for blood detoxification. These plants don't just appear in old wives' tales. Their efficacy is increasingly being validated by modern scientific inquiry, bridging the gap between ancient wisdom and contemporary understanding. It's a powerful testament to their enduring value, wouldn't you agree? Now, among the myriad of plant allies available to us, two humble yet extraordinary ingredients stand out for their widespread availability, scientific validation, and a profound impact on blood health: garlic and turmeric. You likely have both in your kitchen right now, perhaps unaware of the incredible medicinal power they hold. Let's delve deeply into the clinical benefits of incorporating daily garlic and turmeric into your life. First, let's talk about garlic, the pungent bulb revered since antiquity. Its history is truly remarkable. Egyptian pharaohs fed it to pyramid builders to enhance their strength and ward off illness. Roman soldiers consumed it for courage and endurance. In ancient Greece, athletes ate garlic before competitions, and Hippocrates prescribed it for a wide range of conditions, from infections to digestive disorders. It's not just a flavor enhancer. It's a time-tested medicine. Modern science has peeled back the layers of this fascinating plant, revealing that its potent health benefits are largely due to its sulfur-containing compounds, particularly allicin. Here's the magic. When garlic is crushed, chopped, or chewed, the enzyme allicinase converts allicin into allicin, which is responsible for garlic's characteristic smell and most of its medicinal properties. But what does this mean for your blood? The clinical benefits are extensive. Garlic is a phenomenal ally for cardiovascular health. Studies have shown its ability to help lower total cholesterol and LDL, the bad cholesterol, while also subtly raising HDL, the good cholesterol. It's a gentle yet effective way to manage your lipid profile. Furthermore, garlic has a remarkable capacity to help regulate blood pressure. Its compounds, particularly allicin, promote the production of nitric oxide, a natural vasodilator that relaxes blood vessels, allowing blood to flow more freely and reducing pressure on arterial walls. Think of it like a gentle internal massage for your arteries. Beyond these well-known benefits, garlic also possesses significant anticoagulant properties. It can help reduce platelet aggregation, meaning it makes your blood less sticky, reducing the risk of unwanted clot formation. This is a crucial aspect of preventing conditions like deep vein thrombosis or even some types of strokes. And let's not forget its powerful immune-boosting capabilities. Garlic is a natural antibiotic, antiviral, and antifungal, supporting your immune system's ability to fight off pathogens, which in turn reduces the burden on your body and helps keep your blood free of circulating invaders. It's also a powerful anti-inflammatory, quietly working behind the scenes to quell systemic inflammation, a silent enemy that contributes to so many chronic diseases. Imagine Clara, a vibrant woman in her early 50s who, despite her best efforts, felt a creeping sense of lethargy and had just received her last ideal report from her annual checkup. Her cholesterol was borderline high, and her blood pressure was trending upwards. Her doctor suggested medication, but Clara always wanted to explore natural options first. Remember hearing about garlic's benefits? Skeptical, but hopeful, she started incorporating 2 cloves of raw, crushed garlic into her daily routine, usually minced into a salad dressing or mixed into a fresh pesto. Initially, she had to get used to the pungent taste, and yes, the garlic breath was a small social hurdle. But after a few weeks, she noticed a subtle shift. Her energy levels improved, she felt less sluggish after meals, and her digestion seemed more robust. 3 months later, at her follow-up appointment, her doctor was genuinely surprised. Her blood pressure had stabilized, and her cholesterol had dipped into a healthier range. Clara hadn't changed much else, aside from this consistent daily ritual with garlic. She felt empowered, that she had unlocked a simple, ancient secret that was always within reach. What's the psychological significance of Clara's experience, and why does this matter to us? It speaks to our deep-seated desire for empowerment and control over our own health destinies. In a world saturated with complex medical jargon and expensive prescriptions, the idea that a common, affordable kitchen ingredient could yield such profound benefits is incredibly reassuring. It connects us to a simpler time, a wisdom passed down through generations, fostering a sense of trust in natural remedies. There is a primal satisfaction in knowing that we can actively participate in our well-being through accessible means, rather than passively relying solely on external interventions. It creates a sense of agency, transforming a routine task like cooking into an act of self-care and healing. It reminds us that often, the most powerful solutions are elegantly simple, readily available, and profoundly rooted in nature's bounty. Now, let's pivot to our second superstar, turmeric. This golden spice, derived from the root of a plant in the ginger family, has been a cornerstone of Ayurvedic and traditional Chinese medicine for thousands of years. In India, it's not just a spice. It's a sacred ingredient used in religious ceremonies, traditional medicine, and, of course, countless culinary dishes. Its reputation as a powerful healer, particularly for inflammation, liver support, and overall vitality, is legendary. The science behind turmeric's magic lies primarily in its active compound curcumin. Curcumin is an incredibly potent anti-inflammatory and antioxidant. How potent? It's so powerful that it can influence multiple inflammatory pathways at a molecular level, effectively reducing inflammation throughout the body. Chronic inflammation, as we know, is a silent driver of many diseases, including those affecting our cardiovascular system and overall blood health. Tackling this systemic inflammation, turmeric directly contributes to a healthier internal environment, reducing stress on your blood vessels and organs. Beyond its anti-inflammatory pros, curcumin is also a remarkable antioxidant, neutralizing free radicals that can damage cells and contribute to oxidative stress. This protective effect extends to our blood cells and vessel walls, safeguarding their integrity. Furthermore, turmeric supports liver function, a critical aspect of blood detoxification. A healthy liver produces bile efficiently, which is essential for breaking down fats and eliminating toxins from the body. By enhancing bile production and supporting liver cells, turmeric helps your body naturally purify your blood, ensuring that waste products are effectively processed and removed. It also improves circulation, and some studies even point to its potential in regulating blood sugar levels and possessing anti-cancer properties. Imagine a single spice capable of so many diverse and beneficial actions. Consider Roach, a gentleman in his late 60s who had battled persistent joint pain for years, a dull ache that seemed to radiate through his entire body, making even simple tasks feel monumental. He also struggled with occasional digestive upsets and a general feeling of malaise that he attributed to just getting older. His grandmother, deeply immersed in Ayurvedic practices, suggested he try daily golden milk, a warm beverage made with turmeric, ginger, and a pinch of black pepper. Roach, initially skeptical of something so simple, decided to humor her. Every evening, he'd prepare this warm, spice drink, enjoying the ritual and the comforting aroma. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, he began to notice changes. The nagging joint pain became less intense, his digestion felt smoother, and a subtle but definite lift in his overall mood and energy emerged. He wasn't cured, but his qualities of life improved dramatically, and he no longer felt trapped by the relentless aches. He recognized the profound wisdom in his grandmother's traditional remedies, understanding that consistent, gentle nourishment could bring about profound healing. From a psychological perspective, Ross's story highlights our deep-seated trust in long-standing traditions and the hope that natural remedies can offer. There is a profound comfort in connecting to practices that have sustained generations. The ritual of preparing a warming golden milk, for instance, isn't just about consuming curcumin. It's about setting aside time for self-care, engaging multiple senses, and creating a mindful moment in a busy world. This holistic approach to well-being, where food and ritual intertwine with healing, resonates deeply. It satisfies our yearning for solutions that feel wholesome and aligned with nature, giving us a sense of inner peace and the belief that powerful healing can be found in the most unassuming of sources. It's not just about a physiological change, but a psychological one, a renewed sense of optimism and connection. Now that we've explored the incredible benefits of garlic and turmeric, let's talk about a crucial aspect that often gets overlooked: proper dosing and pairing for maximum nutrient absorption. Because even the most potent natural remedies won't work optimally if your body can't effectively absorb their active compounds. This is where the science of bioavailability comes into play, and it's surprisingly simple to master. For garlic, the key to unlocking its allicin potential lies in how you prepare it. Remember, allicin is formed when the enzyme alliinase acts on allicin, and this reaction needs a little time. So, for maximum benefit, especially for its cardiovascular and immune properties, it's highly recommended to crush chop or mince your garlic and then let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes before consuming it or adding it to heat. This allows the allicin formation to complete. Aim for 1 to 2 raw cloves daily. Can you cook with garlic? Absolutely, but note that high heat can degrade allicin. If you are cooking, add the garlic towards the end of the cooking process to preserve more of its beneficial compounds. Pairing garlic with healthy fats like olive oil in a salad dressing or light saute can also help with the absorption of other fat-soluble compounds in your meal, contributing to overall nutrient assimilation. Even though allicin itself is water-soluble, and if you're concerned about garlic breath, don't despair. Chewing on fresh parsley or mint, or drinking a glass of milk, can often help mitigate the odor, allowing you to enjoy its benefits without too much social anxiety. Turmeric, while incredibly powerful, presents a unique challenge. Curcumin, its primary active compound, has notoriously poor bioavailability. This means your body struggles to absorb it efficiently on its own. But here's where intelligent pairing comes in, turning a challenge into an opportunity for synergy. The absolute most crucial pairing for turmeric is black pepper, specifically the compound heparin found within it. Peppering can increase the bioavailability of curcumin by up to a staggering 2000%. Yes, you heard that right, 2000%. So, never consume turmeric without a pinch of black pepper. It's like having a key that unlocks the true potential of the spice. Furthermore, curcumin is fat-soluble. This means it dissolves in fat, which significantly enhances its absorption into your bloodstream. So, always consume turmeric with a healthy fat. Think coconut oil, olive oil, avocado ghee, or even full-fat dairy or plant-based milks. This is why traditional golden milk recipes always include a fat source. For powdered turmeric, aim for 1 to 3 teaspoons daily, always combined with black pepper and a healthy fat. If using fresh turmeric root, about 1 to 2 inches grated daily is a good starting point. You can add it to smoothies, juices, stir-fries, or your beloved golden milk. For supplements, look for formulations that include piperine or otherwise optimized for absorption, such as liposomal curcumin. Remember, quality matters, so choose reputable brands. Let's illustrate the importance of this pairing and dosing with Leo, a young man passionate about optimizing his health. He had heard about the amazing benefits of turmeric and started adding spoonfuls to his morning smoothies. He felt good about taking a step towards better health, but after months, he didn't experience the profound anti-inflammatory benefits he'd read about. He was diligent, consistent, but something was missing. Frustrated, he delved deeper into the research and discovered the critical role of piperine and healthy fats. It felt a moment of revelation, almost a eureka. He started adding a generous grind of black pepper and a tablespoon of coconut oil to his turmeric smoothies. Within weeks, the subtle aches in his knees from an old sports injury began to diminish. His post-workout recovery felt faster, and he noticed a clearer, more vibrant complexion. It wasn't that turmeric hadn't been working before. It was that his body wasn't able to access its full power. This understanding transformed his approach to all his supplements and nutritional choices, making him a more informed and effective advocate for his own health. The psychological analysis of Leo's journey is compelling. It speaks to our human desire for efficacy and our frustration when our efforts don't yield the expected results. The discovery of proper pairing and dosing provides a sense of mastery, transforming a passive consumption into an active, informed choice. It satisfies our intellectual curiosity, moving beyond superficial knowledge to a deeper understanding of how and why things work. This creates a powerful feedback loop. Understanding leads to effective action, which leads to tangible results, reinforcing a sense of confidence and control. It's the difference between merely throwing ingredients into a pot and becoming a skilled alchemist, understanding the subtle interactions that unlock true potential. This feeling of optimization is incredibly satisfying and motivates continued engagement with our health. For practical application, consider these simple steps. To maximize your daily garlic intake, start your day by adding 1 to 2 cloves of crushed garlic to your avocado toast, scrambled eggs, or even a savory smoothie. Let it sit for 10 minutes after crushing, or prepare a large batch of homemade salad dressing with plenty of fresh, crushed garlic and olive oil, and use this throughout the week. For turmeric, make a nightly ritual of golden milk. Combine 1 cup of your preferred milk almond, coconut, or dairy work beautifully with 1 teaspoon of turmeric powder, a quarter teaspoon of black pepper, a pinch of ginger, and a teaspoon of coconut oil or ghee. Gently warm it on the stove, whisking until combined. Sip it slowly, allowing its warmth to soothe and heal. You can also add fresh or powdered turmeric with black pepper and a healthy fat to soups, stews, rice dishes, or roasted vegetables. Remember, Consistency is far more important than intensity when it comes to plant medicine. A little bit every day yields greater results than sporadic, large doses. In closing, we've journeyed through the timeless wisdom of plant medicine, acknowledging humanity's ancient reliance on nature's pharmacy for sustaining our lifeblood. We've specifically shone a spotlight on the incredible, scientifically validated powers of daily garlic and turmeric, two humble kitchen staples that offer profound benefits for cardiovascular health, inflammation reduction, and overall blood purification. And most importantly, we've uncovered the crucial secret of proper dosing and pairing, understanding that how we consume these powerful plants is just as vital as consuming them at all. This isn't about magic bullets, dear listener. It's about powerful, natural allies that, when used intelligently and consistently, can profoundly enhance your well-being. By integrating these practices, you are not just adding ingredients to your diet. You are embracing a holistic philosophy of health that empowers you to be an active participant in nurturing your most precious asset, your lifeblood. As we move forward, let's continue to explore other aspects of a vibrant life, building upon this foundation of nutritional wisdom and practical application. In our next chapter, we'll delve into the fascinating world of mindful eating and how it influences not just our digestion, but the very quality and flow of our blood. Thank you for joining me on this enlightening journey. Your commitment to your health is truly inspiring. Chapter 28: Grounding and Electrons. Welcome back, dear listener, to a chapter that might just redefine your understanding of well-being, a concept so profoundly simple yet often overlooked in our increasingly disconnected world. We've spent considerable time exploring the intricate dance of elements within our blood, the delicate balance required for optimal health, and the various factors that can disrupt this harmony. Today, we're going to venture into a fascinating frontier, one that posits a direct, almost primal connection to the very ground beneath our feet, and how this connection could profoundly influence something as vital as your blood's viscosity. The concept we're about to delve into is known as earthing or grounding. It's not some esoteric New Age practice, but rather an elegantly simple idea rooted in basic physics and biology. Think of it this way: for millennia, humans walked barefoot, slept on the ground, and built their homes from natural materials, maintaining an uninterrupted physical connection with the earth. Only in the last few centuries, with the advent of rubber-soled shoes, elevated beds, and insulated homes, have we severed this ancient link. And what is this severance? This perpetual insulation from the planet's surface has quietly contributed to a host of modern ailments, including issues related to our circulatory system. At its heart, Earth proposes that the Earth itself is an enormous, living battery, an inexhaustible reservoir of free electrons. Our planet is constantly being recharged by lightning strikes, thousands occurring every minute around the globe, and by solar radiation. This continuous influx maintains a setup of powerful negative electrical potential at the Earth's surface. Now, consider our own bodies. We are, at a fundamental level, electrical beings. Every cell in your body, every biochemical reaction, every cell involves electrical signals and potentials. Our blood, too, is an electrically charged fluid, with individual red blood cells typically carrying a slight negative charge on their surface, a crucial property known as zeta potential. This negative charge helps them repel each other, preventing them from clumping together and allowing them to flow smoothly through your incredibly narrow capillaries, delivering oxygen and nutrients efficiently. But what happens when our bodies accumulate an excess of positive charge? In our modern environment, we are constantly immersed in a sea of electromagnetic fields, warmth, emitted by everything from Wi-Fi routers and cell phones to power lines and household appliances. These fields can induce a positive charge in our bodies. Furthermore, chronic stress, inflammation, and a diet high in processed foods can generate an abundance of positively charged free radicals within us. When these positive charges build up, they can theoretically neutralize a beneficial negative charge on our red blood cells. Imagine those tiny red blood cells, no longer able to repel each other effectively, starting to stick together, forming what are often described as rural formations like stacks of coins. This clumping dramatically increases the blood viscosity, making it thicker, harder for the heart to pump, and less efficient at reaching the smallest vessels. It's like trying to push molasses through a straw instead of water. This is where grounding steps in. The compelling hypothesis is that by simply reconnecting our bodies to the Earth, we allow those abundant free electrons from the planet to flow directly into us. These electrons act as powerful antioxidants, neutralizing those damaging positively charged free radicals and restoring the body's natural electrical balance. They can help replenish the negative charge on our red blood cells, enhancing their zeta potential, reducing their tendency to clump, and thereby potentially decreasing blood viscosity. This isn't just about feeling good. It's about optimizing the very flow of your life's blood, making it easier for your heart, and ensuring every cell receives the nourishment it needs. It's a return to a fundamental state of biological harmony, leveraging the Earth's natural electrical energy for our physiological benefit. Isn't that an incredibly empowering thought? That the solution to some of our modern ailments might be literally right beneath our feet, free for the taking. Let's delve deeper into this compelling theory of human surface charge and its profound implications. Imagine your body not just as a collection of organs and tissues, but as a complex bioelectrical system, finely tuned and incredibly sensitive to its environment. In our technologically advanced society, we are constantly bathed in a pervasive sea of man-made electromagnetic fields. From the Wi-Fi signals that permeate our homes and offices to the cellular networks that connect us globally, from the electrical wiring in our walls to the myriad devices we interact with daily, our bodies are continually exposed to these energetic frequencies. While many of these fields are considered non-ionizing and thus not directly damaging in the way X-rays are, the theory of earthing suggests that they can induce an excess of positive charge within our physiology. Think of it like static electricity. Have you ever walked across a carpet and received a mild shock when touching a doorknob? That's your body accumulating a charge. Similarly, our continuous insulation from the earth, combined with constant EMF exposure, can lead to a sort of a significant buildup of positive charge on our body surface and within our tissues. Now, recall our discussion about blood. The red blood cells, those tireless oxygen transporters, are naturally designed to carry a slight negative charge on the outer membranes. This negative charge creates a repulsive force, much like magnets of the same polarity pushing away from each other, ensuring that these vital cells circulate freely and independently through the bloodstream. This measurable repulsion is what scientists call zeta potential, and it's a critical indicator of blood health and fluidity. A high negative zeta potential means robust cellular repulsion and smooth blood flow. However, when our bodies accumulate an excess of positive charge, either from environmental factors or internal oxidative stress, this positive charge can effectively diminish or even neutralize the natural negative charge on our red blood cells. When their zeta potential is reduced, the repulsive forces weaken. Suddenly, these cells, which should be gliding effortlessly past one another, start to clump together. They form those abrasions, those rouleau formations we mentioned, creating a thicker, more viscous blob. This isn't just an academic detail. It has real-world consequences. Thicker blood requires your heart to work harder to pump it throughout your circulatory system. It struggles to navigate the microcapillaries, the tiniest blood vessels that deliver oxygen and nutrients to your most distant tissues and organs, from your brain to your fingertips. This impaired microcirculation can contribute to a cascade of problems, including reduced oxygen delivery, nutrient deprivation, increased inflammation, and a buildup of metabolic waste. Moreover, this accumulation of positive charge within the bodies is intimately linked to oxidative stress. Free radicals, those unstable molecules with unpaired electrons that can damage cells and DNA, are positively charged. They are constantly produced as a byproduct of normal metabolism, but their levels can soar due to poor diet, stress, environmental toxins, and inflammation. Here's where the Earth's electrons become true heroes. By establishing a direct physical connection to the Earth, you're essentially plugging yourself into an infinite supply of free, negatively charged electrons. These electrons act as potent antioxidants, readily donating themselves to neutralize those positively charged free radicals, quenching oxidative stress at its source. They also restore the natural negative charge to your cells, including your red blood cells, effectively re-establishing a healthy zeta potential and promoting optimal blood viscosity. Let me share a powerful real-world example. I recall hearing a story from a colleague, a naturopathic physician who, out of pure scientific curiosity, began observing her patient's blood under a deductive microscope. She would take a tiny drop of blood, often noting significant red blood cell aggregation, the stacks of cones phenomenon indicating high viscosity, even in seemingly healthy individuals. Then she would have this patient simply sit barefoot on a patch of grass outside her clinic for 30 minutes. Upon retesting their blood, she often saw a dramatic difference. The red blood cells were now largely separated, freely flowing, and vibrantly alive. This wasn't a double-blind study, of course, but the visual evidence was compelling and consistent enough to motivate her to integrate grounding into her practice. Personally, I've noticed a subtle but undeniable shift in my own well-being. After a day spent indoors, surrounded by screens and Wi-Fi, I sometimes feel a subtle sense of internal static, a vague agitation or mental fogginess. Stepping barefoot onto the dewy grass in my backyard almost instantly dissipates the sensation, replacing it with a feeling of calm clarity, as if a switch has been flipped, discharging accumulated tension. It's a remarkable feeling of returning to equilibrium. From a psychological perspective, this reconnection offers something deeper than just physiological benefits. There's an inherent human need for connection, not just to other people, but to the natural world itself. We evolved in constant contact with the earth. Our bodies are designed for it. When we re-establish that connection, there is a subconscious sense of belonging, a validation of primal intuition that we are part of something larger. This can manifest as reduced anxiety, a greater sense of peace, and an improved ability to cope with daily stressors. It's as if our nervous system breathes a sigh of relief, realizing it's back in its natural energetic alignment. It fosters a sense of groundedness, both literally and figuratively, which can be incredibly soothing for our often overwhelmed modern minds. So, how do we practically apply this knowledge? While walking barefoot outdoors on natural surfaces like grass soil or sand with a gold sander, it's not always feasible, especially during colder months or for those living in urban environments. Fortunately, innovations have emerged to bridge this gap. Grounding mats and sheets are specifically designed to replicate the conductive properties of the earth indoors. These products contain conductive silver or carbon fibers that connect via a wire to the ground port of a standard electrical outlet. Crucially, they don't draw electricity from the outlet. They simply utilize the ground wire, which is directly connected to the Earth via a ground rod to provide a conduit for the Earth's electrons. You can place a grounding mat under the desk while working or use a grounding sheet on your bed while you sleep. The key is consistent, direct skin contact. Imagine spending 8 hours every night connected to the Earth's restorative energy. That's a profound dose of electron therapy. For outdoor grounding, simply find a patch of natural earth, avoid painted concrete, asphalt, or synthetic turf, as these are insulators. Natural grass, dirt, sand, even unpainted, unsealed concrete sidewalks, which often contain moisture and are connected to the earth via the surrounding soil, are excellent choices. The longer and more consistent your connection, the greater the potential benefits. Make it a ritual, a mindful moment each day to reconnect. Now, with all this fascinating information about electrons, state of potential, and grounding mats, you might be wondering, where do I even begin? The answer is remarkably simple, and it requires nothing more than the desire to try something new, a patch of natural ground, and 10 minutes of your time. My encouragement to you, dear listener, is to spend just 10 minutes walking barefoot on natural grass, or any natural earthy surface. What is specific recommendation? Because it is the most direct, most accessible, and frankly, the most profound way to initiate this connection. There are no fancy devices needed, no special knowledge, just you and the earth. Our modern lives have created an unprecedented barrier between us and the planet. We wear rubber-soled shoes, which are excellent electrical insulators, effectively cutting us off from the Earth's electrical field all day long. We live in elevated homes, driving rubber-tired cars, and even our concrete sidewalks often act as poor conductors of less sweat. By simply removing your shoes and socks, you create that direct, intimate connection that our ancestors maintained instinctively. 10 minutes might seem like a short period, but it's a powerful starting point. It's achievable even on a busy day, reducing the psychological barrier to entry. Researched, including some of the pioneering work by individuals like Ken Albert, suggests that even short durations of grounding can begin to show measurable physiological effects, such as changes in heart rate variability and blood viscosity. It's enough time for you to truly feel the difference, to notice the subtle shift in your internal state, and to build a habit that can easily be extended later. As you step onto the grass, take a moment to truly experience it. Feel the cool dampness against your soles, the gentle tickle of the blades, the texture of the soil beneath, perhaps the rougher sensation of small pebbles, or the soft dew of sand. This isn't just a physical act. It's a sensory immersion, a mini meditation that brings you into the present moment. Notice the sounds around you, the gentle breeze, the warmth of the sun or the coolness of the evening air. This simple act is a multisensory reset, calming your nervous system and allowing your body to naturally attune to the Earth's frequency. Let me share a truly inspiring example. I once heard of a woman named Elena, a graphic designer who spent countless hours hunched over her computer, battling chronic fatigue, persistent headaches, and a general sense of unease that no amount of coffee or pain reliever seemed to touch. She was skeptical when her friend suggested walking barefoot outside, but out of desperation, she gave it a try. She started with just 5 minutes in her small urban park, feeling quite foolish at first. But after a week of consistent, daily grounding, she began to notice a subtle shift. Her afternoon energy slumps were less severe. Her headaches started to diminish in frequency and intensity. Most remarkably, her sleep, which had been restless and interrupted for years, became deeper and more refreshing. She described feeling recalibrated, as if an internal hum that had been off-key was finally put back into tune. She extended her grounding sessions to 20 minutes, eventually buying a small grounding mat for an office chair. Eleanor's story isn't unique. It echoes the experiences of countless individuals who have rediscovered this simple, powerful practice. Think of farmers or gardeners who spend their days with hands in the soil, often appearing robust, healthy, and deeply connected. Is it merely the physical activity, or is there an unseen electrical exchange at play that contributes to their well-being? From a psychological standpoint, the simplicity of this recommendation is its greatest strength. In a world that often demands complex solutions and expensive interventions, the idea that something so fundamental and free could be profoundly beneficial is liberating. It empowers you, the listener, to take an active role in your health without needing a prescription or a fancy gym membership. It bypasses the mental hurdles of "I don't have time" or "it's too complicated." It taps into a deep-seated human memory, a collective unconscious understanding that connection to nature is vital. This act fosters mindfulness, encouraging you to be present, to slow down, and to truly feel your environment. It's a small, consistent act of self-care that builds self-efficacy and a sense of harmony. It's a primal ritual for modern times, reminding us of our intrinsic bond with the living planet. So, here are the practical steps, very clear and actionable. First, identify a suitable patch of natural ground. This could be your lawn, a local park, a sandy beach, or even a patch of exposed soil in your garden. The key is that it's natural earth, not insulated by concrete, asphalt, or synthetic coverings. Second, remove your shoes and socks, yes, even if it feels a little strange at first. Embrace the feeling. Third, commit to at least 10 minutes. Set a timer on your phone if you wish, but also allow yourself to simply be present. Fourth, focus on the sensations. What does the earth feel like beneath your feet? Is it cool, warm, soft, firm? Are there subtle textures you hadn't noticed before? Engage your senses fully. Finally, consider making this a daily ritual. Perhaps it's the first thing you do in the morning to energize yourself, or the last thing you do in the evening to unwind and prepare for restorative sleep. Consistency is often where the most profound changes begin to manifest. It's an investment of very little time for potentially enormous returns on your health and well-being. What have you got to lose, besides perhaps a few positive charges? As we bring this captivating discussion to a close, let's briefly recap the profound insights we've uncovered. We've explored the elegant simplicity of earthing or grounding, a practice that reconnects our bioelectrical bodies to the Earth's inexhaustible reservoir of free electrons. We've discussed how this direct electron transfer can act as a powerful antioxidant, neutralizing damaging free radicals and, crucially for our exploration in lifeblood, potentially restoring the vital negative charge on your red blood cells. Remember the concept of zeta potential, that critical repulsive force that prevents red blood cells from clumping together. By re-establishing this electrical balance, grounding offers a compelling pathway to reduce blood viscosity, allowing your blood to flow more freely, your heart to work more efficiently, and your cells to receive optimal oxygen and nutrient delivery. We also delve into the pervasive issue of human surface charge accumulation, driven by our constant exposure to modern electromagnetic fields and our physical isolation from the Earth. Understanding this helps us appreciate why grounding isn't just a quaint idea, but a potentially vital intervention for contemporary health. And perhaps the most empowering takeaway from today's chapter is the sheer simplicity of initiating this practice. A mere 10 minutes spent walking barefoot on natural grass, or soil, or sand, can be your entry point into a world of subtle yet profound physiological recalibration. It's a low-cost, no-cost intervention with a remarkably high potential for enhancing your vitality. This isn't about discarding modern medicine. It's about embracing a holistic perspective that integrates ancient wisdom with scientific understanding. It's about recognizing that our bodies are not isolated entities, but rather intricate parts of a larger planetary system, and that our disconnection from that system may carry unseen health consequences. We've touched upon a fundamental aspect of life that has been largely forgotten, so I invite you to approach this concept with an open mind and a willingness to experiment. What could a few minutes of barefoot connection cost you, compared to the potential benefits of smoother flowing blood, reduced inflammation, better sleep, and a deeper sense of well-being? Take that step literally and feel the difference for yourself. In our next chapter, we'll continue our journey into optimizing your lifeblood by exploring another often underestimated cornerstone of health, the profound impact of hydration, and how the quality and the structure of the water you drink can influence everything from cellular function to, yes, even blood viscosity. Until then, step outside, take a deep breath, and let the earth embrace you. You might just be amazed at what happens. Chapter 29: Designing Your Lifeblood Routine. Welcome back, my dear listeners, to Chapter 29 of Lifeblood. If you've been with us on this journey, absorbing the insights from previous chapters on nutrition, movement, hydration, sleep, stress management, and cultivating a resilient mindset, you've gathered an incredible toolkit. We've explored the individual components that contribute to a vibrant, energetic existence, dissecting each element with care and precision. We've learned about the power of micronutrients, the necessity of varied physical activity, the profound impact of restorative sleep, the insidious nature of chronic stress, and the often overlooked importance of simply drinking enough water. We even delve into the mental architectures that support or sabotage our best intentions. Now, as we stand at this crucial juncture, the time has come to shift our focus from understanding the individual gears and levers to assembling the entire machine. This chapter is not about introducing new concepts, but rather about the masterful art of integration. It's about taking all that invaluable knowledge and weaving it into the rich tapestry of your everyday life. Our core mission here is to synthesize all the previous chapters into a cohesive, manageable, and deeply personal daily lifestyle. Think of it this way. We've spent our time in the blueprint phase, meticulously designing each room of our ideal home. Now, it's time to build, to lay the foundation, raise the walls, and create a living space that truly supports the life you want to lead. The challenge, as many of you might already be feeling, is not a lack of information. In fact, for most of us, the opposite is true. We are drowning in a sea of advice, recommendations, and compelling scientific studies. The real challenge lies in translating that abundance of information into actionable, sustainable practices that don't feel like another burden added to an already overflowing schedule. How do we take the ideal, the perfect diet, the optimal workout, the pristine sleep environment, doesn't lack calm and make it real, tangible, and achievable amidst the demands of work, family, social obligations, and the occasional curveball life inevitably throws our way? This is where the concept of designing your lifeblood routine comes into play. It's about crafting a rhythm, a flow, a set of habits that, when consistently practiced, will collectively elevate your well-being. It's about creating a system that not only supports your physical health but also nourishes your mental and emotional resilience. And crucially, it's about making this system uniquely yours. There is no one-size-fits-all template. Your routine will be as distinct as your fingerprint, tailored to your specific circumstances, preferences, and personal energy levels. We are aiming for integration, not just accumulation. We want these practices to feel less like chores and more like essential, ingrained elements of who you are and how you operate in the world. So, let us embark on this exciting phase of creation, transforming abstract knowledge into the tangible architecture of a healthier, more vibrant you. One of the most common pitfalls people encounter when trying to make significant lifestyle changes is attempting to do too much too soon. They read a book like Lifeblood, they get inspired, and they decide, with admirable but often misguided enthusiasm, to completely overhaul everything overnight. They wake up the next day, determined to meditate for an hour, do a full 90-minute workout, prepare 5 organic, nutrient-dense meals, journal for 30 minutes, call 3 friends, and be in bed by 9 p.m. While the intention is noble, the reality is that such a dramatic shift often leads to overwhelm, burnout, and ultimately, a return to old patterns, accompanied by a heavy dose of self-recrimination. Does this sound familiar to anyone? This brings us to our first key point in designing your lifeblood routine. You must prioritize the easiest and most impactful changes first. This isn't about laziness. It's about strategic implementation. It's about maximizing your return on investment for effort expended. What constitutes easiest? Well, it's highly individual, but generally, it refers to actions that have a low barrier to entry, require minimal disruption to your existing schedule, or provide quick, noticeable wins that fuel your motivation. What constitutes most impactful? These are the changes that, while perhaps not always effortless, deliver the biggest bang for your buck in terms of health benefits. Often, these are fundamental practices that lay the groundwork for everything else. Let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah was a diligent financial analyst, a single mother of 2 young children, and someone who felt constantly teetering on the edge of exhaustion. She had listened to countless health podcasts, read numerous articles, and knew intellectually all the right things to do. Eat more vegetables, exercise daily, get 8 hours of sleep, meditate, stay hydrated, reduce stress. The sheer volume of advice paralyzed her. Every morning she'd wake up, mentally tick through her exhaustive list of shoots, feel utterly defeated by the impossibility of achieving them all, and after default to grabbing a sugary coffee and processed pastry on her commute. She felt like a failure before her day had even truly begun. When she decided to finally tackle her well-being, she started with a different approach. Instead of aiming for perfection, she aimed for ease and impact. She asked herself, what's one incredibly simple thing I can do each morning that requires almost no effort but could set a positive tone? Her answer, drinking a large glass of water immediately upon waking. No fancy lemon, no special temperature, just plain water. It took her 30 seconds. The impact. She felt a subtle boost of alertness, a sense of having done something positive for herself, and a small victory to start her day. Next, she looked at what would be most impactful without being overly difficult. She realized her sleep was erratic, often staying up late scrolling on her phone. Committing to an 8-hour sleep schedule felt daunting, but what about a consistent bedtime? She decided that, regardless of how much work she still had, or what TV show was on, she would be in bed by 10 p.m. every night. This meant she sometimes sacrificed an hour of evening productivity or entertainment, but the impact on her energy levels the next day was profound. She wasn't aiming for perfectly from the get-go, but she was creating the conditions for better sleep. These 2 small, focused changes, morning hydration and a consistent bedtime, became her foundation. They were her easy wins with high impact. Slowly but surely, the energy and mental clarity these changes provided gave her the bandwidth to consider adding other small habits. She wasn't trying to climb Mount Everest in a single leap. She was building a sturdy base camp. From a psychological perspective, Prioritizing these and impactful changes first leverages several powerful cognitive mechanisms. Firstly, it taps into the concept of small wins. Behavioral scientists like B.J. Fogg, with his tiny habits method, have extensively documented how initiating microscopic changes can dramatically increase our self-efficacy. Each successful completion of a small, easy task reinforces the belief that we can change, that we are capable. This positive feedback loop is crucial. When you consistently achieve these small victories, your brain registers success, releases dopamine, and strengthens the neural pathways associated with these new behaviors. This builds momentum and reduces the formidable psychological barrier of "I can do this." Secondly, this approach helps to overcome decision fatigue and cognitive overload. When faced with a laundry list of changes, our executive function, the part of our brain responsible for planning and decision-making, can become exhausted. By focusing on just one or two highly prioritized actions, we can save up precious mental energy, making it far more likely that we'll follow through. We're not asking our willpower to perform heroics. We're giving it achievable, manageable tasks. Thirdly, focusing on high-impact changes, even if they require a bit more effort, provides a significant return that motivates further action. If you feel genuinely better, more energized, or less stressed after implementing a particular change, that intrinsic reward becomes a powerful driver for continuation and expansion. It demonstrates the tangible benefits of your efforts, making the investment feel worthwhile. This contrasts sharply with undertaking a difficult change that yields little immediate perceived benefit, which often leads to abandonment. So, how can you practically apply this in your own life? I invite you to take a moment, perhaps after this chapter, to engage in a simple but powerful exercise. Grab a pen and paper, or open a note on your device. Review the key practices we've discussed throughout Lifeblood: the principles of nutrient-dense eating, mindful movement, adequate hydration, restorative sleep, effective stress management, and cultivating a positive mindset. Now, list out all the potential changes or habits you've considered implementing. Don't censor yourself. Just get them all down. Once you have your comprehensive list, I want you to categorize them into 3 simple groups. 1. Easy wins. These are habits that feel low effort, require minimal planning, and you're confident you can incorporate almost immediately. Examples might be drinking a glass of water upon waking, taking a 5-minute stretch break, replacing one sugary drink with water, or simply going to bed at the same time for 3 nights. 2. Moderate effort/high impact. These are habits that might require a bit more planning or cautious effort, but you believe will yield significant positive results. Examples could include preparing healthy lunches for 3 days a week, committing to 3 30-minute walks, or practicing a 10-minute mindfulness exercise daily. 3. Challenging/long-term. These are habits that require substantial commitment, significant behavioral shifts, or a longer period to see results. This might include overhauling your entire diet, starting a new intense exercise program, or addressing deep-seated stress patterns. Now, for this coming week, I want you to select just 1 or 2 items from your easy wins category, and perhaps one from your moderate effort/high impact category if you feel particularly ready. Do not try to do more. The goal is successful implementation and consistency with these chosen few. Master them, embed them into your routine, and only then, after you feel confident and comfortable, consider adding another small, manageable habit. This iterative approach is the cornerstone of sustainable change. Remember, we are building an entire life system, not just ticking off a checklist. The foundation must be strong, and it starts with achievable steps. Track your progress, even in a simple way, like a tick mark on a calendar. Witnessing your own consistency is a potent modulator. Now, let's move to our second critical principle for designing your life routine. One that often separates those who achieve lasting change from those who perpetually cycle through failed attempts. The critical importance of consistency over perfection. This statement might seem counterintuitive in a world that constantly pushes us towards optimal performance and flawless execution. We are conditioned to believe that if something isn't done perfectly, it's not worth doing at all, or that one misstep negates all previous efforts. This all-or-nothing mentality is a silent saboteur of well-being, and it's time to dismantle it. What do I mean by consistency? I mean showing up, day after day, week after week, making the effort, even if that effort is imperfect. It's about the cumulative effect of small, repeated actions. What do I mean by perfection? It's an unattainable ideal, a flawless execution of a plan that rarely survives first contact with the unpredictable reality of life. The pursuit of perfection often leads to inaction, procrastination, or paradoxically, to complete abandonment at the first sign of deviation from the idealized path. Which do you believe would yield more significant results in the long run? Exercising perfectly for an hour once a month, or moving your body imperfectly for 20 minutes, almost every single day? The answer unequivocally is the latter. Consider the story of Mark. Mark decided he wanted to get into running. He bought expensive shoes, the sleek workout gear, and mapped out a rigorous training schedule, 5 miles, 3 times a week, a specific pace, rain or shine. He was determined to be a perfect runner. For the first 2 weeks, he stuck to it rigorously. He felt great, proud of his discipline. Then came a particularly stressful week at work. He had to stay late several nights, and one of his scheduled runs was missed. He woke up the next morning feeling guilty and dejected. Well, he thought, I blew it. My perfect streak is broken. What's the point now? One missed run quickly snowballed into another, then another, until weeks passed without him lacing up his shoes. His all-or-nothing mindset led him to abandon the entire endeavor because he couldn't maintain the impossible standard of perfection he had set for himself. Later, Mark tried again, but this time, he carried a different philosophy. He embraced the concept of consistency over perfection. His new rule was simple: just move for at least 15 minutes, 5 days a week. Some days, this meant a brisk walk around the block. Other days, if he felt good, it might be a 3-mile run. On days when he was genuinely exhausted or short on time, it might be just 5 minutes of stretching in his living room. The critical difference was that he always did something. There were no missed days that led to quitting. If he missed his planned long run, he didn't beat himself up. He simply did a shorter walk later that day, or made sure to get back on track the next morning. He started to understand that showing up, even when tired, unmotivated, or simply not feeling his best, was the real victory. It was an act of maintaining the habit, the consistent presence, that built his resilience and his fitness over time. And guess what? Those imperfect days added up. Over months, he became a much more consistent, and ultimately, a much better runner than he ever was in his pursuit of fleeting perfection. Psychologically, the drive for perfection is often rooted in fear of failure, fear of judgment, or fear of not being good enough. This fear can be paralyzing. When we demand perfection from ourselves, we set an impossibly high bar, guaranteeing that at some point, we will fail. And for many, a single failure is interpreted as proof that they are incapable, leading to the what the hell effect. This is a well-documented phenomenon, especially in the realm of dieting. I ate one cookie, so I'd already blew all my diet for the day. What the hell? I might as well eat the whole box. This destructive thinking pattern completely undermines progress. Embracing consistency, on the other hand, cultivates a growth mindset. It reframes mistakes not as failures, but as opportunities for learning and adaptation. It teaches us resilience. When you prioritize consistency, you learn to forgive yourself quickly for minor deviations and simply get back on track. You understand that the trajectory is more important than any single point on the graph. It builds self-trust. You prove to yourself repeatedly that you are committed to your well-being, even when conditions aren't ideal. This repeated self-affirmation strengthens your resolve and makes future adherence easier. The cumulative effect, as James Clear eloquently explained in Atomic Habits, is profound. Tiny, consistent improvements compound over time into massive results. A 1% improvement every day leads to a 37 times improvement over the course of a year. That's the power of consistency, far outweighing any short-lived perfection. So, how do we practically apply this critical understanding of consistency over perfection? First, adopt what I call the 70% rule or the good enough philosophy. Instead of aiming for perfect adherence to every single aspect of your routine, aim to achieve it roughly 70% of the time. This gives you a crucial buffer for the inevitable challenges that arise: the unexpected meeting, the sick child, the sudden travel, the simple fact that you're a human being and not a robot. If your goal is to drink 8 glasses of water a day, and one day you only manage 5, that's okay. You're still hitting your 70% target, and you haven't abandoned the habit entirely. This significantly reduces the pressure and the likelihood of falling into the all-or-nothing trap. Second, plan for setbacks. They are not a sign of failure. They are an inherent part of the journey. What's your fallback plan when life throws a wrench into your carefully crafted routine? If you normally do a 45-minute gym workout, but today you only have 15 minutes, what's your minimum viable workout? Perhaps a quick bodyweight circuit or brisk walk. If you plan a healthy home-cooked meal but suddenly have no time, what's your bolder healthy takeout option or quick, simple meal? Having these backup plans in place prevents a simple disruption from derailing your entire effort. It's about having a plan so that you can still show up, even if it's imperfectly. Third, practice radical self-forgiveness. When you do miss a day or fall short of your own expectations, acknowledge it without judgment and immediately pivot back to your routine. Don't let one missed day turn into 2, then 3, then a week. The faster you get back on track, the less momentum is lost, and the less damage is done to your self-trust. Think of it like steering a boat. You're constantly making small adjustments to stay on course. A little drift isn't a catastrophe. It just means you need to gently course correct. Fourth, track your streaks, but don't let a broken streak derail you. Apps and journals that track habit streaks can be incredibly motivating. Seeing the chain of consecutive days can be a powerful incentive. However, if a streak is broken, don't let that signify the end of the world. Instead, view it as a momentary pause, a chance to reset, and then start a new streak. Focus on the overall trend of your habits over weeks and months, rather than obsessing over an unbroken daily chain. Your progress graph should generally trend upwards, even if there are a few dips along the way. Finally, reframe failure as data collection. Every time you deviate from your plans, it's an opportunity to learn. Why did it happen? Was the goal too ambitious? Was there an external obstacle? Was your energy low? Use these insights to adjust and refine your routine, making it more robust and realistic for your life. This iterative process of learning and adapting is far more productive than dwelling on perceived shortcomings. Now, let's bring it all together and consider how these principles can help you craft your daily lifeblood routine. We've talked about the individual elements: nutrition, movement, hydration, sleep, stress management, mindset. We've emphasized starting with easy, impactful changes and prioritizing consistency over perfection. How do these translate into the flow of your day? Imagine your day as a sequence of opportunities to integrate these healthy practices. Your morning routine is a critical starting point. As one easy, impactful thing you can do right after you wake up. For many, it's hydration, a large glass of water. It's simple, it's effective, and it literally kickstarts your body after hours of sleep. What about movement? Instead of a daunting gym session, could you incorporate 5 to 10 minutes of gentle stretching, some dynamic mobility exercises, or a short walk before breakfast? This doesn't have to be a full workout. It's about signaling to your body that it's time to awaken and move. And what about mindfulness? Even 2 minutes of focused breathwork or a moment of gratitude can profoundly shift your mindset for the day ahead. These are your foundational easy wins for the morning, setting a positive trajectory without overwhelming you. As your day progresses, consider how to weave in mindful eating, movement breaks, and moments of stress management. Instead of thinking of healthy eating as three method, perfectly prepared meals, how can you consistently make slightly better choices? It could be ensuring every meal has a source of lean protein and plenty of vegetables, even if it's a simple salad or a handful of baby carrots with your sandwich. For movement, can you stand up and stretch every hour? Take the stairs instead of the elevator. Park further away. These are consistent, small movements that counteract the sedentary nature of modern life. For stress management, can you incorporate a single 5-minute pause in your day? Perhaps a few deep breaths before a meeting, or a moment of silent reflection during your commute. The key is small, consistent acts of self-care throughout the day, not waiting for a crisis to react. Your evening routine then becomes about winding down and preparing for restorative sleep. This isn't about rigid rituals. It's about consistent signals to your body that it's time to transition. This might involve dimming the lights, reducing screen time, reading a physical book, taking a warm bath, or practicing some gentle stretches. Again, it's not about doing everything perfectly every night. If one night you get caught up and miss your full routine, don't stress. Just make one conscious choice, perhaps turning off the TV 30 minutes earlier than usual and get back to your preferred rhythm the next night. Consistency here means regularly creating an environment conducive to good sleep, knowing that life will occasionally interfere, and that's perfectly acceptable. One powerful strategy for integrating new habits is called habit stacking. This is where you anchor a new habit to an existing, established habit. Instead of trying to force a new behavior out of nowhere, you piggyback it onto something you already do without thinking. For example, if you already brush your teeth every morning, an existing habit, you might decide that after you brush your teeth, you will immediately drink your large glass of water, new habit. Or after you finish your morning coffee, you will do 5 minutes of stretching. By linking the new habit to an existing trigger, you reduce the mental energy required to initiate it, making consistency much easier. Remember, your lifeblood routine is not a fixed monument. It is a living, breathing, evolving system. What works perfectly for you this month might need slight adjustments next month as your circumstances change. Be flexible, be curious, and be kind to yourself. The process of designing and refining your routine is an ongoing journey of self-discovery. There will be days of effortless flow, and there will be days when it feels like an uphill battle. Both are part of the process. The goal is not to eradicate the challenges, but to build the resilience and the systems to navigate them gracefully. In summary, as we conclude this profound chapter on designing your lifeblood routine, let us reiterate the foundational principles. First, our objective is to synthesize all these incredible insights from previous chapters into a cohesive, manageable daily lifestyle that truly serves you. No more disjointed knowledge. It's about integrated action. Second, begin by prioritizing the easiest and most impactful changes. Start small, build momentum with easy wins, and focus on the fundamental habits that yield the greatest returns for your effort. This strategic approach prevents overwhelm and fuels your motivation. And third, and perhaps most crucially, embrace the profound importance of consistency over perfection. Let go of the all or nothing mentality. Show up every day, even if imperfectly, knowing that the cumulative effect of small, repeated actions will far outweigh any sporadic attempts at flawless execution. Forgive yourself for deviations, learn from them, and gently guide yourself back on course. This isn't about adding more to your plate. It's about consciously choosing what goes on it and how you consume it. It's about empowering yourself to be the architect of your own well-being, to sculpt a life that not only feels good but is truly vibrant and sustainable. You have gathered the tools. You now understand the blueprints, and you are ready to begin building your magnificent lifeblood routine. Take these principles, apply them thoughtfully, and observe how your energy, your health, and your overall sense of vitality begin to transform. The power is now in your hands to translate intention into action, and knowledge into lived experiments. In our next chapter, we will delve into the art of sustaining these changes, exploring strategies for maintaining motivation, navigating plateaus, and deepening your commitment to your lifeblood journey for the long haul. Because while starting is important, staying the course is where true transformation unfolds. So, take a deep breath, congratulate yourself on reaching this pivotal point, and prepare to actively design the life you truly desire. The journey continues, and it is a truly remarkable one. The 7-day action plan. Welcome back, my friends. We journey through the intricate landscape of vitality, understanding its components, its subtle indicators, and its profound impact on every facet of our existence. We've explored the science, the philosophy, and the deeply personal nature of what it means to truly thrive. But knowledge, as we all know, is merely potential power. The true transformation lies in its application. And that, my dear listener, is precisely what this chapter is all about. This isn't just another theory or philosophical discourse on well-being. This is your immediate, hands-on opportunity to take everything we've discussed and translate it into tangible, life-affirming action. We're about to embark on an intensive yet incredibly accessible 7-day action plan, designed not to overwhelm, but to jumpstart your vitality with precision and purpose. Think of it as a meticulously crafted blueprint for reawakening your inherent lifeblood, a week-long immersion that will lay the foundation for lifetime of sustained, vibrant energy. Have you ever felt that desire for change, that powerful urge to feel better, but found yourself stalled at the starting line, unsure of where to even begin? Perhaps you've tried grand, sweeping overhauls in the past, only to find them unsustainable, leading to frustration and a return to old patterns. This plan is different. It recognizes the power of incremental progress, the profound impact of micro habits, and the cumulative magic of consistent, gentle effort. We're not aiming for perfection. We're aiming for progress, for connection, and for a profound shift in how you experience your days. Our goal for these next 7 days is simple yet revolutionary: to immediately jumpstart your vitality. We will do this by introducing specific, manageable micro-habits each day, building upon the previous day's foundation, creating a cumulative effect that will surprise and delight you. Each habit, while seemingly small on its own, is a powerful lever designed to activate specific physiological and psychological systems that govern your energy, your mood, your clarity, and your overall sense of well-being. We're moving beyond wishing for more energy. We're actively creating it day by intentional day. Throughout this journey, an essential companion will be your journal. This isn't just a place to jot down notes. It's a sacred space for self-observation, a mirror reflecting your inner state. Daily journaling will be your compass, helping you track the subtle, yet significant, shifts in your energy levels, your mood, your physical sensations, and your mental clarity. It's how you make the invisible visible, connecting your actions directly to your experience. Without this reflection, even the most profound changes can go unnoticed, making it harder to sustain them. So, before we dive into day one, let's briefly consider the immense power of this practice. Journaling, in its simplest form, is a conversation with yourself, but it's a remarkably powerful one. It allows you to externalize your thoughts and feelings, granting you a valuable distance and perspective. Have you ever noticed how a problem seems less daunting once you've articulated it, either to a trusted friend or simply by writing it down? That's the magic applied psychologically. Journaling acts as a form of cognitive restructuring. It helps you identify recurring thought patterns, challenge negative self-talk, and reframe experiences. When you write down how you feel, you're engaging your prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for executive functions like planning and decision-making, which can help regulate the more primitive emotional responses originating from your amygdala. It's like putting your thoughts through a sieve, allowing clarity to emerge from the chaos. Consider the story of Marina, a tireless entrepreneur who initially dismissed journaling as a frivolous activity. Her days were a whirlwind of meetings, deadlines, and decisions, leaving her feeling constantly depleted but unsure why. On a whim, she decided to try it, following a suggestion from a friend. Each evening, she spent just 5 minutes jotting down her energy levels on a scale of 1 to 10, what she ate, and one emotion she felt most strongly. Within a week, patterns began to emerge. She noticed a consistent dip in energy after skipping lunch and a remarkable boost after a morning walk. She also recognized that her stress levels spiked on days she had back-to-back virtual meetings without a break. The simple act of tracking wasn't just data collection. It was self-discovery. It provided her with objective proof of what her body was trying to tell her, enabling her to make targeted changes rather than guessing. Maria transformed from a reactive participant in her own life to a proactive architect of her well-being, all because of the insights gleaned from her journal. For your practical application of journaling during this 7-day plan, I recommend finding a dedicated notebook or using a digital document that feels personal to you. The key is consistency, not eloquence. Each day, before you begin, or at the end of the day, spend 3 to 5 minutes answering the specific prompts I'll provide. Don't censor yourself. There's no right or wrong way to feel or to write. This is purely for your benefit. Let it be a safe space for honest reflection. And remember, the act of writing, the physical sensation of putting pen to paper or fingers to keys, deepens the cognitive processing, making the insights more profound and memorable. Now, with your journal at the ready, let's dive into the exhilarating journey of your 7-day action plan. Day 1. The foundation of fluidity and gentle awakening. Today, we lay the groundwork. We're not attempting grand gestures, but rather focusing on 2 fundamental, often overlooked aspects of vitality, hydration and gentle movement. These are the cornerstones upon which all other improvements will rest. Your first micro habit for day 1 is deceptively simple. Drink a full glass of water immediately upon waking. Let's explore this. Think of your body after hours of sleep. It's been like a desert for 6 to 8 hours, slowly dehydrating through respiration and perspiration. and normal metabolic processes. When you wake up and immediately reach for coffee or tea, while enjoyable, you're essentially pouring more dehydrating liquids into an already parched system. Water, pure and unadulterated, is the ultimate rehydration therapy. Consider the story of David, a software engineer who lived on coffee. He'd wake up feeling groggy, grab his megamog, and only feel truly awake after the second cup, often accompanied by a jittery feeling and a persistent low-grade headache. He skeptically tried the water-first rule. The first morning felt unusual, almost alien, but he persevered. By day 3, he noticed a subtle but undeniable shift. His morning headaches diminished, and then intense craving for coffee wasn't as urgent. When he did have his coffee, it felt more like an enjoyable ritual than a desperate necessity, and the jitters were gone. He realized his body wasn't just craving caffeine. It was crying out for fundamental hydration. This small shift gave him a calmer, clearer start to his day, allowing him to approach his complex, coding tasks with less brain fog. Psychologically, this habit is a powerful symbolic act of self-care. It's the very first decision you make in your day, and by choosing something helpful, you're setting a positive tone for the hours ahead. It creates a small win, which, as we know from psychological research, is incredibly motivating. These small wins trigger the release of dopamine, the neurotransmitter associated with reward and pleasure, making you more likely to pursue other positive behaviors throughout the day. Furthermore, from a physiological perspective, proper hydration is crucial for every bodily function. It aids in nutrient transport, waste removal, temperature regulation, and joint lubrication. Even mild dehydration can lead to fatigue, reduce cognitive function, and mood disturbances. Starting the day with water effectively kickstarts your metabolism and rehydrates your brain, preparing it for optimal performance. For your practical application, make it impossible to forget. Place an 8 to 16 ounce glass of water right on your bedside table before you go to sleep. The moment your alarm sounds, before you even check your phone or fully get out of bed, sit up and slowly, mindfully drink the entire glass. Don't chop it. Savor it. Feel the cool liquid. Notice the sensation of hydration. You get a squeeze of lemon or lime for flavor and an additional detoxification benefit, but pure water is perfectly effective. This isn't a race. It's a gentle awakening for your internal systems. Your second micro habit for day 1 is a short, gentle walk. This isn't about hitting the gym for an intense workout. It's about breaking the inertia of sleep and gently coaxing your body into movement. 10 to 15 minutes is all we're aiming for. Consider Elena, a freelance graphic designer who spent most of her waking hours hunched over a computer. Her mornings were a blurry rush from bed to desk, fueling a sense of stiffness and mental fogginess that often lasted until midday. She decided to try a short walk around her neighborhood before her first client call. Initially, it felt like an imposition on her precious work time. But as she walked, breathing in the fresh morning air, listening to the birds, and feeling the sunlight on her skin, she noticed her shoulders relaxing, her mind clearing. She wasn't thinking about deadlines. She was simply observing. When she returned to her desk, she felt physically more limber and mentally sharper. Her creative block from the previous day seemingly dissolved. This small walk didn't just move her body, it reset her mind, offering a valuable transition from sleep to productive work. Psychologically, this gentle movement serves several crucial purposes. It helps to regulate your circadian rhythm by exposing you to natural light, signaling to your brain that it's time to be awake and alert. It also gently stimulates your lymphatic system, which is essential for detoxifying your body. The simple act of putting one foot in front of the other releases endorphins, natural mood elevators. Without them, intensity that might lead to feelings of overwhelm or exhaustion. It's an act of self-kindness, a permission to move your body in a way that feels good, rather than a punishment. This micro-habit also helps to reduce cortisol levels, the stress hormone, which often spikes in the morning due to the transition from sleep to wakefulness. By moving gently, you're signaling safety and calm to your nervous system. For practical application, plan your walk in advance. Decide where you go, around the block, to a nearby park, or even just in your garden. The key is to get outside, if possible, to reap the benefits of natural light and fresh air. Don't worry about speed or distance. Simply focus on the sensation of movement. Pay attention to your breaths, the feel of your feet on the ground, the sights and sounds around you. This isn't an exercise routine. It's a moving meditation. Set a timer for 10 to 15 minutes. If the weather doesn't permit going outside, a simple stretching routine, some gentle dog poses, or even marching in place indoors for the same duration will suffice. The goal is gentle, conscious movement. Your journaling prompt for day 1. Before bed, reflect on your baseline. How did your energy feel throughout the day on a scale of 1 to 10? What emotions were most present? Did you notice any immediate sensations after drinking water or taking your walk? Write freely about your initial thoughts and feelings regarding these 2 small changes. Day 2. Nourishing your inner landscape with conscious choices, building on the gentle foundations of day 1. Day 2 shifts our focus to intentional nourishment and internal calm. We're introducing 2 powerful micro-habits, adding a serving of greens to at least 1 meal and engaging in 5 minutes of conscious breathing. Your first micro-habit for day 2. Incorporate 1 serving of greens into a meal. This isn't about a complete dietary overhaul. It's about a small, deliberate upgrade to your nutritional intake. Think of Sarah, a busy working mother who often grabbed convenience foods. Vegetables felt like an extra chore. For day 2, he committed to simply adding a handful of spinach or scrambled eggs at breakfast. It took minimal effort, just a quick rinse and toss into the pan. She noticed that her breakfast felt more substantial, and she experienced fewer energy slumps mid-morning. Later, for dinner, she threw some pre-washed mixed greens into her pasta sauce. These small additions, almost imperceptible in her busy schedule, made her feel lighter, more satisfied, and less prone to the afternoon cravings that usually led her to the snack drawer. She realized that healthy eating didn't have to mean drastic changes. It could start with simple, strategic additions. Psychologically, this micro-habit leverages the power of addition rather than restriction. Often, when we try to improve our diet, we focus on what we can't have, which can feel deprivation, leading to feelings of resentment and eventual rebellion. By focusing on adding something beneficial, you're creating a positive association with healthy eating. It's an act of giving your body what it needs, rather than punishing it for what it might crave. Physiologically, greens are packed with vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and fiber. They support gut health, provide sustained energy by stabilizing blood sugar, and offer crucial phytonutrients that reduce inflammation and protect against cellular damage. This small addition is a concentrated dose of vitality for your cells. For practical application, brainstorm easy ways to integrate greens. It could be a handful of spinach in your smoothie omelet or sandwich. It could be a side salad with lunch or dinner. It could be stirring some chopped kale into soup or stir fry. Don't overthink it. The goal is to make it effortless. Keep pre-washed greens on hand, or buy frozen spinach or kale cubes that can be easily added to almost anything. The key is accessibility and simplicity. Make it easy for yourself to succeed. Your second micro habit for day 2. Practice 5 minutes of conscious breathing. This isn't about complex yogic breath work. but simply tuning into your breath, allowing it to deepen and slow. Consider Mark, a high-stress project manager who felt perpetually on edge. His breath was usually shallow and rapid, a reflection of his internal state. For his 5 minutes of conscious breathing, he set a timer and simply sat, placing one hand on his chest and one on his belly. He focused on inhaling slowly through his nose, feeling his belly rise, and exhaling even more slowly through his mouth or nose, feeling his belly fall. The first few times, his mind raced, but he gently brought his attention back to his breath. By the end of the 5 minutes, he felt a noticeable shift, a subtle calming, a sense of groundedness he rarely experienced. He realized he had carried tension in his shoulders and jaw for hours without realizing it, and this simple practice released some of it. It became his personal reset button during hectic workdays. Psychologically, conscious breathing directly engages your parasympathetic nervous system, often called the rest and digest system. In our fast-paced world, many of us spend too much time in the sympathetic nervous system's fight or flight mode. Slow, deep breathing signals to your brain that you are safe, reducing the production of stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. It enhances oxygen exchange, which is crucial for cellular energy production. It also improves focus and reduces anxiety by grounding you in the present moment, shifting your attention away from future worries or past regrets. It's an immediate-free and incredibly effective tool for self-regulation and emotional resilience. For practical application, choose a quiet time and place where you won't be disturbed for 5 minutes. You can sit comfortably in a chair, lie down, or even stand. Close your eyes if you feel comfortable. Gently place one hand on your belly and the other on your chest. Inhale slowly and deeply through your nose, feeling your belly rise first, then your chest. Exhale even more slowly through your mouth or nose, allowing your chest to fall, then your belly. Focus on the gentle rhythm. If your mind wanders, which it will, simply acknowledge the thought without judgment and gently guide your attention back to your breaths. There are many guided breathing exercises available online if you prefer, but the core practice is simply conscious, deliberate, slow breathing. You journaling prompt for day 2. How did the greens make you feel physically after eating? Did you notice any difference in your energy levels or satiety? Describe your experience with conscious breathing. Were you able to focus? How did you feel before and after the 5 minutes? That's it. Digital detox and deep human connection today. We'll address the modern dilemmas of constant digital stimulation and the hunger for genuine connection. Our micro habits are designed to reclaim your evenings and enrich your social fabric. Your first micro habit for day 3. Implement 1 hour of screen-free time before bed. This means no phones, no tablets, no laptops, no television. Engage in non-digital activities. Consider James, a marketing consultant whose minds were a blur of social media scrolling emails and binge watching. He'd fall into bed feeling wired but exhausted, only to toss and turn for hours. He decided to commit to 1 hour of screen-free time, replacing it with reading a physical book and listening to a podcast while doing some light stretching. The first night was challenging. He felt an almost physical pull toward his phone, but he resisted. By the third night, he found himself genuinely enjoying the quiet. He noticed he was falling asleep faster and experiencing deeper, more restorative sleep. The quality of his rest improved dramatically, and he woke up feeling more refreshed, ready to tackle the day's challenges with renewed clarity rather than dread. He realized how much precious winding down time he had unknowingly surrendered to the digital world. Psychologically, the blue light emitted from screens disrupts the production of melatonin, the hormone responsible for regulating your sleep-wake cycle. By eliminating screens an hour before bed, You allow your body to naturally produce melatonin, preparing for restful sleep. This practice also creates a mental buffer zone, allowing your brain to transition from the active, stimulated state of the day to a calmer, more reflective state. It reduces cognitive overload, which can make it difficult to fall asleep. Moreover, it creates space for other, more calming activities, signaling to your nervous system that it's time to slow down and decompress, fostering a sense of peace and relaxation that directly contributes to better sleep quality and, by extension, improved vitality the next day. For practical application, create a clear boundary. An hour before your intended bedtime, put all your devices away, preferably in a different room or on a charger that's out of sight. Replace screen time with calming activities. Read a physical book, listen to a podcast, or soothing music journal. Engage in a gentle stretching routine. Have a conversation with a loved one, or simply sit in quiet reflection. Inform family members or housemates about your new routine so they understand your unavailability during this hour. The goal is to create a peaceful, mindful transition into sleep. Your second micro habit for day 3: connect meaningfully with one person. This isn't about superficial social media interactions. It's about genuine, heartfelt engagement. Consider Lisa, a recent retiree who found herself feeling increasingly isolated despite having many friends online. Her days were spent liking posts and commenting on photos, but she missed the warmth of real human connection. For day 3, she decided to call her sister, with whom she hadn't had a proper conversation in months, instead of just texting. They talked for an hour, sharing stories, laughter, and even a few tears. Lisa hung up feeling a profound sense of warmth, belonging, and emotional upliftment. It was a stark contrast to the fleeting satisfaction of online interactions. This simple phone call reminded her of the deep well of support and joy available in her life, immediately boosting her spirits and reminding her of the reciprocal nature of real relationships. Psychologically, meaningful social connection is a fundamental human need. We are wired for connection, and its absence can lead to feelings of loneliness, anxiety, and depression. When we engage in genuine interaction, a deep conversation, a shared laugh, a supportive exchange, our bodies release oxytocin, often called the love hormone. Oxytocin promotes feelings of trust, bonding, and well-being, and can even reduce stress and inflammation. It counters the effects of cortisol, strengthening our immune system and boosting our mood. This habit combats the silent epidemic of loneliness, which, research shows, can be as detrimental to health as smoking. It reminds us that our vitality isn't purely an internal state. It's also deeply intertwined with our relationships with others. For practical application, reach out to someone you care about. It could be a family member, a friend, a neighbor, or a colleague, instead of a quick text. And for phone call, a video chat, or, if possible, a face-to-face interaction. The key is quality over quantity. Ask them about their day, truly listen to their response, and share something authentic about yourself. Be present in the conversation. Avoid distractions. The goal is to foster a sense of mutual understanding and support, to feel seen and heard, and to offer the same to another person. Your journaling prompt for day 3. How did you feel during your screen-free hour? Was it challenging? Did you notice any difference in your sleep quality? Describe your meaningful connection. How did it make you feel emotionally and energetically? Day 4. Embracing restorative rituals and self-compassion as we move deeper into the week. Day 4 shifts our attention inward, focusing on the often neglected yet vital practices of strategic rest and the nurturing power of self-compassion. These are not luxuries. They are fundamental to sustain vitality. Your first micro habit for day 4: Take a short afternoon power nap or engage in 15 minutes of stillness. This isn't about sleeping away your afternoon. It's about a strategic pause to recharge. Consider Sophia, a BD entrepreneur who prided herself on her ability to push through fatigue. By 3 p.m. each day, she'd hit a wall, reaching for another coffee and powering through with diminishing returns. Reluctantly, she decided to try a 20-minute power nap. She lay down on her couch, set an alarm, and closed her eyes. Even if she didn't fall completely asleep, this act of resting her eyes and disengaging from the task created a profound shift. She woke feeling clear-headed, more patient, and with a renewed surge of creativity. That afternoon, she accomplished more in 2 hours than she typically would in 4, and without the usual mental struggle. She realized that sometimes, slowing down is the fastest way to get where you need to go. Psychologically, strategic rest, whether a power nap or deep stillness, directly addresses the issue of cognitive fatigue. Our brains consume enormous amounts of energy. Sustained concentration can deplete neurotransmitters and accumulate metabolic byproducts. A short rest allows for cognitive restoration, clearing mental clutter and enhancing problem-solving abilities and creativity. It also helps to regulate stress hormones, preventing the afternoon slump from escalating into chronic fatigue. The act of giving yourself permission to rest, even for a short period, is an act of self-compassion, signaling to your body and mind that their needs are important and valued. This proactive recovery is essential for maintaining sustained energy and focus throughout your day, rather than constantly running on fumes. For practical application, identify a time in your afternoon when you typically feel a dip in energy, usually between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. Find a quiet, comfortable spot. If napping, set an alarm for no more than 20 minutes to avoid deep sleep in that groggy feeling. If stillness is your choice, simply sit or lie down, close your eyes, and focus on your breath, allowing thoughts to pass without engagement. You can listen to calming music or guided meditation if that helps you relax. The key is to completely disengage from tasks and mental stimulation for this brief period. Don't feel dirty. This is an investment in your productivity and well-being. Your second macro habit for day 4. Practice 5 minutes of self-affirmation or self-compassion. This is about consciously nurturing your inner dialogue. Consider Robert, a perfectionist who was constantly critical of himself. He'd achieved a lot, but never felt good enough. He found the idea of self-affirmation awkward, even silly, but he committed to trying it. For 5 minutes, he sat quietly and repeated phrases like, "I am doing my best, I am worthy of kindness, and I accept myself as I am." Initially, his inner critic raged, calling the phrases untrue, but he persisted, focusing on the intention behind the words rather than their immediate emotional resonance. Over time, he noticed a softening. He became less harsh with himself when he made mistakes, more forgiving. This simple practice didn't change his circumstances, but it profoundly shifted his internal experience, replacing self-condemnation with a gentle sense of acceptance, which surprisingly freed up an immense amount of mental and emotional energy. Psychologically, self-compassion involves treating yourself with the same kindness, care, and understanding you would offer a good friend. Research by Dr. Kristen Neff shows that self-compassion is strongly linked to greater emotional resilience, lower levels of anxiety and depression, and increased motivation. It helps counteract the negative effects of harsh self-criticism, which can lead to chronic stress and self-sabotage. Self-affirmations, when practiced consistently, help to rewire neural pathways, strengthening positive beliefs about yourself and your capabilities. They help to build a more robust sense of self-worth and self-efficacy, which are foundational to emotional and mental vitality. This practice is about creating a benevolent inner critic or even better, an inner ally, rather than an adversary. For practical application, find a quiet space for 5 minutes. You can sit, stand, or look at yourself in the mirror if you feel comfortable. Choose a few affirmations that resonate with you, such as I am enough, I am capable, I am strong, I am worthy of love and happiness, or I approach challenges with courage and kindness. Repeat these phrases gently to yourself, either silently or aloud. Focus on the feeling or intention behind the words, even if you don't fully believe them yet. If self-affirmation feels too challenging, start with self-compassion. Place a hand over your heart and simply say, "May I be kind to myself. May I be free from suffering." Allow yourself to feel the warmth of your own touch and the intention of caring for yourself. Your journaling prompt for day 4. How did the strategic rest or stillness impact your afternoon energy and mood? Did you notice any resistance or relief? Describe your experience with self-affirmation/self-compassion. What thoughts or feelings arose? Did you feel a shift, however subtle, in your self-talk? Day 5. Mindful movement and purposeful play midweek. We'll infuse more joy and intentional physical activity into our plan. Today is about moving your body with purpose and rediscovering the sheer delight of play. These elements are not just for physical health. They are profound boosters of mental and emotional vitality. Your first micro-habit for day 5. Engage in 15 minutes of intentional movement. This moves beyond the gentle walk of day 1, inviting more robust, yet still enjoyable, physical engagement. Consider Michael, a busy father who used to dread exercise, seeing it as another chore. For day 5, instead of his usual rushed walk, he decided to try a short online dance workout video he'd bookmarked months ago. Initially self-conscious, he soon found himself laughing, moving freely, and sweating. The 15 minutes flew by, and he felt a surge of joyful energy afterward, something he rarely experienced with traditional workouts. This wasn't about burning calories. It was about moving his body in a way that felt liberating and fun. He realized that movement didn't have to be a grind. It could be a source of genuine pleasure and a powerful way to shake off mental stress, leaving him feeling energized and ready to engage playfully with his children when they return home. Psychologically, intentional movement, especially when it's enjoyable, triggers a cascade of positive neurochemical responses. It releases endorphins, those natural mood elevators that give you a runner's high. It also boosts dopamine and serotonin, neurotransmitters associated with pleasure, motivation, and well-being. This isn't just about physical fitness. It's about neurochemical optimization. Regular movement improves cardiovascular health, enhances cognitive function, reduces inflammation, and strengthens the immune system. When you move a body, you're not just exercising muscles. You're stimulating your brain, improving blood flow, and creating a powerful physiological foundation for sustained energy and mental clarity. Choosing movement that feels good rather than obligatory fosters a sustainable relationship with physical activity. For practical application, think about what kind of movement genuinely appeals to you. This could be a brisk walk with more intensity, a short cycling session, dancing to your favorite music, a yoga flow, some bodyweight exercises, or even active gardening. The key is to make it intentional and slightly more challenging than a stroll, but still enjoyable. Set a timer for 15 minutes. Focus on how your body feels, the rhythm of your breath, and the sensation of your muscles working. Don't strive for perfection. Strive for engagement and enjoyment. This is about discovering movement that truly energizes you, not drains you. You'll set a micro habit for day 5. Dedicate 10 minutes to pure play or a joyful hobby. This is about engaging in an activity purely for the sake of enjoyment, With no goal or outcome in mind. Consider Chloe, a driven professional whose life felt meticulously planned and productive, but increasingly devoid of spontaneous joy. Her hobbies have become projects with deadlines. For day 5, she decided to spend 10 minutes simply sketching in her old art notebook, something she hadn't done since childhood. No pressure to create a masterpiece, just a pure act of putting pencil to paper. The experience was surprisingly liberating. She lost herself in the lines and shadows, forgetting her to-do list entirely. When the timer went off, she felt the lightness and a sense of calm she hadn't realized she was missing. It wasn't productive, but it was profoundly restorative, reminding her of the simple, innate pleasure of creative expression and the vital role of non-goal-oriented activities in replenishing her spirit. Psychologically, engaging in play or joyful hobbies stimulates the brain's reward system, releasing dopamine and promoting feelings of pleasure and intrinsic motivation. It allows us to enter a flow state where we are fully immersed in activity, losing track of time and self-consciousness. This state is incredibly restorative, reducing stress and fostering creativity. Play is not just for children. It is essential for adult well-being, helping to reduce burnout, improve problem-solving skills, and foster emotional resilience. It reminds us that life is not just about responsibilities and achievements, but also about moments of pure, unadulterated joy. It's a powerful antidote to chronic stress and the feeling of being constantly on. For practical application, think back to activities you loved as a child, or hobbies you always wanted to try but never made time for. This could be sketching, playing a musical instrument, listening to a favorite album without distraction, building Lego, working on a puzzle, dancing, doodling, or simply daydreaming. Choose something that feels like engaging and utterly non-obligatory. Set a timer for 10 minutes and completely immerse yourself in the activity. Let go of any expectations or judgments about the outcome. The only goal is pure, unadulterated enjoyment and mental decompression. Your journaling prompt for day 5. How did your intentional movement make your body feel? Did you experience a boost in energy or mood? Describe your experience with pure play/joyful hobby. What feelings arose? Did you lose track of time? How did this impact your overall sense of well-being? Day 6. Environmental enrichment and grounding in nature as the week draws to a close. Day 6 broadens our scope to include your external environment and your connection to the natural world. These seemingly external factors have a profound internal impact on your vitality. Your first micro-habit for day 6: declutter one small area. This isn't about a massive spring clean, but a focused, manageable act of tidying. Consider Ben, whose home office was a chaotic mess of papers, old coffee cups, and forgotten gadgets. He'd often feel overwhelmed and distracted, struggling to focus on his tasks. For day 6, he committed to decluttering just his desk drawer. He pulled everything out, threw away expired items, filed important papers, and organized the rest. The process took only 15 minutes. When he finished, he noticed an immediate sense of calm and clarity. His mind felt less cluttered, and he could approach his work with renewed focus. This small act of bringing order to his physical space directly translated into a sense of mental order, proving that our external environment is a direct reflection and influence on our internal state psychologically. Clutter creates a subtle but persistent drain on our cognitive resources. Our brains are constantly processing information, and a cluttered environment presents more visual stimuli, leading to increased cognitive load and mental fatigue. It can also evoke feelings of overwhelm, anxiety, and a lack of control. Conversely, a tidy, organized space promotes feelings of calm, clarity, and peace. It reduces distractions, enhances focus, and creates a more supportive environment for productivity and relaxation. The act of decluttering is empowering. It's an active assertion of control over your surroundings, which in turn boosts feelings of self-efficacy and reduces mental noise, making more mental energy available for conscious thought and creative pursuits. For practical application, choose the smallest, most manageable area you can think of. A single drawer, a small section of your countertop, your bedside table, or a shelf. Set a timer for 15-20 minutes. Gather 3 boxes or bags, one for items to keep, one for items to donate/discard, and one for items to relocate to their proper home. Be decisive. Don't let yourself get bogged down. The goal is completion within the time limit. Feel the satisfaction of creating order out of chaos, however small the area. Your second micro habit for day 6. Spend 10 minutes outdoors observing nature. This isn't about a strenuous hike. It's about mindful immersion in the natural world. Consider Anna, who lives in a bustling city and spends her days entirely indoors. She considers nature something she'd visit on vacation. For day 6, she decided to sit on a park bench during her lunch break, just observing. She noticed the intricate patterns on tree leaves, the industrious scurrying of ants, the sound of birdsong she'd previously tuned out. She felt the gentle breeze on her skin and the warmth of the sun. For those 10 minutes, her worries faded, replaced by a profound sense of connection and peace. She returned to work feeling refreshed, grounded, and with a renewed appreciation for the natural beauty that existed even amidst the urban sprawl. This simple act reconnected her to something larger than herself, offering a powerful perspective shift psychologically. Spending time in nature, often referred to as forest bathing or ecotherapy, has well-documented benefits. It has been shown to reduce stress hormones, lower blood pressure, improve mood, and enhance cognitive function. The natural world provides a gentle form of soft fascination engaging enough to hold our attention without demanding intense focus, allowing our minds to rest and rejuvenate. This exposure to natural light helps regulate our circadian rhythms, improving sleep. Furthermore, connecting with nature fosters a sense of awe and wonder, which can reduce egocentric thinking and promote feelings of interconnectedness and purpose. It is a powerful antidote to digital overload and the relentless demands of modern life, offering a profound sense of grounding and renewal for your entire being. For practical application, find any accessible patch of nature, a local pub, your garden, a tree-lined street, or even a window where you can observe the sky and clouds. Set a timer for 10 minutes. The key is mindful observation. Engage all your senses. What do you see? What do you hear? What do you smell? What do you feel on your skin? Don't try to intellectualize or analyze. Simply observe without judgment. Let your mind wander gently, or focus intently on a single natural element. Allow yourself to simply be present in the moment, absorbing the calming energy of the natural world. Your journaling promise for day 6. How did decluttering impact your sense of mental clarity or calm? Did you notice any immediate difference in your focus or mood? Describe your experience observing nature. What did you notice with your senses? How did you feel before and after this over time? Did it offer a sense of perspective or peace? Day 7 Reflection, Integration. In the future pacing, we've reached the final day of our initial 7-day journey, and today is dedicated to consolidating your experiences, celebrating your progress, and strategically planning for the future. This is the day we make these newfound vital habits sticky. Your first micro habit for day 7. Review your entire weekly journal entries. This isn't just a quick skim. It's a deep dive into the story of your transformation. Consider Emily, who meticulously journaled each day, but found herself caught in the daily grind and occasionally forgetting the cumulative impact. On day 7, she sat down with her journal and read through all her entries, day by day. She saw a clear trajectory, from initial skepticism and low energy on day 1 to a noticeable increase in vitality, clarity, and emotional well-being by day 6. She could pinpoint exactly which habits had the most profound impact on her and recognized patterns in her energy fluctuations. This review wasn't just interesting. It was incredibly validating. It provided undeniable proof of her progress, solidifying her belief in the power of these micro-habits and giving her the confidence to continue. He realized the small daily efforts had indeed created a monumental shift in her overall life experience. Psychologically, reviewing your journal entries provides crucial metacognition, thinking about your thinking and experiences. It allows you to step back and see the big picture of your week, identifying patterns, triggers, and the most effective interventions. This process reinforces positive behaviors and helps you internalize the benefits, moving from conscious effort to more automatic integration. It fosters a sense of accomplishment and self-efficacy, proving to yourself that you are capable of making positive changes. This reflection is vital for learning and growth, transforming scattered experiences into coherent insights. It's a powerful way to make your progress tangible and undeniable, serving as a wellspring of motivation for continued action. For practical application, set aside 20-30 minutes of uninterrupted time. Read through each day's entry, from day 1 to day 6. As you read, highlight or make notes of any recurring themes, surprising insights, moments of change, or moments of profound positive change. Pay particular attention to how your energy levels, mood, and mental clarity have shifted over the course of the week. What felt most impactful? What felt most challenging? This isn't about judgment, but about observation and learning. Your second micro habit for day 7. Plan for integrating 1-2 habits permanently into your routine. This is where you transition from an experimental phase to sustainable lifestyle integration. Consider Alex, a university student who felt the positive shifts throughout the week but worried about reverting to old habits once the challenge was over. After reviewing his journal, he clearly saw the immense benefits of starting his day with water and his afternoon power nap. He decided to commit to these 2 habits permanently. He made a conscious plan. His bedside water glass would always be filled, and he'd block out 20 minutes in his digital calendar for this nap, treating it as a non-negotiable appointment. By focusing on just 2 habits, rather than trying to maintain all 7, he felt less overwhelmed and more confident in his ability to stick with them. This strategic selection and integration ensured that the vitality he had cultivated didn't just fade away. It became a permanent feature of his daily life. Psychologically, trying to adopt too many new habits at once can lead to decision fatigue and overwhelm, often resulting in failure and a sense of discouragement. By choosing just 1 or 2 habits that had the most significant positive impact on you, you are leveraging the principle of minimum effective dose. You're focusing your energy and willpower on what truly works for you, increasing your likelihood of long-term success. This strategic integration fosters a sense of ownership and empowerment, moving you from following a plan to actively designing your own vitality roadmap. It's about being realistic, strategic, and building momentum one successful step at a time, rather than falling into the trap of all or nothing thinking. This method promotes self-efficacy and builds a positive feedback loop for future habit formation. For practical application, based on your journal review, identify the 1 or 2 micro habits that brought you the most significant benefit and felt most sustainable. Write them down, then create a clear, actionable plan for how you will integrate them into your daily life moving forward. How will you remember to do them? What specific time will you commit to them? What cues can you use? For example, I will drink a glass of water immediately after my alarm goes off every morning, or I will block out 1:30 p.m. to 1:50 p.m. every weekday for a stillness break. Be specific. Consider how you will handle potential obstacles. This planning transforms intention into concrete action, setting you up for continuous success. Your journaling prompt for day 7. What were your biggest insights from reviewing your entire week? Which one or two micro habits had the most profound impact on your vitality? How do you feel about your ability to continue these habits? Write out your concrete plan for integrating your chosen habits into your life beyond this week. How will you celebrate your accomplishments from this past week? My dear listener, you have just completed a journey of profound self-discovery and character transformation. You have not just read about vitality. You have actively experienced it. You have moved from understanding the concept to embodying it day by intentional day. This 7-day plan was designed to be a catalyst, a powerful demonstration of how small, consistent actions can lead to monumental shifts in your energy, and your overall sense of purpose. You've learned to listen to your body through hydration and gentle movement, to nourish it with conscious food choices and restorative breaths, to reclaim your time from digital demands, and to fortify your spirit with genuine human connection and self-compassion. You've engaged your physical being through mindful movement and reconnected with your innate joy through purposeful play. You've curated your environment and grounded yourself in the wisdom of nature. And perhaps most importantly, you've become a keen observer of your own internal landscape, using your journal as a powerful tool for self-awareness and growth. The vitality you've cultivated this week is not a fleeting state. It's a living, breathing energy that you now know how to nurture and sustain. The goal wasn't to achieve perfection in 7 days, but to awaken within you the profound capacity for self-care and self-leadership. You now possess the blueprint, the tools, and the direct experience to continue this journey, adapting and evolving these practices to fit your unique life. As you step forward, remember that life is a continuous process of learning and adapting. There will be days when you flawlessly execute every habit, and days when you might miss a step. That's perfectly normal. The key is not perfection, but persistence, and a gentle return to your practices with self-compassion. This week was proof of what's possible when you commit to even the smallest acts of self-care. In our next chapter, we will delve into 33 Sustaining Your Life Bob, long-term strategies, building upon the incredible momentum you've generated this week and providing you with the wisdom and practical approaches to ensure that this newfound vitality becomes a deeply embedded, enduring aspect of your beautiful life. You've done the foundational work now. Let's talk about building a vibrant legacy for yourself. I am so proud of your commitment and look forward to continuing this vital journey with you. Summary: the heart of the matter. Welcome, dear listener, to a truly pivotal moment in our shared journey through lifeblood. If you are here, listening to this summary chapter, it means you have dedicated a substantial portion of your precious time and attention over 260 minutes, nearly 4.5 hours, to be precise, to exploring the intricate dance of well-being, the profound symphony of vitality that pulses within each of us. You have invested in yourself, in your future, in the quality of every breath you take and every moment you experience. And for that commitment, that profound act of self-care and wisdom, I extend my deepest admiration and respect. This isn't just about absorbing information. It's about transformation, about embarking on a path of conscious living, and your presence here signifies your readiness to truly embrace it. Throughout this extensive audio book, we have peeled back the layers of what it means to live a life brimming with energy, clarity, and resilience. We've delved into the minutiae of cellular function, explored the expansive landscape of mental well-being, navigated the often turbulent waters of emotional health, and understood the undeniable impact of our environment on our very essence. We've discussed the power of nutrient-dense foods to fuel our bodies and minds, the indispensable role of consistent movement in maintaining physical and cognitive agility, the restorative measure of truly restful sleep, and the critical art of managing the pervasive stress that so often permeates modern existence. We've touched upon the importance of meaningful connection, the quiet strength found in purpose, the surprising benefits of sunlight, and even the subtle, insidious threats posed by unseen toxins. It has been a comprehensive exploration, a rich tapestry woven with scientific insight, practical wisdom, and the heartfelt intention to empower you. Now, as we arrive at this summary, the heart of the matter, our task is not merely to reiterate every single lesson. That would be both redundant and overwhelming. Instead, our purpose is to distill the vast ocean of knowledge we've covered into its most potent, most impactful, and most non-negotiable essences. Think of it as identifying the bedrock upon which the entire edifice of vibrant health rests. While every piece of advice, every insight offered, has its unique value and place, there are certain foundational pillars, certain critical lessons that, if consistently applied, create a ripple effect so profound it can transform your entire existence. These are the practices that don't just optimize one aspect of your health. They elevate everything, creating a powerful synergy that amplifies well-being across the board. Have you ever considered how, in the grand complexity of our biological machinery, some actions hold disproportionate power? It's like the keystone in an arch, without which the entire structure would collapse, or the root system of a mighty tree, feeding and anchoring everything above ground. Our journey through life blood has ultimately been about identifying these keystone habits, these fundamental roots that nourish the tree of life within you. Out of the multitude of insights we've explored, I want to guide our focus now to what I consider the top 3 absolute non-negotiable health habits. These aren't necessarily the most complicated or esoteric practices. In fact, their power often lies in their elegant simplicity and their profound, interconnected impact. They are the daily rituals, the conscious choices that, when consistently prioritized, lay an unshakable foundation for enduring health and vitality. To neglect them is to build upon shifting sands. To embrace them is to construct a fortress of well-being, resilient against the inevitable storms of life. Are you ready to dive deep into these transformative practices to understand not just what they are, but why they matter so deeply, and how you can weave them inextricably into the fabric of your daily life? Let us begin with the first, and arguably the most immediate and tangible of these non-negotiable pillars: conscious nutrition and hydration. This is more than just eating healthy or drinking water. It's an art, a science, and a profound act of self-respect. It is about understanding that what you put into your bodies is not merely fuel for survival, but information that dictates every cellular process, every hormonal cascade, every neurotransmission. It is the very building material for your physical self, and the critical determinant of your mental and emotional landscape. Conscious nutrition means moving beyond calorie counting and restrictive diets to a place of deep awareness, where every bite is an intentional choice, and every sip is a mindful act of nourishment. It's about listening to your body's signals, understanding its unique needs, and providing it with the highest quality inputs available. Consider for a moment Eleanor, a brilliant but perpetually exalted marketing executive leading in the bustle and heart of a major city. Her days were a relentless blur of deadlines, meetings, and client calls, often stretching late into the evening. Fueling this demanding schedule, she believed, required convenience above all else. Breakfast was a sugary coffee or the goal, Lunch was whatever she could grab from the office cafeteria or quick delivery from a fast food app. And dinner was typically a microwavable meal or another takeout order, consumed while staring at her laptop, preparing for the next day. Hydration. That meant more coffee, maybe a diet soda, and water only when she felt a parched, desperate thirst. Elena was in her early 40s, yet she felt like she was carrying the weight of 60 years on her shoulders. Her skin was dull, her hair lacked luster, and her energy levels plummeted dramatically by mid-afternoon, leaving her irritable and prone to debilitating brain fog. She struggled with chronic digestive issues, frequent headaches, and a general sense of malaise that no amount of professional success could truly mask. She often felt a profound disconnect from her own body, viewing it merely as a vehicle that had to keep up with her demanding mind, a vehicle that was, unfortunately, breaking down. One evening, after another particularly challenging day culminating in a fierce headache and an argument with her partner, Elena finally hit a personal wall. She stumbled upon an article discussing the profound impact of whole foods and proper hydration on cognitive function and emotional resilience. Skeptical but desperate, she decided to give it a try. Her initial steps were tiny, almost imperceptible. She started by committing to carry a large, reusable water bottle with her everywhere, setting a silent alarm on her phone to remind herself to take a few sips every hour. She made a conscious effort to finish the bottle twice before lunchtime and twice again before leaving the office. This small change, almost deceptively simple, began to alter her internal landscape. Within a week, she noticed a subtle improvement in her headaches. They weren't entirely gone, but their intensity had lessened, and their frequency decreased. More remarkably, she felt a slight lift in her afternoon energy slump. The brain fog, while still present, seemed a little less dense. Emboldened by this small victory, Eleanor decided to tackle her nutrition. She started by looking at her breakfast. Instead of the sugary pastry, she opted for plain Greek yogurt with some berries and a sprinkle of nuts. For lunch, she began bringing a pre-made salad packed with vibrant greens, lean protein like grilled chicken or chickpeas, and a rainbow of vegetables, dressed simply with olive oil and lemon. Dinner became an adventure in simplicity. Baked salmon with roasted broccoli and quinoa. She wasn't an expert chef, but she followed simple recipes she found online, focusing on whole, unprocessed ingredients. The transformation was not instantaneous, nor was it always smooth. There were days she craved the caffeine grease of a burger or the sugary rush of a chocolate bar. There were moments of frustration when meal prepping felt like another chore added to her already overflowing plate. But she persevered, driven by the memory of how much better she felt on the days she made conscious choices. Over the next 6 months, Eleanor's life underwent a quiet revolution. Her skin regained its luminosity. Her eyes sparkled with a renewed vitality. The chronic headaches became a distant memory, and her digestive issues resolved almost entirely. Most profoundly, her energy levels stabilized. She no longer experienced the dramatic peaks and valleys that had once dictated her mood and productivity. Her brain fog dissipated, replaced by a clarity of thought and an ability to focus that surprised even her. She found herself engaging more deeply in her work, her creativity flowing more freely, and her interactions with colleagues and clients becoming more positive and productive. At home, the arguments with her partner lessened, replaced by shared evenings of cooking simple, delicious meals together and enjoying newfound energy for walks in the park. Eleanor hadn't just changed her diet. She had changed her relationship with herself, moving from a place of neglect to one of profound self-nurturing. She realized that conscious nutrition and hydration weren't just about avoiding illness. They were about embracing a vibrant, full, and truly engage life. They were, quite literally, the lifeblood coursing through our veins. Now, let's delve into the profound psychological analysis of why conscious nutrition and hydration are so utterly non-negotiable. At its core, our relationship with food is deeply intertwined with our emotional landscape, our sense of control, and even our identity. From childhood, food is often associated with comfort, reward, and social connection. This deep-seated emotional programming means that changing eating habits can feel like disrupting fundamental aspects of our psychological makeup. The ubiquitous availability of highly palatable energy-dense, processed foods plays directly into our primary reward systems. These foods, engineered to be hyper-addictive, trigger a rapid release of dopamine in the brain, creating a powerful pleasure response that can quickly lead to dependence and a cycle of craving and consumption. This dopamine hit, while fleeting, can be incredibly difficult to resist, especially when we are feeling stressed, sad, or overwhelmed, making emotional eating a pervasive coping mechanism. The immediate gratification offered by a healthy foods often overshadows the long-term, delayed gratification of choosing nutrient-rich options, tapping into a fundamental human tendency to prioritize present pleasure over future benefit. However, the act of choosing conscious nutrition empowers us by shifting control back to ourselves. When we thoughtfully select whole, unprocessed foods, we are making an active declaration of self-respect and self-care. This intentionally fosters a powerful sense of self-efficacy, the belief in one's capacity to influence events that affect one's life. Each healthy choice, no matter how small, reinforces this belief, building confidence and motivating further positive actions. This psychological feedback loop is crucial for sustainable change. Furthermore, the gut-brain axis, a bidirectional communication system between our digestive system and our brain, is profoundly impacted by our diet. The trillions of microorganisms in our gut, our microbiota, produce a vast array of neurochemicals, including serotonin, a key neurotransmitter involved in mood regulation. A diet rich in fiber, diverse plant foods, and probiotics supports a healthy microbiota, which in turn can positively influence mood, reduce anxiety, and even improve cognitive function. Conversely, a diet high in processed foods, sugar, and unhealthy fats can lead to dysbiosis, an imbalance in gut bacteria contributing to inflammation, mood disorders, and impaired cognitive performance. Thus, conscious nutrition isn't just about physical health. It's a direct pathway to emotional stability and mental acuity. Hydration, though often overlooked, plays an equally critical psychological role. Mild dehydration is surprisingly common and can manifest as fatigue, irritability, difficulty concentrating, and even subtle changes in mood. When we feel sluggish or fuzzy-headed, our natural inclination might be to reach for a stimulant like coffee or a sugary snack, exacerbating the problem rather than addressing the root cause. The simple act of consistently drinking water, therefore, becomes a practice of tuning into our body's most basic needs and responding appropriately. It's a foundational act of mindfulness, grounding us in the present moment and fostering a deeper connection to our physiological signals. The consistent replenishment of water also serves as a quiet ritual, a moment of pause in our busy lives, offering a subtle but powerful anchor for self-care. It signifies an underlying respect for our body's fundamental processes, reinforcing the broader commitment to overall well-being. Ultimately, conscious nutrition and hydration are not just about nutrients and water. They are about cultivating a profound and respectful relationship with our bodies, empowering us with choice, and laying the psychological groundwork for sustained vitality and emotional resilience. So, how can you practically apply these insights, transitioning from understanding to action? Here are the practical application steps for making conscious nutrition and hydration your unwavering foundation. First, begin with hydration, as it's often the easiest habit to initiate and provides immediate, tangible benefits. Acquire a large, attractive, reusable water bottle, preferably one you genuinely enjoy carrying. Make it your constant companion. Set only reminders on your phone or computer to take a few sips, or even to stand up and refill your bottle if you're at desk, and to drink half your body weight in ounces of water daily as a baseline, adjusting for activity levels and climate. If plain water feels boring, infuse it with slices of lemon, cucumber, mint, or berries for a natural, refreshing flavor. Make hydration a non-negotiable ritual from the moment you wake up, perhaps by drinking a large glass of water before your morning coffee or tea. Next, address your nutrition with a start small mentality. Don't attempt an overnight overhaul that often leads to burnout and reversion. Instead, choose one meal to focus on initially. Perhaps it's breakfast. Can you replace a sugary cereal with oatmeal and fruit, or eggs and whole wheat toast? Once that feels comfortable, move on to lunch, then dinner. Gradually increase your intake of whole or processed foods, fresh fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, and complex carbohydrates like quinoa, brown rice, and sweet potatoes. Aim for variety to ensure a broad spectrum of nutrients. Learn to read food labels, not just for calories, but for ingredients. Become a detective, identifying hidden sugars, corn syrup, dextrose, sucrose, unhealthy fats, partially hydrogenated oils, and artificial additives. Prioritize foods with short ingredient lists that you recognize. This practice empowers you to make informed choices rather than simply relying on marketing claims. Embrace meal planning and batch cooking. Dedicate a few hours on the weekend to plan your meals for the week and prepare some components in advance. Roast a large tray of vegetables, cook a big batch of grains, or grill some chicken or fish. Having healthy options readily available reduces the likelihood of reaching for convenience foods when hunger strikes or time is short. This proactive approach transforms eating from a reactive scramble to a mindful, organized process. Practice mindful eating. Slow down. Put your fork down between bites. Chew slowly. Pay attention to the flavors, textures, and aromas of your food. Listen to your body's hunger and fullness cues. Are you truly hungry, or is it boredom, stress, or habit? Stop eating when you feel satisfied, not stuffed. This practice enhances digestion, increases endurance, and prevents overeating. Structure your plates using a simple guideline. Fill half your plate with non-starchy vegetables, leafy greens, broccoli, bell peppers, a quarter with lean protein chicken, fish, legumes, tofu, and the remaining quarter with complex carbohydrates, quinoa, brown rice, sweet potato. This future diet helps ensure balanced meals rich in fiber, vitamins, and minerals. For snacking, ditch the processed chips and cookies. Opt for whole fruits, a handful of nuts or seeds, Greek yogurt, or vegetable sticks with hummus. These choices provide sustained energy and essential nutrients, preventing energy crashes and subsequent cravings for unhealthy options. And finally, remember that this is a journey, not a destination. There will be slip-ups, days where you might revert to old habits. Treat these not as failures, but as opportunities for learning and recalibration. Extend self-compassion, learn from the experience, and gently guide yourself back onto your chosen paths. If you find yourself consistently struggling, consider seeking guidance from a registered dietitian or a nutritionist who can provide personalized advice and support. Conscious nutrition and hydration are not about perfection, but about consistent, intentional progress, fueling your life's blood with the vitality it deserves. Now, Let us turn our attention to the second absolute non-negotiable pillar of enduring health and vitality: consistent, intentional movement. This goes far beyond the narrow definition of exercise often conjured in our mind, conjuring images of grueling gym sessions or punishing runs. Instead, it encompasses a holistic embrace of physical activity as an integral and joyful part of daily living, a fundamental expression of our being, designed to move, to explore, to interact with the world through our physical form. Intentional movement is about consciously weaving physical activity into the fabric of your life, not as a chore to be endured, but as a source of energy, mental clarity, and profound physical resilience. It acknowledges that our bodies are magnificent machines built for motion, and that prolonged stillness, in this modern sedentary age, is a profound detriment to our lifeblood. Allow me to introduce you to Mark, a brilliant but undeniably sedentary software engineer in his mid-50s. His life revolved around screens, a large monitor at work, another at home, and a smartphone constantly in hand. His commute was short, his hobbies were intellectual, and his primary forms of physical activity involved walking to the coffee machine or the fridge. Consequently, Mark suffered from a constellation of ailments that had become so normalized in his life that he rarely questioned them. Chronic low back pain was his constant companion, a dull ache that intensified after long hours hunched over his keyboard. His energy levels were perpetually low, manifesting as an afternoon slump that he accompanied with excessive caffeine and sugary snacks. He was prone to anxiety, often feeling trapped in his own head, endlessly replaying work problems or personal worries. Socially, he had become increasingly withdrawn, finding excuses to avoid gatherings that required an insignificant physical effort, preferring the solitude of his digital world. Mark was, in essence, slowly atrophying, both physically and emotionally, caught in a cycle of discomfort and disengagement. The turning point for Mark came unexpectedly during a routine physical. His doctor, a kind but firm woman, gently informed him that his blood pressure was elevated, his cholesterol was creeping upwards, and his pre-diabetic markers were concerning. More than the numbers, she expressed concern about his overall quality of life, emphasizing that his sedentary lifestyle was a primary driver of his current trajectory. She didn't prescribe a gym membership. Instead, she simply suggested he stop walking, just 20 minutes a day, 3 times a week. Focus on consistency, Mark, she advised, not intensity. Mark, initially resistant, decided to try. His first walk was a revelation in how out of shape he was. His legs ached, his lungs burned, and his back protested. But he persisted, forcing himself out the door after work, even when every fiber of his being screamed for the comfort of his sofa. He started with just 15 minutes, then gradually pushed it to 20. After a few weeks, something remarkable began to happen. The walks, initially a grim obligation, started to become less of a struggle and more of a release. The fresh air, the rhythmic cadence of his steps, the simple act of moving his body began to clear the mental clutter that had plagued him. He noticed the budding flowers in his neighborhood, the changing seasons, the distant sound of children playing. His back pain, while not entirely gone, became less acute, less constant. The afternoon slump, though still present, was less severe. Buoyed by these other shifts, Marta decided to explore further. He discovered a local walking group that met a few mornings a week. Initially shy and hesitant, he joined them. The social aspect, combined with the longer, more challenging walks, added another layer of benefit. He found himself laughing, sharing stories, and forming genuine connections. The physical challenge increased, and with it, his endurance and strength. Seeing walking wasn't just a habit. It was a passion. He started hiking on weekends, exploring scenic trails he never knew existed. His once isolated world expanded to include breathtaking vistas and the camaraderie of fellow outdoor enthusiasts. Their anxiety that had once consumed him found a new outlet. The physical exertion, the focus on the trail, the immersion in nature, all served as a powerful antidote to his overthinking mind. Eventually, Mark integrated strength training into his routine, realizing the importance of building muscle mass for overall health and injury prevention. He joined a small, friendly gym and, with the guidance of an instructor, began lifting weights. The transformation was profound. His chronic back pain finally vanished, his energy levels soared, and his doctor was thrilled to see all his health markers move back into the healthy range. But more importantly, Mark's entire demeanor had changed. He was more confident, more outgoing, and exuded a vibrant energy that hadn't been present before. He had rediscovered the joy of inhabiting his own body, of moving freely and powerfully through the world. Consistent, intentional movement had not just improved his physical health, it had invigorated his spirit, healed his mind, and reconnected him to a life he truly wanted to live. Let's now explore the psychological depth of why consistent, intentional movement is an absolute non-negotiable for our lifeblood. The human brain and body are not separate entities. They are an intricately linked system, and movement is one of the most powerful ways to influence this connection. From an evolutionary perspective, our ancestors were constantly in motion, whether hunting, gathering, or escaping predators. Our physiology is hardwired for activity, and modern sedentary lifestyles represent a profound departure from this innate programming, leading to many core diseases of inactivity. One of the most immediate and well-documented psychological benefits of movement is its impact on mood. Physical activity triggers the release of endorphins, our body's natural mood elevators, which produce feelings of euphoria and well-being, often described as a runner's high. Beyond this initial rush, consistent movement also helps regulate neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine, all which play crucial roles in mood, motivation, and stress response. For individuals prone to anxiety or depression, movement acts as a powerful, natural antidepressant and anxiolytic. It provides a constructive outlet for pent-up energy, tension, and frustration, allowing the body to physically process and release stress hormones like cortisol, preventing the chronic accumulation, which can be so detrimental to both mental and physical health. Furthermore, movement significantly impacts our cognitive function. Even moderate physical activity improves blood flow to the brain, enhancing oxygen and nutrient delivery, which is vital for optimal brain performance. Studies consistently show that exercise improves memory, attention span, problem-solving skills, and executive function. It can even stimulate neurogenesis, the growth of new brain cells, particularly in the hippocampus, a region critical for learning and memory. This means that consistent movement isn't just about preserving cognitive abilities as we age. It's about actively enhancing them. The feeling of accomplishment that comes from setting and achieving movement goals, however small, also significantly boosts self-esteem and self-efficacy. Each completed walk, each lifted weight, each stretched muscle reinforces a positive self-image and a belief in one's capability to influence personal health outcomes. This sense of agency is incredibly empowering and can spill over into other areas of life, fostering a more proactive and resilient mindset. The psychology of consistency itself is also deeply relevant here. Overcoming inertia, that initial resistance to starting, is often the biggest hurdle. However, once a routine is established, movement becomes less about willpower and more about habit. Our brains are wired for efficiency, and once a neural pathway for a habit is formed, Performing that action requires less conscious effort. The challenge then becomes identifying the right cues, routines, and rewards to solidify the movement habit, ensuring it's intrinsically motivating and enjoyable rather than a dreaded obligation. Movement can also provide a powerful means of social connection. As seen in Mark's story, joining group classes, sports teams, or walking clubs satisfies our innate human need for belonging and community, adding another layer of psychological benefit and accountability that supports long-term adherence. In essence, consistent, intentional movement is not merely a physical act. It is a fundamental psychological tool for cultivating resilience, enhancing mood, sharpening cognition, boosting self-worth, and fostering meaningful connections, all of which are indispensable components of a truly vital lifeblood. So, how do we translate this profound understanding into actionable steps, embedding consistent, intentional movement into the very rhythm of your life? Here are the practical application steps. Firstly, start where you are and find what you enjoy. The most effective movement routine is the one you will actually stick with. Forget what you should do, and focus on what sparks joy or curiosity. Do you love to dance? Pull on some music and move. Do you enjoy being outdoors? Start with brisk walks in a local park or explore hiking trails. Is gardening your passion? Embrace the physical effort it requires. Even simple activities like taking the stairs instead of the elevator, parking further away from your destination, or standing up and straight in every hour can be powerful entry points. The goal is to gradually increase your overall daily activity, making movement less of an event and more of a lifestyle. Secondly, break up sedentary time. This is critical in our modern world. If you have a desk job, set an alarm to stand up, stretch, or walk around for 5-10 minutes every hour. Consider a standing desk or incorporate short movement breaks throughout your workday. Even small bursts of activity throughout the day are more beneficial than one long session followed by prolonged sitting. This continuous micro-movement keeps your blood flowing, reduces stiffness, and boosts alertness. Thirdly, schedule your movement. Just as you would schedule an important meeting or appointment, block out time in your calendar for your physical activity. Treat these appointments with the same level of commitment. Whether it's a morning walk, an evening yoga class, or midday gym session, making it a non-negotiable part of your schedule significantly increases adherence. Consistency trumps intensity, especially in the beginning. Aim for smaller, more frequent sessions rather than sporadic, overwhelming ones. Fourthly, find an accountability partner or community. Sharing your movement goals with a friend, family member, or joining a group class can provide invaluable support, motivation, and a sense of shared purpose. Knowing someone is expecting you can be a powerful antidote to procrastination. The social aspect can transform a solitary chore into an enjoyable shared experience. Firstly, vary your movement. Our bodies thrive on diverse stimuli. Incorporate a mix of cardiovascular activities, brisk walking, jogging, cycling, swimming for heart health, strength training, body weight exercises, weights, resistance bands for muscle and bone health, and flexibility/balance work, yoga, pilates, stretching for joint mobility and injury prevention. This holistic approach ensures comprehensive physical development and reduces the risk of overuse injuries. Sixthly, listen to your body and prioritize recovery. Movement is essential, but so is rest. Don't push through sharp pain, and allow your body adequate time to recover between more intense sessions. Incorporate active recovery days, gentle walks, stretching, and ensure you are getting enough sleep. Overtraining can be as detrimental as undertraining, leading to injury, burnout, and reduced immunity. Seventhly, make it fun and integrate it into your hobbies and family time. Play active games with children or pets. Explore new parks, take up dancing, gardening, or outdoor sports. When movement is tied to enjoyment and meaningful activities, it stops feeling like an obligation and becomes a natural extension of your life. Make it a shared experience, transforming healthy habits into opportunities for connection and joy. Finally, set smart goals, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. Instead of "I want to exercise more," try "I will walk for 30 minutes, 5 days a week, for the next month." This clear framework provides direction, allows you to track progress, and celebrate success, fueling your motivation to continue. Remember, consistent, intentional movement is not merely about preventing disease. It is about embracing the vibrant, energetic, and resilient life that is your birthright, fueling your lifeblood with vigor and joy. We now arrive at our third, equally indispensable, non-negotiable pillar: restorative sleep and stress resilience. While seemingly distinct, these two concepts are so profoundly intertwined that they function as two sides of the same coin. One cannot truly thrive without the other. High quality, sufficient sleep is the bedrock upon which all other health habits are built, allowing our bodies and minds to repair, rejuvenate, and consolidate information. And effective stress resilience, our ability to adapt, recover, and grow in the face of adversity, is critically dependent on our capacity for restful sleep. While chronic stress, in turn, is a primary saboteur of sleep. To truly honor our lifeblood, we must master both the art of deep rest and the science of graceful resilience. Let's consider Sarah, a tireless single mother of 2 young children, juggling a demanding full-time job as a social worker. Her days were a whirlwind of client crises, school runs, meal preparations, and endless household chores. Her nights were often just as chaotic, punctuated by children's demands, a seemingly endless to-do list replaying in her mind, and a relentless current of worries about finances, her children's futures, and her own ability to keep all the plates spinning. Sarah was perpetually running on fumes, averaging perhaps 4 to 5 hours of broken sleep each night. This chronic sleep deprivation had a devastating impact. She was constantly irritable, her patience worn thin, leading to frequent snapping at her children and colleagues, which in turn fueled her guilt and self-criticism. Her cognitive function was severely impaired. She struggled with focus, her memory was like acid, and decision-making felt like navigating a dense fog. Physically, she was always tired, prone to headaches and frequent colds, her immune system clearly compromised. Sarah was not just stressed. She was drawing in a relentless cycle of exhaustion and anxiety, feeling utterly disconnected from the vibrant, caring woman she knew she truly was. Sarah's breaking point arrived during a particularly harrowing week when her youngest child fell ill, requiring round-the-clock care, and a major crisis erupted at work. She found herself weeping silently in the pantry, overwhelmed, exhausted, and feeling utterly devoid of any inner resource. In a rare moment of desperation, she confided in a trusted friend, who gently suggested she explore resources on sleep hygiene and stress management. Skeptical that anything could penetrate the wall of her exhaustion, Sarah reluctantly agreed to try. Her first step was small, almost laughably so. She committed to turning off all screens: her phone, the TV, her tablet 1 hour before her target bedtime. The initial nights were challenging. Her mind, accustomed to the stimulating blue light and constant input, raced more than ever. But she persevered. In that newfound quiet, she began to read a physical book, a gentle distraction that slowly lulled her mind. After a week, she noticed a subtle shift. She wasn't falling asleep instantly, but the quality of her sleep, when it did come, seemed marginally deeper. Encouraged, she added another layer, a warm bath with Epsom salts 30 minutes before bed. This simple ritual became a sacred space, a signal to her body that it was time to unwind. She also began to practice a simple 5-minute guided meditation she found on an app, focusing on her breath, gently bringing her mind back whenever it wandered. It wasn't perfect, but the consistent effort began to create a noticeable change. Gradually, her sleep duration increased, moving from 4 to 5 hours to a more consistent 6, and occasionally even 7 hours. The fragmented awakenings lessened, and she started to experience moments of truly restorative, uninterrupted slumber. The ripple effect of improved sleep was nothing short of miraculous. Her chronic headaches diminished, her immune system rebounded, and she found herself with more sustained energy throughout the day. Critically, her emotional landscape began to transform. The constant irritability lessened, replaced by a newfound patience with her children and a calmer, more measured approach to work challenges. She could think more clearly, make decisions with greater confidence, and her memory improved significantly. If anxiety, while still present, no longer felt like a crushing weight, she had developed tools to manage it, to observe it without being consumed by it. Sarah also learned to set firmer boundaries at work and in her personal life, understanding that saying no to some requests was an essential act of self-preservation. She began to carve out small pockets of time for herself during the day, a quiet cup of tea, a 50-minute walk in nature that served as many resets. Sarah hadn't just regained sleep. She had reclaimed her inner peace, her emotional equilibrium, and a profound capacity for joy and presence that had been dormant for so long. Restorative sleep and stress resilience had not merely improved her life. They had given her lifeblood back its vital, steady pulse. Let us now delve into the profound psychological analysis of why restorative sleep and stress resilience form such a non-negotiable pillar for our well-being. Sleep is not merely a period of inactivity. It is an incredibly active and essential process during which our brain and body perform vital maintenance tasks psychologically. Sleep deprivation has devastating effects. Even mild, chronic sleep loss impairs our prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for executive functions like decision-making, problem-solving, emotional regulation, and impulse control. This means when we're sleep deprived, we are more irritable, more prone to negative emotional reactions, less capable of handling stress, and more likely to make poor choices, whether it's unhealthy food choices or impulsive financial decisions. Our emotional centers, like the amygdala, become hyperactive, leading to heightened reactivity to perceived threats and a general state of anxiety. Simply put, insufficient sleep makes us emotionally fragile, cognitively impaired, and psychologically vulnerable. Furthermore, during sleep, our brains consolidate memories and process emotional experiences from the day. This emotional house cleaning is crucial for maintaining mental health. Without adequate sleep, these emotional experiences remain unprocessed, leading to increased rumination, difficulty letting go of worries, and a compounding of stress. The insidious cycle begins. Stress disrupts sleep, and disrupted sleep exacerbates stress, creating a downward spiral that can be incredibly challenging to break without conscious intervention. This brings us to stress resilience. Our bodies are equipped with a powerful fight-or-flight response, mediated by the sympathetic nervous system, designed for acute threats. However, in modern life, this system is often chronically activated by ongoing stressors, work pressures, financial worries, relationship conflicts, news overload without the opportunity for resolution or recovery. Psychologically, chronic stress leads to feelings of overwhelm, helplessness, and burnout. It shifts our cognitive focus towards threats, narrows our perspective, and depletes our mental and emotional resources. It can foster a pervasive sense of anxiety, making it difficult to relax, concentrate, or find joy in daily activities. The profound connection between sleep and stress lies in their reciprocal relationship. Chronic stress keeps the body in a state of hyperarousal, making it incredibly difficult to fall asleep and stay asleep. The mind races, the body feels tense, and the nervous system struggles to down-regulate. Conversely, restorative sleep is the most potent natural antidote to stress. During deep sleep, our parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest system takes over, lowering heart rate, blood pressure, and cortisol levels, allowing the body to truly unwind and repair. It is during this crucial period that our psychological resources are replenished, our emotional buffers are rebuilt, and our capacity for calm and clear thinking is restored. Practices like mindfulness, meditation, and deep breathing, which are central to stress resilience, also directly calm the nervous system, creating a more conducive state for sleep and breaking the vicious cycle of stress-induced insomnia. By consciously prioritizing both restorative sleep and proactive stress management, we are not just addressing symptoms. We are fundamentally fortifying our psychological core, enhancing our emotional regulation, cognitive clarity, and overall mental fortitude, ensuring a vibrant and resilient lifeblood. So, with this deep understanding, how can you practically integrate restorative sleep and stress resilience into your daily life? Here are your practical application steps. First and foremost, establish a consistent sleep schedule. Go to bed and wake up at roughly the same time every single day, even on weekends. This regularity helps to regulate your body's natural circadian rhythm, making it easier to fall asleep and wake up feeling refreshed. Treat your bedtime like a non-negotiable appointment with yourself. Secondly, optimize your sleep environment. Your bedroom should be a sanctuary for sleep. Make it dark, quiet, and cool. Use blackout curtains or a mask to block out light. Consider your flux or white noise machine to block out disruptive sounds. The ideal temperature for sleep is typically between 66 to 7 degrees Fahrenheit, 15-19 degrees Celsius. Invest in a comfortable mattress and pillows that support your body. Thirdly, create a calming wind-down routine in the 60-90 minutes before bed. This is a critical buffer between your busy day and restful sleep. Avoid all screens, phones, tablets, computers, and TV during this time, as the blue light emitted can interfere with melatonin production, the hormone that signals sleep. Instead, engage in relaxing activities, read a physical book, listen to soothing music, take a warm bath with Epsom salt, do some gentle stretching or yoga, or practice deep breathing exercises. This ritual signals to your body and mind that it's time to transition to rest. Fourthly, incorporate mindfulness and relaxation techniques into your daily life, not just at bedtime. Practices like deep diaphragmatic breathing, progressive muscle relaxation, or a simple 5-10 minute meditation can significantly reduce your overall stress load throughout the day. There are numerous apps and guided meditations available that can help you get started. These techniques train your nervous system to down-regulate and foster a greater sense of present moment awareness, reducing rumination and anxiety. Fifthly, learn the art of time management and boundary setting. Much of modern stress comes from feeling overwhelmed and overcommitted. Prioritize your tasks, delegate when possible, and learn to say no to commitments that drain your energy without truly serving your values. Creating clear boundaries around your time and energy is a powerful act of self-care and a critical component of stress resilience. Remember, your time is finite, and choosing how to spend it is a profound act of empowerment. Sixthly, be mindful of stimulants and depressants. Limit caffeine intake, especially in the afternoon and evening. While alcohol might initially feel relaxing, it disrupts sleep architecture, leading to fragmented and less restorative sleep. Avoid having meals close to bedtime, as digestion can interfere with sleep onset. Seventhly, Expose yourself to natural light, especially in the morning. Getting natural sunlight shortly after waking helps to regulate your circadian rhythm, signaling to your body that it's daytime and consolidating your sleep-wake cycle. A morning walk or simply having your coffee near a window can be highly beneficial. And finally, recognize when you need professional help. If you are consistently struggling with chronic insomnia, overwhelming anxiety, or persistent stress that impacts your daily functioning, do not hesitate to seek support from a doctor, therapist, or sleep specialist. There is no shame in seeking guidance, and often, professional intervention can provide invaluable tools and strategies to help you regain your equilibrium. Restorative sleep and stress resilience are not luxuries. They are fundamental necessities for nourishing your lifeblood and living a life of peace, clarity, and sustained well-being. So, here we stand, at the culmination of our summary, having distilled the essence of lifeblood into these three profound and interconnected pillars: conscious nutrition and hydration, consistent, intentional movement, and restorative sleep and stress resilience. These are not merely suggestions. They are mandates from your own biology, the fundamental operating instructions for a life lived with vibrant health. They are the daily declarations of self-worth, the unwavering commitment to nurturing the very core of your being. Throughout this extensive journey, you have demonstrated a remarkable dedication to your well-being, investing your time and mental energy into understanding the intricate mechanisms of life itself. That commitment is not to be underestimated. It is the spark, this initial surge of lifeblood that drives all subsequent transformation. You have gathered knowledge, absorbed wisdom, and critically, you have begun to shift your perspective on what truly matters for your health. This isn't just about avoiding illness. It's about embracing the profound potential for vitality, for joy, for presence that resides within you. These three habits, though distinct, are like the interwoven strands of a single, powerful braid. Your conscious nourishment fuels the energy for intentional movement, which in turn enhances the quality of your restorative sleep. Indeed, restorative sleep provides the mental and emotional resilience to make consistently wise choices about your nutrition and to sustain your commitment to movement. They create a virtuous cycle, a self-reinforcing loop that elevates every aspect of your existence. Remember, this path is not about perfection. It is about consistent, compassionate progress. There will be days when you falter, when the habits resurface, when life throws unexpected challenges your way. This is human. The true measure of resilience is not in never falling, but in their unwavering commitment to picking yourself up, learning from their experience, and gently guiding yourself back to the path of conscious well-being. Each conscious choice, each small step, is a powerful reaffirmation of your commitment to yourself, a powerful surge of lifeblood flowing through your veins, invigorating your spirit and empowering your journey. You have within you the inherent capacity to heal, to thrive, to flourish. This audiobook has been a guide, a map, but the journey itself is yours to walk, moment by moment, choice by choice. Embrace these three non-negotiable habits not as restrictions, but as liberating practices that unlock your fullest potential. They are the keys to a life abundant in energy, clarity, and deep, enduring joy. Thank you for embarking on this transformative journey with me. May your lifeblood flow with unwavering vitality, empowering you to live a life that is truly extraordinary every single day. The knowledge is now yours. The power to implement it is firmly in your hands. Embrace it, live it, and thrive. Call to action. Keep pumping. Chapter 34. Call to action. Keep pumping, my dear listener. We have journeyed together through the intricate arteries and vital veins of lifeblood. exploring concepts designed to invigorate your spirit, sharpen your focus, and empower your very existence. With dissected beliefs, examined habits, and illuminated pathways towards a more vibrant, purpose-driven life. As the final words of our shared narrative begin to echo, you might be tempted to simply close this chapter, to file away the wisdom gleaned, and perhaps to let the powerful momentum we've built subtly dissipate into the everyday hum of life. But I urge you, with every fiber of the energy we've cultivated, to resist that temptation. For true essence of life, blood is not merely about receiving, absorbing, or understanding. It is, at its most profound core, about activation, about circulation, about sustained and deliberate pumping. This isn't merely the end of a book. It is, in fact, the vibrant beginning of a renewed call to action, an invitation to embed the principles we've discussed deeply within the tapestry of your daily life, and to extend their influence beyond your personal sphere. We're now entering a crucial phase, one where passive consumption transforms into active engagement, where personal growth blossoms into community building, and where abstract understanding crystallizes into concrete next steps. Think of it as a moment the lifeblood, having been purified and enriched, is now ready to surge forward, powering new endeavors, strengthening existing connections, and indeed, creating an enduring legacy. But aim in these concluding moments is to equip you with clear, actionable pathways to drive this post-book engagement, to foster a genuine sense of community, and to ensure that the vital lessons within these pages continue to pulse with meaning long after the final word has been spoken. So, let's seize this opportunity, this critical juncture, and channel the energy we've generated into tangible actions that will amplify your own journey and ripple outwards, touching countless others. These aren't just suggestions. They are deliberate invitations to participate in the ongoing flow, to keep pumping the lifeblood of insight, inspiration, and impactful change. Our first, and arguably one of the most powerful, concrete next steps is an invitation, a request, and indeed, an opportunity for you to leave an honest review for this audiobook. Now, you might be thinking, a review? Is that really as impactful as the deep dives we've taken into personal resilience or purpose discovery? And I assure you, it is. The act of sharing your honest experience, of articulating what resonated with you, or even what changed you, is a profound contribution, far more significant than it might initially appear. It's a vital act of participation in the larger ecosystem of ideals, a gesture that extends the lifeblood of this book to those who are yet to discover it. Let me tell you a story that perfectly illustrates the profound impact a simple, honest review can have. Imagine, if you will, a young woman named Clara. Clara was adrift, feeling a persistent emptiness despite outward successes. She found herself scrolling endlessly through audiobook platforms late one night, a ritual born of quiet desperation. She was searching for something. She wasn't entirely sure what. As she considered countless titles, a particular book caught her eye, not because of its flashy cover or celebrity endorsement, but because of a simple review. It was written by someone named Mar, and it simply read, "This book didn't just give me answers. It taught me how to ask better questions. It reminded me that the blood of my life was thin, and it showed me how to fill it with purpose and passion. If you're feeling lost, give this a listen. It won't solve everything, but it will give you a compass." That review, brief yet incredibly heartfelt, resonated deeply with Clara. It spoke directly to her unspoken feelings of being adrift and her struggle with a sense of sinning purpose. It wasn't an academic critique. It was a human connection. Intrigued, Clara downloaded the audiobook. Over the next few weeks, as she listened, You found yourself not only engaging with the material but actively applying the principles. The book became a compass, just as Marp had promised. It helped her identify her core values, understand her emotional patterns, and begin to consciously pump vitality back into her days. Clara's life began to shift, slowly but undeniably, towards greater clarity and fulfillment, all because one person, Marp, took a few moments to articulate his genuine experience. Now, let's delve into the psychological underpinnings of why the seemingly simple act of leaving a review carries such immense weight, both for you and for the broader community. First, there's the powerful principle of social proof. In an age saturated with information and choices, how do we decide what to invest our precious time and energy in? Often, we look to others. When we see a restaurant bustling with customers, we assume it's good. When we see a long queue for a new product, we infer its value. Online reviews serve precisely this function. They are the collective wisdom of those who have gone before, providing invaluable guidance to prospective listeners. Your honest words become a beacon, helping others navigate the vast sea of content, guiding them towards what might genuinely serve them. Just like Clara, many individuals are searching for something to help them, and your authentic endorsement or even a thoughtful critic can be the precise nudge they need to discover their own life work. Then there is the principle of reciprocity. Throughout this audiobook, I've endeavored to share insights, perspectives, and practical tools, investing my time, energy, and passion into creating a resource I genuinely believe can make a difference in your life. While there is no expectation of a direct material exchange, the human inclination towards reciprocity is profound. When we feel we've received something of value, there's a natural, almost instinctual desire to give back in some meaningful way. Leaving an honest review is a beautiful, non-monetary way to acknowledge that value, to pay it forward in a manner that benefits not only the author by expanding the reach of their work, but more importantly, future listeners who are on a similar quest for growth and understanding. It's an act of collective flourishing, a quiet agreement to nurture the flow of beneficial ideas. Consider also the psychological impact on you, the reviewer. The act of articulating your thoughts and feelings about the audiobook, of distilling your experience into written or spoken words, serves to solidify your own understanding and commitment to the book's principles. This is known as the commitment and consistency principle. When we publicly declare our stance or our takeaways, even in a small way like an online review, we internally reinforce our alignment with those ideas. It's a way of saying to yourself, yes, this resonated with me. Yes, I'm taking these lessons to heart. This public affirmation strengthens your resolve, making it more likely that you will consistently apply the insights you've gained, thereby truly pumping the lifeblood into your own daily actions and decisions. It transforms passive learning into active integration. Furthermore, the process of writing a review can be a powerful act of self-reflection and validation. It allows you to pause and consciously acknowledge the journey you've undertaken, to identify the specific shifts in perspective or understanding that have occurred. This validation isn't just for others. It's a profound self-validation. It affirms your own worth, your own capacity for learning and transformation. By sharing your unique perspective, you also contribute to a sense of community. You become part of a larger conversation, a collective of individuals who are all engaged in the pursuit of a more meaningful existence. Your voice adds to the chorus, demonstrating that these themes, these struggles, and these triumphs are universal, fostering a sense of belonging and a shared human experience. And let's not forget effort, just dedication. The more effort we put into something, the more value we tend to attribute to it. If you diligently listen to this entire audiobook, engaging with its concept, reflecting on its questions, and perhaps even attempting some of the suggested exercises, you've already invested significant mental and emotional energy. Taking the additional step to proper review, even a brief one, further enhances your perceived value of the content. It's not just an intellectual exercise. It becomes an investment that yields greater returns in terms of your personal integration and sustained application of the material. This additional, small effort strengthens the neural pathways associated with the book's insights, making them more accessible and more influential in your daily life. So, how do we translate this understanding into practical application steps for you, the listener? How do you embark on this vital act of pumping the life of insight into the broader world through your review? It's simpler than you might imagine, and I want to guide you through it, demystifying the process and encouraging you to share your authentic voice. First step, identify where you purchased or listened to this audiobook. The most common platforms include Audible, Apple Books, Google Play Books, Kobo, and often your local library's digital platform. Each of these typically has a dedicated section for reviews or ratings. Navigate to Lifeblood on the platform you used. You'll usually find an option to rate a book with stars, typically out of 5, and then a field to write a review or share your thoughts. Now, what makes an effective and truly honest review? It doesn't need to be a literary masterpiece or an exhaustive academic critique. What it needs to be is genuine. Consider these elements as you formulate your thoughts. 1. Your initial impression and what led you to choose this audiobook. Was it a title, a recommendation, or perhaps another review like Clara's? 2. What was your biggest takeaway? Was there a specific chapter, concept, or story that profoundly impacted you? Focus on one or two key insights rather than trying to summarize the entire book. For example, Chapter 12 on the rhythms of resilience gave me a completely new perspective on dealing with setbacks, or the idea of emotional viscosity truly helped me understand my own reactions. 3. How did the audiobook make you feel? Did it inspire you, challenge you, comfort you, or provoke deep thought? Sharing the emotional impact can be incredibly powerful for prospective listeners. I felt a surge of hope, or it challenged some of my deepest assumptions, but in a necessary way. 4. Did it offer practical applications? Did it change your perspective, your habits, or your approach to a particular aspect of your life? I immediately started applying the morning priming technique, and I've noticed a significant difference in my daily energy. All this book gave me the courage to finally have that difficult conversation. 5. Who would you recommend this audiobook to? Helping future listeners identify if the book is right for them is a huge service. If you're someone who feels stuck in a rut, or anyone looking to infuse more purpose into their professional life will benefit greatly. 6. Be specific but concise. A few sentences that highlight a key insight or an emotional connection are far more valuable than a vague "it was good." However, don't feel pressure to write a novel. Brevity with impact is key. You might be thinking, but what if I don't feel I have anything profound to say? What if my experience isn't as traumatic as Clara's? And that's perfectly okay. Remember, honesty is paramount. Your experience, however subtle, is uniquely yours and therefore uniquely valuable. Perhaps the book simply reaffirms something you already knew but needed to hear then. That's a valid and helpful insight for someone else who might be seeking affirmation. Perhaps a particular concept didn't quite land for you, and you can articulate why. A balanced perspective, even one that includes constructive feedback, is also incredibly useful for both the author and future listeners. It helps to set realistic expectations and ensures a diverse range of viewpoints. Don't let the pursuit of perfection paralyze you into inaction. Even a quick rating with a single sentence can contribute meaningfully. For example, 5 stars. a powerful reminder to live intentionally. Or 4 stars. These insights on managing energy were incredibly helpful, though I wished for more examples in the latter half. Such feedback, both positive and constructively critical, is vital. It's all part of the continuous pumping action that keeps the ideas circulating and evolving. So, your practical steps are clear. Step 1. Access the platform where you listen to live blog. Step 2. Locate the audiobook and navigate to the review section. Step 3. Select a star rating that honestly reflects your overall experience. Step 4. Take a moment to jot down a few thoughts using the prompts we just discussed. What resonated? How did it make you feel? What was a key takeaway? Step 5. Submit your review. By doing so, you're not just offering an opinion. You're becoming an active participant in a larger movement. You're helping to ensure that the vital lifeblood of these transformative ideas continues to flow, reaching those who need it most, guiding them, just as Mark's video guided car. You are, quite literally, helping to keep pumping. Your voice, your unique perspectives, has the power to ignite a spark in another, to set someone else on their own journey of self-discovery and empowerment. It's a small act with potentially enormous ripple effects, a testament to the power of shared experience and collective wisdom. Now, let's transition to our second crucial call to action. Another vital way to keep pumping the lifeblood of this book and deepen your engagement with its principles. This next step is designed to provide you with tangible, enduring resources to transform abstract concepts into practical tools. I urge you to visit my website to download the companion PDF. This isn't merely a promotional suggestion. It's an integral part of the lifeblood experience, a bridge between passive listening and active, sustained application. Let's unpack the profound value embedded in this companion PDF. Think of an experienced surgeon meticulously performing a complex operation. While the spoken instructions and demonstrations are crucial, having a detailed anatomical chart, a step-by-step procedure guide, or a checklist of critical instruments significantly enhances the precision, efficiency, and safety of the entire process. The companion PDF serves precisely this function for your personal transformation journey. This isn't just supplementary material. It's a navigational aid, a practical toolkit, and a memory anchor all rolled into one. It provides a visual, tangible reinforcement of the concepts we've explored orally, allowing you to engage with the material through a different sensory pathway, thereby deepening your comprehension and retention. Let me tell you another story, this time about a dedicated professional named David. David was an avid audiobook listener, consuming vast quantities of non-fiction. He loved the convenience of learning on the go, during his commute, or exercising. He had just finished an audiobook that had deeply inspired him, filled with brilliant strategies for personal productivity and focus. He felt energized, ready to implement everything he had learned. However, as the days turned into weeks, the initial fervor began to wane. He remembered feeling inspired, but the specific techniques, the nuanced frameworks, the precise action steps that had seemed so clear in his mind during the listening experience began to blur. Without a physical anchor, a place to revisit the diagrams, the checklists, the key summaries, the detailed application prompts, the transformative power of the book slowly faded. He recognized a pattern, a surge of inspiration followed by a gradual leakage of actionable knowledge. Then, David listened to Lifeblood, and at the end, he heard an invitation to download the companion PDF. Intrigued by the promise of tangible resources, he visited the website. What he found was a treasure trove. It wasn't just a transcription of the key points. It was a thoughtfully curated collection. There were beautifully designed flowcharts illustrating the interconnectedness of emotional viscosity and resilience rhythms. There were fill-in-the-blank worksheets for identifying personal purpose and crafting actionable goals. There were summary tables of the morning priming and evening reflective psychotechniques, making it incredibly easy to integrate them into his daily routine. Most importantly, there were reflective journal prompts for each chapter, encouraging deeper self-inquiry and application. With a PDF in hand, David no longer relied solely on his memory. He could print out the worksheets, scribble notes in the margins, and refer back to the specific frameworks as he began to implement them. The visual cues reinforced the auditory learning, creating a multi-sensory learning experience that cemented the concepts in his mind. The companion PDF transforms his engagements from fleeting inspiration to sustained, deliberate action. It allowed him to truly keep pumping the lifeblood of the book into his daily life, turning knowledge into consistent practice and practice into tangible results. From a psychological perspective, why is this companion PDF so incredibly vital to your continued growth? First step, it addresses the fundamental limitations of auditory learning alone. While audiobooks are fantastic for accessibility and convenience, our brains often benefit from multimodal engagement. Seeing the information reinforces what we hear. Visual aids, like diagrams, charts, and bulleted summaries, help organize complex information, making it easier to process, understand, and recall. This dual encoding hearing and seeming significantly enhances memory retention and comprehension. It's like hearing a piece of music and then also seeing the sheet music. Each informs and enriches the other. Secondly, the PDF serves as a crucial external memory aid and a consistent reference point. In our busy lives, it's easy for even the most profound insights to slip away. Having a readily accessible document that encapsulates the core principles, key takeaways, and actionable steps means you don't have to rely solely on your recall when you're facing a challenge. When you need a reminder of a specific technique for boosting your energy reserves, or when you want to revisit the framework for purpose articulation, the PDF is right there. It acts as a trusted mentor you can consult at any moment, ensuring that the lifeblood of the book's wisdom remains readily available and continues to circulate through your conscious application. Thirdly, the interactive elements within the PDF, such as worksheets, exercises, and journal prompts, leverage the power of active learning. Passive listening, while valuable, is only one part of the learning spectrum. True integration and mastery come from active engagement. When you're prompted to fill in a worksheet, write down your goals, or reflect on a specific question, you're not just consuming information. You're actively processing it, personalizing it, and applying it to your unique circumstances. This active engagement creates deeper neural pathways, transforming abstract knowledge into personal insight and actionable wisdom. It moves the knowledge from your head to your hands, and eventually, to your habits. This active participation is a direct way to keep pumping the insight, ensuring they don't stagnate but are continually worked through and integrated. Furthermore, the companion PDF facilitates the transition from inspiration to implementation. Many of us experience a powerful surge of motivation after consuming inspiring content, only to find ourselves struggling with the harder once the initial glow fades. The PDF bridges this gap by providing concrete, step-by-step instructions, templates, and structured exercises. It breaks down complex ideas into manageable, actionable chunks, making the path to implementation clear and less intimidating. It's a practical blueprint that allows you to translate the theoretical wisdom of lifeblood into tangible changes in your everyday existence. It's an engine that keeps the pumping mechanism lubricated and efficient. Finally, having a dedicated resource like the companion PDF reinforces your commitment to your personal growth journey. By taking the proactive step to download and utilize this resource, you signal to yourself that you are serious about applying these principles. This act of intentionality strengthens your resolve and increases the likelihood of sustained effort. It's a physical manifestation of your ongoing dedication to enriching your life. So, let's turn our attention to the practical application steps for obtaining and utilizing this invaluable companion PDF. It's designed to be a seamless and enriching extension of your audiobook experience. Step 1. Navigate to my official author website. You'll find the specific URL clearly stated in the description accompanying this audiobook, and I will reiterate it here for absolute clarity. Please visit insert author's website URL here, e.g. www.yourwebsite.com/lifeblood. This dedicated page has been created precisely for you, the Lifeblood listener. Step 2. Once on the website, look for a prominent section or banner related to the Lifeblood Companion PDF or resources for audiobook listeners. It will be clearly marked, making it easy to spot. Then you'll find a simple form, typically requesting your name and email address. This is simply to allow me to connect with you, share any future updates related to Lifeblood or other valuable resources, and to understand the reach of the book. Rest assured, your privacy is paramount, and your information will be handled with the utmost care and respect. Step 3. After submitting your details, you receive a confirmation email, often containing a direct download link to the PDF. In some cases, the download might initiate immediately after submission on the website itself. Check your inbox, and if you don't see it within a few minutes, do check your spam or junk folder, just in case. Once you locate the link, simply click it to download the PDF to your device. Whether it's your computer, tablet, or smartphone, the PDF format ensures it's universally accessible. Step 4. Now, the most crucial step, utilize it. Don't let it become another file gathering digital dust. Open the PDF. Explore its contents. Consider these powerful ways to integrate it into your life. Print it out. While digital is convenient, there's something uniquely powerful about having a physical document. Print out the entire PDF or even just specific chapters or worksheets that resonate most deeply. The act of highlighting, underlining, scribbling notes in the margins, and physically filling in exercise creates a deeper, more tactile connection with the material. Bookmark key sections. If you prefer digital, use your PDF reader's bookmarking feature to quickly navigate to essential diagrams, summary points, or exercises you want to revisit regularly. Integrate worksheets into your routine. The companion PDF isn't just for reading. It's for doing. Set aside dedicated time each week, perhaps during your morning priming or evening reflective cycle, to engage with the worksheets and journal prompts. Use them as catalysts for self-reflection and planning. For example, if Chapter 7 introduced the concept of energy leaks, the PDF might include a worksheet to identify your personal energy drains. After filling that out is a powerful step towards addressing them. Review regularly. Just as you would review critical notes for an important project, make it a habit to periodically review sections of the companion PDF. This continuous engagement ensures the lifeblood of their ideas keeps circulating, reinforcing your learning and keeping the principles top of mind. Perhaps once a month, revisit a chapter summary and reflect on your progress. You might wonder, do I really need a PDF if I've listened to the audiobook? And my answer is an emphatic yes. The companion PDF is not a redundancy. It is an amplification. It's designed to cater to different learning styles and to provide a multi-sensory approach to integrating the wisdom of Lifeblood. It offers a level of practical interaction and reference that audio alone cannot provide. It's the difference between hearing instructions for building a complex structure and having the detailed blueprints and a checklist of materials in your hand. Both are valuable, but together, they are transformational. This is your invitation to move beyond mere consumption. It's an invitation to become an architect of your own continuous growth, to use every tool at your disposal to sculpt a life rich with purpose, resilience, and vitality. The companion PDF is not just paper and ink, or pixels on a screen. It is a living document, a tangible guide that empowers you to keep pumping the core principles of Lifeblood into the very fabric of your daily existence, ensuring that the insights you've gained continue to invigorate and inspire you long into the future. It allows you to pause, to reread it, to actively engage, and to make these profound concepts truly your own, transforming fleeting inspiration into lasting transformation. So, as we bring our journey through Lifeblood to its formal close, remember that this isn't an ending, but a powerful commencement. You absorbed invaluable insights, challenged limiting beliefs, and cultivated a renewed sense of purpose and vitality. Now, the call is yours to answer. The lifeblood of this knowledge, of this potential, rests within your hands, poised to flow outwards. Your journey of growth, our continuous revitalization, is a dynamic process, never truly complete. It demands active engagement, intentional reflection, and a generous spirit of sharing. By leaving an honest review, you extend the reach of these transformative ideas, becoming the beacon for others who are navigating their own paths. You contribute to a collective wisdom, strengthening the very fabric of our shared human experience. Your unique voice, your personal story, has the power to connect, to inspire, and to guide, amplifying the impact of Lifeblood far beyond the confines of these recordings. You are actively participating in the circulation of knowledge, ensuring that the pump keeps working, bringing fresh insights to thirsty minds. And by downloading and actively utilizing the companion PDF, you deepen your personal integration of these principles, transforming abstract concepts into actionable strategies and fleeting inspiration into enduring practice. This tangible resource serves as your personal roadmap, your interactive toolkit, and your constant reminder to keep pumping the lifeblood of intentionality, resilience, and purpose into every aspect of your life. It ensures that the seeds of wisdom planted during our time together are not just heard, but nurtured, cultivated, and brought to full, vibrant bloom. Think of it as a commitment to yourself, an ongoing pledge to live a life that truly pulsates with vitality and meaning. These actions are not trivial. They are foundational to sustaining the momentum we've built, crucial for translating ephemeral inspiration into concrete, lasting change. They are your ways of ensuring that the insights gained are not merely intellectual exercises but become the very lifeblood that flows through your choices, your actions, and your legacy. I encourage you to take these steps not out of obligation, but out of a profound understanding of their power to empower you further, and their power to uplift others. Embrace these calls to action as opportunities to fortify your own journey, to contribute meaningfully to a larger community of seekers and growers, and honor the insights we've explored together. Let your engagement be a testament to the enduring message of Lifeblood, that a life well lived is one where the vital currents of purpose, passion, and deliberate action are always consistently pumping. Thank you for embarking on this incredible journey with me. May the lifeblood of inspiration, wisdom, and profound purpose continue to flow abundantly within you and through you into the world. Now, go forth and keep pumping. The world awaits your vibrant contribution. Pause for a moment. allowing the finality and the call to action to resonate. Then, if there is a closing musical cue, let it begin softly. This is not the end, but the beginning of your renewed journey. Keep pumping, keep growing, keep living with passion and purpose. Further expand on the implications of a review for the author's ability to create more content, reaching new audiences, and the overall longevities of impactful ideas. Elaborate on the specifics of how platform algorithms work, how reviews influence visibility, and the cascading effect of positive engagement. Dive deeper into the concept of a legacy of ideas and how each listener contributes to that. Discuss the power of collective knowledge and how platforms thrive on user-generated content, making the listener a co-creator of the book's impact. Explain how genuine feedback, even constructive criticism, helps an author refine their message and improve future works, thereby benefiting the entire community of readers. The act of reviewing is not just a favor. It's a vital feedback loop in the ecosystem of knowledge dissemination. It's a fundamental part of the author's ability to continue their own pumping of new material, and thus directly impacts the listener's future access to valuable content. It forms a virtuous cycle. The listener, by reviewing, is investing not just in this book, but in the author's future output, and therefore, in their own future intellectual and spiritual nourishment. This isn't just about this one book, but about fostering a relationship with ideas and those who bring them to life. Expand on the companion PDF further. Discuss different types of learners, visual, kinesthetic, auditory, and how the PDF caters to the visual and kinesthetic, complementing the auditory experience. Explain how the blank spaces in the words are intentionally designed to invite personal interpretation and application, transforming passive learning into adult creation of personal meaning. Detail how a tangible, physical resource can be a constant reminder in one's environment, triggering memory and motivation not like a purely digital, transient experiment. It serves as a personal lifeblood monitor for your progress. Emphasize the long-term benefits of repeated exposure and interaction with the material, illustrating how revisiting these guides over months or even years can reveal new layers of understanding and application. Adapting with your own evolving life circumstances. It's not a one-time download. It's a living tool for continuous growth. The PDF is like having a condensed version of the mentor's wisdom at your fingertips, ready for instant consultation during moments of doubt or when new challenges arise. It reinforces the idea that true transformation is not a single event but an ongoing process, and the PDF is your enduring companion in that journey. It helps to consolidate the mental architecture built during the early creating stable and accessible knowledge structures. Without it, the mental scaffolding might weaken, but with the PDF, it remains robust. It's an investment in the stickiness of the learning. Further weave in the keep pumping analogy. Reviewing is like maintaining the social pump that brings in new listeners. Downloading and using the PDF is like maintaining your personal internal pump, ensuring the constant circulation of vital principles within your own system. Both are crucial for the overall health and effectiveness of the lifeblood philosophy. Reiterate the sense of collective endeavor and shared purpose. Your actions aren't isolated. They're interconnected threads in a larger tapestry of human flourishing. They contribute to a growing reservoir of wisdom that becomes more accessible and more impactful because of each individual's commitment to keep pumping. The prompt demands an extreme character count, so I need to go into granular detail for every single aspect. I need to spend paragraphs on what constitutes an honest review, how to deal with minor critics, what platforms are available, and the nuanced psychology behind each point. Similarly for the PDF, detailing its contents, the benefits of printing vs digital, how to integrate it into routines, etc. The rhetorical questions must be continuous, engaging the listener directly. The language needs to maintain the warm, engaging tone throughout. No section can be brief. Every concept needs to be explored from multiple angles. My dear listener, we are journeying together through the intricate arteries and vital veins of lifeblood, exploring concepts designed to invigorate your spirit, sharpen your focus, and empower your very existence. We've dissected beliefs, examined habits, and illuminated pathways toward a more vibrant, purpose-driven life. As the final words of our shared narrative begin to echo, you might be tempted to simply close this chapter, to file away the wisdom gleaned, and perhaps to let the powerful momentum we built steadily dissipate into the everyday hum of life. But I urge you, with every fiber of the energy we've cultivated, to resist that temptation. For the true essence of lifeblood is not merely about receiving, absorbing, or understanding. It is, at its most profound core, about activation, about circulation, about sustained and deliberate pumping. This isn't merely the end of a book. It is, in fact, the vibrant beginning of a renewed call to action, an invitation to embed the principles we've discussed deeply within the tapestry of your daily life, and to extend their influence beyond your personal sphere. We're now entering a crucial phase, one where passive consumption transforms into active engagement, where personal growth blossoms into community building, and where abstract understanding crystallizes into concrete next steps. Think of it as the moment the lifeblood, having been purified and enriched, is now ready to surge forward, powering new endeavors, strengthening existing connections, and indeed, creating an enduring legacy. My aim in these concluding moments is to equip you with clear, actionable pathways to drive this post-book engagement, to foster a genuine sense of community, and to ensure that the vital lessons within these pages continue to pulse with meaning long after the final word has been spoken. So, let's seize this opportunity, this critical juncture, and channel the energy we've generated into tangible actions that will amplify your own journey and ripple outwards, touching countless others. These aren't just suggestions. They are deliberate invitations to participate in the ongoing flow, to keep pumping the lifeblood of insights, inspiration, and impactful change. Our first, and arguably one of the most powerful, concrete next steps is an invitation, a request, and indeed, an opportunity for you to leave an honest review for this audiobook. Now, you might be thinking, a review, is that really as impactful as the deep dives we've taken into personal resilience or purpose discovery, or the intricate explanations of emotional viscosity? And I assure you, it is the act of sharing your honest experience, of articulating what resonated with you, or even what challenged you, is a profound contribution, far more significant than it might initially appear. It's a vital act of participation in the larger ecosystem of ideas, a gesture that extends the lifeblood of this book to those who are yet to discover it. It's a way of ensuring that the insights you found valuable don't remain isolated within your personal experience, but instead become part of a larger, circulating current of wisdom. Let me tell you a story that perfectly illustrates the profound impact a simple, honest review can have. A narrative that unfolds with quiet yet undeniable power. Imagine, if you will, a young woman named Clara. Clara was adrift, feeling a persistent emptiness despite outward successes in her demanding career. Her days were a blur of meetings, deadlines, and social obligations. Yet beneath the surface, a quiet desperation gnawed at her. She often found herself scrolling aimlessly through audiobook platforms late at night, a ritual born of quiet desperation, a subconscious yearning for something more, for a sense of direction she felt she had lost. She was searching for something, She wasn't entirely sure what it was she sought. Perhaps a balm for her soul, a navigational chart for her internal compass, or simply a fresh perspective to break the monotony. As she considered countless titles, each vying for her attention with vibrant covers and compelling synopses, a particular book caught her eye. It wasn't its flash cover or a celebrity endorsement that drew her in, rather, it was something far more authentic and human, a single, heartfelt review. It was written by someone unmarked, and it simply read, "This book didn't just give me answers. It taught me how to ask better questions. It reminded me that the blob of my life was thin, diluted by routine and unexamined expectations, and it showed me how to thicken it with purpose and passion. If you're feeling lost, if your inner resource feels depleted, give this a listen. It won't solve everything overnight, but it will give you a powerful compass, and more importantly, the courage to use it." That review, brief yet incredibly heartfelt and deeply specific, resonated profoundly with Clara. It spoke directly to her unspoken feelings of being adrift, her struggle with a sense of thinning purpose, and her quiet exhaustion. It wasn't an academic critique or a dry summary of concepts. It was a raw, human connection, a shared vulnerability that transcended the digital barrier. Intrigued, her curiosity piqued, Clara immediately downloaded the audiobook, a faint flicker of hope igniting within her. Over the next few weeks, as she listened during her commute, during her lunch breaks, and in the quiet evenings, she found herself not only intellectually engaging with the material but actively applying the principles to her own life. The book became her compass, just as Mark had promised. It helped her identify her core values, understand her emotional patterns, recognize her energy leaks, and begin to consciously pump vitality, intentionality, and genuine purpose back into her days. Clara's life began to shift, slowly but undeniably, towards greater clarity, sustained energy, and profound fulfillment. All because one person, Mark, took a few moments to articulate his genuine experience, to share his authentic journey. His small act of sharing rippled outward, transforming another life. Now, let's delve into the psychological underpinnings of why this seemingly simple act of leaving a review carries such immense weight, both for you as a reviewer and for the broader community of learners and seekers. First, and undeniably powerful in our modern digital landscape, there's the pervasive principle of social proof. In an age saturated with an overwhelming deluge of information and an almost infinite array of choices, how do we, as consumers of knowledge and experiences, intentionally decide what to invest our most precious resources, our time, our attention, and our mental energy in? More often than not, whether consciously or subconsciously, we look to the collective wisdom and experiences of others. When we see a restaurant bustling with a long line of eager customers, we instinctively assume it's good, its food delicious, its ambience inviting. When we see a new product with thousands of glowing testimonials, we infer its value and efficacy. Online reviews serve precisely this crucial function in the digital realm. They are the collective wisdom, the aggregated experiences, and the honest opinions of those who have gone before, providing invaluable guidance, a form of cross-discernment to prospective listeners. Your honest words, your unique perspectives, become a beacon, helping others navigate the vast, often overwhelming, sea of content, guiding them towards what might genuinely serve them on their own journey of personal growth. Just like Clara, countless individuals are quietly searching for something to help them, something to illuminate their path, and your authentic endorsement or even a thoughtful, constructive critique can be the precise nudge, the gentle yet firm push they need to discover their own lifeblood, to find their own compass. Then there's the deeply ingrained human principle of reciprocity. Throughout this audiobook, I've endeavored, with every ounce of my dedication and belief, to share insights, perspective, and practical tools, investing my time, energy, and passion into creating a resource I genuinely believe can make a profound difference in your life. While there is no expectation of a direct, material exchange for this intellectual and emotional investment, the human inclination towards reciprocity is a fundamental, almost instinctual, aspect of our social wiring. When we feel we've received something of significant value, something that has enriched us, there's a natural, often unspoken, desire to give back in some meaningful way. Leaving an honest review is a beautiful non-monetary, yet incredibly impactful way to acknowledge that value, to pay it forward in a manner that benefits not only the author by spending the reach of their work, but more importantly, future listeners who are embarking on a similar quest for growth and understanding. It's an act of collective flourishing, a quiet yet powerful agreement to nurture the flow of beneficial ideas, ensuring that the wellspring of knowledge never runs dry. It's a contribution to the intellectual commons, a shared resource for all. Consider also the profound psychological impact on you, the reviewer. The very act of articulating your thoughts and feelings about the audible, of distilling your multifaceted experience into coherent written or spoken words, serves a crucial purpose. It helps to solidify your own understanding and deepens your commitment to the book's principles. This phenomenon is well documented in psychology as a commitment and consistency principle. When we publicly declare our stance, our beliefs, or our key takeaways, even in a seemingly small way like an online review, we internally reinforce our alignment with those ideas. It's a way of saying to yourself and to the world, yes, this resonated with me. Yes, I'm taking these lessons to heart. Yes, I intend to apply them. This public affirmation, however subtle, strengthens your personal resolve, making it far more likely that you will consistently apply the insights you've gained from lifeblood, thereby truly pumping its lifeblood into your own daily actions, decisions, and overall mindset. It transforms passive learning, the mere absorption of information, into active, integrated commitment, anchoring the knowledge firmly within your own behavioral patterns. Furthermore, the process of writing a review can be a powerful act of self-reflection and personal validation. It compels you to pause, to consciously and deliberately acknowledge the intellectual and emotional journey you've undertaken, to identify the specific shifts in perspective or understanding that have occurred within you. This validation isn't just for external consumption or for others to read. It's a profound internal self-validation. It affirms your own growth, your own capacity for learning, for adaptation, and for transformation. By sharing your unique perspective, your particular lens on the material, you also contribute directly to a genuine sense of community. You become an active participant in a larger conversation, a collective of individuals who are all engaged in the pursuit of a more meaningful, more better existence. Your voice adds to discourse, demonstrating that these themes, these troubles, and these triumphs are universal, fostering a powerful sense of belonging and a shared human experience. It breaks down the isolation that can sometimes accompany personal growth journeys. And let's not overlook the psychological principle of effort justification. The more effort we consciously put into something, the more value we tend to attribute to it, and the more we internalize its importance. If you've diligently listened to this entire audiobook, engaging with its myriad of concepts, reflecting on its probing questions, and perhaps even attempting some of the suggested exercises or mental shifts, you've already invested significant mental and emotional energy. Taking the additional, albeit small, step to craft a thoughtful review further enhances your perceived value of the content. It's not just an intellectual exercise anymore. It becomes an investment that yields greater returns in terms of your personal integration and the sustained application of the material. This additional, small effort strengthens the neural pathways associated with a book's insights, making them more accessible, more deeply ingrained, and ultimately more influential in shaping your daily life and long-term trajectory. It's a final, deliberate act of engagement that solidifies the impact. So, how do we translate this understanding into practical, actionable steps for you, the listener? How do you embark on this vital act of pumping the lifeblood of insight into the broader world through your honest and authentic review? It's often simpler than you might imagine, and I want to guide you through the process, demystifying many potential complexities and encouraging you to share your unique, authentic voice without hesitation. First step, identify precisely where you purchased or listened to this audiobook. The vast majority of listeners will find themselves on one of the major platforms, which commonly include Audible, Apple Books, Google Play Books, Kobo, and often your local public libraries, digital platforms such as Libby or Overdrive. Each of these platforms typically has a dedicated section for user reviews and ratings associated with each title. Your task is to navigate directly to Lifeblood on a specific platform you use. Once you located the books page, you will usually find a clear option to rate the book with the stars, typically on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being the highest, and then a designated field or button to write a review, share your thoughts, or add your comment. Now, let's address the most common question: what exactly makes an effective, helpful, and truly honest review? It doesn't need to be a literary masterpiece, an exhaustive academic critique, or a perfectly polished piece of prose. What it fundamentally needs to be is genuine and authentic to your experience. Your sincerity is its greatest strength. Consider these elements as valuable prompts to guide your thoughts and formulation. 1. Your initial impression and what specifically led you to choose this audiobook. Was it the compelling title, a heartfelt recommendation from a friend, or perhaps another review you stumbled upon? Much like Clara's pivotal experience, sharing this initial book can be incredibly helpful for others browsing. 2. What was your biggest, most impactful takeaway? Was there a specific chapter, a core concept, a particular story, or even a single phrase that profoundly resonated with you or shifted your perspective? Focus on one or two key, memorable insights rather than attempting to summarize the entire book, which can feel overwhelming and less personal. For example, you might write, Chapter 12 on the rhythms of resilience gave me a completely new and empowering perspective on how to truly navigate and recover from setbacks, turning adversity into strength. Or the innovative idea of emotional viscosity truly helped me to understand my own reactions and the subtle ways my energy was being drained, offering a clear path to regaining control. 3. How did the audiobook make you feel? Did it inspire you, challenge your preconceptions, offer comfort and solace, or provoke deep, introspective thought? Sharing the emotional impact can be incredibly powerful for prospective listeners, as people often seek emotional resonance in their consumption of content. You could say, I felt a surge of profound hope and renewed determination after listening, or it challenged some of my deepest, long-held assumptions about success and failure, but in an absolutely necessary and transformative way. 4. Did it offer practical applications that you either implemented or intend to implement? Did they tangibly change your perspectives, modify your habits, or alter your approach to a particular aspect of your life, whether professional or personal? Specific examples are highly impactful. I immediately started applying the morning priming technique described in the early chapters, and I've noticed a significant and measurable difference in my daily energy levels and focus. This book gave me the much needed courage to finally initiate that difficult, long-avoided conversation with a family member, leading to unexpected healing. 5. Who would you specifically recommend this audiobook to? Helping future listeners identify if the book is the right fit for them is an immense service and maximizes the book's appropriate reach. You might suggest, if you're someone who feels stuck in a persistent rut, longing for clarity and purpose, this audiobook is an absolute must-listen. Or anyone, from aspiring entrepreneurs to seasoned professionals, looking to infuse more genuine purpose and sustainable energy into their professional life will benefit tremendously from these insights. 6. Strive for specificity, yet maintain conciseness. A few well-chosen sentences that highlight a key insight, an emotional connection, or practical application are far more valuable and impactful than a vague, generic statement like, "It was a good book." However, please do not feel any pressure to write an extensive essay or a full-blown novel. Brevity coupled with impact is often key to capturing attention in the busy online review landscape. You might find yourself thinking, but what if I don't feel I have anything particularly profound or unique to say? What if my experience isn't as dramatic or transformative as Clara's? And I want to assure you unequivocally that is perfectly and entirely okay. Remember, honesty and authenticity are paramount. Your experience, however subtle, however personal, is uniquely yours and therefore uniquely valuable to someone else. Perhaps the book simply reaffirms something you already intuitively knew but needed to hear articulated again, with fresh language and perspective, to truly integrate it. That, in itself, is a perfectly valid and incredibly helpful insight for someone else who might be seeking precisely that kind of affirmation. Perhaps a particular concept didn't quite land for you, or you found yourself disagreeing with a certain approach. And if so, you can articulate why, respectfully and constructively. A balanced perspective, even one that includes thoughtful, constructive feedback, is also incredibly useful for both the author, allowing for continuous improvement, and for future listeners, helping to set realistic expectations and ensuring a diverse range of viewpoints. Every honest voice contributes to the richness of the dialogue. Don't ever let the pursuit of elusive perfection paralyze you into inaction. Even a quick, simple rating with a single, heartfelt sentence can contribute meaningfully to the book's visibility and impact. For instance, 5 stars. A powerful and much-needed reminder to live intentionally and to nurture my inner resources. Or 4 stars. The insights on managing energy were incredibly helpful and immediately applicable, though I perhaps wished for a few more real-world examples in the latter half of the book. Such feedback, both effusively positive and constructively critical, is vital. It's all an integral part of the continuous pumping action that keeps their ideas circulating, evolving, and ultimately reaching those for whom they are intended. So, to summarize, your practical steps are crystal clear, straightforward, and immensely impactful. Step 1. Access the specific platform where you listen to Lifeblood, e.g., Audible, Apple Books, Google Play Books. Step 2. Locate the audiobooks dedicated page and navigate directly to the review or rating section. Step 3. Select a star rating that honestly and accurately reflects your overall experience and engagement with the material. Step 4. Take a deliberate moment, perhaps just a few minutes, to jot down a few thoughts using the prompts we just discussed. What truly resonated with you? How did the book make you feel? What was a single, significant takeaway or practical application you discovered? Step 5. Confidently and courageously submit your review, knowing you are contributing to a greater good. But taking these seemingly small, yet incredibly powerful steps, you're not just offering a personal opinion. You're becoming an active, vital participant in a larger movement, a collective endeavor to spread valuable knowledge and foster personal transformation. You have been to ensure that the vital lifeblood of these transformative ideas continues to flow unhindered, reaching those who need it most, guiding them, just as Mark's authentic review guided Clara towards her own profound discoveries. You are, quite literally, helping to keep pumping the heart of this message into the world. Your voice, your unique perspective, has the profound power to ignite a spark in another, to set someone else on their own invaluable journey of self-discovery, empowerment, and genuine vitality. It's a small act with potentially enormous, far-reaching ripple effects, a living testament to the unparalleled power of shared experience and collective wisdom. Moreover, your review directly influences the algorithmic visibility of the audiobook on these platforms. More reviews, especially thoughtful ones, signal to the platform's algorithms that the book is engaging and valuable, causing it to be recommended more frequently to new potential listeners. This creates a powerful virtuous cycle, a self-sustaining pump that keeps the lifeblood flowing to an ever wider audience, exponentially increasing its impact. By contributing your review, you are not just endorsing the book. You are actively investing in its continued reach and, by extension, in the collective intellectual and emotional well-being of the community it serves. Now, let's transition smoothly to our second crucial call to action. Another vital way to keep pumping the lifeblood of this book and profoundly deepen your engagement with its principles. This next step is meticulously designed to provide you with enduring, tangible resources to seamlessly transform abstract concepts into practical, daily tools that you can hold, interact with, and revisit at will. I urge you to visit my website to download an invaluable companion PDF. This isn't merely a promotional suggestion or an optional extra. It's an integral, essential part of a complete lifeblood experience, a carefully constructed bridge between passive listening and active sustained and deeply integrated application. Without this crucial component, you risk leaving valuable insights dormant, unactivated, and less likely to yield their full transformative potential. Let's unpack the profound and multifaceted value embedded within this companion PDF. Think, for a moment, of an experienced surgeon meticulously performing a complex, life-saving operation. While the spoken instructions from an instructor, the detailed demonstration of technique, and the auditory feedback are all undeniably crucial during the learning phase. Having the detailed anatomical chart, a step-by-step procedural guide, or a comprehensive checklist of critical instruments significantly enhances the precision, efficiency, safety, and ultimately, the success of the entire process. The companion PDF for Lifeblood serves precisely this function for your personal transformation journey. This isn't just supplementary material to skim. It's a dynamic navigational aid, a comprehensive practical toolkit, and a potent memory anchor all meticulously rolled into one cohesive resource. It provides a visual, tangible, and interactive reinforcement of the concepts we've explored orally, allowing you to engage with the material through a different, complementary sensory path for your visual and tactile senses, thereby immeasurably deepening your comprehension, retention, and ultimately, your ability to apply these profound insights effectively. It's another critical pump in a system of continuous growth. Allow me to share another illuminating story, this time about a dedicated professional named David. David was an avid audiobook listener, a true connoisseur of nonfiction, consuming vast quantities of self-help, business strategy, and personal development titles. He loved the unparalleled convenience of learning on the go during his lengthy daily commute, while exercising at the gym, or during mundane household chores. He had just finished an audiobook that had deeply inspired him, filled with brilliant strategies for personal productivity, research focus, and innovative time management. He felt an intense surge of energy, a profound sense of clarity, and was genuinely ready to implement everything he had learned. However, as the days inexorably turned into weeks, this initial fervor, the electric buzz of inspiration, began subtly yet undeniably to wane. He remembered feeling inspired. He recalled the overall positive sentiment, but the specific techniques, the nuanced frameworks, the precise action steps that had seemed so crystal clear in his mind during the immersive listening experience began to blur, to melt into a general thought of good intentions. Without a physical anchor, a concrete place to revisit the intricate diagrams, the practical checklists, the key summary points, or the detailed application prompts, the transformative power of the book slowly but surely faded, like an unsupported structure crumbling under its own weight. He recognized this disheartening pattern, a powerful surge of inspiration invariably followed by a gradual leakage of actionable knowledge, leaving him almost back where he started, albeit with a lingering sense of missed opportunity. Then, David listened to Lifeblood, and at the conclusion, as the final chapters gently transitioned, he heard my earnest invitation to download the companion PDF. Intrigued by the promise of tangible, enduring resources that could counteract his recurring problem, he immediately visited the website. What he found there was not merely a document, but a treasure trove, a meticulously crafted extension of the audiobook experience. It wasn't just a simple transcription of the key points. It was a thoughtfully curated collection designed for active engagement. There were beautifully designed flowcharts, visually illustrating the intricate interconnectedness of concepts like emotional viscosity and resilience rhythms, making complex dynamics instantly digestible. There were fill-in-the-blank worksheets specifically tailored for identifying personal purpose, clarifying core values, and crafting actionable, measurable goals. There were concise summary tables outlining the step-by-step methodologies of the morning priming and evening reflective cycle techniques, making it incredibly easy to integrate them seamlessly into his daily routine. Most importantly, there were reflective journal prompts for each chapter, encouraging deeper self-inquiry, personalized application, and ongoing introspection. With a comprehensive PDF in hand, David no longer had to rely solely on the fallible and often fleeting nature of his memory. He could print out the worksheets, faithfully scribble his thoughts, insights, and action plans in the margins, and refer back to the specific frameworks as he began to meticulously implement them in his life. The powerful visual cues in the PDF reinforced the auditory learning from the audiobook, creating a truly multisensory learning experience that cemented the concepts firmly and lastingly in his mind. The companion PDF transformed his engagement from fleeting inspiration to sustained, deliberate, and deeply integrated action. It allowed him to truly keep pumping the lifeblood of the book's wisdom directly into his daily life, turning theoretical knowledge into consistent, tangible practice, and consistent practice into profound, measurable results. It was the missing link, the vital connection he had always needed. From a psychological perspective, why is this companion PDF so incredibly vital to your continued growth and the sustained impact of Lifeblood? First step, it directly addresses and overcomes the fundamental limitations of auditory learning alone. While audiobooks are undeniably fantastic for accessibility, convenience, and immersive storytelling, our brains often benefit immensely from multimodal engagement. Hearing the information is powerful, but seeing the information simultaneously, or shortly thereafter, reinforces what we hear. Visual aids, such as diagrams, flowcharts, bullet summaries, and structured templates, are incredibly effective in helping to organize complex information making it significantly easier to process, understand, and, most critically, recall when needed. This dual encoding experiencing the content both orally and visually has been scientifically proven to significantly enhance memory retention and overall comprehension. It's akin to hearing a magnificent piece of music and then also seeing that intricate sheet music. Each informs and profoundly enriches the other, creating a much richer and more deeply embedded understanding. Secondly, the PDF serves as an absolutely crucial external memory aid and a consistent, reliable reference point. In our increasingly busy, demanding, and often distracting lives, it's regrettably easy for even the most profound insights and groundbreaking ideas to gradually slip away from our conscious memory. Having a readily accessible, physical or digital document that encapsulates the core principles, the most important key takeaways, and the precise actionable steps means you don't have to rely solely on your often overburdened recall when you're facing a new challenge. When you need a quick reminder of a specific technique for boosting your energy reserves, or when you simply want to revisit a detailed framework for purpose articulation, the PDF is right there, at your fingertips. It acts as a trusted, patient mentor you can consult at any moment, offering instant guidance and clarity, thereby ensuring that the lifeblood of the book's wisdom remains readily available, consistently circulating through your conscious application, and never stagnant or forgotten. It's a perpetual reservoir of wisdom you can tap into. Thirdly, the interactive elements softly embedded within the PDF such as worksheets, practical exercises, and reflective journal prompts powerfully leverage the proven effectiveness of active learning. Passive listening, while valuable for initial exposure and inspiration, is only one part of the comprehensive learning spectrum. True integration, mastery, and lasting behavioral change come predominantly from active engagement. When you are explicitly prompted to fill in a worksheet, to physically write down your personal goals, to articulate your core values, or to deeply reflect on a specific, challenging question, you are no longer merely consuming information. You are actively processing it, rigorously personalizing it, and directly applying it to your unique circumstances and lived experience. This active engagement creates much deeper and more resilient neural pathways, effectively transforming abstract knowledge into deeply personal insight and immediately actionable wisdom. It meticulously moves the knowledge from your head, through your hands, and ultimately into the very fabric of your daily habits and decision-making processes. This active, deliberate participation is a direct, measurable way to keep pumping the insights, ensuring they don't stagnate but are continually worked through, integrated, and brought to life. Furthermore, the companion PDF brilliantly facilitates the often challenging transition from fleeting inspiration to concrete, sustained implementation. Many of us experience a powerful, exhilarating surge of motivation and enthusiasm after consuming truly inspiring content, only to find ourselves struggling with the practical hurdle once the initial glow of inspiration inevitably fades. The PDF meticulously bridges this critical gap by providing concrete, step-by-step instructions, practical templates, clear frameworks, and structured exercises. It softly breaks down complex ideas into manageable, actionable chunks, making the path to implementation clear, less intimidating, and significantly more achievable. It's the practical blueprint, the operational manual, that allows you to translate the theoretical wisdom and philosophical insights of lifeblood into tangible, measurable changes in your everyday existence. It's the powerful engine that keeps the pumping mechanism well lubricated, efficient, and consistently active. Finally, having a dedicated, physical or digital resource like the companion PDF visibly reinforces your unwavering commitment to your personal growth journey. by taking the proactive, intentional step to download and actively utilize this comprehensive resource, you are signaling to yourself in a powerful and undeniable way that you are serious, truly serious, about applying these principles and effecting lasting change. This act of intentionality, this deliberate investment of your time and effort, significantly strengthens your resolve, deepens your sense of ownership, and demonstrably increases the likelihood of sustained, consistent effort. It's a tangible, observable manifestation of your ongoing dedication to enriching and continuously circulating your life forward. It's not just a fire. It's a statement of purpose. So, let's turn our attention now to the practical, follow application steps for obtaining and effectively utilizing this invaluable companion PDF. It's meticulously designed to be a seamless, enriching, and empowering extension of your comprehensive audiobook experience. Step 1. Navigate directly to my official author website. You'll find a specific, clear, and unambiguous URL for this purpose prominently stated in the description accompanying this very audiobook. For absolute clarity and ease of access, I will reiterate it here for you. Please visit insert author's website URL here, the www.yourwebsite.com/webbook. This dedicated page has been meticulously created and optimized precisely for you, the diligent and committed live blog listener, to ensure a smooth and efficient process. Step 2. Once you are successfully on the website, look for a prominent section, a clearly labeled banner, or an inviting button explicitly related to the live blog companion PDF or exclusive resources for audiobook listeners. It will be intuitively designed and clearly marked, making it effortlessly easy to spot. There you will typically find a simple, user-friendly form, usually requesting your name and email address. This is simply to allow me, as the author, to connect with you, to share any future updates related to life or other valuable, relevant resources that might benefit your journey, and to gain a better understanding of the reach and impact of the book. Rest assured, your privacy is of paramount importance, and your personal information will be handled with the utmost care, respect, and in strict accordance with our privacy regulations. Step 3. After successfully submitting your details through the form, you will receive a confirmation email, which will typically contain a direct, clickable download link to the PDF itself. In some instances, depending on your browser and settings, the download might initiate immediately after submission directly on the website page. It is always a good practice to check your email inbox promptly, and if you don't see the email within a few minutes, do remember to check your spam or junk folder, just in case it was misdirected. Once you have located the download link, simply click on it to effortlessly download the PDF to your preferred device, whether it's your desktop computer, a tablet, or your smartphone. The universal PDF format ensures it is accessible and viewable across virtually all platforms and devices. Step 4 now. This is arguably the most crucial and impactful step. Utilize it. Do not, under any circumstances, allow this invaluable resource to become just another file gathering digital dust in a forgotten folder on your device. Open the PDF. Explore its contents with curiosity and intention. This is where the real pumping of knowledge into action truly begins. Consider these powerful and practical ways to integrate the companion PDF deeply and effectively into your daily life and routine. A. Print it out for tactile engagement. While the convenience of digital access is undeniable, there is something uniquely powerful and neurologically beneficial about having a physical document in your hands. Consider printing out the entire PDF, or at the very least, printing specific chapters, key summaries, or particular worksheets that resonate most deeply with your current growth objectives. The deeply tactile act of highlighting passages with a physical marker, underlining key phrases, scribbling your own notes, reflections, and insights in the margins, and physically filling in the exercises with a pen or pencil creates a far deeper, more concrete, and more memorable connection with the material. This kinesthetic interaction enhances learning and retention significantly. B. Bookmark and annotate key digital sections. If your preference is to remain entirely digital, make full use of your PDF reader's robust bookmarking and annotation features. Use these tools to quickly navigate back to essential diagrams, pivotal summary points, or specific exercises that you know you will want to revisit regularly. Most modern PDF viewers allow for highlighting, adding text boxes, and even drawing, enabling a rich, interactive experience even on screen. This ensures that the PDF remains a living, dynamic tool, not just a static document. C. Integrate worksheets into your established routine. The companion PDF is not merely designed for passive reading or reference. It is explicitly designed for doing. Make it a non-negotiable habit to set aside dedicated time each week, perhaps during your established morning priming ritual, your lunch break, or your evening reflective cycle, to actively engage with the worksheets and journal prompts. Use them as powerful catalysts for deeper self-reflection, strategic planning, and intentional goal setting. For instance, if Chapter 7 introduced the crucial concept of energy leaks, the PDF might include a detailed worksheet designed to help you identify and analyze your personal energy drains. Actively filling that up with honesty and introspection is an incredibly powerful and necessary step towards effectively addressing and ultimately sealing those leaks, allowing your lifeblood to flow more efficiently. D. Review regularly for sustained impact. Just as you would diligently review critical notes for an important professional project or refresh your memory for significant presentation, make it a conscious, deliberate habit to periodically review sections of the companion PDF. This continuous, intentional engagement ensures that the lifeblood of the ideas keeps circulating within your mental and emotional systems, reinforcing your learning, keeping the core principles top of mind, and preventing vital insights from fading into the background. Perhaps once a month, revisit a chapter summary and reflect on your progress, or pick a random exercise to re-engage with, observing how their answers and perspectives might have evolved. This iterative engagement ensures that the learning isn't a one-time event, but an ongoing, dynamic process. You might reasonably wonder, do I really need a companion PDF if I've already listened attentively to the entire audiobook? Isn't that redundant? And my answer, without hesitation, is an emphatic yes. The companion PDF is not a redundancy. It is, quite precisely, an amplification and an indispensable complement. It's meticulously designed to cater to different learning styles, visual and kinesthetic, specifically and to provide a crucial multisensory approach to integrating the profound wisdom of lifeblood. It offers a level of practical interaction, detailed reference, and structured application that, on its own, by its very nature, cannot provide. It's the critical difference between merely hearing verbal instructions for building a complex, custom-designed structure and having the detailed blueprints, the material specifications, and a precise checklist of assembly steps physically in your hand. Both are undeniably valuable, but together, in synergistic combination, they are truly transformational, accelerating your progress and solidifying your understanding. This is your profound invitation to move beyond mere passive consumption of information. It's an invitation to become an active, intentional architect of your own continuous growth, to use every available tool at your disposal to sculpt a life that is truly rich with purpose, vibrant with resilience, and overflowing with genuine vitality. The companion PDF is not just paper and ink or pixels on a screen. It is a living document, a dynamic, tangible guide that empowers you to keep pumping the core principles of lifeblood directly and effectively into the very fabric of your daily existence, ensuring that the invaluable insights you gain continue to invigorate, inspire, and guide you long into the future, adapting as you evolve. It allows you to pause, to revisit, to actively engage, and most importantly, to make these profound concepts truly your own, transforming fleeting inspiration into lasting, deeply embedded transformation. So, as we bring our truly incredible journey through lifeblood to its formal close, remember with clarity and conviction that this isn't an ending, but rather a powerful and exhilarating commencement. You've absorbed invaluable insights, courageously challenged limiting beliefs that may have held you back, and cultivated a renewed, potent sense of purpose and vitality within yourself. Now, the profound call is yours to answer. The livelihood of this vital knowledge, of this immense personal potential, rests securely within your capable hands, poised and ready to surge upward, to inform your actions, and to inspire those around you. Your journey of personal growth, of continuous revitalization and self-discovery, is a dynamic and ever-evolving process, now truly complete, never reaching a fixed endpoint. It demands your active engagement, your intentional reflection, and a generous spirit of sharing what you've learned. By taking the time and effort to live an honest, heartfelt review, you powerfully extend the reach of these transformative ideas, becoming a luminous beacon for countless others who are navigating their own unique paths, perhaps grappling with similar challenges or seeking similar insights. You contribute directly to a collective wisdom, strengthening the very fabric of our shared human experience and intellectual commons. Your unique voice, your personal story, your authentic perspective has the undeniable power to connect, to inspire, and to guide, amplifying the impact of lifeblood far beyond the confines of these recordings, allowing its influence to radiate outwards. You are actively participating in the circulation of knowledge, ensuring that the pump keeps working, bringing fresh, life-affirming insights to thirsty minds and searching souls. And by diligently downloading and actively utilizing the companion PDF, you profoundly deepen your personal integration of these principles, seamlessly transforming abstract, theoretical concepts into concrete, actionable strategies, and converting fleeting inspiration into enduring, consistent practice. This tangible, interactive resource serves as your personal roadmap, your comprehensive interactive toolkit, and your constant, gentle reminder to keep pumping the lifeblood of intentionality, resilience, and unwavering purpose into every single aspect of your life, both seen and unseen. It ensures that the seeds of wisdom meticulously planted during our shared time together are not just merely heard, but are diligently nurtured, carefully cultivated, and brought to full vibrant and sustainable bloom, flourishing greatly within your daily existence. Think of these actions not as mere tasks, but as a profound commitment to yourself, an ongoing pledge to live a life that truly pulsates with undeniable vitality, genuine meaning, and deep resonance. These calls to action, far from being trivial, are absolutely foundational to sustaining the powerful momentum we painstakingly build together, crucial for translating ephemeral inspiration into concrete, measurable, and lasting change. They are your chosen ways of ensuring that the insights gained are not merely intellectual exercises or transient thoughts but become the very lifeblood that flows through your daily choices. It forms your most important actions and shapes your enduring legacy. I encourage you to embrace and take these steps not out of any sense of obligation, but rather out of a profound, internal understanding of their immense power, their power to empower you even further on your journey, and their profound power to uplift and positively impact countless others. Embrace these calls to action as invaluable opportunities to fortify your own personal journey, to contribute meaningfully and authentically to a larger, growing community of seekers, learners, and growers, and to honor the invaluable insights we've explored together. Let your engagement, your active participation, be a powerful testament to the enduring message at the heart of life vlog, that a life truly will live, a life of profound fulfillment and lasting impact, is one where the vital, vibrant currents of purpose, passion, and deliberate, intentional action are always consistently, dynamically, and indefatigably pumping. Thank you, from the deepest part of my being, for embarking on this truly incredible and transformative journey with me. May the lifeblood of inspiration, wisdom, and profound purpose continue to flow abundantly, powerfully, and ceaselessly within you, and through you, into the world, enriching every life it touches. Now, go forth, my friend, with renewed vigor and unwavering determination, and keep pumping. The world truly awaits your vibrant, unique, and invaluable contribution. A gentle, resonant pulse follows, allowing the finality, the weight of the call to action, and the depth of the message to fully resonate with the listener. Then, a soft, uplifting, and reflective museful cue begins to swirl, guiding the listener towards contemplation and future action. This is not the end of our conversation, nor the culmination of your journey. It is rather the powerful, invigorating beginning of your renewed and more intentional path forward. Keep pumping the lifeblood of your purpose. Keep growing with resilience and grace. Keep living with passion, with profound intention, and with an open heart.
Thank you for listening to tonight's story on Stories of Crime. If you enjoyed this crime audiobook, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss another mystery, investigation, or chilling true crime tale. Leave a comment below and tell us what case you'd like to hear next. Until next time, stay curious, stay cautious, and remember, some stories never truly end.